Hello everyone, I'm crying because I don't celebrate Valentine's Day. I don't have a girlfriend because of you. You never introduce girls to your little brother. But it's okay, I'm a man, I can face the world like a true warrior. Let's start. Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 101. That man turned a leaf into a black knife. Kizaru heard the words, silently turned into a flash of light and disappeared in place. Marshal Sengoku, is there any reason why you asked Kizaru Admiral to find that leaf? The T-Dolphin trembles a little when he speaks. There is a problem with that leaf. Aokiji frowned. If he read it right, it should be just an ordinary black leaf, at most it was hardened by Luo Feng's armament haki. Now that the strength is gone, Luo Feng's armament haki should be gone. The leaves left in the ruins have changed back to ordinary leaves. The leaves are okay, but people have problems. Sengoku dropped such a sentence, and then he said nothing about 150. Don't help me. Just one arm. The old man hadn't one and was so weak that he just lost an arm and fell to the point of being a big man. Akainu pushed away Vice Admiral Dalmizia. In a short time, the bleeding from his severed arm had stopped. This is Marine's highest combat power. Physical fitness, haki, swordsmanship, fruit ability, and physical skills are all excellent. The powerful physique, coupled with the life return of Marine 6 style's derivative physical skills, makes Akainu possess extremely powerful combat capabilities even if he loses an arm. Can you fight again? Zephyr asked. Scoff. Akainu did not speak, but shrugged slightly. Magma began to gush from the wound. In an instant, a freshly baked magma arm has stretched out from the location of the wound. This is the strength of Logia demon fruit power. In addition to elementalization, you can also control elements to replace limbs. In a sense, although Akainu lost an arm, but with lava fruit, his combat power did not lose much. Whether it's hands, feet, or swords, it's not an inconvenience to the old man. Akainu moved the magma arm a bit, and quickly adapted to this form. Call out. At this time, Kizaru, who was called by Sengoku to pick up leaves in the ruins, also returned. Kizaru's face was strange only when he came back again. Everyone clearly saw Kizaru's wretched face and gloomy face, and his eyes were sometimes frightened and sometimes frightened. It seems to be true. When Sengoku saw Kizaru's face, he couldn't help shaking. What's wrong? Marshal Sengoku. The T-Dolphin saw Kizaru first, and then Sengoku. Both of these big men looked like they were hit hard. This made him feel intensely uneasy for no reason. Sengoku, did you find something? Garp felt tight. Do you know why I asked Kizaru to pick up that leaf? Sengoku looked around everyone. Everyone shook their heads in unison. Kizaru, take out the leaves you picked up. Sengoku did not explain much, but directly asked Kizaru to take out the leaves. Watch it for yourself. Kizaru's mouth moved, but in the end he didn't say anything, but opened his palm. A leaf that was pitch black as ink and shimmering with metallic luster immediately jumped into everyone's eyes. Black leaves. Wait, something is wrong, this leaf is not black, but hardened by armament haki. Impossible. If it was hardened by armament haki, it would have disappeared and returned to its original state. T-Dolphin, Momuzagi, and others felt that the more they looked at it, the more they felt wrong. This leaf has passed so long, and the armament haki covering it hasn't faded. This is not a hardened armed color at all. Aokiji's face was full of shock. This is not what is armed color hardening. T-Dolphin asked puzzledly. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. Is this leaf very similar to a certain kind of knife? Zephyr's face is also very ugly. His old face was like Aokiji, full of shock. Now, he understood why Kizaru and Sengoku both suffered a huge blow. This is not a blow at all, but the triple-double view was crushed. Knife? This is a black knife. Momuzagi, who was holding the famous sword Jinbira, was startled at first, and then suddenly woke up. With a black knife blurting out, this rare female admiral candidate in Marine was shocked to slam her high heels on the execution platform, and she took a step backward without taking control of her body. She looked like hell. No wonder, Sengoku, you just picked me up, so you found out that the man turned a leaf into a black knife. Garp murmured blankly. He finally understood. Why did Sengoku just hold him back and not let him pick up the leaf thrown by Luo Feng? Akainu lost an arm, and can use lava fruit to create a lava arm instead, so the combat power will not be lost. 5.4 But Garp is not a capable person, let alone a Logia capable person. Already in his 70s and 80s, it is very difficult for him to maintain his combat power when he is close to the peak. Once he loses an arm, a strong man like him with physical skills and haki will at least lose more than 30% of his combat power. Good. He actually turned a leaf he picked up into a black knife. Number 1 in the world, it really is number 1 in the world. Ha ha ha. The old man has not lost this arm wrongly. Akainu suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter is full of depression, giving people a sense of powerlessness and tragic feeling that is gone. There is no admiral style that I usually have just now. Chapter 102. Practicing leaves into black knives and breaking his, is that man crazy? How free he is, how much armament Haki has to waste to train a leaf into a black knife. Although Cha Dolphin is not a swordsman, he also knows that every swordsman has the honor of being able to refine a black sword by himself. The world's number one swordsman often has it, but the world's number one swordsman who can make black swords does not often have it. This sentence exhausted the difficulty of refining a black knife. How free! Cha Dolphin, you wouldn't think that this leaf was refined by Luo Feng in his spare time. Zephyr looked at the T-Dolphin like an idiot. Isn't it? T-Dolphin said subconsciously. Open your eyes and see what other people look like. 15. If your eyes are okay, you should be able to see them. If this leaf was refined by Luo Feng long ago, do you think we would have this expression? Zephyr couldn't bear this blow even if he let the Buddha go. The three views are broken, which is really too exciting for him, an elderly man with a broken arm. This was not refined in his spare time. Is that man just trained? Zephyr slapped his head and covered his face with anger. The T-Dolphin was stunned at first, and then his gaze swept around, and suddenly found that the faces of all marine seniors present were hard to see ultimate. Especially Akainu with a broken arm. That laughter is extremely sad. You look at this leaf for yourself, does it seem to have been plucked for a long time? It looks like they were just picked from the orange tree. Zephyr sighed. There is powerlessness and fear in the voice. Black leaf, black knife. Impossible. Hearing this, the T-Dolphin shook his head with difficulty. Although he is not a swordsman, he also knows how difficult it is to refine a black sword. In the end, Zephyr told him that Luo Feng picked a leaf and became a black knife with his fingers. How could this not have an unprecedented impact on his soul? I hope not too. But the leaf brought back by Kizaru shattered all the impossible. Open your eyes and look. The armament Haki on this leaf will never fade. If it's not a black knife, then what else could it be? Sengoku closed his eyes weakly. Refining a black knife from a leaf with a finger, that is to say, a rare and powerful thing like a black knife is completely equivalent to a roadside stone for Luo Feng, as much as it needs. He couldn't imagine what an incredible level the armament Haki and swordsmanship of Luo Wudi had reached. Haha. Black knives and black knives are actually the cheapest thing for him. Come with your open hand, you can't use it all. Garp sat down on the execution platform. Compared with the impact that Luo Feng had on him by training a leaf into a black knife, the opponent cut off Akainu's arm with a leaf dozens of kilometers away in the sea, and then destroyed a martial building. It seems very ordinary. At least the impact of the former is fatal. Instantly tore through the three views of every marine senior in the room. And the impact of the latter is at most shocking. Then will the execution of Huoquan Ace be carried out? After a while, the T-Dolphin opened. Before the change, he had just said this in full view, and Akainu had already taught him how to be a man. But now, Akainu on the side laughed sorrowfully on the side as if the Buddha could not hear him. The black leaf where Luo Feng placed Buddha, not only his arm, but also his justice. Can't dance any more? It seems that your justice is at this level. It is also said to be the strongest marine in history. What a disappointment. You are the worst marine I have ever seen. On the bow of the mobile, Luo Feng, after seeing the inner thoughts and emotions of Garp and others, a flash of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He originally thought that marine, after several eras of recuperation, and even after being abandoned by the world government, still insisted on the execution of Huoquan Ace, which would bring him some 153 surprises. After all, after he came out of the mountain, he heard Whitebeard and the others say that Garp and the others are hailed as the strongest marine in history. The results of it? Before anyone else went to Marineford, Garp, they were shattered. It really made him feel dull. Father. At this moment, Dracul. Mihawk spoke suddenly. Since Luo Feng made a black leaf from a black leaf that he picked up, and then shot off one of Akainu's arms with his fingers, the former world's number one swordsman has put the Buddha to death. I was silent all the time, and there was no sound at all. Oh? Has it recovered? It was a little faster than I thought. I thought you would have to self-doubt for a while to wake up. When Luo Feng heard the words, he suddenly chuckled. Father, I have a question and I want to ask you to verify it. Was that orange leaf just turned into a black knife by you? Dracul Mihawk took a deep breath, then raised his head and stared at Luo Feng firmly. Chapter 103. Hiss what? Uncle San, are you true? Grandpa really turned that orange leaf into a black knife. Didn't Grandpa simply use armament Haki to harden that leaf? As soon as Dracul Mihawk said this, a cold breath came from the mouths of Margao and the others. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire Moby DK. Black knife? Are you referring to this kind of thing? Luo Feng reached out and plucked a leaf from the orange tree again. Dracul Mihawk not far away saw Luo Feng's movements, and a pair of eagle eyes stared at every movement of his father without turning a bit. Not only him, but also Margao and others, even Whitebeard, the son who knows Luo Feng well, watched every subtle movement of Luo Feng with unparalleled concentration. Under a pair of ambitious, nervous, and awe-inspiring gazes, after the orange leaves left the orange tree and fell between Luo Feng's fingers, within 2 seconds, a black light completely covered it. Immediately afterwards, Luo Fang threw it casually, letting the Buddha throw away the trash at his fingertips, and threw the leaves that had turned into black knives in his hands to Dracula Mihawk. "Father, please forgive my son for being rude," Dracula Mihawk solemnly said to Luo Fang, and then stretched his right hand behind his back to grasp the hilt of the black knife yet. Pin. In the next second, he had already pulled out the black knife knight, and then chopped down on the oncoming black leaf. The strongest black knife in the world. One of the 12 great knives. Black knife, knight, and black leaves are intertwined with each other. There is no sound of tearing objects apart. Instead, he is in the black knife. When the knight collided with the black leaf, there were bursts of gold and iron clashing, and sparks visible to the naked eye. Before the two were in the same position, no one could do anything about it. The armament haki who never retreats and the black sword knight can't hurt his tenacity and hardness. This orange leaf is really equivalent to a black knife. Dad really made a black knife with his fingers slash. Dracula Mihawk held the black knife. Yet, staring at the black leaves on the deck with a dull expression. Damn it! Margot's eyes opened like bull's eyes. Is this an illusion? Sansu's black knife, yet is the supreme sharp knife. How could it be possible to chop even a piece of orange leaf? Baista shook his head, then couldn't help but walked over. Unbelievingly, he pulled out the 2 long knives from his waist and slashed hard on the black leaves in front of him. Chien. I don't know if he tried too hard or his 2 knives were of poor quality. There was a sound of gold and iron fighting, and Baista was shocked to find that his 2 love knives had 2 more small gaps. Although my knife is not a famous knife, even if it is slashed against those famous knives or big sharp knives, without haki, it can last dozens of times without being damaged. Now that you cut against this black leaf once, there will be a gap. Is it possible that the quality of this black leaf can be compared to a supreme sharp knife? Baista was stunned. He can only say that. You really deserve it. Grandpa. Countless swordsmen and even great swordsmen have been unable to refine a black knife in their entire life. Grandpa, you are here. Moreover, after a sparse and ordinary orange leaf was refined into a black knife by Grandpa's hand, its quality was actually comparable to Dracula Mihawk's black knife. Knight. A piece of orange leaf at hand is the supreme sharp knife. Is this Grandpa the sword god? After racking his brains, Yi Zhang finally thought of a word to describe his grandfather. The world's largest swordsman is simply belittling Grandpa. Only the sword god is qualified to describe Luo Fang. At this moment, everyone on the boat looked at Luo Fang as if they were looking at a god. A god who descended into the Grand Line. It's in vain. Someone who has practiced swords all his life, I thought he had somehow caught the supreme realm of swordsmanship. Until today, when I saw my grandpa refining a black sword with his fingers, I realized that my swords in this life were all in vain. Dracula Mihawk glanced down at the black knife in his hand yet. Suddenly, he had this black knife in his hand that he was proud of in the past. Yet, and his own swordsmanship that he is proud of is a joke at all. My third brother, don't belittle yourself. You are already very good, but if you compare with Daddy, then you are wrong. Do you know why Dad has been revered by the world as the god of the world several times ago? Conqueror's haki, invincible in the world. Swordsmanship powers the gods, and there is no resistance. No one can compare spear skills to the sky. This is why the old man is named invincible and revered as the god of the world. He is truly invincible. Every aspect, haki, swordsmanship, spearmanship, physical skills, and body are all invincible. Whitebeard looked around the audience, exclaiming each word. Invincible. Dracula Mihawk and others looked up at Luo Fang. They could see Luo Fang clearly by looking up, but they couldn't help but choose to look up, and they couldn't help murmuring 2 words. Fire. Chapter 104. Do you understand now? You can work hard, chase, and fight with the old man as the goal. But don't try to compare with Daddy. From the time you think of this, you have already lost. Whitebeard confessed. Compared with the old man, he had seen this kind of thing in his eldest brother Rox back then. What the result is, I don't need to say more. Anyway, after witnessing the tragedy of Rox, he didn't want his third brother to follow the old path of his elder brother. Although it is said that with the qualifications and strength of the third brother, it cannot be compared with the eldest brother. But he was afraid that Dracula Mihawk had this kind of stupid idea that he didn't want to get. Thank you for your confession, my third brother, I understand. Dracula Mihawk chewed Whitebeard's confession earnestly. Not only did the broken 3 views readhesively, there was also a feeling of understanding. Father, what's the situation with Marine? Are they still planning to execute Ace? After Whitebeard saw Dracula Mihawk full of 3 views, he was very pleased, and at the same time, he did not forget his favorite son. Marine. After Luo 153 Fang sensed the situation on the execution platform, he couldn't help but shook his head. His face was a little disappointed. It seems that after I have been looking forward to the toy for a long time, I found that it did not bring me joy as I expected. Father, do you still have to ask Grandpa? What does Grandpa's finger to finish black knife mean? Don't Sengoku, Garp and the others still have a good idea? I guess they are all scared now. How dare to use a knife against Ace? After noticing the slight disappointment on Luo Feng's face, Xiao Ziyai immediately said with a disdainful expression. Jaws is right. Not to mention the execution of Ace, it is estimated that Sengoku and the others would like to hurry over and pick up Ace at this moment. Margot agreed. Pick up? The people of our Whitebeard pirates group moved, and I think that's it. BFFE, what do they think of our Whitebeard pirates? Our brothers, do they kill as they want, or let them go? Foil Baista put his hands on his shoulders and said with a sneer. It's hard for these old guys. After all, their opponent this time is Daddy. Whitebeard shook his head. He didn't sneer or look down on Garp and others. There is one saying that this is really a crime of non-war. The opponent is his own dad, who in the world says that he can perform better than Garp and the others. Several eras ago, in that unprecedented and world-beating battle, more than 90% of Grand Line's heroes besieged Dad, but in the end he was still killed by Dad, and almost no one was left. Now there is only one Marine facing the old man. Garp and others have been able to hold on so far. It is really not an easy task to persist until Dad shows up at Marineford. Father, don't be disappointed. After all, not everyone can persevere all the way and eventually stand in front of you. Dracula Mihawk comforted. It was a little bit disappointed just now. But now, I don't have much. The disappointment on Luo Feng's face has disappeared somehow. Instead, there is a little more playfulness, a little expectation, and a little sorrow. Although the hero is old, can he still dance? Garp, although your grandfather is not very competent, but this Marine has done a little bit of fun, and I can't help but think of him. I just don't know that you, who are also Marine heroes, can please me more than him. Luo Feng didn't know what he felt with observation haki, the indifferent smile that had disappeared not long ago bloomed again. It's just his smile that made Whitebeard and others shudder beside him. What did that old boy Garp do? Could it be that Marine hasn't given up yet? The brothers Whitebeard and Dracula Mihawk exchanged glances. They all saw surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, the two brothers did not expect that after witnessing Luo Feng's ability to practice black knives with a finger, the Marine seniors not only did not collapse, but even continued to dance. On Marineford's execution platform, Garp, who was sitting on the ground, stood up for some time. He didn't speak, but quietly glanced around Sengoku and others, who were full of anticipation and even despair. Immediately afterwards, he first smashed Akainu's face with a punch, and then blasted Sengoku from the execution platform with another backhand. What is your expression? Luo Feng hasn't arrived yet. Are you abandoning it? And you Sakazuki, is this the complete justice you insist on? Look at you, this is a waste of justice. Facing Garp's scream, Akainu, who was beaten up, suddenly became angry. Garp, the old man gives you a chance to reorganize the language. Akainu gritted his teeth and glared at Garp. Is it true that Sakazuki can't lift the sword after breaking his arm? Even if he lacks an arm, he is still Marine Admiral's fiercest mad dog. Chapter 105. What? Dare to grin at the old man now? Why did you shrug aside like a dead dog? Don't think that losing an arm is so great here. It was an old grandson who was executed today. But now the old man is asking you to stand up to prevent Luo Feng from saving his old grandson, and he is scolding you to stand up and put his old grandson to death. Garp yelled at Akainu, Sengoku, and others, but shed 2 lines of tears. In order to stand by justice, Akainu threw an arm away. It is indeed commendable. But what about him? It was his grandson who was put to death. He could not do anything, but let Luo Feng come and rescue his grandson with his forehead and Erlang's legs upright. But he can't. The justice behind prevented him not only from being unable to do so, but also taking Akainu and the others to prevent Luo Feng from saving Ace, and even encouraging Akainu and the others to reinvigorate themselves, and then continue to execute his grandson. For the word justice on the back of his coat, the pain he bears is far above the broken arm of Akainu. Garp Vice Admiral. Akainu was startled. He originally called Garp directly, but now he unconsciously added the word Vice Admiral. At this moment, he was in awe of Garp. Garp. Sengoku was moved. Master. Aokiji glanced at Garp deeply. I still said the same thing, is it still too late to be absent from work? Kizaru didn't say a word, but was thinking silently in his heart. Sakazuki, are you afraid of death? Garp turned his head to stare at Akainu, sneered. Garp Vice Admiral, you don't want to humiliate the old man there. The old man lost to Luo Feng, and even the justice he had always insisted on was once shattered by him. But why is the old man afraid of life and death? Akainu said with a sullen face. It may be because of the justice that Garp carries that makes him feel moved. Faced with Garp's outspoken sneer, he didn't directly furious like he was just now. It's so nice. If you Sakazuki are not afraid of death, then why are you afraid of Luo Feng? Garp said disdainfully. The old man is not even afraid of death, why are you afraid of him? After being questioned by Garp, Akainu was stunned on the spot. And if you are really so scared, you quickly took off the righteous shawl on your body, and then sit on the execution bench and wait for death. After Garp scolded Akainu, he was still unwilling to catch Sengoku and others. It was another sneer and swearing. Every marine executive who was present was flushed with curses. Jump down. Garp, where are you going? Sengoku immediately stopped Garp. The old man is still a marine, so naturally he wants to defend Marineford. Garp walked towards the wall where Shishibukai was standing without looking back. Garp, you old BD. Laozi is your boss, you dare even the boss. Be careful to look back. Laozi tells you that Vice Admiral has no choice but to be a marine. Sengoku grinned, but a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Immediately afterwards, he leaped forward, jumped off the execution platform, and chased Garp. The old man is still so rigid. Aokiji smiled. I don't know why, after being scolded by Garp, the fear and despair that had almost overwhelmed him disappeared. 4 flowers. Kuzan, don't you insist on lazy justice. Akainu saw that Aokiji was about to jump off the execution platform, and suddenly asked. It seems that it is correct. However, that is Admiral Aokiji's insistence on justice. The Kuzan who followed the old man's insisted on burning justice. Aokiji turned around and said to Akainu, and then also caught up with Garp and Sengoku. A person who ate frozen fruit actually claimed in front of the old man that he insisted on burning justice? Humph. Where does this place the old man? Isn't it possible to treat the old man as a joke? Akainu snorted coldly, and when he was about to lift his heel, he noticed that Kizaru, who was standing beside him, was standing silently, trying to reduce his sense of existence. Brucelino, won't you go? Thinking of Kizaru's justice and work style, Akainu's eyes suddenly opened up. If you pay attention, you will find that there is already a little magma rising in his Wei's eyes. As Marine San Admiral, his duty is to guard the execution platform. How can you leave your job easily without authorization? You go. I'll come to the back of the palace. Kizaru said seriously. You never want to fish during work hours. The old man tells you, it's still early to get off work. You immediately start working for the old man honestly. Akainu glared at Kizaru, and a lava arm had been raised for some time. Just forgive me. Sakazuki. Before that man came, you lost an arm. Now I have to confront him head-on. The old man still wants to live until the end of get off work. Kizaru grimaced. Wide. Chapter 106. Ambiguous justice is also justice. Policelino, don't make mistakes. Akainu paused and said, never letting Kizaru go. Your eyes are terrible. Isn't it okay for the old man to go? In the face of Akainu's tighter pace, Kizaru can only helplessly raise his hands in a gesture of surrender. After get off work, the old man can't control what you want to do. But now is working time, you have to do Admiral's job for the old man. Akainu also knew Kizaru's temperament, and did not overly compel him. Okay, don't look like you are going to eat me, okay. 157. The old man didn't say nothing. Kizaru sighed inwardly. Why hasn't this off-work time arrived yet? Immediately afterwards, he turned into a golden flash under the eyes of Akainu, and instantly caught up with Garp and others. It's okay to fish all day long, but today will be your last day of work. You old fritters still want to fish in front of the old man? No doors. Akainu saw that Kizaru was not left behind, and then strode to catch up. Did you forget something? After everyone left, Huoquan Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, looked at the empty execution platform. No one took him seriously, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Isn't today the day he was executed? Why do they all seem to forget themselves? That's it for Father Garp. Since he was taken to the execution platform, Akainu, who has been staring at him with murderous eyes, has also run away? Didn't this mad dog always want to be the first to get rid of himself? I don't take myself seriously now. I discovered for the first time that the identity of the son of One Piece on my head was so ordinary. Ace looked at the high-level marines who had left one after another, and couldn't help being full of curiosity and admiration for Luo Fang, the grandfather who had never met before. Grandpa Luo hasn't arrived yet, and Marine has been pressed to the point of collapse. Although with Garp's encouragement, these high-level marines were all cheered up again, but no one took him seriously. Fang Buddha, the son of the one pirate king, became insignificant in Akainu's eyes. However, he knew very well that it was not that Marine did not take him seriously. It's his grandfather Luo who is here. Luo Feng was face to face, and his identity as the son of One Piece was naturally devalued in an instant. And it's still worthless. Why are these damn Marines coming to Laozi's side? Laozi just wanted to hide herself in a low-key manner. Now that you are all here, can that man not notice Laozi? On the defense line formed by Shishibukai and Jean Momomaru, Gecko Moria curled up aside, gritted his teeth and stared at Garp and others who suddenly came to him collectively. It is different from the ace on the execution stage. Gecko Moria wished to be ignored. He is arrogant, but he is not stupid yet. Hundreds of thousands of Marines rebelled, Akainu lost an arm, and the Marshall building crashed down. This random pull-out made him, Shishibukai, scared to death. At this time, he regrets agreeing to Marine's invitation to do this Shishibukai. I regret even more for agreeing to this mandatory call. No one. It's just that Marine is cheating people. It is said that this mandatory call is for the Whitebeard pirates. As a result, after he came, he found that the opponent was not the Whitebeard pirates at all, but Whitebeard his father. Although he doesn't know Whitebeard his father, but he doesn't need to know any more. The tragic situation of Akainu alone made Yue Guang regret it. One said, Laozi doesn't do this Shishibukai, is it too late? Gecko Moria couldn't help feeling bitter when he saw that Garp and others looked like they were dead, and didn't even plan to leave him. What did you just say? Kizaru, who was standing closest to Gecko Moria, heard the others muttering, and turned his head to stare at him. Laozi didn't say anything. Gecko Moria rolled her head with a cold face. He is not an idiot. There are 7, 8, or 9 Marine Admiral around him now. If he dared to speak his mind to Kizaru, it would be difficult to survive Luo Feng's arrival at Marineford. You don't have to deny it in front of the old man. Frankly speaking, how does the old man want to be this Marine Admiral? Kizaru didn't care about Gecko Moria's 5.4 acknowledgement, but said in his ear to himself. You also want to quit your job. Gecko Moria's pupils shrank, and he blurted out subconsciously. Fortunately, the critical moment was stopped by Kizaru's sharp eyes, and he quickly lowered his voice. It's more than just thinking so simple. Young man, as long as you have no problem with your eyes, you should be able to find that something is missing from the old man. Kizaru said in a voice that only Gecko Moria could hear. One thing missing. Gecko Moria looked at Kizaru secretly for a while, and found that his limbs were sound, his face was as wretched, and there were no missing parts. Chapter 107. Moria, haven't you noticed that the old man even threw the Marine Admiral's justice shawl on him? Kizaru saw Gecko Moria's appearance and knew that the other party hadn't observed the details. FK. Even Shishibukai, Laozi, is just thinking about it. As Marine Admiral, Kizaru has actually implemented his resignation into action. No, even Marine Admiral is secretly planning to resign. Laozi can't continue to sit with them on this sinking ship sooner or later. Kizaru didn't say it, but when Gecko Moria said, he noticed that Garp, Akainu, and others around him were all wearing righteous shawls, but Kizaru's shawl was gone, only wearing a beige plaid suit. You don't want to quit your job. Even the old man only dared to do this behind his back. On the bright side, the old man still has to go to work honestly and work diligently. At least it will last until the end of get off work today. As for you, be dedicated. Honestly work hard at Shishabukai's post 15. You don't want to think about the dead Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Do you think that you are the only one who thought about resigning when facing Luo Woody? I dare say that Don Quixote Doflamingo also wanted to not do this Shishabukai before he died, but the result. Kizaru knew what Shishabukai was thinking when he saw Gecko Moria's flickering eyes. Kidding? Resignation at Grand Line is a high-risk action. Especially the delicate operations like the old man, how can Shishabukai like you learn? As long as Luo Feng arrives later, you should be cautious, don't rush so fast, don't rush so far, there should still be a good chance of getting through get-off work hours. But when it arrives at 5 o'clock and the Grand Line is so big, don't you go wherever you want to go after eating the shining fruit. As for going to work tomorrow at 9 o'clock, then tomorrow's Grand Line and Naval Headquarters will also exist. It's not him. Kizaru despises Naval Headquarters, where he has spent most of his life. It's that he never even thought that Naval Headquarters would have to say it tomorrow. Even Marine is gone, then his Marine Admiral is not equal to quitting voluntarily. Therefore, he is different from Shishabukai, who is on Luo Feng's blacklist like Gecko Moria. As long as 5 o'clock is past, he can successfully and thoroughly implement the high-risk action of resignation. Damn Kizaru! Shame of you, Admiral! Gecko Moria heard the words, and suddenly became frustrated. He seriously suspected that the BD Kizaru was under too much pressure from Luo Feng at all, so he deliberately PD him off. Had it not been known that Garp and others would not believe him, he would have revealed Kizaru's true face in person. However, what Moria didn't know was that Kizaru didn't need him to dismantle it at all. Garp and others have been working with Kizaru for most of their lives. Who is Kizaru? Don't say that Kizaru has already put the resignation into action. Even if he really doesn't say it in person, as long as Kizaru plans to finish this day's class, then Garp and the others won't say a word. After all, Gecko Moria really guessed right. Kizaru came here to PS him off on purpose. Who made him moonlight? Gecko Moria is the only pirate in Marineford. As for the Bartholomew Bear, even without consciousness, Kizaru will naturally not go over to be boring. No, Laozi can't stay here anymore. The man had already upset Marineford before he arrived. Once he arrived, Laozi will really be said by the damn Kizaru that he is going to reunite with Don Quixote Doflamingo today. Gecko Moria looked around with his eyes, as if looking for an escape route after resigning. It's just that he hasn't glanced a few times yet, A huge fleet of pirates has appeared on the sea level in the distance. Whitebeard pirates. Gecko Moria took a look, and his sight was immediately occupied by the head-on Moby DK. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his heart. Laozi is over. Is it finally here? The man who convinced both Edward Newgate and Rox and willingly recognized him as the father of 157. Garp looked at the Moby DK, which was getting closer and closer to him. His dignified color completely occupied his old face. At this time, although he was not as full of thoughts as Gecko Moria, when the figure sitting on the bow of the Moby DK walked into his practice, an overwhelming sense of oppression immediately came to his heart, making his marine hero has a sense of breathlessness. He's coming. After a few decades, the man finally looked again. Kun is coming to Marineford. Zephyr looked at Luo Feng's face that had not changed at all from several times ago, and the blood on his face began to disappear at an alarming rate. No matter how many years have passed, no matter how many eras have passed, he will never forget the face of the man in front of him. It was the man in his sight, the hero who had overwhelmed the whole world with his own power several times ago, and the power couldn't raise his head. The power of the world government, the justice of the marine, and the incomparableness of the celestial dragons. Everything is in vain in front of this man. It is extremely ridiculous and powerless. Chapter 108. He is Edward Newgate, the father of the strongest man in the world. For the first time, Sengoku's gaze focused on the bow of the Moby DK ahead, the young man surrounded by Whitebeard, Dracula Mihawk, and others. When he saw Luo Feng's face clearly, although he had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked. He knew very well that the man in front of him who he knew from Kong's mouth was 100 years old. But from the outside, he could not find any traces of the invasion of time on Luo Feng's face at all. The strength of this man has surpassed the scope that time can invade. Even if it is time, the man's body, appearance, and strength must be at its peak. Luo Woody. The moment Akainu saw Luo Feng, his pupils first shrank to the size of a pinhole. Immediately afterwards, he felt that the bleeding had stopped, and the not-so-painful broken arm not only regained bleeding, but also became painful and unbearable. Fang Buddha Luo Feng's appearance touched his wounds. Let his injuries begin to become more and more serious. Allah. Is this the god of the world who has suppressed all the heroes of the entire Grand Line several times before? Aokiji and Luo Feng looked at each other, and their bodies couldn't help shaking. In his opinion, Luo Feng clearly didn't do anything, Haki didn't let go, and even didn't let go of his aura. Not only did he completely occupy his vision, and the world in front of him disappeared out of thin air, leaving him alone. And he also found that Luo Feng's figure in his sight was getting bigger and bigger at an appalling speed, not only filling his eyes, but also his brain, heart, and spiritual will. Kuzan/. Just as Aokiji's expression was dull, an endless fear rose in his heart. Zephyr's big hand suddenly patted his shoulder. This shot not only awakened him, but also pulled him out of the terrifying Uzumaki. Teacher Zephyr. Aokiji, who had recovered, looked at Zephyr gratefully. He knew that if Zephyr hadn't awakened him at a critical moment, his spirit and will would really be swallowed by the terrifying Uzumaki. At the thought of this, the Marine Admiral immediately turned pale and sweated. So horrible. He simply couldn't understand why the little Grand Line could give birth to a god like Luo Feng. Such a man can hardly be described by common sense. Even if it's just looking at each other, over time, a powerful Marine Admiral like him will inevitably end in a tragedy of mental decline and will collapse. Don't stare at him, or you will die. How horrible his observation haki and armament haki are, you have already seen it with your own eyes just now. Although we haven't witnessed Conqueror's haki with our own eyes, we can see the whole picture by taking a glimpse of Madara. It is conceivable that a man who can crush an era and all the heroes in the world has a strong spirit. A man who has a splendid spleen and regards the power of the world as if there is nothing in the world, even if it is an inadvertent action, even just a look in the eyes contains an extremely terrifying deterrent. Zephyr reminded with a serious face. Although he is already 80 years old, he has already passed the peak period, and even broken arm. The Marine 3 Admiral, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, who were trained by him, are indeed stronger than the Blue. But in terms of experience, he still has a tight grasp. I got it. Aokiji wiped the sweat from his face. Luo Feng's courage, he had experienced it firsthand just now. Obviously, it is only the focus of the line of sight, but it still has the deterrent power to crush thousands of heroes. He doesn't doubt at all. If Zephyr didn't wake him up in time just now the Grand Line no longer has the character Aokiji. Why should such an emperor be born as a pirate? This is simply the greatest misfortune that marine is justice. Zephyr glanced at Luo Feng, but did not meet Luo Feng's gaze. Aokiji's lessons learned, he can see it in his eyes. Can the old man really get off work in front of this man? Kizaru, who was still full of confidence before, started to feel uneasy when he first saw Luo Feng. One thing to say is that it's not that he is not confident. When it comes to fishing and acting, he is definitely a master. Once he touched the fish, he was sure that he would not be able to tell how many eyes he was paddling. But you have to paddle in front of the kings, Luo Feng all the way until the end of get-off work time. This is definitely a sad thing. As for the rhetoric he made in the marshal's office before the war, the wages are in place, the 4 emperors do nothing, then forget it. He doesn't even remember that he said such a thing. Be confident, Bruce. Paddling, fishing, you are number 1 in the world. Believe in yourself, as long as you get off work hard, you will be able to get off work. Kizaru knew that his mentality was not good enough. If this continues, he will definitely die at work. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, quietly pierced his palm with his nail, and at the same time continued to encourage himself and cheer for himself. Recognize. Chapter 109. Mrs. Crane, is this how you felt at the time? It turns out that standing opposite that man is to endure such pressure. Momuzagi bit his lip hard. Only with the help of pain and the thought of Crane's tragic death in Luo Feng's hands can she suppress her fear, not let her feet soften, let alone shrink back. Ms. Zephyr. Dolphin took out a tissue, wiped the cold sweat on his face and neck, and said to Zephyr beside him. Hi. Zephyr frowned slightly. Frankly speaking, when I saw the man in front of me for the first time, I was already shocked. Dolphin said bitterly. There is a saying, he is really not joking. He was really persuaded. He has neither Garp's will nor Sengoku's strength, and he can't even match the 3 Admiral. Momuzagi, who is at his level, can barely suppress the fear in his heart with the help of pain, hatred, and justice in his heart. 160. But what about him? To put it bluntly, he and Luo Feng have no grudges. Don't blame you. Zephyr glanced down at the trembling legs of the Dolphin. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Dolphin glanced at Zephyr gratefully. It's really good for Teacher Zephyr. He almost wanted to be a deserter, and he still didn't blame himself. No thanks. The teacher understands how you feel. After all, teacher, I am not persuaded. After Zephyr finished speaking, the Dolphin couldn't help but glance at Zephyr's legs. My legs didn't tremble, just the only arm trembling. You deserve it, Teacher Zephyr. Obviously it is the same, but the performance is so full. If you don't look at it seriously, you really don't know that you are as embarrassed. Dolphin, you don't have to think so much. When you go to war with that man head-on, you will be killed by him in an instant. In minutes you don't even have a chance to feel the pain and fear, and people have already returned to the west. Zephyr's tone was flat, and Buddha was telling a sparse and ordinary thing, but it was taken for granted. Ms. Zephyr, although you said something wrong, but I don't know why, I can't refute it. Dolphin glanced at Zephyr, and said silently in his heart. Besides, I also think that Mr. Zephyr, what you said really makes sense. At least listening to you say that, one of my feet is not shaking so much. Is only one old face. When the Moby DK passed through the lines of defense in front of Marine's high level without anyone, and drove directly to the 3rd line of defense without restraint, Luo Feng's eyelids slightly lifted, and his eyes finally fell on the high wall in front of Sengoku, Garp, and others. Indifferent but unfathomable than Wang Yongdai's gaze randomly swept away, Sengoku and others on the high wall immediately felt cold all over, and their skin seemed to be severely scraped by a knife. The unspeakable pressure instantly filled their hearts. Just a glance, and the glances that are still randomly swept have already made Naval Headquarters 3rd Generation, BFFE, the highest combat power atmosphere dare not take a breath. This repressive atmosphere lasted for nearly 10 minutes, until Garp and the others were almost unable to bear it. A caring and heroic shout suddenly broke the extremely depressive atmosphere in front of them. Ace, my son, don't be afraid. Grandpa and Dad are here to rescue you. Dare to speak at this moment, that is, Whitebeard who loves son deeply. That is, his son, Luo Feng's favorite, dared to do so. After changing to other people, whether Yu Guan was a grandson or a son, he dared to speak in front of Luo Feng, his father and grandfather. At this time, he had sunk into the seabed of Marineford. Old Festival Grandpa. Locked in the execution stand in the distance, there was no initial anxiety and tension, but a bit of boredom. Ace heard Whitebeard's caring and distressed shouts, and suddenly stood up with excitement. I have been detained by Marine for so many days, has anyone bullied you? As soon as Luo Feng said this, everyone felt that the entire Marineford air letting Buddha became heavier several times. Grandpa Luo, you really can laugh. I am your grandson, in the world, who dares to bully your grandson? Ace looked at Luo Feng from a distance. With D's physique and extraordinary vision, he can barely see Luo Feng's face. Hiss, Grandpa Luo is almost younger than himself. So you are the old man's father? No wonder I feel so kind at first sight of you. Okay, you grandson, I admit it. Luo Feng's words not only made Whitebeard breathe out, but also let Margiao and others put down the last big stone. At this time, no one does not know the true identity of Ace. But Gordirager once provoked the old man, and no one on the boat didn't know the thing that he didn't like. Before, even Whitebeard was a little worried about whether Ace, with the title of One Piece Son on his head, would be disliked by Luo Feng. But now it seems that they are worrying about it. Even if Luo Feng dislikes Roger, no matter how much he doesn't like Ace, he will not pass on Roger's dislike to Ace. Chapter 110. It's done. With this wave of acknowledgement of ancestors, Ace is completely settled. Whitebeard saw that Ace was not disliked by his father, and he was even recognized as a grandson by his father, and his face suddenly burst into a bright smile. He was afraid that Ace would not be liked by Luo Feng, let alone recognized by Luo Feng. Even if the old man said that Ace was his grandson when he first came out of the mountain, he was still a little worried. After all, in his opinion, the old man didn't know that Ace was the son of Roger. Fortunately, this kid Ace is very prosperous and very eye-sighted. The first time he met, he left a very good first impression on the old man. He even completed a wave of ancestor acknowledgement on the spot, allowing him to relax. Otherwise, he would really have a headache as an old man. Grandson Ace, met Grandpa. Grandpa, you have been out of the mountain for so long, and your grandson has not been able to come to see you. Please don't be surprised. It's not just Whitebeard. And Ace. The moment he was sitting on the execution platform just now, he had already seen how awesome his grandfather was. The most important thing is that Grandpa Luo, who has never met before, is the same as his father, who comes to save himself, loves and tolerates himself in the same way. He is not an idiot, so naturally the longing, anticipation, and longing for his grandpa buried in his heart for many years are all hit on Luo Feng. Good, you Ace. This mouth is just like smearing honey. How can I please my grandfather so much when I came here? I was so worried about you before we were brothers. When Margiao and others saw this scene, their eyelids suddenly jumped. Originally, they were worried that Ace could deny the return of the ancestor, and they were worried about their feelings. This was the first time Ace saw Grandpa, and he liked it. If I see you a few more times, does Grandpa still have their place in his heart? How can Grandpa blame you? To blame, I would only blame the Teach, who disgraced the Whitebeard pirates and put my Luo family to shame. Luo Feng waved his hand and directly settled Ace's heart. It's all useless for grandsons. Not only did you fail to capture Teach and bring him back to be dealt with by the old man, he also alarmed you, Grandpa. For your grandson, you don't have to worry less. Ace said guiltily. A family, don't talk about two things. This is what your third uncle Hawkeye said. You have to remember it in the future. Luo Feng put a finger up, and said every word. I see, Grandpa. Ace regretted it on the spot. Is this your own confession meeting today? First Grandpa was on the spot, followed by another third uncle. Does he still have an uncle? Is it possible that this is because God pitied me for the lack of family affection from my parents and elders since I was a child, so today I not only supplemented myself with an invincible grandfather, but also bought one get one free, and also included a third uncle who is the world's largest swordsman. Father, according to your son, you should save Ace first, and then have a long conversation with this grandson. And you see, Ace has been detained for so many days, not eating well and sleeping well, and now his hands and feet are still tied by sea stone chains. You can't keep your grandson locked on the execution bench, so can you talk to you? What happened at Marineford at this time is still being broadcast live, and the world doesn't know that you think you are very demanding of your grandson. Whitebeard, anxious to be reunited with his beloved son, saw Luo Feng see the marine heroes in front of him as nothing, and talked freely with his nephew Ace, and he also had a posture to continue talking, so he quickly suggested in a low voice. 4 flowers. That's right, it's a proposal. He dare not use a reminder tone. Once the reminder is replaced, the matter deteriorates. A kind of good intentions instantly turned into a son who taught his father to do things. Yes, father. I also think the second brother makes sense. Of course, I also know that daddy, you also love your grandson. This is the first time you see your grandson, of course, you can't help but want to say a few words with your grandson. 0. If you still want to say something, please continue. Who would dare to bother you talking to your grandson? First of all, I have to ask me about the black knife in someone's hands yet. Dracula Mihawk also carefully echoed. After joining the Whitebeard pirates, he has learned about the taboos of his father from his second brother Whitebeard. One is that you must never teach your father to do things on your own terms. Who dares to teach, dad dare to sink someone into the sea. The grandson and the son have no affection to talk about. Therefore, even if he agrees with Whitebeard's words, he must use his words carefully. When I get old, I can't help but want to say a few more words to my grandson. When Luo Feng heard this, Fang Buddha thought of the marines such as Garp and Sengoku in front of him. Father, you laughed. If even you are old, what am I, son? But you will never grow old. Dracula Mihawk didn't want to be crooked, and didn't take his words as if he was teaching him to do something. He was relieved, and a wave of rainbow farts rushed past. Wide. Chapter 111. Just you can talk. Luo Feng smiled, his eyes finally moved away from Ace, and he fell on the senior marines such as Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, etc. not far away. This glance made Garp and the others instantly feel a sense of heaviness that they are carrying a piece of red line on their backs. This moment is finally coming. Garp's face tightened. Just now Luo Feng ignored the entire Marineford Marine and talked to Ace as a grandfather, he still didn't think there was anything. But when Luo Feng put away his grandfather's identity and looked at him again, he even felt a sense of powerlessness that the sky would collapse. Are you the Marine heroes of this year 160? When we first met, I was Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced lightly at Garp and others. The overwhelming pressure is like the tsunami of New World, crazily crushing every Marine high-level present. Let them tense their nerves one by one, as if they are facing an enemy. Is this the man who swept the entire Grand Line? The pressure of the number one person in the world is simply terrifying. Just refocusing my attention on us, I feel that I am almost out of breath. Garp, Sengoku, and others changed their colors. A look. A simple introduction to yourself. Nothing was done, even the slightest momentum was not released, Garp and others were already nervous and sweating. Life and death can't be knotted. All of them, Marine heroes, had the spirit of smiling at life and death. Even death, they can face it with a smile. I don't know why, when facing Luo Feng, they instinctively feel fear and anxiety. This feeling of panic and uneasiness is simply not something that a strong spirit can be changed. The release of Buddha comes from the oppression of blood and genes. It is a kind of fear caused by the instinct of the weak when facing the strong. Taste. Just when Garp and others were about to be unable to bear it, the most stubborn Akainu even had to take the initiative to seek relief from Luo Feng, when there was a sound of knees hitting the ground in vain. When everyone heard it, the corner of their eyes subconsciously glanced in the direction of the sound. It was no one else who made this sound. It was Gecko Moria, the only Shishibukai who had accepted the mandatory call, who was still lingering. This sound was caused by him, or his knee hit the ground. That's right. He knelt directly after his mental will had been abolished by Kaido more than 10 years ago. Under Luo Feng's gaze and a brief introduction of himself, he directly knelt on his knees. Father, he is one of Gecko Moria, Shishibukai. In Shishibukai who agreed to compulsory call, he was the only one left besides Bartholomew Bear. Dracula Mihawk glanced at Gecko Moria disdainfully, then whispered in Luo Feng's ear. Gecko Moria. Luo Feng listened, and his eyes fell on Gecko Moria. If one of his eyes was very fair before, letting the high-level Marines and Gecko Moria and others on the high wall take care of it, then it is now Gecko Moria who takes it all. All the pressure was concentrated on Moonlight Gecko Moria at this moment. With so many people sharing the burden together, Gecko Moria couldn't hold on for a few seconds and immediately frightened to kneel. Now alone under the pressure of Luo Feng's gaze, this Shishibukai not only kneels on the ground, but also lies directly on the ground with his hands. Good guy. The T-Dolphin took a breath of relief, and then looked at Gecko Moria with grateful eyes. I can finally catch my breath. Garp let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't expect this piece of music to be so useful. Even Akainu, who hates pirates to ultimate, also recognizes Gecko Moria. As a pleasure, Gecko Moria is undoubtedly excellent. Because he played a huge reuse that other music can never reach. Shishibukai? Gecko Moria. Luo Feng stared at Gecko Moria and asked unhurriedly. Yes, Laozi, no, the little one is Moria. When Gecko Moria was asked by Luo Feng, his brain went blank. It's a little difficult to even control the mouth to speak. Hi. You, but it makes me find it for a while. As soon as Luo Feng said this, Gecko Moria, who was crawling on the ground, was trembling with fright. Even if he lowered his head, everyone could still see his tears and nose spurt out of fright. I'm sorry, my lord. The little one doesn't know that the adults are looking for me. Moonlight 5.4 Moria spoke intermittently. After a long while, it was extremely difficult to say a few complete words. Are you afraid of me? There was a playful look on Luo Feng's face. Afraid? Gecko Moria's heart was chilled, but still answered honestly. You are afraid of me. I can understand. After all, apart from my sons and grandsons, there are really few people who cannot fear me at Grand Line. Luo Feng smiled lightly. What the Lord said. No one on the Grand Line is not afraid of you, your lord. Gecko Moria didn't dare to lift her head at all. Chapter 112. No one on Grand Line is not afraid of me, but I'm afraid to the point where you are, probably no one. Luo Feng stared at Gecko Moria, the emotional color in his eyes began to fade quickly. No, Luo Wudi is going to do it. Garp, who has been paying close attention to Luo Feng, immediately noticed the change in Luo Feng's eyes. This look is so familiar to him. Because he has it himself. It was exactly the same, he knew it at a glance. This is the look that the big Poseidon shows when they release Conqueror's haki. Gecko Moria is over. Garp understands, Kong naturally understands better than him. Back then, there were more than 100,000 people who just died in Luo Feng's eyes. The little one is in awe of the adults. Because no one in Grand Line respects adults more than the younger ones. Gecko Moria, who was shivering on the ground, didn't know that Shinigami was already beckoning to him gradually. At this time, he thought that he had won Luo Feng's favor with his clever words and humility. Since you are so scared, then I will help you. As soon as Luo Feng said this, Gecko Moria finally realized something was wrong. Go all the way, Don Quixote Doflamingo has been waiting for you for a long time. Before Gecko Moria could make any response, a conqueror's haki that surpassed his understanding and cognition had come to his body and mind like Kamui. Between life and death, he understood what Kamui is like prison. But at the same time he suddenly understood, his spiritual will was directly shattered by Luo Feng's imposing conqueror's haki. Ah! In the eyes of Akainu, Aokiji, and others, Gecko Moria's body twitched suddenly, and then he collapsed on the high wall without a sound. During the whole process, Gecko Moria only came to let out a faint scream. I guess I didn't even have time to understand how I died, so I returned to the west and rushed to see Don Quixote Doflamingo. It's so easy to die. The T-Dolphin who had a full view of Gecko Moria's death was lost in his eyes. Even if a pig is slaughtered, at least it can trample twice. This is a Shishibukai. If he couldn't even resist, he went to death on the spot. It's also a Shishibukai anyway. It's gone if you can't even step on it. Momuzagi looked cold and cold. Gecko Moria's death was beyond his imagination. She admits that Shishibukai, Gecko Moria, is happy. After changing her, I am confident that Gecko Moria in front of him will be shot in seconds. But that was also what she killed with her strength. At least Gecko Moria died clearly. Where is it like it is now? It's gone with an ah. No wonder I almost collapsed when I looked at him just now. At a glance, a Shishibukai was shaken to death. Is this kind of spirit really something humans can have? Aokiji looked at Luo Feng with lingering fear. Except for Kong, he is the one who has the deepest impression among all the people present. Because, he and Luo Feng looked at each other just now. If it weren't for Zephyr to wake him up in time, and Luo Feng didn't mean to take his life, now the great Hanga has no such character as Admiral Aokiji. One more. After sending Gecko Moria to reunite with Don Quixote Doflamingo, Luo Feng's gaze immediately shifted to Bartholomew Bear, who stood blankly beside Gecko Moria. His next goal is Bartholomew Bear. Sengoku's face tightened. Duke Xiong has been completely transformed. He shouldn't be afraid of Conqueror's haki. Standing in the Bartholomew Bear's Jean Taomaru suddenly found that he had goosebumps. It is clear that Luo Feng's sight is on Bartholomew Xiong, but he still has a feeling of being affected. It's so sad that you don't even have consciousness. Since your life is more painful than death, let's go to Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Gecko Moria to be company. As soon as Luo Feng's voice fell, he withdrew his gaze to Bartholomew Xiong. Taste. But at the moment when Luo Feng looked away from Bartholomew Bear, the world's first scientist, Vegapunk was transformed into a copper-skinned, invulnerable Bartholomew Bear. There was a burst of sound from all over his body. 163 bursts of gold and iron strikes. When Garp and others looked around, they immediately found that Bartholomew Kuma's body surface had cracked with shocking cracks. It's like being torn apart by an unstoppable shock wave. In less than 2 seconds, this Bartholomew Bear, who was already at the forefront of Shishibukai, had disintegrated all over his body and turned into pieces of mechanical scrap. Dead. Garp and Sengoku looked at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. It's dead again. A Shishibukai died on the spot again. Moreover, the Shishibukai who died this time is different from the previous ones. Gecko Moria is used in Shishibukai to make up the numbers. But Bartholomew and the bear are more powerful than Don Jihad, who is the first Shishibukai to return to the west. Doflamingo has no notes. The results of it. Such a powerful, invulnerable, and theoretically unafraid of Conqueror's haki, Wohei died in front of them without even a grunt. Chapter 113. Conqueror's haki. Zephyr took a few breaths in shock. The superior Conqueror's haki can interfere with matter and cause physical damage, he doesn't know it. But he has never heard that Conqueror's haki can shatter people's bodies. Especially Bartholomew Bear's body. Even his retired old admiral has heard about Bartholomew Bear. This Shishibukai was already extremely strong before receiving Vegapunk's transformation. After being transformed into a pacifist, the physical strength has risen to a higher level. Even Conqueror's haki, who can shake the island, has no chance of hurting Bartholomew Bear's body. Damn it! If he uses Conqueror's haki on the old man, can the old man run? Kizaru felt his scalp numb. What he was thinking at this time was not whether he could hold Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki, but when Luo Feng played Conqueror's haki, could he run past the opponent's Conqueror's haki at the unparalleled speed that day? If you can, that's okay. At least he still has the opportunity to paddle until 5 o'clock and get off work. If he can't, he has already seen his dedication to this admiral work, and the future is only after death. This man is not human-powered at all. Akainu swallowed hard. Even if the strongest man in the world is face to face, he dared to make a splash. Can Luo Feng dare? At this moment, he couldn't help but ask himself. He is not afraid of death. But Luo Feng frankly said that he is just like Cha Dolphin, a little bit embarrassed. Okay, all the people have left the stage. It's time to talk about the matter between me and your marine. After sending Gecko Moria and Bay Bear to meet Don Quixote da Flamingo, and letting the Shichibukai family who agreed to be compulsively convene in order, Luo Feng's conversation turned around and his eyes returned to Garp and the others. At this glance, the words made all marines' nerves tense, and one by one was extremely nervous. Now can I take my dear grandson Ace away? Luo Feng glanced at the people, and he clearly said that his tone was not too heavy, even the slightest haki and momentum were of no use, but when every word fell in Garp's ears, it was as heavy as a mountain, and it was difficult for them to breathe. Let alone answer Luo Feng. For a while, because of the silence of Sengoku and the others, Norwegian Marineford fell into a silent situation for a while. How? Not talking? Could it be that you are dumb? Luo Feng looked at Garp and others with a smile. Akainu opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But whenever he wanted to speak, an inexplicable panic slammed into his heart, making it extremely difficult for him to even speak. Not only him, but Zephyr, Kong, King Gui, every marine high level on the high wall encountered the same situation. Speaking in front of Luo Feng, letting go of the Buddha is extremely difficult. It requires immense courage and unimaginable pressure. Okay. Since you don't speak, then I assume you marine has no opinion on what I said. Luo Feng shrugged. Seeing this, Marga on the side rose into the sky on the spot, turning into a phoenix burning with blue flames, and then flew straight to the execution platform. Ah! Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, and others saw this scene and they all turned Buddha into a sculpture. One by one stood blankly in place, without any reaction. Just like this, Marga flew over their heads and drove all the way to the execution platform to find people. Ace, I'm here to save you. Marga looked at the execution platform closer and closer, with a relaxed smile on his face. Sure enough, Grandpa is different. The naval headquarters of Nuovo University, dare not even a fart person. If you say fishermen are fishermen. He couldn't help but get excited when he thought that after this battle, he could become a legend of the Grand Line just like his grandfather. Star.W This is naval headquarters, don't be too presumptuous. The old man is not dead yet. Just when Marga was about to fly to the execution platform, Garp, who had been silent, jumped up suddenly. The scene where he flew up not only made Whitebeard and Dracula. Mihawk was shocked, and it also shocked countless people who witnessed this scene through the world's live broadcast. Even if the world doesn't understand Luo Feng at all, through the live broadcast, the world already knows exactly how terrifying Luo Feng is. They originally thought that the high, good king, army would be silent to death. Never imagined that in the eyes of such joints, someone would dare to come forward. Garp. Garp Vice Admiral. Master. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, and others stared in disbelief. It's him again. At the critical moment, it was this marine hero who had reached 70 years of age. Before Luo Feng trained an orange leaf into a black knife with his fingers, and directly shook the entire naval headquarters in the sea tens of kilometers away, the first one to stand out was Garp Yin. Now Luo Feng-kun is approaching Marineford, and two Shichibukai are killed while talking and laughing, and when the whole marine can't look up, he stands up again and is the marine hero. Chapter 114. Akainu and Sengoku looked at the flying hero Garp. They felt a huge shock in their hearts, but they couldn't help but feel that they had to do something. Nothing else. Just because they are the same as Garp, burdened with justice. Marineford and absolute justice should not be defended by Garp alone. The old man Garp still has courageous hands. Marga's face changed suddenly. He had already determined that when his grandfather was in front of him, no one dared to do anything. But I never thought that Garp, the nerve knife, would have the courage to do it on his own. He was flying unhurriedly before facing Garp, who had acted suddenly, and he had no time to dodge in a hurry. Especially Garp's hands on this time, obviously carrying a courageous spirit of breaking the boat and becoming a benevolent person if he fails to succeed. Even if he did not take it lightly, flying at full speed was still difficult to resist. Margot. It's 163 too late to stop Garp. Whitebeard and Dracula Mihawk were also surprised when they saw Garp flying up. They didn't expect Garp to have the courage to do it in front of his father. Although they are both father's sons, they are very clear about a fact. But any enemy standing opposite the old man, let alone hands-on, will be under great pressure just standing. Those who can withstand this pressure without breaking down are all rare heroes in the sea. As for hands-on, it is the top existence among heroes. In every era, there are no more than 20 top heroes like this. Garp's punch is about to happen. Old guy, you shouldn't do it in front of the old man. Hey, but forget it. It's too late now. Your punch has opened Pandora's box. BFFE. After the surprise, Whitebeard couldn't help but sigh in secret. As an enemy, he really admires Garp's courage. But he knew that Garp shouldn't have made this punch. After this punch, Marine will usher in what will end, he knows better than anyone else. Garp, just go and do what you think you should do. Sengoku looked at Garp's back, clenching his fists tightly. At this moment, the uncontrollable panic in his heart was suppressed again. You Sakazuki are not afraid of death, why are you afraid of that man? Akainu looked up at Garp, who stood up, and his heart came out again with Garp's anger at him not long ago. Garp, Vice Admiral, my Sakazuki is not as good as you. Master, you really haven't changed at all. Aokiji murmured to himself. The spine that had been bent a bit by the pressure from Luo Feng also straightened again. At the same time, there is the justice in his heart that stands up together. Grandma Crane, Jun will not shame you. Your justice will be borne by me. Momozagi's eyes flashed with firmness, and his right hand slowly but firmly grasped the hilt of the famous sword Jinbira. If I counsel again, I guess I won't have a chance in my life. Cha Dolphin glanced at Momozagi beside him. Although he knew it well, with his own face, even if he didn't counsel him, he wouldn't have a chance. But he also knew that if he was persuaded, he would not even have the opportunity to talk to Momozagi. Gar, go. Shoot out our marine prestige and let that man see it. Zephyr was also inspired by Garp in his youth. He took a step forward with excitement and shouted at Garp. Garp, you dare to act in front of that man. Unlike the others, Kong Kong's face became extremely ugly the moment Garp started. It seems that Garp's action will cause extremely terrifying consequences. I hope things will not develop as I thought. Kong Kong looked at Luo Feng with difficulty, turning his head. An indifferent chuckle that made him creepy and chills in his body and mind instantly caught his eye. That's the smile. You can't go wrong. This smile is exactly the same as what I saw back then. Garp caught the man's attention. Kong. Kong saw that the corner of Luo Feng's mouth raised the smile that he would never forget. His brain instantly went blank. He knows. Things are going to go bad. A few eras ago, the scene of the collapse and despair of all Grand Line heroes and all forces will be repeated at naval headquarters. Monkey D. Garp, do it in front of me or do it in front of my grandson. How dare you? Just when Garp jumped up, caught up with Marga, and was about to slam the punch outrageously, Luo Feng, who was sitting on the bow of the mobile, had already looked at Garp at some point. Just a glimpse of his eyes, Garp's face in the air has changed drastically in an instant. He felt that a horror that made him unable to find words to describe the will suddenly enveloped his body and mind. When this will lock him, Conqueror's haki, like the majesty of the gods, also came. This Conqueror's haki first shook his mental will severely, and then rolled over his body like the shock wave of a nuclear bomb explosion. Chapter 115. Humph. Garp snorted, and a strange paleness appeared on his face. At the same time, his fist was suddenly stiff, and his arm was about to fall weakly. Garp. When Sengoku saw this scene, he didn't know where Garp was in Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki. He didn't expect to be as powerful as Garp, and it would be so difficult when he faced Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki. You must pull Garp, the old man who is not ashamed. Zephyr's face suddenly became anxious when he saw that Garp was about to fall from the air, not to mention punching. Immediately afterwards, he let the Buddha make some major decision. He suddenly turned around and looked at Luo Feng, who was sitting on the bow of the Moby DK. Luo Feng. Zephyr suddenly shouted, attracting most people's attention. Ms. Zephyr, what do you want to do? When Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru, and others heard Zephyr's shout, their hearts jumped. The intense anxiety crawled into their hearts like a bone gangrene. Zephyr. Sengoku ignored Garp's situation and quickly turned around to stop Zephyr. Although he does not have the most powerful observation haki like Luo Feng, he can perceive people's hearts and emotions. But from Zephyr's unyielding shout, he felt a wave of fierceness. With just this sturdiness, he had already guessed what Zephyr wanted to do. Do you want to dance too? Luo Feng didn't even shake his eyelids when he heard Zephyr's roar. Not bad. Zephyr took a deep breath, then raised his foot and walked towards Luo Feng step by step. Facing the boundless pressure brought by Luo Feng's sight, he puts the Buddha on his back with an island, and every step he takes a lot of physical strength and energy. After only 9 steps, he had to stop. At this time, Zephyr was already sweating profusely, and his breathing was extremely short. Fang Buddha experienced a 10-day and 10-night, endless battle. The god of the world came face to face to ask the old man and the important person. The old man dare not give this face. Although the old lady has retired, she has never let go of the 2 words she has carried for most of her life. Your Excellency will take away Huo Fist Ace, but if you want to trouble you, please step on the old man's body first. Zephyr knew he couldn't go any further. It is not only that he has reached the end of the high wall, there is no road ahead, and the sea is the next step, but also because it is already difficult for him to lift his foot to take one more step. Luo Woody. The old man is bold, here to ask you some tips. I hope your Excellency can give me your advice. Through the world live broadcast, Zephyr shouted at Luo Feng word by word under the watchful eyes of the world. You are the first person in Marineford who dared to attack me. Let's do it. I will give you a death with my own hands. Luo Feng lifted his eyelids slightly and looked at Zephyr on the lower high wall slightly. As a retired Marine, I didn't die at home, nor did I die in bed. Instead, I was able to die at the hands of the world's invincible. This is my greatest honor. Zephyr grinned hard, he knew this was the last shot in his life. And his physical condition can only support him once. Thinking of this, he summoned the last strength of his body, and stamped his right foot on the ground fiercely. Please ask for flowers. With a bang, the other person has broken through the air, like an old lion with its wings plugged in and can soar into the sky. At this time, this old lion is about to explode with the most brilliant and violent majesty when his life ends. Black arm. After Zephyr broke through the air, he immediately raised his heavy iron arm. The black streamer visible to the naked eye quickly spread across the entire arm like a dragon. When the entire iron wall was hardened by armament haki and turned into Black Arm, he roared up to the sky, and Black Arm brazenly shot Luo Feng. Past. He is as famous as Garp and Sengoku. Known as the invincible iron triangle of marine. At his peak, he even gained the name of Black Arm. Black Arm is not only his admiral name, Zephyr, but also his wrist, which is also his strongest power. Although the wrist that he used to be proud of has been broken, today, at the end of his life, he replaced the lost arm with an iron arm to reproduce the style of Admiral Black Arm. Black Arm? Luo Feng looked at the black arm that Zephyr was waving towards him, and raised his right hand unhurriedly, and then extended an index finger forward. Boom! This index finger just touched Zephyr's black arm. Black Arm, which was enough to destroy the island with one blow, touched Luo Feng's index finger, not only stopped in the air for an instant, but even the power of the black arm on the Buddha was also wiped out. Luo Feng's index finger collided with Zephyr's black arm, not only did not cause any shock waves, even the slightest loud noise was not heard. In everyone's eyes, Luo Feng just stretched out an index finger and put it forward, and Zephyr's black arm stopped like this. Wide. Chapter 116. That's it. This is the weight of the world invincible. The old man finally got it. Finally, just head on with Luo Feng, Zephyr has only one thought left in his mind. This is simply not the power that humans can have. Black, it seems that your strongest is armament haki and physical skills. Then I will send you out of this world with the same armament haki and physical skills. As soon as Luo Feng's voice fell, he touched his index finger on the black arm lightly. Taste. Zephyr's iron wall made of sea stone, steel, and other materials fell to pieces immediately. Immediately afterwards, he put the Buddha in half and was hit by something, and his body in the air suddenly showed a weird twist. In the next second, others flew out at a speed dozens of times faster than before, and slammed into the sturdy tall building specially built by naval headquarters to besiege Whitebeard. Boom! Being hit by Zephyr like this, even the shock wave released by Whitebeard's shock fruit from a long distance can withstand one or two tall buildings crashing down. Ms. Zephyr. Zephyr. Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Momuzagi, and others jumped down from the tall building, and after regaining their feet, they immediately looked in the direction of Zephyr with a worried expression. When the sky full of smoke and dust caused by the collapse of the tall building rolled away, only a piece of rubble remained. But Zephyr's figure is missing. Don't die. Zephyr. If you die, what will the old man give you back? At this time, although the punch failed, but Zephyr gave up his life to help, but did not continue to withstand the shock of Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki. Garp had just stood firm on his front foot, and was about to rush to the ruins. For Zephyr, his feelings are already extremely complicated. He always felt that Marine was sorry for Zephyr. Now this old friend who has been fighting side by side for many years, actually stepped forward when he was most dangerous. This made his heart feel more guilty and anxious. Boom! Before the anxious Garp stepped out a few steps, a figure stood up in the ruins of the collapsed tall building. Zephyr. Garp's face was happy, but when he saw Zephyr's look clearly, the color of surprise on his face instantly solidified. He couldn't find any words to describe Zephyr in front of him. The right half of the body to put the Buddha was forced down by brute force, and the half of the torso below the right shoulder was gone. At this time, Zephyr stood up not so much as standing on one foot, as it relied on a tenacious will and a tenacious spirit. Ms. Zephyr. Aokiji's pupils shrank. He was always bad at words and gave people a kind of laziness. He was listless in doing everything. When he saw Zephyr dripping with blood and only half of his body, his eyes suddenly became red. Teacher. Stokeberry, Dalmesia, the headquarters of Vice Admiral, which was taught by Zephyr, was even more wet with tears. Do you know? Teacher Zephyr. In fact, I have always had a wish in my heart, that is, one day I can send it to you by myself. You die like this now, but my wish has come to nothing. Kizaru looked at Zephyr blankly. No one noticed him. He was talking infuriating words, but there were waves in the depths of his eyes. Kizaru, the old man gives you another chance to reorganize the language. Garp gritted his teeth and glared at Kizaru. If it wasn't for the circumstances, his iron fist had been thrown out. Haha, the old man has long known that you, a shameless disciple, has always been unruly towards the old man. Brucelino, you are still tender in front of the old man. The old man just wants you to be unable to achieve this wish for the rest of your life. Zephyr seemed to hear Kizaru's words and burst into laughter. You will make me very upset, Mr. Zephyr. Kizaru touched his head and ignored Garp, who was angry. Then you will worry forever. The old man feels happy if he can make you distressed. Zephyr laughed, and the Buddha was not angry at all because of Kizaru's words. What a headache, old guy. Kizaru's mouth was dissatisfied, but his eyelids drooped slightly. Goodbye. Teacher Zephyr. Kuzan, Sakazuki, Cha Dolphin, Tao Mian, and you Polisalino, all strengthen your ears for the old man. As your teacher, the old man is very happy and proud. Because you are the best student I have ever brought. Now, the teacher will give you the last lesson. Marine is justice, and go forward in the name of justice, the old man is fearless. Zephyr coughed and shouted at each of his students with all his strength. Ms. Zephyr. No matter the students of Zephyr 5.4, Garp, Sengoku and Kong, they were all silent. But deep in my heart, I respect Zephyr. This retired old admiral is still an old man who was fortunately defeated by Marine and justice. In the face of this unprecedented disaster for Marine, he could have stayed out of it. But after Garp and Sengoku came to the door, he resolutely put on the glorious suit of the past without saying anything, and at the age of old age, he set foot on the battlefield again with a broken arm. Now, when all Marines were afraid, he was the first to come out. At the price of life, it explains to all Marines what justice is. Chapter 117. Marine. Tell me, what is your name? Luo Feng suddenly asked after seeing Zephyr's every move. Zephyr. Black Arm Zephyr. Marine Admiral forever. Zephyr raised his head with great difficulty, met Luo Feng's gaze without shyness, and then shouted his name and identity in a very proud tone. Black Arm Zephyr, Marine Admiral. I remember your name. You made me realize what Marine Admiral is called. Luo Feng took a deep look at Zephyr, and said something that made both Whitebeard and Kong horrified. Others don't know what Luo Feng's words mean. But Whitebeard and Kong knew everything clearly. After several eras, there are very few people who can remember Luo Feng's name and openly recognize it. Each of these people is a hero of the world. It is conceivable how important it is to be remembered by 15 Luo Feng's name. And what a huge honor these people who can be remembered have their names. Haha. When Zephyr heard Luo Feng's words, he turned up to the sky and laughed. The laughter was so loud, it even stirred up waves of sound and washed away the clouds in the sky. It's just that this arrogant laughter, which only lasted for less than 3 seconds, weakened at an alarming rate. Gradually, the voice is getting smaller and smaller, getting lower and inaudible. In the end, no one could hear the laughter again. Goodbye, Teacher Zephyr. Goodbye, Zephyr. Seeing straight death as the same god of war, even if he lost half of his body, Zephyr stood still in front of Luo Feng. Every student taught by Zephyr could not help but mutter in silence. Facing to death, Zephyr, who has to use his last strength to teach everyone Marine a lesson, does not stand in awe without Marine. Zephyr students are so. Zephyr's old friends Garp, Sengoku, and Kong. So does Sora. Even Luo Feng, who is invincible in the world, asked Zephyr's name personally and said that he would remember the name Black Arm Zephyr. Now, no one should dare to stop me from saving Ace. After Margot had a panoramic view of the Vice Admiral in the sky, although his heart was throbbing, but it was more joy. The death of Zephyr is no less than a blow for Marine. With this shock, in his opinion, no Marine would dare to stop himself. In fact, it is just as Margot thought. In Zephyr's death, the Marines didn't know whether they were immersed in grief, or whether they all felt that Ace was executed, and whether he was saved at this time is not important anymore. After Garp, no one stopped him anymore. Little horse, come back. But just when Margao was about to fly to the execution table in a hurry, Luo Feng's voice suddenly reached his ears. Grandpa, but Ace. Margot's face changed slightly. With me, who can hurt my grandson? Ace is the same on the execution stand or on the boat. Luo Feng interrupted Margao. Yes, Grandpa. Although Margot felt it was a pity, he didn't dare not listen to his grandfather. Moreover, he also very much agrees with Grandpa's words. As long as Luo Feng stands at Marineford for one day, no one can hurt Ace. It doesn't matter if Ace is on the execution bench or by their side. Just now, Luo Feng had already proved this to every member of the Whitebeard pirate group when he was tens of kilometers away from Marineford. Black Arm Zephyr really did an amazing thing. Luo Feng's gaze swept across all the Marine high levels in front of him. From the hearts of these people, he couldn't feel the fear, anxiety, and despair before. Some are just a laughing prince, proud of the prince, who sees life and death as nothing. This is a lesson Zephyr uses his last strength to give every Marine a lesson before the end of his life. It is this class that has created a sense of courage for these Marines. Even if he faced 167, the number one person in the world, he dared to make a move. Although I don't know how much this courage can hold and how long it can protect them, at least at this moment, even the Vice Admiral of the headquarters has the courage to attack Luo Feng. What Zephyr didn't finish, the old man will do it for him. After Garp finished speaking, he slammed the black suit in his hand. This black suit that once accompanied him on the sea, captured countless pirates and brought him countless glory, was thrown aside by him. The will of Zephyr, the old man will help him inherit it. Where there is Garp, Sengoku is naturally indispensable. Just like when he faced the Golden Lion, he took off his suit, showing his sturdy body and standing side by side with Garp. Portkas d'Ace, you can take it away. The premise is that you have to step on our corpse like you stepped over Zephyr's corpse. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Momuzagi, whether it is Admiral, Admiral Alternate, or Vice Admiral, all came over and stood side by side with Garp and the result. Chapter 118. Let's go together. Facing all the marine executives in front of him, Luo Feng's face did not fluctuate at all. The only thing that has changed is that the arc of the palpitating smile on his mouth is more obvious. Garp, Sengoku, you think that after despair is death. Nothing terrible. But if Lao Zi tells you that after despair, it is still just despair, then the spirit that Zephyr has forged for you can still protect you. Whitebeard shook his head when he saw Garp and others look unyielding. A similar picture, he had seen it too many times before several times. The Marine, World Government, CP0, the warriors of Wanakuni, the warriors of the Giants, etc., among them, there is no shortage of heroes like Zephyr. But in the end of despair is not just death. But despair that is more likely to be terrifying. The horror of my own father is just the tip of the iceberg. Over time, those who survive will envy those who died before themselves. Because they died early, they won't collapse in endless pain and despair like those who died late, and finally go to destruction. Second brother, what are you sighing? Is there something wrong? Dracula Mihawk asked in a low voice when he saw Whitebeard shaking his head and sighing. Brother, you are still young, so you haven't seen the true face of the old man. Maybe you will be able to witness the real appearance of our father in a moment. Never be scared. Although you are the old man's son and not his old man's enemy, you will still experience the sorrow of being born as a hero. There is also the despair of being born in the same era as my father / Whitebeard didn't explain much, but Dracula Mihawk went to see it for himself. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to elaborate on Dracula Mihawk. But there are some things that you must see with your eyes and experience it yourself before you can truly understand it. Don't be scared. Dracula Mihawk felt awe-inspiring when he heard the words. My brother is the strongest man in the world, so what such a person says is of great weight. Even if he said so, is it true that the old man is really that scary? With deep curiosity, and the slightest tension and ambition, Dracula Mihawk looked at his father, Luo Feng. Don't say that we are humble, more to less. Garp stared at Luo Feng, an aura that blows away the clouds like a storm. From another perspective, this is also our respect and recognition of your invincible world. Under a shining, dazzling golden light, Sengoku's body rose up. In a blink of an eye, it has turned into a majestic golden giant Buddha. I won't say you were forced. Since my debut, the opponent has been 1, and I will play on my own, the opponent has 10,000, and I will play on my own. What I dislike the most is besieging others, but what I like the most is being besieged me. Otherwise, do you think that several times ago, why the world would call me the god of the world? Luo Feng glanced over Garp and Sengoku and others. I am invincible, you are free. After speaking, he pressed the armrest and got up from the chair. Justice. Garp and others looked at each other, and under a shout of justice, they shot. In the name of justice, with Zephyr's life-forged courage, they sounded the horn of attack to Luo Woody, the strongest in the history of the Grand Line. Ice Age. Aokiji jumped and took the lead. When he was in the air, he flicked his hands, and shot 2 icicles exuding bursts of cold into the sea below. When the 2 icicles touched the surface of the sea, the continuous cold burst out. Starting from 2 icicles, a huge ice layer placed the Buddha's mouth of the behemoth that swallowed everything, spreading in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everywhere the ice layer passes, whether it is the sea or the land, is instantly frozen. From the time the ice layer appeared, within 2 seconds, not only did the tens of kilometers in a radius turn into a plain of ice and snow, but after the ice touched the ships of the Whitebeard pirate group, it ran up unscrupulously. Aokiji not only freezes the ships of the Whitebeard pirates, but also freezes all the pirates on board. V =, plus hashtag. Everyone is not allowed to take action, just let Lao Zi stand still. Seeing the ice spreading up, many members of the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't help pulling out their weapons and preparing to resist. But at this moment, Whitebeard's cold drink resounded like thunder in the sky, allowing every crew member to hear clearly. Out of trust in the old man, they all forcibly stopped the action. Lao Zi's father is about to make a move. What he hates most is that someone intervenes in his affairs. If anyone wants to fight against Lao Zi's father, just do it. When Whitebeard's next sentence came into their ears, they not only stopped the action, but also put down the weapons in their hands, standing in the same team like the good babies. Even if the ice had reached their feet, they stood still and stood obediently. Chapter 119. Every member of the crew of the Whitebeard pirates saw the terrible situation of Marine. They would rather be frozen into ice sculptures by Aokiji than against their grandpa. After all, it was frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji, and there is still hope of rescue. But if you work against your grandfather and don't listen to your grandfather's words, not only will you not even have the chance to rescue them, but the old man may even set the grave for them himself. This is close, but everyone in the Whitebeard pirate group has it. Therefore, even if the ice is in front of the face, they also treat them as nothing, standing calmly one by one, letting the ice freeze them into ice sculptures. Frozen fruit? It's a fruitful ability that is nostalgic for me. Luo Feng looked at the ice that had spread to his feet and couldn't help but sigh. He thought of the frozen fruit-capable person who was slaughtered by him several times ago. If I remember correctly, the other party seems to be a member of CP-0177. The strength is no less than that of marine admirals such as Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji. If you remember correctly, the last frozen fruit-capable person was trampled to death by me. Do you want to change your death method this time? As Luo Feng thought, he raised his right foot and stepped on the deck lightly. When the solace landed, a circle of visible fluctuations spread like a wave. Where this wave passed, the ice layer made by Aokiji turned into icicles. In an instant, all the ice that flooded the ships of the Whitebeard pirate group had disappeared. But while the ice layer was cleared, neither the frozen pirate ship nor the pirate who had just turned into an ice sculpture suffered any damage. Obviously, Luo Feng's foot is so precise that it only destroys the ice and does not hurt people or boats. Since I ate frozen fruit, it's the first time I have seen someone break my abilities like this. Aokiji, who was in mid-air, saw this scene and was stunned. He was not surprised that frozen fruit was unable to make contributions. If Luo Feng can be dealt with in such a simple way, then the thousands of heroes from a few eras ago will not be killed by Luo Feng, and almost no one will be left. But he never expected that Luo Feng would crush his abilities with one kick, without hurting any ship or anyone. Don't get close to him, use slash. Seeing that Aokiji couldn't do his work, and then saw the sky full of ice turning into icy debris, Momuzagi first screamed to the other vice admiral on the side, then drew out the famous sword Jinpira, and slammed down at Luo Feng angrily. The death of Granny Crane. The death of Teacher Zephyr. Her hatred of Luo Feng and the will to carry Teacher Zephyr and Granny Crane were all taken into this knife by her. Tempest kick. Knife flow splitting void. Fly finger pistol. Stolo Berry and other vice admiral heard the words and displayed their master's long-range attacks. For a time, the sky was filled with new blows and various shock waves almost occupied the sky, and then they pierced the air towards Luo Feng. There are a lot of people. Let's clean up a batch of unqualified ones first. Luo Feng watched, BFFE, various attacks flying towards him, his brows frowned slightly. Momuzagi and their attacks are really too weak and too fancy. It is so dazzling, it makes people feel uncomfortable. All those below the admiral level, leave it. When the indifferent voice slowly sounded, Luo Feng's eyes changed. Without seeing him making any movements, the blue sky of thousands of miles was instantly shrouded in boundless thick thunder clouds. The earth no, the whole marine fort is beginning to shake. Hurricanes, torrential rains, and thunder and lightning not only come in an instant, but also baptize the entire marine fort in an instant. Not good. The god of the world is going to be true. All below admiral retire. As soon as this terrifying vision of heaven and earth changed, Garp, Sengoku, and Kong changed their colors one after another. They all know what it means to wait for the world to change. The will of the king. Conqueror's haki. It's just that Conqueror's haki of this level is really unheard of, unseen. Even Garp, who was awarded by Luo Feng alone to Conqueror's haki just now, feels appalling. This Conqueror's haki is incredible. Garp glanced at Tao Meng and others who were in the air, and knew that it was too late for them to withdraw at this time. Thinking of this, his eyes immediately changed. Some are like snake-like eyes, cold and ruthless. It's a bit like the eyes of sea kings, fierce and violent. At the same time, there is also a kind of domineering and majesty that is high and the spleen is late in the world. This is the look in the king's eyes. It is also one of the symbols of the king's qualification holder when he releases Conqueror's haki with all his strength. Obviously, the hero Garp, who is hailed as the strongest marine by naval headquarters, is also a king. It's just that he usually doesn't show the mountains and the water, and he always likes to solve problems with his fists, so not many people know it. Can you stop it? At the same time, Kong, Sora and Sengoku also released Conqueror's haki. In several eras, the power of the three marine kings has gathered into an unprecedentedly strong conquerors. This conquerors is beyond the category of superiors. Not to mention causing physical damage, even the island can be easily shaken. Chapter 120. Luo Feng, you are not the only one who has Conqueror's haki. The old man will never allow your will to trample on Marine's justice at will. If you want to act recklessly in Marineford, pass the old man first. In order to challenge the number one person in the world and resist the god of the world in front of him, Conqueror's haki, who is desperately strong and changed the celestial phenomenon at that moment, has unreservedly shown the strongest spirit of the three kings of several eras at this moment. The power of the three can only block the will of Luo invincible. Do you really know what Conqueror's haki is? But Haki, a three-legged cat who has practiced for decades, is also worthy of the name Conquerors? Can you stop this century-old Conqueror's Haki? Luo Feng looked calmly at Garp, Sengoku, and Kong Kong. When the three Conquerors' Haki swept over, his pupils shrank suddenly. A horrifying Conqueror's Haki soaring to the sky makes everyone intimidated. Regardless of the people present or the people watching the live broadcast, everyone clearly saw a golden light visible to the naked eye. With Luo Feng's body as the center, it crushed the three of Garp's Conquerors' Haki with a mighty attitude. Above, 4 Conquerors once collided. The 4 colors of gold, red, green, and black dazzled the world and occupied the pupils of everyone who witnessed this Haki collision feast. Boom! With a roar that overwhelmed the sky was the first to be unable to bear a shocking crack. The sea, which was frozen by Aokiji only a second ago, was shattered on the spot under the impact of the collision of 4 Conquerors' Haki, turning ice into the sea again. Marineford's wharf persisted for less than a second, and was directly destroyed. Marine's lines of defense under the dock were razed to the ground by the collision of Conqueror's Haki in a blink of an eye. This is not the courage that humans can have at all. Zephyr, is this how you feel when facing Luo Feng? Desperate and powerless. At the moment this Conqueror's feast unfolded, the faces of Garp, Sengoku, and Kong Kong turned pale. In addition to Kong Kong, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, Garp and Sengoku originally thought that Conqueror's Haki, who had collected the 3 major marine kings, could at least hold the stalemate even if it lost to Luo Feng's will. Get the chance to let the Marine Vice Admiral retreat. But the moment they collided with each other's conquerors, they realized how ridiculous their thoughts were. Scoff. When conquerors of the 3 major marine kings touched the conquerors that contained Luo Feng's will, it was like a wall encountered a violent tsunami rolled up by the Sea of Wangyang. Can't hold on for even a second. It's collapsed at one touch. In just one meeting, Sengoku and their conqueror's Haki have been forcibly crushed by Luo Feng's conqueror's Haki. Without Garp, Sengoku, Kong's 3 conquerors to resist, Luo Feng's century-old conqueror's Haki immediately drove straight in and swept the entire marine fort with an unrivaled attitude. Ah! Is this really Conqueror's Haki? It's almost the same as Whitebeard's shock fruit. No, it's more terrifying than the shock wave caused by Whitebeard. Naturally, the first to bear the brunt is Momuzagi, T-Dolphin and others who are in midair and attack Luo Feng. In addition to them, Marineford's forts, tall buildings, trees, and even the flag symbolizing the justice of naval headquarters were all razed to the ground in front of this centuries-old Conqueror's Haki. 4 flowers. There are no eggs under the covering nest. In front of Luo Feng's Conqueror's Haki, everyone is equal, and no one can escape. Naturally, it also includes hundreds of thousands of Marines previously affected by Luo Feng's observation Haki. In front of Conqueror's Haki, even the headquarter Vice Admiral and Shi Shibukai were shocked to death. The fate of these hundreds of thousands of Marines can be imagined. Deputy Captain, is this really conquerors that humans can have? Shanks, the redhead of Sabayati Archipelago, one of the 4 emperors, stared at the live broadcast of the world before him with a dull expression. *0. Through the live broadcast, he witnessed Luo Feng's Conqueror's Haki sweeping across Marineford. In his opinion, this is not Conqueror's Haki at all, it should be Conqueror's shock wave. Conquerors swept away, and the entire Marineford was razed to the ground and turned into rubble. Isn't it the shock wave? Even if Whitebeard is doing his best to activate shock fruit, it can only cause such damage if no one stops it. After so many years, he still hasn't changed at all. As horrible as it was back then. Pluton Rayleigh, who was standing next to the red-haired Shanks, looked moved. After Gordiroger died, he was called a man who knew all the secrets of the world. However, he does deserve this evaluation. At least, he has heard of Luo Feng, the god of the world, he has also witnessed the power of the god of the world, and even luckily survived from the hands of the god of the world to this day. Deputy Captain, you already knew this would happen? Redhead Shanks heard Pluton Rayleigh's exclamation, and couldn't help looking at him in amazement. Wide. Chapter 121. Yet. Pluton Rayleigh withdrew his gaze from looking at the live broadcast, and then nodded heavily at the redhead Shanks. So something similar to Marineford should have happened back then. The redhead Shanks took a breath. Although I didn't witness it with my own eyes, I heard from Odin that the current Wanakuni was rebuilt in ruins. When Pluton Rayleigh said this, the red-haired Shanks was dumbfounded. You mean Wanakuni has encountered something like Marineford in the past? Redhead Shanks' eyes widened, and he exclaimed on the spot. Well, I heard from Odin that in a more distant era of 180, Wanakuni once participated in the War of Encirclement and Suppression with the world government and marine. Afterwards, Luo Wudi had been to Wanakuni and swept Wanakuni into ruins with a conqueror's Haki, and even Wanakuni was almost wiped out. Pluton Rayleigh spit out a shocking secret that was several times ago. Deputy Captain, do you mean that the conqueror's Haki of Luo Feng's predecessor has spread far beyond Marineford? The redhead Shanks was stunned. Marineford? You don't know anything about that man's conquerors. Although I don't know the limit of that man's conqueror's Haki, it is more than enough to cover a mere Wanakuni. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head. The redhead Shanks was completely silent. Silent with him were Ben Beckman and others who followed him. One shot of Conqueror's haki, sweeping a Wanakuni. What a terrible concept this is. From another perspective, it is really only a matter of time before Luo Fang wants to destroy the world. And this world is very, very short. Marine is over. After a while, the red-haired Shanks let out a long sigh. It's over, it won't happen. If Marine is really going to finish it, it won't be known how many times it will be done several times ago. Unexpectedly, Pluton Rayleigh denied it. Could it be that Marine still has the reliance on Luo Fang's seniors? The redhead Shanks couldn't believe it. If Grand Line has something that can deal with that man, then he won't be called invincible on Earth. Do you treat the 4 words invincible as a joke? Shanks, do you know how many heroic lives that man used to build these 4 words in that era? Pluton Rayleigh sneered. It's a young man after all. I actually imagined that Grand Line has something that can deal with Luo Fang. If there is such a thing, several times ago, all the forces of Grand Line, thousands of heroes would not have been swept by Luo Fang alone. The captain, you still said that Marine won't be finished. Shanks, the redhead, doesn't have a good air. I mean Marine is not going to end, but I didn't say that anyone can check and balance Luo invincible. You don't even know the true face of Luo Woody. Forget it, just read it for yourself. As long as the video call worm can persist to the end, maybe you, and everyone in this era, have the opportunity to realize the true side of Luo Woody. Pluton Rayleigh tried to explain something, but halfway through, he stopped abruptly. At the same time, the red-haired Shanks and others also discovered that his vicissitudes of life and determination face had been occupied by a piece of real fear. The true side of Senior Luo Fang? What exactly is that? The redhead Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances one after another, and they all saw suspiciousness in each other's eyes. After thinking about it, they still don't understand. They asked if they wanted to, but seeing Pluton Rayleigh hesitating to say something, they didn't ask. Anyway, the deputy captain also said. As long as you keep watching, you will have a chance to learn everything. Thinking of this, Shanks, the redhead, didn't think much about it, and concentrated on watching the live broadcast one by one. Marine Ford. Taste. A big hand pushed away the boulder on his head, and Garp, who was embarrassed to ultimate, stood up from the ruins. Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, you guys. As soon as he stood up, Garp was thinking about the situation of the T-Dolphin and the others. But he stopped in the middle of what he said. Ruins. What you see is an endless ruin. The once glorious naval headquarters, at this time there is only a ruin. Nothing stayed. Even the hundreds of thousands of marine elites are gone. Maybe just like him, they were all buried in the ruins. Nothing. Marine Ford is gone. 5.4 Marine is gone too. Garp looked at the scene in front of him, and his old eyes suddenly became very cloudy. Facing this shocking ruin, his majestic body, which could support the Buddha even when the red line collapsed, was trembling constantly, and eventually fell to the ground again. Garp, what the hell is your name? At this moment, Sengoku rushed out of a pile of sand, gravel, and trees not far from Garp. Sengoku, Marine Ford, and hundreds of thousands of marines are gone. Sengoku, who had just gotten up, was stunned by Garp's trembling, painful cry of crying before he could react. Chapter 122. Nothing. How could this be? Naval headquarters is gone. After Sengoku recovered from the daze, his eyes immediately glared around. The magnificent tall buildings in the past, the many fortresses all over the pier, and even the marine flag that fluttered in the wind, representing justice, and all the things that symbolized how glorious the naval headquarters were in the past have been swept away. At this moment, all that was left in front of the eyes were full of Kang Yi, and at a glance were all the ruins that had been razed to the ground. The marine fort of Norwegian University found a pit that was sunken by Guangxiu, and nothing was left except a large piece of rubble of high-rise buildings. Even before the war, the hundreds of thousands of marine elites deployed by his Sengoku from the major marine bases of the Grand Line disappeared. In the blink of an eye, naval headquarters was no less than being swept into the garbage dump of history, and it was swept into the garbage dump of history in front of his marshal Sengoku. This kind of mental shock, even if it is Sengoku, Garp and other determined wills. Hero, also regretted on the spot, and stayed on the spot. The two of them looked at the marine fort ruins where the Buddha was cleared by the nuclear bomb. The two of them who had just stood up let the Buddha be taken away with all their energy, and sat down on the ruins again. Taste. Just when the two were destroyed for marine fort and hundreds of thousands of marines couldn't even find their bones and were traumatized, in the ruins near them, big hands suddenly broke out of the ground. Hearing the sound coming from their ears, the two people's grey eyes full of deathly silence immediately showed a little anger. At the moment, they turned their heads a little stupidly, and saw Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, and Kong. Several people gradually climbed up from the ruins. 7, including the old, 8 in total. Garp closed his eyes in pain. Marineford, who has hundreds of thousands of elite marines and tens of thousands of general-level officers, suddenly has only 8 people left. Sengoku thought of this, and suddenly felt a whirlpool. There are hundreds of thousands of people, and there are only 8 people left in a flash. What a shocking number of casualties. Although these 8 men are capable of surpassing hundreds of thousands of marines, they cannot change the situation that Marine will have no successors or even enter the historical garbage dump. Marshal Sengoku, Garp Vice Admiral, you guys. Momozagi just got up from the ruins and saw Garp and Sengoku. There was a little joy on her pretty face, but when she saw Marineford's situation clearly, her expression was frozen. Are there only a few of us left? Aokiji lowered his head in silence. Not to mention Garp and Sengoku, who have dedicated their lives to Marine and regard justice as their own beliefs. Even when he saw the headquarters of the Hyman army disappeared, his heart would almost collapse. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same as Wanakuni and Marie Joyce, the holy place back then. Kong let out a sigh. Wanakuni? Marie Joyce? Garp turned his head a little mechanically to look at Kong. Yes. The old man had witnessed exactly the same scene as the current naval headquarters several times ago. Wanakuni, as well as the Holy Land Marie Joyce, and even the Kingdom of Giants and so on. These places have suffered similar destruction. The culprit of all this is his man. As Kong said, he looked up at a man. Luo Feng. The god of the world, who was still standing on the bow of the Moby DK before, more than one had already walked down, and stood not far behind them at this time. Are they all ruined by his conqueror's haki? Sengoku stood up slowly. His eyes were like a wounded sea king's. Become extremely cruel and dangerous. It's just that there is a touch of horror that can't be changed in the depths of the ferocious eyes. Even though Zephyr only used his life not long ago to create the courage to face Luo Feng for them, the wave of Conqueror's haki that swept the naval headquarters just now shattered the aura of everyone. I can't believe it. Sengoku, why do you think the old man is so afraid of the man in front of him? The old man is afraid that Marineford will end up like Wanakuni and Marie Joyce in 180 years. From existence to destruction, it's just a matter of Conqueror's haki. Now you should recognize the man Luo Feng. Kong looked at the ruins in front of him, and the paintings he had seen before resurfaced in his mind. That is Wanakuni, that is Marie Joyce, the scene of everything being wiped out by Conqueror's haki. Observation haki affects hundreds of thousands of Marines in one breath, rewriting their values and thinking. Armament haki can turn everything into a black knife with the flick of a finger. Picking leaves and flying flowers can kill Marine Admiral dozens of kilometers away. Conqueror's haki destroys the city and the country in one thought, like a god cleaning the earth. From the beginning of the execution to Luo Fengkun and the time between Luo Fengkun and Marineford, the scenes that took place were like watching the lanterns, once again flashed by Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and other Marines' last fire. After the replay, each of them finally realized the invincibility on Earth, what kind of existence Luo Feng is. Chapter 123. We know each other, but it's a pity that everything can't go back before. Garp murmured to himself, but his eyes showed awe-inspiring killing in vain. What about the god of the world? 100 years ago, Marine dared to unite the people of the world in the act of killing the gods, and today's Marine dares to do the feat of killing the gods again. Even if only the old man is left, the old man will never bow his head. As soon as Sakazuki's voice fell, his body rose up and the air around him became distorted by the naked eye. Mr. Zephyr, all the justice carried by hundreds of thousands of Marines will be inherited by us. Momozagi waved his right hand and armament haki burst out. Surrounded by a stream of black light visible to the naked eye, the Jinpiluo in her hand turned into an indestructible black knife. Although she can't practice a real black knife, it is still possible to practice a short-term black knife. I don't know if the old man has a chance to get off work until 5 o'clock. Kizaru wiped his hands. In a flash of golden light, a sword of light formed by golden photons had fallen into his hand. Luo Feng, you've gone too far. A chill wafted from Aokiji's body. As he opened his left and right hands at the same time, 2 ice skates were already in his hands. Are there 8 left? Although the number of people is still a bit large, 2 of them still have a lot of moisture, but they look much refreshing than before. Facing the last fire of Marineford in front of him, Luo Feng not only did not have the slightest wave on his face, but also said in a slightly dissatisfied tone. Putting the Buddha down, he was a little bit dissatisfied that Marine still had 8 people still standing after his conqueror's haki cleared the field. A whole, what do you think of Marine W? Garp heard Luo Feng look at the hundreds of thousands of Marines like a thing, and his face suddenly became extremely healed. His fists slammed into black iron fists. What do I think of Marine? You will know soon. The premise is that you can live to that time. Facing Garp, a hero like a violent sea king's, Luo Feng smiled indifferently. It's either you or we are dead today. Sengoku could no longer hold back his awe-inspiring killing intent, and turned into a golden Buddha several meters high on the spot. Under the majestic and sacred light of the Buddha, he raised his right hand and patted Luo Feng condescendingly. The palm of the Buddha hadn't completely fallen down, and the atmosphere in front of the palm had been completely blown up. A majestic shock wave, mixed with the armament Haki placed outside, formed a terrible impact, and instantly enveloped Luo Feng's area of 100 meters. Great eruption. Akainu lifted the lava arm and punched out abruptly. In the first second, it was just an ordinary human-sized arm, and in the next second, it has grown in layers, like a lava volcano, raging to the ultimate. Burst Pheasant's mouth. Aokiji raised his ice skate and cut across the air, and the moisture in the air instantly froze into ice. In the blink of an eye, a huge ice bird has risen into the air. Laser. Kizaru raised a finger. With a squeak, a golden beam of light has torn the atmosphere, blazing in front of Luo Feng at a speed that can dominate the world. Sword Stream Broken Moon. Momuzagi is holding Jinpi Luo turned into a black knife in both hands, and his eyes are cold at Luo Feng. As she waved her hands and slashed forward, the atmosphere was directly cut open. A pink slash that spanned thousands of meters across the earth slashed away with great anger. Even Marine is gone, except for this old life, the old man has nothing to lose. Kong is the one who knows Luo Feng best among Marine's only remaining fires, and also the one who fears Luo Feng the most. It is because of understanding that he is afraid. But when he thought that after Marine ceased to exist, he had nothing to lose, he was not so afraid of letting the Buddha go. After decades of absence, the commander-in-chief, who was fortunate enough to not die, and who has been lingering until today finally mustered up the courage again and threw his fist at Luo Feng. It's different from that year. This time, he didn't plan to leave Marineford alive. N6 Styles. Like Garp and Zephyr, as an admiral, Kong several times ago. Sora is not a fruit-powered person, but physical skills and Haki's admiral. Although he is quite old and his body is not as good as he was in the past, the momentum that he can use to break out is not much worse than the current San Admiral. Although there are only 8 people left in the Marine who besieged Luo Feng, these 8 people are without exception the heroes of Marine, standing on the top of the sea. With the team of 8, even if any of the 4 emperors is face to face, and even Whitebeard in the peak period, it will only be killed instantly. There is no second possibility. It's just that in the face of these 8 people who are so powerful, enough to erase any joint attack by the 4 emperors, Luo Feng never made any response from the beginning to the end. There was no attack, no defense, and even no intention to move half a step. He just stood on the spot, quietly watching Garp and others launch a fierce attack, and finally let the laser, slash, Haki, shockwave in front of him, fall on him. Chapter 124. Boom. When the attacks of Garp and others were fully implemented on Luo Feng's body, a huge explosion instantly swallowed Luo Feng's body. The shock wave raging to ultimate swept across Marineford in a very short time. Marineford, which was turned into ruins, was torn into 2 halves in an instant. This is where the 8 strongest Marine heroes have joined forces. Even though Garp did not deliberately use a large-scale destructive attack, instead they focused their attack power a little, but they still caused irreversible and devastating damage to the land under their feet. This man is so big. Akainu saw Luo Feng being swallowed by a combined blow of his 8 people with surprise and joy on his face. Obviously, Luo Feng is invincible in his opinion, even if the world calls it the god of the world is invincible, but after all, he is a person. As long as it is human, it will be hurt. In particular, Luo Feng suffered a joint 183 attack from their 8 Marine heroes this time. Even if his physique is stronger than Kaido and tougher than Charlotte Linlin, it is impossible for him to receive the attack from the 8 of us without any damage. Momuzagi's tone was a little uncertain. She hopes to see Luo Feng get injured. As long as that man is injured, it proves that even if he is invincible, he can be injured by them, and he is hopeful of killing. Maybe he didn't entrust him. It's just our joint attack, so he has no chance to dodge at all. Aokiji speculated. You said he will die? Anyway, I can't perceive his breath with observation Haki. Dolphin said with a look of ambition. He's dead or not, the old man doesn't know. But he was absolutely uncomfortable to take the punch from the old man. Garp said surely. This is not his arrogance, but his self-confidence. This confidence comes from his pair of iron fists and his, BFFE, strongest armament Haki. Before Luo Feng came out of the mountain, his armament Haki was recognized as the strongest in the world. Just like the red-haired Shanks Conquerors, Dracula Mihawk's swordsmanship, and Whitebeard's power, they are all the strongest of the Grand Line. It's exactly the same. Just when Garp and others felt that Luo Feng was bound to be injured, Kong. Sora's heavy, anticipatory voice suddenly came into their ears. Marshal Kong, what do you mean by exactly the same? Sengoku turned his head and saw that after Kong's blow, instead of a little bit of joy, his face was filled with horror. Even this face that was a bit distorted because of extreme horror began to show drops of fine sweat. You all think you already know Luo Woody, right? Kong. Kong does not answer the question. Although this BD damn it, he ruined Marineford and buried hundreds of thousands of Marine, but it is undeniable that he is truly invincible. Garp gritted his teeth and nodded. It's a pity, from the time you started to face him until now, what you have realized is just the tip of his iceberg. Kong sighed. The sigh was filled with depression, powerlessness, and deep fear. Kong, what are you talking about? What is the tip of the iceberg? Didn't we hit him just now? Garp was confused. It was not that we hit him, but he made us hit. No, to be precise, he disdains to hide, disdained to guard, and even disdained to move. Just like when I attacked him at Marineford back then. Kong clenched his fists so that veins appeared. Slap. At this time, bursts of clear applause were suddenly heard from the huge smoke caused by the joint attack by the 8 of them. It's you who knows me best in Marine. The only one who can see the reality clearly is you. Little Kong. Hearing this nightmare sound, Garp and others reflexively looked up. Under their eyes full of horror, unbelief, and horror, a figure slowly walked out of the smoke and dust. Luo Fang. Luo Wuti. They received a joint blow from the 8 of them with flesh and blood. Not only were they undamaged, but even the trousers, clothes, and the shawl embroidered with the word invincible were not damaged at all. Fake it. Aokiji was so startled that his teeth almost bit his tongue. It didn't hurt at all. Akainu couldn't believe it. His great eruption can melt and penetrate even an iceberg instantly. Not to mention that armament haki was used in the blow he had just now. No matter how strong Luo Feng's physical defense is, his armament haki can directly attack the inside of the opponent's body. How could this be? Garp looked at Luo Feng, then at his fists. Obviously, he had already seen the facts with his own eyes, but he still didn't believe what his eyes saw. You guys, you really dare to think about it? Actually think I can hurt me? If I were you, at most I would only dare to touch the corner of my clothes. Of course, the fact is that you can't even touch my clothes, Kakuzu. It's not that I look down on you, but that you are really too weak. Luo Feng looked at the Marines in front of him with a smile. After looking at the expressions of the 8 people in front of him, he also felt amused. How dare these guys actually think that if you can join hands, you can hurt him? To dream, it is still too early. It's not even time to get off work. Chapter 125. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as before. Unlike Garp and the others, Kong didn't have the slightest surprise when he saw Luo Feng walk out unscathed. Some are just desperate. That was the case when Luo Feng came to Marineford for the first time. All his attacks, this man disdains even to hide. When Luo Feng got tired, he was dragged into the ground with just one finger. If it wasn't for the man who didn't kill him at the time, perhaps holding a finger at that time would not push him into the ground, but just like killing an ant, killing him Kong at Marineford. Marshal Sora, is this guy's body from immune to death? After Sengoku recovered from the shock, he immediately asked. The old man does not believe that the old man never believes that there are people in this world they will never be hurt. Garp shook his head. It's a pity. Garp. I have to tell you that. So far, I have never heard of anyone who can hurt the man in front of me. It didn't even scratch the skin a little bit. Even in the battle that brought together 90% of the world's heroes, he killed everyone with one sword and one man. When he came to naval headquarters, the old man did not see the slightest damage to his clothes. In fact, as he himself said, even touching his clothes Kakuzu is an impossible thing to do. Unless, you think the total of the 8 of us can beat all the heroes who besieged him. Kong laughed bitterly at himself. Garp opened his mouth and was silent at last. He is very confident in his own strength, and even in his own class of marine heroes. He feels that this class of marine is stronger than that of Kong's era. But that's it. No matter how powerful the 8 of them are, it is impossible to surpass the 90% of the Grand Line heroes from several eras ago. Set Marines last fired to kill the gods? It's just a joke. The marine hero was silent, and Akainu and the others also went silent. It's not that they don't try their best, or that they lack the courage to do it. But the fact that Kakuzu can't touch the jumpsuit is too cruel. Directly smashed the spirit that Zephyr had forged for them with life. However, the scene before them not only made them dispirited and weak, but also made everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates group, and everyone who was watching the live broadcast of the world dispirited and weak. At this moment, Marine was silent, Whitebeard Pirates was silent, everyone watching the live broadcast was also silent. Is it the only way to go forward with justice, or even bet on everything? Frankly speaking, I am really disappointed in you guys. Facing the siege of the 8 Marines, Garp and Sengoku, standing on the top of the sea, Luo Feng expressed a little disappointment. He thought he was burdened with Zephyr's justice and hundreds of thousands of Marines everything. After betting on his life, this Marine will surprise him. Unexpectedly, he had already destroyed Marineford, making Marine no longer exist, and Garp and others only reached this level. Don't blame you, this is because I think too much. That's right, no matter how good your Marine is, no matter how firm you are, no matter how hard you are, and no matter how much you carry, it is impossible to do better than the heroes of almost all the world back then. Even if they can't touch the corner of my clothes, how can you do it with the 8 of you? 4 flowers. God 2 is just a joke after all. And after all, I was expecting too much of you. Always fantasizing that you can touch the corners of my clothes. Luo Feng shook his head. His words made Garp and others look ugly and gritted their teeth. But the cruel facts made them unable to refute. The god of the world in front of you is really too invincible. It's not that they can beat it, no, it's touching the corner of the clothes. Although they cannot accept it, they can only accept this fact. Marine's last fire will be gone. On the Moby DK, Dracula Mihawk couldn't help sighing when he saw this. One of the three powers of the past. Dominate the first half of the Grand Line. First, only 8 people died in the blink of an eye, and now even these 8 people are going to be gone. After this battle, I am afraid that Marine will become extinct. No? Third brother, you are still so naive. What if the second brother told you that Marine's real despair only begins now? Whitebeard sneered. Second brother, your joke is not funny at all. Marine has died so that only 8 people are left. To despair, he is already desperate now. Where is the beginning of despair? A pair of eagle eyes flashed with surprise from Dracula Mihawk. Obviously, although he didn't quite believe Whitebeard's words, he did not completely deny it. All right. Watch it, you'll know right away. Whitebeard shook his head without explaining much. Almost at the same time in the Sabayati archipelago, Pluton Rayleigh also said something similar to the redhead Shanks. Wide. Chapter 126. Shanks, stare wide and see clearly. Don't blink. Pluton Rayleigh stared at the live broadcast before him. What's wrong? Deputy Captain. Red-haired Shanks heard the words and looked at him immediately. The true face of Luo Woody that I told you just now is about to appear. After Pluton Rayleigh finished speaking, he didn't know what he thought of, and his face was suddenly shrouded in horror. Is Senior Luo Feng the true face? What is it? The red-haired Shanks saw Pluton Rayleigh mention it more than once, and every time he mentioned it, he looked back on the most terrifying experience in life. 183 unconsciously cast a shadow in his heart. It's not just him, Usopp, Ben Beckman, and others who have been educated by Luo Feng are also the same. On the ruins of Marineford, the remaining 8 top heroes of the naval headquarters stood silently at this time. The cruel result of the previous blow completely shattered the spirit that Zephyr had cast for them, and they seemed to have lost the courage to do it. Garp is so. Sengoku is so. Akainu and their admiral alternates are like this. Only with the 8 of you, it has been hard for you to face me up to now. After Luo Feng perceives the changes in emotions and thoughts of Garp and others, there is a faint compliment in his tone. After all, Marine is standing in front of him. It's not like the fact that almost all the forces in the world stand together against his opponent. The 8 Marines in front of them are equivalent to bearing the pressure that almost 90% of the heroes have endured several times ago. After thinking about it, he felt that it was really hard for the 8 people in front of him. No, he's going to do it. Garp's heart suddenly throbbed. His observation Haki sensed the killing intent from Luo Feng. Is he finally going to do it himself? A touch of despair flashed in T-Dolphin's eyes. He knows very well that from Luo Fengkun to Marineford to the present, even if the naval headquarters of Novartis is erased from the world map, it is not a shot in the true sense. At least, they didn't see the true power of Luo Feng. Even if Luo Feng has already used Conqueror's Haki. What is he going to do? Akainu is struggling with Luo Feng. After he discovered that Luo Feng had reported murderous intentions himself, the man did not immediately act. Instead, he was looking around, as if he was choosing something. Damn, this man completely treats us as lambs to be slaughtered. He is simply choosing which lamb to start with. Suddenly, Akainu reacted. He understood Luo Feng's thoughts. This can't help making him angry and frightened. The old man is Marine Admiral, even if you die, you can't be so humiliated by you. Akainu gritted his teeth. Immediately decided to take the lead. As Admiral, he who bears absolute justice can die and not be humiliated. It's you. But before Akainu put his ideas into action, Luo Feng had already made a decision and had already acted. Be careful. Garp shrank his pupils and yelled subconsciously. At the same time, he turned his footsteps and clenched his right hand into a fist, trying to stop Luo Feng. It's just that his fist hasn't been raised yet. Luo Feng, who was standing 100 meters away before, has worn it in front of Kong out of thin air. Is it me first? Kong saw Luo Feng who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom. Several times ago, he was lucky not to die. But this time, he obviously has no chance to continue to linger. Because he was the first to be picked this time. Sakazuki is right. Admiral is dead, not humiliating. The old man used to be a Marine Admiral. This thought flashed through Kong's mind, and his right hand blasted towards Luo Feng's right chest like lightning. 6 Styles 6 King's Steel Cannon. With a low growl, the Marine veteran who has survived from Luo Feng's era to the present bravely hit his strongest blow. Known as Kong, he refers not only to his copper-skinned and iron-boned physique, but also to his fists. When he was young, his fist had hit through several mountains and shattered an island. And all this stems from the punch he is now hitting. 6 King's Steel Cannon. Boom. Luo Feng looked down at Kong. Kong's punch on his chest. Except for a loud noise, rippling waves around him, and a 1,000-meter-long crack on the ground under his feet, he didn't even show the slightest 5.4 wrinkles in his clothes, let alone breakage. Taste. Kong looked at his completely deformed fists and arms, and went silent. He punched it down, and Luo Feng didn't even have any wrinkles on his clothes. On the contrary, his arm was broken by the shock. Little Kong, don't wait for decades, you are still so weak. Luo Feng glanced at Kong with a faint smile, and then stretched out a finger under his constricted pupils towards him. Go down. No. The old man will never suffer the shame of the year again. When Kong saw Luo Feng's actions, he immediately recalled the shame he had experienced in Marineford back then. Chapter 127. Back then, Kong did his best to attack Luo Feng like this. As a result, I broke my hand and still couldn't crease Luo Feng's clothes. In the end, his arms and feet were discounted, and Luo Feng just made the move. One finger. It was just a finger, he was pushed into the ground under the attention of all Marine at the time. Although the hundreds of thousands of Marine elites in the headquarters are all dead, only 8 of them are left. Even if they are pushed into the ground again without being seen, he does not want to suffer such humiliation again. Then Kong has no more then. When a strong unwillingness emerged in his heart, he wanted to avoid reappearing the shame of the year, the finger that Luo Feng protruded was already pressed on his head. With one finger down, Kong's powerful physique, powerful armament haki, the Buddha statue is 15 like tofu dregs, and they are all broken. Garp and others on the side have not reacted yet. The Commander-in-Chief of the World Government, the former Marine Admiral Kong has been crushed by Luo Feng with a finger, but there is no even a bit of residual body, directly exposed to the dust. What are you thinking about? Humiliation? It's a pity that your luck has ran out the time you saw me back then. This time you won't even have a chance to feel humiliated. After all, I told you back then, stepping on the ant without hurting him at all, this kind of strength is not easy to control even for me. Luo Feng retracted his finger and said to the position where Kong was just now, but now there is only a cloud of air left. Garp stared blankly at Kong, who was standing next to him alive for a second, but now he was dead with nothing but dust. Marshal Kong. Sengoku's eyes were lost, and he stood there blankly. This is the invincible power of the world that Marshal Kong has been talking about, and has been constantly mentioning. Akainu took a breath, her body trembling constantly. After seeing Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki, even if it was only a flash in the pan, he thought he already had a certain understanding of Luo Feng's power. Until just now, Luo Feng actually shot in front of them. The finger that is the same size as an ordinary person slaps it lightly. Kong. The sky is gone. After witnessing the horrible scene, he only fully understood a truth. Either he, or everyone else present, didn't know anything about Luo Feng's power. Conqueror's haki knows nothing. I don't know how powerful that finger is. At this moment, he only knows one thing. That is, Luo Feng's finger can push Kong into a cloud of dust that will disperse in the wind, and it can also push his Sakazuki into dust that is difficult to discern with the naked eye. Although this dust is a bit different from ordinary dust, it brings a little temperature. Ice Age Capsule. Just when Garp and others were shocked and depressed by Kong Sora's unimaginable death, Aokiji suddenly let out a low cry. Everyone turned their heads to look, and suddenly they found that the ground beneath Luo Feng's feet was spewing out in vain. In an instant, a large swath of ice straddled the ruins of the headquarters. When Aokiji stopped, there was a majestic iceberg 6 kilometers long and 1,000 meters high above Marineford. And Luo Feng is frozen in the center of this iceberg. Quick! I can't freeze him for long. If you want to fight or run, make a decision. Aokiji pressed his hands on the ground, and a steady stream of cold air expelled frantically. While continuously increasing the volume of the iceberg, it is also doing its best to maintain the existence of the iceberg. After he finished speaking, he realized that after a second or two, no one responded to him in the surroundings. There was not even a single sound. This made Aokiji couldn't help but turn around and prepare to anger Garp and others. But he just turned his head, but he couldn't rush out the anger when he reached his mouth. In the end, he could only swallow it back forcibly. He saw Luo Feng. The man he thought was frozen just now. This time around, he thought of the iceberg he had just made, and suddenly felt so ridiculous. His own behavior is as if a foolish clown is dancing hard to be cute and happy. How long can you not freeze him? What makes you think you can freeze me? 183. Luo Feng stood behind Aokiji, looking at the Marine Admiral who was dancing hard just now with a grin. It's just that he can laugh, but Aokiji can't laugh at all. Ice Age. A trace of fear flashed in Aokiji's eyes, but he gritted his teeth abruptly, releasing a majestic chill again. With his body as the center, a kilometer-long icicle rose into the sky, directly freezing him and Luo Feng inside. Luo Feng in the icicle suddenly showed a smile but not a smile. The icicle on his body did not exist. Aokiji, who was also in the icicle, saw this scene, his heart was colder than the ice cube he released, and it was even colder. It was the first time he met someone who could not freeze frozen fruit. It was also the first time I met someone who could still laugh after being frozen by the ability of frozen fruit. You know, even if it is Tianqi's own magma, he can freeze it. But now? Falling on Luo Feng is like air, without any effect. Chapter 128. Taste. Under Aokiji's horrified and unbelievable gaze, Luo Feng among the icicles moved. He just walked out of the icicle step by step. With every step taken, the ice layer frozen on him shattered into a large piece. In less than 3 seconds, Luo Feng, who was still frozen in the iceberg, had shredded the entire icicle and walked in front of Aokiji. Can you continue dancing? Luo Feng glanced at Aokiji, and there was a slight expectation in his tone. Monster. It's a monster. Armament haki and frozen fruit are awakened, nothing works. This look made Aokiji's knees feel a little soft. Even though he tried his best to stabilize, but his knees let the Buddha have his own independent consciousness, just not listening to his will control. Shaking desperately. What else can hurt this monster? Aokiji roared in his heart, ignoring the trembling legs, waved 2 ice swords hardened by armament haki and slashed Luo Feng fiercely. Although he is not a swordsman, but under the guidance of Zephyr and Garp, he is not only good at fruit ability, haki, physical skills, and swordsmanship. It's just that this year's Marine 3 Admiral all have powerful Logia Devil fruit abilities. So they are usually used to fighting with fruit abilities. As a result, many people in Grand Line have ignored Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. The 3 powerful people are not only the fruit ability, but also haki, physical skills, and swordsmanship. This is how Aokiji is at this time. The slashing of the 2 ice knives not only broke out a terrible freezing ability, but also released a slash that is no less than that of an ordinary swordsman. Taste. Luo Feng glanced at his shoulders, unscathed. As for Aokiji's slash, even the 2 ice skates hardened by armament haki in Aokiji's hand were shattered into icicles by his body. Ah. This is really a hell of a body, it's simply unreasonable. Even if I am not afraid of slashing and freezing, my armament haki can not only be released, but also directly attack the inside of his body. Could it be that his internal organs are as powerful as his body slash? Aokiji's eyes widened, and his heart felt like a sea rolled up by a tsunami, unable to calm down for a long time. At this time, it was not only his knees that trembled, but his whole body. It seems that this is already your limit. When Luo Feng looked at Aokiji, he also knew that the highest combat power in this unit, Aokiji Admiral, has reached its limit. He no longer has the ability to continue dancing that he hopes to see. Meteor Volcano. Ji ran, nearly 100 dao is the size of a hill, and a magma fist like a Buddha shooting star descended from the sky, and bombarded him in a brainstorming manner. In the blink of an eye, these hundreds of magma punches turned into a large sea of lava, swallowing Luo Feng's body completely. And Aokiji was taken away by a golden light the moment the magma fist struck Luo Feng. With such a speed, it is naturally Kizaru. In terms of offensive power, the old man and Sakazuki have stronger fruit abilities. Kizaru leaped, and between his hands, a huge golden cross dart appeared in front of him. Immediately afterwards, the torrential rain and wind like light bombs frantically bombarded the lava sea. As the light bomb continues to fall, every collision with the lava sea will cause a huge explosion. Bakukshin Guyu. Luochi released an unknown number of light bullets, teamed up with Sakazuki's meteor volcano, and forcibly shattered Marineford, which was originally only half of it, by a third. Fall down. Has it worked? Sengoku, Momuzagi, T-Dolphin, and Garp looked at the lava sea in front of them with hope. Meteor volcano plus 8 feet Kyanguyu. This kind of attack is definitely the best in the world. After all, those with Logia ability are famous for their super attack power and huge damage range. It's just that Luo Feng's strength has penetrated their bones. Even if you see that Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are already playing full output on Luo Feng, Garp and others still dare not expect too much. At most it is just a trace. Chumbaru Salino, why is it so high profile suddenly? Are you not as Hein just wanting to go to get off work? What? Change your mind and want to be loyal to Admiral's job. Aokiji stood up from the ground and said to Kizaru, to get money, beside him. You just forgive me. Kyuzan. You should leave it to Sakazuki to be loyal to your work. The old man just wants to get off work by 5 o'clock today. Kizaru looked at his watch while talking. It's okay not to look at it, his wretched face went black at the first glance. It's a long way from get off work until 5 o'clock. Go to get off work until 5 o'clock? Your idea is really beautiful. Kizaru had just finished speaking, and a figure that made all the marines who were present had breathed to rest has appeared on the lava sea. Under everyone's eyes, Luo Feng stepped out from the center of the lava sea and walked straight to Kizaru and Aokiji. Chapter 129. But with such a beautiful idea, I think you have to wait for your reincarnation, and you will be able to do Marine Admiral again in your next life. You have a chance to survive off work time. Luo Feng walked in front of Kizaru and Aokiji again. Faced with freezing, magma, and flashes, and the 3 high-level Logia Devil Fruit attacks, he is still unscathed. Even after he soaked in the lava sea for a while, he even got cleaner and newer clothes on his body. It's like being washed by lava. Hurry up! Kizaru. His next target is you. At this time, Garp, who jumped far away, suddenly called out loudly because of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru's attack just now. At this time, he no longer expects Kizaru and others to bear justice and glory. He only hopes that the only remaining marine tinder will survive. That's right. He doesn't care about the execution. He doesn't care about the justice and hope of naval headquarters. This marine may be gone tomorrow, what does he care about? At this time, Garp, the marine hero, only hopes that Aokiji and Akainu, who are still young, can survive. Even lingering is better than dying here. 187. As for the rest, Zephyr's life and sustenance, the death of hundreds of thousands of marine, the destruction of Marineford, all of these are borne by him, an old man who is no longer young. Garp Vice Admiral, you can really laugh. Why doesn't the old man want to leave? But now the man who is eyeing the old man is a god of the world. Kizaru felt bitter. He wants to run too. He doesn't care about what is not off work time, what is absent from get off work. But the problem is that whenever he has the idea of running away, an unspeakable horror appears out of thin air, directly sweeping his body and mind. He knows this is not an illusion. He was certain that if he dared to take the step of absenteeism, it was not Kong Kong who was killed just now, but Polisalino. Kizaru, leave us alone. If it comes to escape, you are the most promising of all of us here. Aokiji also said. Polisalino eats shining fruits after all. Ishin ran away, even if the 4 emperors were all out, it would be difficult to keep him. This has nothing to do with the question of strength, it is purely a question of Devil Fruit's own abilities. Let's go. Polisalino. The old man will help you behind. As for how long it can last, it's hard to say. Akainu, who has always killed the deserters who flinched, said to Kizaru for the first time. After he finished speaking, without giving Kizaru a chance to explain, he rushed towards Luo Feng with his ever-increasing magma arm. Freezing time capsules. At the same time, Aokiji also mustered up the courage again and released an ice puck to Luo Feng. Scoff. The moment the puck touched Luo Feng, it immediately froze him and turned it into an iceberg. Taste. But the iceberg was broken in less than a second. Aokiji's full release of the Ice Age couldn't even freeze Luo Feng for an instant. Great eruption. Akainu roared, and the magma-entangled armament Haki's giant fist hit Luo Feng's head straight. Puff. After the magma fist was implemented, it exploded and turned into a large piece of lava that fell on the ground. Neither freezing nor magma can stop the god of the world from advancing. Ignoring the 2 admirals, BFFE, Logia Fruit abilities and armament Haki's combined blow, Luo Feng walked towards Kizaru on his own. Mr. Luo Woody, have you been kicked by the light? Kizaru looked at Luo Feng getting closer and closer. He wanted to leave, but the horror made him afraid to take a step. In the end, he gritted his teeth abruptly, turned into a flash of light and appeared on top of Luo Feng's head at a speed that was almost teleporting, and then kicked it down. With a bang, Kizaru's face changed. His golden right foot stopped half a meter away from Luo Feng's head. It was blocked by a layer of fiery red light visible to the naked eye. Armament Haki visible to the naked eye. Kizaru swallowed hard. His wretched face is even more bitter. Marine, what is your name? Luo Feng raised his head slightly and looked at Kizaru, who was in the air and kept kicking, but couldn't kick it out. Yellow Kizaru. When Luo Feng saw Kizaru, his heart was shaken. His mouth opened uncontrollably. Name. Luo Feng spit out 2 words. Babalu. Kizaru said his name with difficulty, but Luo Feng interrupted before he finished speaking. Forget it, I don't want to know. Luo Feng raised his right hand and made a sound under Kizaru's horrified eyes. Unknown Admiral, have you been kicked by armament Haki? As soon as the voice fell, a huge red light burst out of thin air in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a huge red foot with a length of 100 meters fell from the sky like Optimus Prime, and stomped Kizaru's head straight. The old man still didn't get off work until 5 o'clock after all. Kizaru's eyes bulged, and there was only time for such a thought to emerge in his brain, and the person was crushed by this red giant foot. When the crimson giant foot was raised again, except for a little golden light that was almost invisible in the huge foothole, there was no more existence in that huge foothole. As for Borsalino, he left with Zephyr and Kong Kong without even calling out his name. Chapter 130. Armed with color. Aokiji stared blankly at the foothole in front of him. The first second, Kizaru was still standing, but the next second, Kizaru was trampled into a spot of light. Hiss, FG armed color outside. Is this still armament Haki? A large number of armed colors, as well as the ability to control armed colors at will. Monster. This man is a monster at all. Akainu looked at the red giant feet that were gradually dissipating. For a time, he only felt a chill from the solace of his feet rushing to his Tianling Gai, which made him feel a numb scalp. Armament haki will be released, and he will too. Even the higher level of armament haki can be done by placing armament haki outside and directly attacking the inside of the human body. It's just that when he releases armament haki outside, he can only release a shockwave like a beam of light at most. As for stepping on Kizaru's red giant foot, even if he evacuated Sakazuki's whole body of haki several times, he would not get the armament haki needed to make a red giant foot. What's more terrifying is that Luo Feng not only releases a huge amount of armament haki at his fingertips, but he can also manipulate the armament haki outside as he pleases. After witnessing the entire process of Kizaru's killing, Akainu even had the idea that Luo Feng was not controlling the armament haki, but the natural elements like Logia. What are you in a daze? Just when Akainu was stunned by Kizaru's death, a slightly playful voice suddenly rang in his ears. You. After Akainu came back to his senses, he was surprised that Luo Feng, who had trampled Kizaru to death with massive armament haki, turned into red giant feet, had stood in front of him at some point. When he saw Luo Feng clearly, his body trembled unconsciously. The feet went back a few steps uncontrollably. In the past, he never felt that he was afraid. It wasn't until he met the man in front of him that he realized how ridiculous the thoughts of the past were. It is not that he is not afraid, but he has not encountered an existence that truly makes him fear. You seem to be afraid of me? Luo Feng looked at Akainu's face full of horror and fear, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Is the old man afraid? It's ridiculous. The old man is Admiral Akainu, the highest combat power of naval headquarters, the man who bears absolute justice. How can you be afraid of a pirate? Akainu's pupils shrank for a while, and immediately denied. Then what's the matter with your two legs? Luo Feng looked at Akainu with a smile. Damn it! Akainu looked down, his face gloomy to ultimate. He found his legs trembling in incomparable shame in front of Luo Feng and backing away. Lava fruit, really familiar fruit ability. If I remember correctly, the martial marine who died in my hands used the power of lava fruit. The two of you are really similar. The last person with the ability of lava fruit, his performance before death was exactly the same as yours. Luo Feng glanced at Akainu's lava arm, a flash of memory flashed in his eyes. Damn it! Akainu looked at her uncontrolled, trembling legs under the control of fear. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes in vain. Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand violently under the eyes of Garp, Aokiji, and others. Puff! Two long legs wearing crimson trousers broke at the sound and fell directly into a pool of blood. Sakazuki! When Aokiji saw Sakazuki who had lost his legs, he was startled, and then immediately shouted. 4 flowers! Your goal this time is the old man, right? Just do it. But it will be dead, not insulted. Don't compare the old man with that marine pleasure. After Akainu cut off his legs, he directly used lava to create 2 brand new legs. After putting on brand new lava legs, his 2 legs no longer trembled, and he didn't take a step back. Marine Admiral, what's your name? Luo Feng glanced at Akainu deeply. The old man's name is Sakazuki, please remember it clearly. Akainu shouted every word. I don't know if it's a lesson learned from Kizaru before. This time Akainu answered very eye-catchingly. He didn't call himself Akainu, but Sakazuki. Sakazuki, I will remember your name. Also, I take back what I said to you just now, you are very different from the last magma-capable person. In Luo Feng's tone, there was a hint of admiration. Standing opposite him, it's not that the longer you live, the better. The longer he has been with Marineford, the longer he fights with him, the more fear this person needs to bear. The 2 Marine Vice Admiral who died first, as well as the hundreds of thousands of elite Marines, and the retired Admiral Zephyr until their deaths, the fear they endured in their hearts was far from that of Akainu. Why does Kong always talk about Luo Feng every time he talks about Luo Feng in front of Garp? It's because of Kong. After surviving Luo Feng's hands, Sora has been accompanied by fear and despair for decades. 4 decades, like a day, the fear, torment and brilliance like a bone gangrene, even if the spirit and will are strong like Kong. Kong, this admiral will also collapse. Wide. Chapter 131. Is this the recognition of the god of the world to the old man? Akainu pulled a strong smile on his face with great difficulty. Recognition is not enough. But there is still appreciation. Luo Feng shook his head gently. Haha, although your words are very popular, but they can be praised by the gods of the world face to face, the old man wants to come and look at it for several times, and there are not many. Sakazuki stared at Luo Feng's eyes. He was afraid that he would only need to blink once, even if it was only once, he would never have the courage to look at Luo Feng again. Although there are many great sea heroes, there are no more than 10 men who can be praised by me. 90 As for the man I recognize, it is not more than 5 fingers. Luo Feng said lightly. It's really an honor for the old man to not exceed 10 fingers. However, the old man is always proud. Whether he is a man or a marine, the old man does not think he is worse than anyone else. This is not more than 5 fingers, and the old man also wants to fight. Akainu raised the lava arm and slowly clenched his 5 fingers. When the 5 fingers were clenched, a dazzling white light enveloped the entire magma arm. Dark Hound. Akainu stepped out, and the magma arm covering armament haki slammed out. Is it the highest attack power among the 3 devil fruits of lava fruit? Luo Feng watched Akainu's Dark Hound calling him, but his eyelids didn't move. Let Akainu's Dark Hound directly bombard his chest. Boom. But so. With a punch, Luo Feng lowered his head and glanced at his chest. Unscathed. Even the clothes are not damaged at all. Immediately afterwards, he opened his mouth and gently blew towards the magma arm printed on his chest. With a cry to the ground, Akainu's magma arm covering armament haki disintegrated on the spot and fell to the ground like mud. Isn't that the same as the old man? After Akainu saw Luo Feng blow his Dark Hound to pieces, his face was instantly occupied by depression and powerlessness. Although lava fruit is strong, it has only the highest attack power among the 3 devil fruits. Luo Feng shook his head lightly, and then slowly raised a finger under the gaze of Akainu's constricted pupils. If I tell you that my index finger has the highest attack power of the Grand Line, would you believe it? Before Akainu could speak, Luo Feng's finger had fallen on his forehead. This seemingly sparse and ordinary index finger is no different from ordinary people. There is not even the slightest trace of armament haki, fruit ability, or physical skills similar to Marine 6 styles. In anyone's eyes, this action is like an ordinary person extending his index finger forward. But just such a seemingly ordinary finger, when it landed on the forehead of Admiral, the head of Akainu, there were fragments of white cracks in the position pointed by Luo Feng's finger. It's not that his head was torn and cracked. It's that the atmosphere is cracked by this point. Regardless of the shape and color of this crack, it is exactly the same as the situation when Whitebeard used shock fruit to smash the atmosphere. It's just that the scope of this atmospheric crack is far above Whitebeard's shock fruit. Whitebeard tried his best to display shock fruit and only shattered the atmosphere, forming a crack in the atmosphere with a height of 1 person. But Luo Feng said lightly, but completely shattered the atmosphere of a radius of 100 meters. Taste. When those roads were 100 meters long, the cracks in the atmosphere that were shocking to anyone's eyes dissipated, and a loud and earth-shocking sound swept across Marineford. Immediately afterwards, the shock wave of terror was like a nuclear weapon washing the ground, instantly turning only half of Marineford into animal powder. Shock fruit was not eaten by Whitebeard. As soon as this thought came to Aokiji's mind not far away, others had already been affected. Even though this finger doesn't have any armament haki, the shock wave caused is really terrifying. Even if he is a Logia frozen fruit capable person, he can be elementalized, but after being blasted into the sky, there is no way to recover for a while. This is true even for Aokiji, let alone Garp, Sengoku, Momuzagi, and Chabu. After all, a few of them are just flesh and blood. Even though they were a little far away from Akainu, the moment they were affected, they still vomited blood and flew out due to the shock wave. Ice Age. When Aokiji regrouped again, changing from tiny ice fragments to a 5.4 human-shaped ice cube, and finally back to a human appearance, he immediately found that Marineford was gone. There is no more place to stand under your feet. Seeing this scene, he didn't care about being horrified, and hurriedly used the Ice Age to freeze the sea, and a huge island was frozen on the old site of Marineford. For myself, Garp, Sengoku and others have created a foothold. Sakazuki. After doing all this, Aokiji immediately looked in the direction of Luo Feng and Akainu. At this sight, he slumped feebly on the island he made. Chapter 132. Aokiji glanced at him, and the man who had been incompatible with him for decades was not as crushed as Kizaru. But he still didn't have the slightest joy. Admiral Akainu, who cut his legs in anger in order to prevent him from showing fear in front of Luo Feng, had no breath at this time, and knelt down in front of Luo Feng weakly. Sakazuki. Sengoku, who was relieved from the finger of Luo Feng, just stood up and saw the scene of Akainu's death on the spot. Damn it! Even Sakazuki is dead. Garp is like an angry lion, hitting a deep hole with a radius of hundreds of meters in Iceland with one punch. Akainu's death made him feel angry, but also a huge panic. First Zephyr, then Kong. Sora, then Kizaru, and now Akainu, who will be next? Marine's tinder died one after another. If you die like this, Marine's last justice fire will really be completely extinguished at 15th. Garp is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that he can only stand aside and watch the fire of one Marine being extinguished by Luo Feng, but he can only stare helplessly. To die early is pain. Staying alive and waiting helplessly for the arrival of death, while looking at a companion stupidly or falling in a pool of blood, or the one who has no bones, is the most painful, fearful, and desperate. It's a pity. With you, Sakazuki is not qualified enough for my approval. But it's okay to keep your whole body. After all, you are one of the few people who can get my compliment. Luo Feng glanced at Akainu, then retracted the index finger that was on his forehead. Sakazuki swears to the death. Although he has not changed the end of his death, nor has he been able to become a man recognized by him, this Akainu admiral has been remembered by him, and he has also received a compliment. It was this praise that allowed Akainu to save his body after his death. This is very rare. After all, the number of people who died in his hands was as many as the sands of the Ganges, but few could save the body after death. Akainu is one of the few. I'm the next one. Aokiji stood up and walked to Luo Feng with a dull expression. At this time, the most human Aokiji admiral among the three admiral, his eyes can no longer see the slightest expression. Some are just dead grey loneliness. Obviously, even though others are still alive, his spiritual will is dead. Not yet you. Don't rush to death. No one I want to kill can escape. What was unexpected to Aokiji was that he took the initiative to ask for his death, but Luo Feng did not kill him, instead he bypassed him and walked towards Garp and others. Don't you kill all marines? Why don't you kill me? I am standing in front of you now. You come to kill me. After Aokiji was startled, he immediately chased Luo Feng's back towards an ice skate. Taste. After catching up with one step, he raised his hand and slashed it on Luo Feng's shoulder. But his full slashing under his anger only got the ice blade broken, and the tiger's mouth where he was holding the blade was shattered. Damn it! You stay with me. Kill me if you want to kill. I am the last admiral of Marine. Speaking of weight, no one is taller than me Aokiji except for the marshal. You come to kill me. Aokiji threw the disconnected ice skates with his hand, and then released a lot of cold air to create an iceberg that freezes Luo Feng inside. Boom! The iceberg has turned into ice debris as soon as it rises from the ground. Are you teaching me to do things? Aokiji. After Luo Feng smashed the iceberg made by Aokiji, his eyes were slightly camped. Aokiji, who was still yelling, was suddenly hit hard, and immediately stood there blankly. Neither yelled nor moved again. He was just as if he had been taken away, standing still with his eyes absent. I will kill whoever I want. I don't need you to teach me yet. Also, if I don't kill you now, it doesn't mean you can be presumptuous in front of me. Luo Feng stretched out a finger 190 towards Aokiji behind his backhand. When the red light flashed, a laser-like crimson beam had lost from the tip of his index finger, and then penetrated Aokiji's chest. Puff! Aokiji let out a muffled hum, and opened his mouth to spray a cloud of blood. Immediately afterwards, his body ran backwards for a while, and then fell to the ground. Admiral's tempered physique, powerful armament haki, and the elemental ability granted to Aokiji by frozen fruit are all in vain in front of Luo Feng's armament haki. If Luo Feng's target is not him, it is estimated that this Aokiji was not penetrated by armament haki, but went with Kizaru and Akainu. Why didn't you kill me? Aokiji fell to the ground and looked at Luo Feng with difficulty. 3 Admiral will be neat and tidy, you can rest assured. As for why not kill you now, you will know soon. Luo Feng just finished speaking, a huge slash came out like a super large sea king's, swallowing his entire body. Chapter 133. It's a pity that although this sudden slash is strong, even a very large sea king's can be cut in one fell swoop. But it fell on Luo Feng, but it was like a breeze, with no effect at all. And Momuzagi who released the slash at him had already known that the result would be like this. After slashing a kilometer-long slash, she did not stop, but dashed forward at a very fast speed, and then held the black knife Jinpiro to stab Luo Feng's right eye angrily. Chien! Momuzagi's pupils shrank, and sweat burst out from the hand holding Kimpiro. She was stabbed by this long-planned knife. It's just that she didn't have the long knife into the flesh that she expected, but her Jinpilo had a kind of thorn on a sea stone mountain. The moment she stabbed Luo Feng with her knife, she stopped forcibly. Her swordsmanship, her armament haki, and her physique, no matter how to release all the power, there is no way to make the Jinpilo in her hand move forward. Not even a millimeter can do it. Amazing. If I heard you right, your name should be Momuzagi. With this cut, among the female swordsmen I have ever seen, I would like to call you the strongest. Luo Feng's right eyelid drooped slightly, allowing Momuzagi's Jinpilo to pierce the eyelid. Facing Momuzagi's surprise attack, he was not only not angry, but admired her swordsmanship and behavior. The strongest? Humph. The so-called strongest is just a joke in front of you Luo Woody. What if she is the strongest female swordsman? In the end, I am just an ant that can be killed by your hand. Momuzagi bravely met Luo Feng's sight. She had already figured out the worst result the moment she stabbed that sword. It's nothing more than death. The great swordsman should overcome all obstacles and cut everything. Including the fear in my heart. Zephyr's death, Kong. Sora's death, Kizaru's death, Akainu's death witnessed scenes of seniors fighting to death, she knew what she had to do. Even if she knows that no matter what she does, the end result will be the same, but she still chooses the sword. Whether or not Luo Feng can be killed is one thing. Dare to shoot a sword to Luo Feng is another matter. Great swordsman, be fearless. The great swordsman with justice on his back must use the long sword in his hand to cut all obstacles in front of him. Even if it is a wisp of ant, you dare to shoot my sword at you, and you can even shoot a sword with the belief that you can kill me. You are also a great ant. Luo Feng shook his head. Then I really appreciate your compliment. Momozagi's face is very ugly. Is it a great aunt? Dignified Admiral Alternate. In the history of Grand Line, there are very few female great swordsmen, but Luo Feng only got the evaluation of a brave aunt in Luo Feng's mouth. This makes her angry and powerless. Because she knows that Luo Feng's words are not good, but they are facts. In front of the gods of the world, who is the strongest in the world today that is not an ant? You can afford it. There was a faint smile at the corner of Luo Feng's mouth. Before I hit you, I was mentally prepared. Either cut you with a single knife, or be cut by you. Since I can't kill you, there is only one result. Do it. Momozagi took a breath. I only have one question. Granny Crane, was she killed by you? After she finished speaking, she stared at Luo Feng's eyes firmly but firmly. Crane? You are talking about the little marine in dress rosa. Luo Feng remembered seriously, and finally found such a person in his mind. He lived a long time. Although he has not been active in Grand Line for a long time, there are as many heroes in his hands as there are stars in the sky. A not very eye-catching, not very powerful marine, he can still remember, purely because Crane was the first marine he encountered after he came out of the mountain. Also a marine who dared to shoot at him. Although a large part of the reason here is because Crane is ignorant and doesn't know what kind of existence he is standing in front of him, it is undeniable that Crane bravely swung the long knife in his hand after all. It was also the behavior of Granny Crane that got him a terrific applause when he just came out of the mountain. Therefore, he can remember the number 1 Marine Crane. Star. Yes, it's her. After Momozagi heard the words, it was basically affirmed that the Crane died in Luo Feng's hands. Otherwise, Crane is really hard to remember by Luo Feng. After all, the level, dinos, is really too far apart. If you say Crane is the little marine, you can't be wrong. I killed her. Luo Feng admitted frankly. Sure enough, it's you. Momozagi's hand shaking the knife. That little marine named Crane is very similar to you. It's all amazing. After all, you all dare to draw your sword at me. Speaking of Crane, Luo Feng's tone also showed more approval. Winning as weak as a crane, he dared to drew the sword to him. This is really rare. After all, the Crane at that time was already a 7-year-old 80, and the blood and courage in his chest had long been gone. But in the end this old little marine still stabbed him. Chapter 134. Granny Crane, how did she die? Momozagi took a deep breath. From her violently trembling chest, it can be seen that she is trying to control her emotions at this time. She is afraid that she will collapse. She was afraid that she would lose her mother-in-law's face. Hi. Luo Feng didn't speak, but turned his head slightly to the sea on the right-hand side and let out a sigh of relief. Taste. The atmosphere is split instantly. With a deafening boom, Aokiji froze the sea, and the huge Iceland created at the original Marineford location broke into 2 halves. More than that, after this ice crack split the entire island, it did not stop and continued to extend towards the sea. Once again, a crack in the sea stretched out for a kilometer long, and it could not be stopped under the dull gazes of Momozagi, Garp, Aokiji, Sengoku, and T-Dolphin. He just breathed out, right. The T-Dolphin sat on Iceland, his facial features were twisted into a ball. Who is it that can actually give birth to such a monster? Garp murmured 190 stupidly. There is a saying, he really wants to know who Luo Feng's parents are? Why is it possible to give birth to Luo Feng who is invincible in the world? Haha. Marshal Kong, you're right, it's all our fault. Marine's misfortune today is all our fault, it's all my Sengoku's fault. Before the execution, you obviously warned us more than once, but none of us listened to you. It's all me, it's all my Sengoku's fault. I regret not listening to you. Marshal Sora. 2 lines of tears slowly appeared on Sengoku's old face. The tears are all pain, regret, and guilt. He really regretted it. If he insists on the result of the execution of Ace, then even if he loses the position of the marshal and is nailed to the pillar of shame, he will fight against all opinions and let Ace. Letting Ace off is at best the shame of him, BFFE, Sengoku alone. Ace can be executed, but the entire marine will be compensated, but the lives of him and all his old friends and bosses will be compensated. Whenever he thinks of Akainu, Kong, Sora, and others falling in front of his eyes one by one, he feels like a knife. If he could exchange the lives of Akainu and others, he would even be willing to accept the pain of 1,000 swords. Sabayati Archipelago, the red hair was silent, Pluton Rayleigh was silent, the entire red hair pirates, even Sabayati Archipelago, and everyone on the other islands who were watching the live broadcast were silent. Is Marine weak? Do not. Not weak at all. On the contrary, the strength and will that Marine showed in the top war shocked everyone who saw the live broadcast. It's just that Marine faced an enemy that should never be faced. A man of armed color, conquerors, seeing and hearing color, physique, and swordsmanship is as terrifying as a ghost. Exhale into a sword, this is simply not something human can do. Senior Rayleigh, I now more or less understand what the man you are talking about is. Exhaling into a sword, what level of swordsmanship is needed, and how strong is the physique as a support to display it. After Luo Feng cut off Iceland in one breath, and the picture of splitting the sea has a panoramic view, Ben Beckman tried his best to squeeze out such a shocking word from his mouth. Is this true despair? Redhead Shanks looked at Pluton Rayleigh. You are all wrong. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head. What's wrong? Usopp asked tremblingly. Thinking of his disrespect to Luo Feng before, the cold sweat behind him kept breaking out. It turns out that the previous self actually jumped wildly and repeatedly at the ghost door. If it weren't for Captain Shanks's exhausting efforts, it is estimated that Usopp has really gone to see Jesus. What you see is not his true face at all, this can only be regarded as the tip of his iceberg at best. The so-called true despair and horror are simply a joke. Now is only the beginning of Marine's true despair and horror. Pluton Rayleigh, a man who knows everything, uttered words that made everyone at Red Hair Pirates creepy. Is this just the tip of the iceberg for Luo Feng's predecessors? Isn't this what he really is? Is this all but the beginning of true despair and horror? So what is the real face? What is the real despair and horror? The red-haired Shanks, even if they want to break their heads, they still don't understand. They are already scared. Even as bystanders, even if they are not on the scene, but just thinking about everything about Luo Feng in their minds, they all feel the endless horror, and they all feel that they need extraordinary courage. Teach, I really admire your courage and ability to die now. For a devil fruit, you actually succeeded in getting Whitebeard to get the senior Luo Feng out of the mountain. Haha, Teach, don't you know how you want to face your grandpa? At this time, red-haired Shanks thought of Teach. Chapter 135. Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. This redhead Shanks has never despised the pirate. In the opinion of the redhead Shanks, if everything is to be traced back, it can be attributed to Marshal D. Teach. If he hadn't killed Seki for a devil fruit, there would be no Fire Fist Ace being executed, let alone Whitebeard begging Luo Feng to come out of the mountain. Thinking about it this way, Shanks the redhead really admires Marshal D. Teach from the bottom of my heart. But at the same time, he also feels pity for Marshal D. Teach. Marine was just about to execute Ace, so he was waiting for it. What about Marshal Teach? This culprit that caused a series of problems, what will it end up? The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't wait to see what Marshal D. Teach would look like when facing Luo Feng. Marie Joyce. In the most powerful building of the world government, 5 elders sat in the room quietly watching the live broadcast of naval headquarters. From when Luo Feng did not arrive at Marineford, until Kong Kong and others fell one by one, all 5 of them had a panoramic view during the whole process. Even if it was similar to the scene in the live broadcast, the 5 of them had seen it more than once several times before, and even they themselves had encountered such a tragedy. But through the live broadcast, when they saw the tragedy of Sengoku and others, they still saw the tragedy. Discoloration. That man is the same as before. Although several eras have passed, his horror, his strength, and everything about him have not weakened with the passage of time, but it seems to have become more terrifying than before. Fortunately, we gave up Marine before things got to the worst point. Otherwise, the terrible situation of Marine will appear in Marie Joyce later, on us. Marie Joyce must not be destroyed again. Let's wait. Well, wait until the man calms down, wait until he stops, we will clean up the mess and re-establish a new Marine organization. 5 elders looked at each other, and they all saw luck in each other's eyes. Fortunately, they moved fast enough. When Kong first came to his door, he immediately abandoned the entire Marine. Otherwise, when Luo Feng finishes tossing Marine, the next time they are tossed will be 5 of them, as well as the Holy Land Marie Joyce. As for helping naval headquarters or something, the 5 of them have never thought about it. They are watching Kong's fate. Luck won't protect them all the time. They, 5 elders, were able to linger like Kong so far, so they will not repeat the same retreat and embark on the same path. Especially now that there is Kong. There is no lesson from the past. The 5 of them will not provoke Luo Feng if they are killed. That's right, even if Luo Feng kills celestial dragons, they won't go. This is the bottom line of their 5 elders and their last insistence. Exhale into a sword. Granny Crane turned out to have died under this kind of swordsmanship. She died unjustly. Momuzagi retracted his gaze at the broken Iceland, and turned his gaze back to Luo Feng with difficulty. Look at what you said. No one who can die in my hands is wronged. This is their greatest pride and best destination. This is true for pirates, and so is Marine. Luo Feng smiled indifferently, his tone of voice was taken for granted. 4 flowers. This may sound arrogant at first, but not just every son and grandson of Luo Feng, but also the last kind of fire on the Marine that survived to this day in Iceland, Sengoku, Momuzagi, and T-Dolphin, they have to admit that this man said in their hearts. The qualification for this. Even if these Marines hate Luo Feng, but facing the man in front of them, they cannot forcibly twist their hearts to deny what the other party said. Good pirates. Whatever Marine. Death from sickness and old age is the greatest shame. Fighting to death in the sea is the place where it should be. 0. To die in the hands of invincible under heaven is the best destination, there is no one. Seriously, I hate you to ultimate. Even as long as I can kill you and avenge the marine who died in your hands, my Jun is willing to pay any price. But I also have to admit that you man has the qualifications to say this. Momuzagi took a deep look at Luo Feng, and a pair of cold eyes showed a touch of death. I'm fine, you can do it. Regardless of whether Luo Feng's next goal is her, she is ready to be buried under Luo Feng's hands. Good. Luo Feng flicked his finger on the famous sword Jin Piluo on his right eyelid. This Jin Piluo itself is a famous knife of excellent quality, and it is also indestructible under the cover of Momuzagi, Admiral's alternate armament haki. But such a black knife has turned into iron filings and turned into dust that is scattered with the wind in the light of his finger. Sure enough, my swordsmanship can't even leave a trace on his eyelids. The confidant knife Kimbira was destroyed, and Momuzagi finally saw it clearly. Wide. Chapter 136. The knife she pierced Luo Feng's right eyelid with all her strength before turned into iron filings with the famous sword Jin Piluo, and she finally saw the result. As she expected. Even though Momuzagi holds a famous sword, even though she is a great swordsman, even though the swordsman is known for his tyrannical attack power, she still failed to leave any trace on Luo Feng's seemingly fragile right eyelid. Kill me. Momuzagi looked at Luo Feng stupidly. At this moment, her heart calmed down. It's not that she doesn't hate Luo Feng, but that she is really powerless. Hi. Luo Feng opened his mouth and let out a soft breath. With a whisper, Iceland, which had already been cut in half with 99 zeros under his feet, was directly turned into 4 pieces. And Momuzagi fell at his feet surrounded by the blood mist in the sky. I said, I don't like to hear others teach me to do things. Luo Feng glanced at Momuzagi at his feet, then retracted his gaze. Momuzagi. Seeing the picture of Momuzagi falling in a pool of blood, the T-Dolphin suddenly went blank. Immediately afterwards, he pounced on Luo Feng like crazy. Go. His goal turned out to be not me, but you, T-Dolphin. Falling at Luo Feng's feet, Tao Mian, who almost everyone thought was bound to die, suddenly let out a very faint voice. Tamame. The T-Dolphin who flew overheard Momuzagi's voice, and before he could be happy that the other party was not dead, the boundless fear and anxiety had enveloped his mind and body. Goodbye, little T-Dolphin. Although you are not qualified to be known by me and remember your name, it is a pity that my ears are normal. Can't stop your name from entering my ears. The T-Dolphin only had time to hear the sound coming from his ear, and he found his consciousness trembling suddenly, and then the boundless darkness swallowed his body and mind completely. Luo Feng, UBD. Aokiji, who was pierced through his chest by Luo Feng with armament haki, immediately wanted to stand up. But before his legs stood up straight, a figure had come to him. Don't worry, you have finally waited. As Luo Feng spoke, he popped his index finger to Aokiji's heart. I once said that the most important thing for a family is neatness. The 3 of you Admiral are naturally the same. As soon as the voice fell, Armament Haki released his index finger and turned into a crimson beam to penetrate Aokiji's heart. Humph. Aokiji snorted, and his body, which hadn't fully stood up, fell on the ice again. It's just that the fall this time is different from the last time. Falling down this time, he has no chance to get up again. After all, although his physique is strong, he is not as good as Whitebeard. 2 holes were opened in the body, and they were excavated by Luo Feng's armament haki, and one of the holes was in the heart. Even Marine Admiral is powerless to revolving heaven. However, Aokiji can also be said to be lucky to some extent. Because he is among all the Marines, it is extremely rare that Luo Feng was attacked twice before he died. Master, sorry. I'm going one step ahead, don't you come so soon. Before his consciousness was completely swallowed by darkness, Aokiji prayed silently in his heart. It's a pity. It is not your father who decides everything, but me. Luo Feng glanced at Aokiji, observation haki directly read this admiral's last words before his death. Boom. After Aokiji died, without waiting for Luo Feng to choose the next target again, the 2 figures had already fallen from the sky and fell beside him. Garp, and Sengoku. Next, you don't have to worry about you Luo Woody to choose. Garp stared at Luo Feng coldly, his eyes were full of hideous, but withered killing intent. After that, there will only be the 2 of us left. Let us 2 old immortals to teach you Luo Woody's brilliant tricks. Sengoku growled angrily. Do you really have this consciousness? Luo Feng looked at Sengoku and then at Garp. His actions caused Sengoku and Garp, who were originally full of anger, to burst into heart. Obviously the worst fate is nothing more than death. But Luo Feng's words and actions made Garp and Sengoku feel unprecedented anxiety. Inwardly, a voice of Buddha kept telling them that what happened next might be scarier than death to both of them. Coming. On the bow of the mobile, Whitebeard saw Luo Feng look like this, and his wrinkled face suddenly tightened. Second brother, is this what you said about 5.4 Dad's true face? Dracula Mihawk stared at Luo Feng with eagle eyes, not dare to neglect for a moment. He remembered what his second brother had said several times. He can make his second brother, the strongest man in the world, mention it many times, and every time he mentions it is a heavy-faced thing, he is extremely concerned. Not only him, but the grandsons of Marga, Jaws and others all stood on tiptoes and stared at their grandfather. Anyway, it's nothing more than death. The difference is just how to die. Although Sengoku felt more and more uneasy, on the surface, he looked as if death was at home. Chapter 137. The difference is just how to die. You are right about that. But it's only for you, Sengoku. Luo Feng looked at Garp on the left and Sengoku on the right. After a while, he finally had a choice to let the Buddha go, and stopped constantly looking at Sengoku and Garp. Instead, he looked straight at Sengoku. What do you mean? Sengoku heard the words and was shocked to transform into a majestic golden Buddha on the spot. Luo Woody, what are you thinking about again? Garp asked nervously. You are this marine marshal, right? Luo Feng ignored Garp, but asked Sengoku. Not bad. The old man is Marshal Marine, Sengoku. A trace of ambition began to emerge in Sengoku's heart. Sengoku is great. Choose one. Luo Feng nodded. Why choose a 15? Sengoku tensed all over, as if he was facing an enemy. Choose a way to die. Didn't you just say that your fate is nothing more than death, the difference is just how to die? Well, now I will give you a special treatment. Let you, Marshal Marine, decide your own way of death. Luo Feng said something desperate in a calm tone. What do you want to do? Old. Garp saw Luo Feng ignoring himself again and focusing all his attention on his old friend Sengoku. Not only did he not feel ecstatic, but he was very anxious. He is afraid. Luo Feng's goal is Sengoku. Even though the two of them were ready to die calmly, but when things came to the fore, when it happened to Sengoku, he was still very worried and very anxious. Compared to his own situation, he is more worried about Sengoku's safety. Not to you yet. Before Garp could finish speaking, Luo Feng glared at him. Boom. With his body as the center, a circle of visible ripples appeared in the void. In the next second, a golden ball of light visible to the naked eye rolled over Garp's body at a terrifying speed. Obviously Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki is so powerful that it is visible to the naked eye. Although Garp is Marine's combat power ceiling, he also possesses the qualifications of a king. But in the face of this Conqueror's haki, which was surging like a tsunami, he didn't even have the chance to finish speaking. Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki was crushed to the bottom of the sea on the spot. This is a shock wave from Conquerors. Sengoku discovered that although this Conqueror's haki was strong, it was strange that when it passed on him, it would let the Buddha's empty air pass over him. Not only did he not get bombed into the bottom of the sea like Garp, he didn't even have the slightest damage. After realizing this, he didn't know what he thought of, and the corners of his mouth were slightly bitter, but with a smile of joy. Okay. The people who got in the way are gone. We can continue too. After a look shook the ceiling of Marine's combat power into the bottom of the sea, Luo Feng's gaze fell on Sengoku's body again. Luo Woody, you want the old man to choose a way to die, right? Sengoku walked towards Luo Feng blankly. Not bad. Have you figured it out? Luo Feng nodded. Armament haki, observation haki, Conqueror's haki, and your ghostly body, old man have all seen it. If you let the old man choose, the old man hopes to see your swordsmanship before death, but not to exhale into a sword, but to see you pull out the saber that you have always carried with you. I've heard of it from Marshal Kong. A few times ago, no matter where you Luo Woody went, you would inevitably carry one shot on your body. In that war that buried an era, you used that knife to kill all the heroes who besieged you one by one. Sengoku glanced at Luo Feng and found that the other party did not have the knife that Kong said, nor did he see the gun. What you know is pretty detailed. It seems that little Kong told you about me before he died. But I just can't figure it out. Since Xiao Kong has explained my affairs so clearly to you, even the one shot that I have kept for many years will tell you together, you still dare to execute my grandson Ace. Sengoku. How can't you think about Marine? 190. Luo Feng looked at Sengoku playfully. Sengoku heard that, a few days before the execution, Kong took the trouble to tell him everything about Luo Feng again and again in his brain. Immediately afterwards, the picture turned, and what appeared in his mind was a picture of Kong, Zephyr, Akainu, and others being killed. Recalling all this, he immediately closed his eyes full of grief and regret. 2 lines of muddy tears fell on those wrinkled eyes. Yes. They couldn't figure out how much Marine they could not figure out, and even though they knew everything about Luo Feng, they still insisted on the execution of Huoquan Ace. Is it for justice? Is it for the glory of Marine? What is the result now? Marine Ford vanished. Hundreds of thousands of Marine elite casualties have been exhausted. The Marine executives were only left with him, Garp, and Momuzagi, who was dying and did not know when he would die. Is this result what he wants? Chapter 138. Everything can't go back. Sengoku shook his head in grief. He knows whether it is regret or regret. As he himself said, no matter what his thoughts, everything can't go back. The destroyed Marine Ford can be rebuilt. The hundreds of thousands of marine elites who died, as well as Akainu, Aokiji, admiral alternates and other high-level executives can never be found again. Even he, Sengoku, cannot protect himself, and is about to meet Akainu, Aokiji and others. In this regard, Sengoku has no unwillingness or pain. Although the confrontation with Luo Feng was not decided by him alone, but by the unanimous approval of all Marine senior officials, in his opinion, Marine is going to die, then he, Marine's last marshal, must shoulder this responsibility. Not to mention, he has no face to live anymore. The only thing the old man can do is to apologize with death. If you can, I ask you, the number one person in the world, to send a knife to the old man. After a while, Sengoku opened his eyes again. A pair of muddy, dull eyes were full of lifelessness. Knife, I have sealed it for many years. After killing the Grand Line hero and withering away, I knew that no one would be there any more years, or the force was worthy of me to pull out this knife myself. When Luo Feng heard Sengoku once again mentioned letting him be killed by a knife, a flash of remembrance flashed in his eyes. How long has it been? He almost can't remember how long it has been since he had a knife again. Since several times, after he has almost wiped out all the heroes of the world, he has discovered that although the Grand Line is big, no one is worthy of him to draw a knife. Although the Grand Line has been nurtured in several eras, a group of brand new and even stronger heroes have been born in this era, but it is very capable of letting the heroes of the whole world besiege themselves again. After all, the giants, Wanakuni, world government and celestial dragons who have experienced that year, and immune to death will not interfere with Luo Feng's affairs. It was precisely this that he knew so deeply, so at the moment he returned to the Sphinx, he sealed his own shots and shots directly. Even today in the era of the great pirates, he once again came out of the mountain to take this one shot at a time, it was just a habitual move. After all, this one shot, accompanied him for many years, has long been regarded by him as an old friend. Since they are out of the mountain, even if they are no longer needed, they must be brought along. After all, the first person in the world to come out of the mountain, there is still a sense of ritual. But bring it back, but he really didn't plan to use this one more shot. On the Moby DK not far away, after he recognized Luo Feng as his father, he has been acting as a swordsman and carrying a sword for Luo Feng Dracule. After hearing Luo Feng's words, Mihawk immediately stretched out his hands with a solemn expression and took down the father's saber behind him. Sure enough, I expected that without such legends, how could such a saber be made? In the age when Luo Feng was not out of the mountain, Dracule Mihawk could become the world's largest swordsman, and he naturally knew knives very well. Especially when he recognized Luo Feng as his father, and after his swordsmanship took a higher level, he keenly realized that he was not carrying a knife to help his father, but a sleeping god who had been sealed for a long time. He can feel that once Luo Feng pulls out the knife again, he awakens the ultimate killer god, even if he is the world's largest swordsman, he has no information to control Luo Feng's saber. Brother, Dad's knife is not a joke. Since you are carrying a saber for the old man, the second brother has to remind you. Never let this knife leave the scabbard, even if it's just a trace. When Whitebeard saw Dracule Mihawk remove the saber that Luo Feng was carrying, his pupils suddenly shrank. Everyone was horrified to discover that Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, saw Dracule take down the Luo Feng saber, his face was full of tension, and even a cold sweat broke out. Daddy, is he actually afraid of a knife? What a joke, no matter how high the quality of this knife is, it is just a knife in itself. Daddy is the strongest man in the world, how could he be afraid of a knife? Marga, Jaws and others all noticed the flash of fear and horror in Whitebeard's eyes. This can't help making them feel incredible, but also ridiculous. What if it is the supreme sharp knife? In the hands of the old man, it is just a weapon in hand. Grandpa's knife should also have the quality of the supreme sharp knife. There is no reason why such a knife can make Dad afraid to the point of being a little scared. Second brother, don't worry. Although my swordsmanship is not worth mentioning compared to my old man. But brother, I can still perceive the horror of this knife. This is a magic knife at all. No, it's a killing god. Once the knife is out, I can't imagine what the picture will be. Anyway, I can't control the Dad's saber festival. Dracule Mihawk said to Whitebeard with approval. Obviously, he himself knew that what Whitebeard said was true. Dad's saber must never leave the scabbard, even if it's just not at all. Chapter 139. Just kidding? Uncle San, you are the world's #1 swordsman. You can handle a supreme sharp knife like Heideo yet, what other knife in the Grand Line that you can't handle? Baista said in disbelief. He is full of yearning and desire to challenge Dracule. Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman. So after Dracule Mihawk became his third uncle, he had nothing to do to challenge Dracule Mihawk in the name of learning and asking for advice. The results all ended in defeat. It is also true that he is very convinced of the swordsmanship of the third uncle Dracule Mihawk. It didn't exist before, but it will be there after Dad came out of the mountain. I don't have the slightest confidence to control this knife. Dracule Mihawk held Luo Feng's saber in both hands, his face was full of dignity. Putting the Buddha, what he has in his hand is not a knife, but a great swordsman no less than him. Even he must face it with the utmost caution. This. Beistel looked shocked. Don't say it's a control, even I didn't even dare to pull this knife out of the scabbard 193. Dracula Mihawk's words once again shocked the entire Whitebeard pirates. The world's #1 swordsman actually said that he didn't even have the courage to draw a knife. Why? Marga was a little hard to understand. Isn't it just a knife? No matter how high the quality is, no matter how fierce it is still just a knife. For the great swordsman, it was just a handy weapon. Because once I pull out the old father's knife, it is not your third uncle who is driving the knife, but the old man's knife is driving the third uncle and me. Dracula Mihawk said in a serious tone without any jokes. Uncle San, is it possible that Grandpa's saber is still lifeless? Otherwise, how could a knife control you in turn? You are the great swordsman at the pinnacle of swordsmen. Izang was so shocked that his eyes almost fell to the ground. He was born in Wanakuni, and his eyes on the famous sword, the Whitebeard pirates, are also among the best. But he had never heard of a knife that could not be controlled by the world's greatest swordsman, and in turn would be controlled by the knife itself. The same situation will only happen to those swordsmen who are not into the stream, or are second and third-rate swordsmen. I don't know if Dad's knife is alive or not. After all, this knife was sealed by my father, and I am not too clear about the specific situation. It must be unsheathed again to know everything. I just vaguely perceive that Dad's knife is dangerous, even if I pull it out, it will be very worrying. Dracula Mihawk shook his head. Father, you must know it. After all, you have been with Grandpa since you were a child, and you must have seen Grandpa drawing a knife. When Jaws said this, everyone looked at Whitebeard eagerly. BFFE, even Dracula Mihawk is no exception. Even the members of the other pirate ships docking around the Moby DK watched over. I saw Laozi, of course, I saw your grandpa draw his sword. And more than once. When Whitebeard talked about it, a touch of horror appeared in his eyes. It is extremely terrifying to let Buddha's father draw his sword. What's that like? And what's the matter with this knife? Marga couldn't help asking. The last time this knife was taken out of the sheath, it should be traced back to the battle of god-killing initiated by celestial dragons. That battle was the happiest battle I have ever seen Dad fight. Besieged by the heroes of the world, he laughed. That's why I have such a fresh memory of the old man's smile. Because the old man drew the knife with this smile. Whitebeard couldn't help looking at the long knife held in both hands by Dracula Mihawk. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help holding their breath. They felt that what the old man said next would be extremely shocking. You will never imagine the scene at that time, and you will never want to see that scene appear in front of your own eyes. Put it this way. This knife was unsheathed that time and drank the blood of millions of lives. It was precisely because this knife was too terrifying that celestial dragons, the world government, and even all the forces in the world at that time were afraid. So this knife is like the old man. It was exhausted by celestial dragons and the world government and completely erased from the history of the world. The nameless knife. As soon as Whitebeard said this, every pirate ship instantly became silent. Millions of lives. What is this concept? Guru. Suddenly, the sound of swallowing saliva sounded one after another. Every crew member such as Marga, Jaws, Baista, and so on made such a move in unison. Buzzing. Just when all the pirate groups were shocked by the glorious past of Luo Feng's saber, a sharp sound of knives suddenly sounded, reaching everyone's ears. Chapter 140. Obviously it was just the sound of a knife, but everyone who heard the sound of a knife was lost on the spot. Immediately afterwards, they all discovered to their horror that the world in front of them had changed. They let the Buddha see a mountain of blood-red corpses made up of numerous bones. And at the end of the corpse mountain, which is padded with thousands of bones, there is a long knife that is completely stained with blood. Ah! As long as the spirit and will are not strong enough for anyone who hears the sound of the sword, the Buddha will be shocked by the superior Conqueror's haki, and they will fall down on the deck of the pirate ship with pale faces and panic. Although some strong-minded and powerful pirates are not so unbearable, there is a sting pain sensation of being cut by a knife in the brain and even the whole body. Even if it was a leader-level existence such as Marga and Jaws, they were throbbing with the deterrence generated by this sword sound. Not good. When Whitebeard heard the sound of the knife, he knew it was going to break. Sure enough, the Whitebeard pirate group and the many pirate groups who came to support him have been devastated. Looking at it, 70% of the pirates couldn't bear it, and they lost their combat capability. How could this be? A knife actually has such power. Grandpa's knife is too scary. Margao and others who were not greatly affected all looked at Luo Feng's saber with amazement. Is this kind of momentum really made by a saber? At this moment, they can only silently say to themselves in their hearts. It is indeed you, Grandpa. But everything related to you cannot be described by common sense. Obviously it's just a saber, but the Buddha is like a big Poseidon. With only a blast of swords, 70% of the pirates can't bear to fall. This is still without being pulled out of the scabbard. Second brother, how could this be? This knife is clearly still in the scabbard, but why do I feel that he is waking up? Dracula Mihawk held the scabbard in one hand and firmly pressed the hilt with the other. He is not kidding. Dad's knife is really about to wake up. He felt that the knife was about to get out of the scabbard by himself. If he hadn't pressed it hard, the long knife in his hand would have come out of its own accord. Don't pull it out. Whitebeard ran over quickly with excitement on his face. Second brother, look at what you said. It's not that the third brother wants to pull him out, but he wants to come out by himself. As soon as Dracula Mihawk finished speaking, his face changed. He found that his hand holding the handle of the knife was slashed against the Buddha, and a strong sting constantly swept through his nerves from the heart of the hall. Second brother, he is coming out soon. Although Dracula and Milik don't know why the father's sword is so evil, it has been good before, and there is no reaction at all, but now such a terrible change has suddenly occurred, but as a great swordsman, he is keen. He realized that he must not let this knife be pulled out of his hand. Only Dad can pull out this knife. If someone other than the old man pulls out this knife, it will be a disaster. Suppress it with sword power. Whitebeard is also a bit difficult to intervene. After all, once Dracula Mihawk releases the handle of the knife, the father's saber will be out of the sheath by itself, and then the third brother will be in a worrying situation. Good. Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes became extremely sharp in a flash. 4 flowers. At this moment, he is like a sharp-edged soldier. The sword that was sharp enough to slash everything was crushed fiercely on the long knife in his hand. But the suppression of his sword power not only had no effect, but it was like stabbing a hornet's nest. Buzzing. It was louder than before, and a sharper sound of knives blasted from Luo Feng's saber. It hurts. Margot's face changed suddenly. He was completely unscathed, but he felt like he was slashed out of thin air. Me too. It seems to have been chopped. Hissing, it hurts. Jaws, Baista, and others looked at each other, and they all saw shock in each other's eyes. Is this still a knife? It is simply a great swordsman. It is even more evil than the great swordsman, and it is much weird. Such a thing, even if they have seen all sorts of weird things on the Grand Line, they have never heard of it. Trouble. Dad's saber is about to be unsheathed by the knife that the old lady Yim had erased from history. Whitebeard heard the sound of the sword sound becoming louder and more ear-piercing, not only allowed the person who heard the sword to see the illusion of the sea of blood in the dead mountain, and even a painful feeling of being added to the body by the sword. He knew that things were going to go bad. In the beginning, he still has some way. But now, this knife is in Dracula Mihawk is in his hands, not in his hands. And Dao Ming has become so strong. Obviously, Dad's saber is not far from fully awakening. At this time, even if the saber fell in his hand, he was helpless. Out of the sheath. High Captain Mar heard this, his face changed in horror. Wide. Chapter 141. Before, the captains such as Margot and Baista were very curious about what Grandpa's saber was like. They even wanted to pull it out to see this murderous soldier that was erased from history by the leader of celestial dragons. What kind of style it has. It can be seen that after knowing the sound of the sword, they instantly lost their curiosity. This knife is so evil and terrible before it is out of its sheath. What if it's out of the sheath? They can't imagine. The third brother, you must hold it down for the second brother. If you don't do it for others, you can't let this knife get out of your hand just because of your own life. No one can pull this knife, even if the knife itself is unsheathed, it cannot be unsheathed in your hand. Except for the old man, no one in the world can pull out this knife. Whoever pulls will die, even if it is the third brother, you are an exception. Of course, if you get out of the sheath in your hand, the result will be the same. Whitebeard warned Dracula Mihawk with an unprecedented seriousness. Second brother, are you kidding me? Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes shrank sharply. Although he also had a hunch that this knife could never be taken out of his hand, what Whitebeard said was a bit horrible. He is the #1 swordsman in the world. Could it be possible that an uncontrollable knife could kill him in turn? He admits that his father's sword is as fierce as ultimate, far above all the supreme swords, but it is impossible to kill himself as soon as he is out of the sheath. Have you heard of Ryoma? Whitebeard stared into Dracula Mihawk's eyes. I heard the old man say it. Dragon Slayer, before the father came out of the mountain, he was the world's largest swordsman. Although Dracula Mihawk didn't know why Whitebeard brought up this matter at this time, he still said honestly. Then do you know how the world's #1 swordsman named the Dragon Slayer Samurai came from? Whitebeard continued to ask. Defeat the former #1 swordsman in the world. Dracula Mihawk froze for a moment, then tried to speak. He became the world's largest swordsman in this way. Defeat all the swordsmen who are blocking the way to the world's first throne, and finally defeat the great swordsman who is sitting on the world's first throne. Of course, this is in the case of his father reclaiming the mountain and returning to hermit. If my father did not collect the mountain, then his father must have been sitting on the throne of the world's largest swordsman several times ago. No matter how many years have passed, no one can shake the position of the old man. This is what his Dracula Mihawk said. I picked it up. Whitebeard said surprisingly. Can the name of the world's largest swordsman be checked? Baista was so startled that his eyes almost didn't fall to the ground. I've been squandering for so many years, why didn't I see that I picked it up? Second brother, are you sure you are not telling a joke? Dracula Mihawk was also startled. I don't deny that Longma has the qualifications to attack the world's largest swordsman, but it is true. At that time, before he had time to challenge the world's number one, the title of the world's number one swordsman flew to him by himself. Whitebeard said. Does it have something to do with Dad's saber? Dracula Mihawk let the Buddha think of something, and his heart trembled suddenly. Yes, this knife was made by Dad himself. Even though I was still young, I still remember it clearly. At that time, there were also the world's number one swordsman before Ryoma, and the world's number one swordsmith, plus nearly 100 first-class swordsmiths in the world. The purpose is to forge a weapon with a quality that surpasses the supreme sharp knife. But when this knife was forged, the old man had already stepped it into a scabbard before others could see what the knife looked like. A flash of remembrance flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. The world's number one swordsman before the dragon slasher died because he pulled out his father's sword. Dracula Mihawk was silent for a long time before speaking. Yet, this knife was forged by Dad, but not to mention that the world's number one swordsman is a person who loves knives, he himself is one of the swordsmiths who cast Dad's sword. Whether as a swordsmith or the world's largest swordsman, he has personally cast a weapon that surpasses the supreme sword. Naturally, he wants to witness this magic weapon for the first time. Therefore, the great swordsman asked Dad to let him see the true face of the magic weapon. But the old man confessed to the great sword tyrant that no one can pull out this sword except him, but the great sword tyrant did not believe it, and still insisted on his own opinions. For the sake of the skill of the knife, he handed the knife to him. 5.4. When Whitebeard said this, his tone suddenly became heavier than ever. Father, has that great sword been pulled out? Baista asked, breathing quickly. Well, after all, it is the strongest weapon in the world, surpassing the supreme sharp sword. I would like to ask which swordsmith and which swordsman can resist. So he personally drew out the old father's saber. Whitebeard looked down at the Luo Feng's saber held by Dracula Mihawk in both hands. Even though it has been so many years, when talking about it again, the world's strongest man still has a lingering fear. Chapter 142. Following Whitebeard's narration, the spirits of Marga and others let the Buddha travel through time, and went back to the time when Grandpa Saber was born. The great swordsman, and Grandpa Saber, this tense and terrifying picture was presented to them vividly. Even if it was Dracula. Mihawk heard this, but his breathing was slightly stagnant. He's dead. After pulling out the sword, this extremely evil and extremely spiritual sword let the Buddha know that the great swordsman was not his master. So it didn't hesitate to bite the great swordsman. It was then that I understood a truth ignorantly. If virtue is not worthy, there will be disasters, people who are not worthy of knives will suffer from it. Even if it is the world's largest swordsman, it is no exception. Whitebeard spoke authentically. Uncle San, don't let go. Margot swallowed, then said to Dracula Mihawk. Listen to my advice, Sanshu. Anything related to Grandpa should never be used as a joke. Jaws entered Luo's house earlier than Dracula Mihawk. All he knows better, as long as it is related to Grandpa, it cannot be measured by common sense. Observation haki, armament haki, conqueror's haki, swordsmanship, and even a knife are no exception. Yes. Sanshu. Don't learn from that great swordsman, Grandpa warned him that year, and he still committed a risk. Vista also followed. As a swordsman, although he also wanted to see how elegant his grandfather's famous sword that surpassed the supreme sword. But although the famous sword is good, it is too useless and a great swordsman. If you pull it once, you will die the world's largest swordsman. Forget it. Look at what you guys said. It seems that the third uncle wants to pull out the knife. The problem now is that Dad has to wake up himself with this knife. Dracula Mihawk's hand holding the handle of the knife trembled slightly. The tingling in his right hand made him understand that the knife was awakening more and more. If he was fully awakened, even if the old man's saber was still in the scabbard, he would not dare to say that he had absolute confidence not to let it out of the scabbard. Master Sword Emperor, I am Edward Newgate, the son of your master Luo Feng. Do you remember? When you were born, I was by my father's side. When I was young, I even carried you on my back. Whitebeard saw the sound of the knives coming from his father's saber getting louder and louder, and he knew that his third brother would be unable to hold it sooner or later. That's right. In his eyes, even the world's number one swordsman like the third brother can't hold his father's sword. After all, he had witnessed the death of the world's largest swordsman back then by the sword in front of him. Daddy is talking to Grandpa Saber. Margao and the others were dumbfounded. Although the higher the quality of the knife, the more spiritual, but it is only spiritual. After all, the knife is just a knife, a weapon, a dead thing without life. How can it be possible to communicate in words? But the next scene stunned everyone except Whitebeard and Dracula Mihawk. As Whitebeard put his hand on Luo Feng's saber and told about his identity, everyone found that the sound in his ears continued to sound, and the sound of the knife that made people heard the pain of the sword suddenly weakened a lot. Not an illusion. I can feel the sound of the knife becoming smaller. The corpse mountain and the sea of blood in front of you also seem to be disappearing. After Kizaru and others found that the sound of the knife became smaller and the illusion of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain had disappeared, they immediately exclaimed one by one. At the same time, they were deeply shocked by Grandpa's saber. It is too evil. What a spiritual knife. Dad's sword is much more spiritual than those demon swords that are famous for their evil spirits and spirituality. Even the first generation ghost Toru in the supreme knife is far behind. After Dracula Mihawk noticed that the tingling from his palm had weakened a lot, he shouted magically in his heart. Every famous knife basically has spirituality. But to say that spirituality is the first, it is definitely the demon sword. Even in the supreme knife, first generation ghost Toru is the spiritual first. 197. Because first generation ghost Toru is also a supreme sharp knife that will defeat the owner. The people here are either the father's son or his grandson. Lord Sword Emperor, I know you haven't gotten out of your sheath for a long time, but please give me a face and be patient, I will send you to the father. Do you think this is good? When Whitebeard saw that his father's saber was taking care of himself, his heart was also a little relieved. Just don't forget yourself. He was afraid that he hadn't returned to the Sphinx in decades, and his father's saber would have forgotten himself. But now it seems that even he underestimated the evil degree of this knife. I haven't seen it for decades, but I can still remember myself. Daddy's knife fell asleep again. Dracula Mihawk discovered that as soon as Whitebeard's voice fell, the faint knife noise suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the palm of the handle of the knife no longer tingles. He knew that it should be the second brother's words that worked, and successfully calmed the old man's saber. Chapter 143. Not yet. This is only temporary. Lord Sword Emperor's temper and patience are very bad. It is only for the sake of my father, and I often memorized it when I was a child, so I endured it. But this time will not be a long time. If I don't fulfill my promise and give it to Dad, then even if I was Dad's days, it would not be affectionate to talk about. Whitebeard exhaled, then shook his head. Kidding. If the old man's saber was so easy to reassure, the great swordsman of the year would never die. The Sword Emperor? Is this the name of Grandpa's knife? After Malga breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help asking. No, this is just what I called it when I was a kid. Dad didn't change the name of Lord Sword Emperor, maybe because he thinks that Grand Line doesn't have a name worthy of it. Later, I thought it was like the old man was above all the kings and heroes of the sea, and his saber was also above all the famous knives, the good knives, the big knives, and the supreme knives, so I called it Lord Swordsman. Lord Sword Emperor didn't seem to dislike this, and instead accepted the name. All this name is called until now. Whitebeard explained for a while, and then flew off from the Moby DK and ran towards Luo Feng who was standing on the broken island. All on the boat, don't move. And Marga, please go ahead and let all the boats go far away. Otherwise, our ship will not be destroyed in the hands of Marine, but will be destroyed in the hands of Lord Sword Emperor W. Before leaving, he did not forget to confess to Marga. Quick! Drive the boat back. After seeing that Grandpa's saber was so evil before it was out of its sheath, even his father was almost helpless, Marga did not dare to neglect, let alone take Whitebeard's command as a joke. Sengoku, I really don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. On Iceland, Luo Feng, who had not planned to draw his sword, noticed something and suddenly said to Sengoku, who was ashamed of death. What do you mean? Sengoku felt uneasy for no reason. Although it is a bit far apart, you should hear it. The sound of the knife just now. Luo Feng glanced at Sengoku deeply, with pity in his eyes. Knife Ming. Could it be your knife? Sengoku's pupils shrank. Although the sound of the sword was a little far away from him, it still made him feel cold all over his body. Not bad. It was caused by my knife. It seems that it has been sealed by me for a long time. After seeing me out of the mountain, it was also a little uncontrollable. Plus my son Newgate must have mentioned it in front of those kids. Now, even if you, Sengoku, kneel and beg me not to draw the sword, it's hard. After Luo Feng finished speaking, under Sengoku's uncertain face, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his back. Father, Lord Swordsman, he. Carrying Luo Feng's saber on his back, Whitebeard, who was running towards his father, was just preparing for his saber, but he suddenly felt light on his back. The long knife, which was quietly resting on his back just like a ball of stagnant water, broke through the air, and fell into Luo Feng's hands like an arrow from a string. Okay, Newgate. You must be talking about my old friend in front of the child, right? Luo Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed the long knife that flew towards him like a nursery swallow, and then said in a confident tone. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you, father. It's all my fault. I didn't expect to mention it casually, and it woke it up. Finally, Dad, you come to replace FCKA. Whitebeard nodded, apologizing. originally asked Luo Feng to leave the mountain, he felt that he had disturbed Luo Feng's peaceful life. When Dad went out to work for his son, he also let Dad's saber wake up, which made him feel very embarrassed. I'm all very old, and I don't have to respect my dad much, and I keep causing trouble to my dad. Blame you if you insist on saying this. Even if it doesn't come out today, it will wake up sooner or later. It was doomed from the moment I came out. The difference is just a matter of the time to wake up. You can comfort him after it wakes up, which is hard for you to say. Luo Feng shook his head. For Whitebeard, his favorite son, he has always been very magnanimous. As long as Whitebeard doesn't violate his taboo, even if he stabbed a big woman, his father will help his son, Danyo Zhao, Kabuto. Just like this time out of the mountain. It's not difficult. Although many years have passed, Master Sword Emperor did not seem to forget that you have a son like me, father. I just talked to Lord Sword Emperor and it sold me a lot of face. Whitebeard smiled. Before, he thought that negotiations would fail. After all, so many years have passed. No one may have such a good memory. See. Who would have thought that Dad's saber would still remember him, and even willing to give him Whitebeard a face? You. Don't just learn the red-haired boy. Be careful to go out and be beaten to death. When Luo Feng heard this, he said suddenly. Chapter 144. Gu la la la. Lao Zi is not only the strongest man in the world, he is also your son. Who can kill me? Whitebeard laughed and turned and walked towards the Moby DK. Even go very fast. Because he knows what will happen next. Regardless of his ability to communicate with Dad's saber, even Dad's saber is willing to give him face. But like a person drinking water, he knows the temperature. All this is just the old man's face shining on him. Otherwise, Lord Swordsman will not be a bird of Edward Newgate. Now Master Sword Emperor is back in the hands of the old man, and he will be out of the scabbard later. He knew very well that if he didn't leave, even if he was Luo Feng's son, he would leave the sea with Sengoku in minutes after the knife was out of the sheath. Sengoku, go all the way. You can see the old man drew his sword, you died just right. The last time the old man drew his sword, but the world's heroes joined forces to make such an island. Now you can enjoy this treatment as martial marine, not Lao Zi, you are worth it in your life. Whitebeard paused slightly, and after speaking to 197 Sengoku without looking back, he walked away. Newgate. Looking at Whitebeard's back, Sengoku's gaze was very complicated. Most of my life will be down. He is also a bit unclear, what is the relationship between himself and Whitebeard? Confidant? No. Enemy? Nor. Speaking of fetters, it was him and Garp. But to talk about hatred, there is no such thing between him and Whitebeard. Newgate, the old man hasn't lost to you in his life, he just lost to your father. After a while, Sengoku took a deep breath, then retracted his gaze to Whitebeard. Are you ready? Luo Feng holds a long knife in his left hand. He has always been deep, Gu Jingbuo's eyes do not know when he has been engulfed with blood. This is. Sengoku and Luo Feng looked at each other, and suddenly felt a tremor. BFFE. So horrible. It's almost like two people just now. Originally, Luo Feng is already the god of the world. Unfathomable strength. But now after holding the knife, there has been an earth-shaking change. He couldn't find any suitable words to describe Luo Feng in front of him. You have no chance to regret it, Sengoku. Luo Feng directly talked to Sengoku. The blood in the eyes became more and more intense, and the Buddha could pierce and tear Sengoku's body and mind. In a daze, Sengoku realized that the scene before him had changed. The blue sky is gone, and the sea is gone. It was replaced by the blood-red sky, blood-red sea, and the bones that almost filled the sea of blood. Is this an illusion? No, it's not an illusion. This is what really happened. It was the battle of God killing that Marshal Kong. Kong told me. Sengoku stared at the scene blankly. Somehow, he thought of the God-killing battle that Kong Sorum mentioned to him several times ago, led by the world government and celestial dragons, and jointly launched by the many forces of the Grand Line. In that battle, there were as many as millions of people participating in the war. But in the end, the world's heroes were killed and wounded, all turned into bones. Now, from the dead mountain and blood sea in front of him, he saw many bones wearing marine coats. Among them, the most eye-catching were the 4 bones wearing Admiral, Marshal, and Captain capes. It was these 4 corpses that reminded him of the battle of God-killing Kong. Kong said. In that war, Marine killed hundreds of thousands of elites and many officers at the general level, including 2 Admiral, a Marine Marshal, and an Army Commander. The casualties are almost comparable to this top war. After this battle, the Marine of the Year was almost completely depressed and almost disappeared in the long history of the Grand Line. The culprit of all this is also the god of the world who ruined naval headquarters today. Luo Feng. You are right, Sengoku. Now what you see is indeed not an illusion, but the scene from the last time I drew a knife. Did you see it clearly? Now you understand what my son Newgate said just now. A few times ago, it was so many people besieging me, that was enough to make me draw the sword. today, you just killed you, Sengoku, and drew your sword for martial marine. You really made a lot of money. It's already a humble statement to die all the way. Luo Feng let the Buddha go back to the war that year. At this time, he was holding a long knife, standing on the top of the blood sea of corpses made up of the numerous bones of the world's heroes, looking down at martial marine, Sengoku of Buddha with indifferent, majestic, and murderous eyes like a god. The old man finally understands. The old man couldn't figure out one thing before. Why did you Luo Wudi suddenly close the mountain back then? It wasn't until this scene before me that the old man figured it out. Your Luo Wudi closing the mountain has nothing to do with 5 elders and celestial dragons at all. You are not reaping the mountain because of op fruit at all, but because of the various benefits they promised back then. Sengoku suddenly raised his head, eyes that looked at Luo Feng were filled with amazement. Chapter 145. It seems that your Buddha-shaped fruits are not for free. Luo Feng felt what Sengoku was thinking for the first time. Everyone fruit Buddha type. He has also heard of the devil fruit of the Eudemons. Anyone who eats the Buddha-shaped ability of the fruits of everyone can not only gain the ability to release shock waves, but also raise the potential of the ability, wisdom, spirit, and skill to the limit of human beings. It is also true that Sengoku can fight Whitebeard undefeated for decades. It was also because everyone fruited the Buddha shape, which allowed Sengoku to guess the reason why he suddenly closed the mountain after witnessing the scene of the Battle of the Gods. You are too dangerous. Not only your strength, but also your thoughts. One day with you, greatness the channel will never be peaceful. Sengoku couldn't help thinking of the reason why Luo Feng closed the mountain and the purpose of going out took a breath. Yes? But I don't think so. Luo Feng smiled lightly. You, Luo Wudi, don't have to pretend to be in front of the old man anymore. The old man knows why you closed the mountain back then and why you came out today. This time you are out of the mountain, it is not just to save your grandson Huoquan Ace. Sengoku saw Luo Feng unmoved and couldn't help but shout. The Sea of Grand Line is simply your seedbed, and this world hero is your rice. You harvested the mountain back then because you killed the heroes of that era, leaving only a few newly grown seedlings, which can't stand the toss of you alone. You know that if you continue to toss, Grand Line, the sea that you regarded as a seedbed by Luo Wudi, will be completely necrotic, and the new batch of seedlings will have no chance to grow into the rice you want. Therefore, after the heroes of the world were almost killed by you, you bowed to you at 5 elders and celestial dragons and promised enough benefits to reclaim the mountains along the river. Even 5 elders wiped out all the history about you. You don't care. Because you harvest the mountain just to let the Grand Line, the seedbed that has been tossed by you, rest and rejuvenate, and it can breed new rice for you again. And now it has been several times since you collected the mountain that year, the sea that you dyed red with the blood of the world's heroes is restored to clarity, and all the seedlings of that year have grown up. At the right time, Whitebeard came to ask you to save Ace, so you went out again. It's real to save Ace, and it's real to harvest the heroes of the Great Pirate Era. Luo Wudi, did the old man say you wrong? In the beginning, Sengoku was able to control his emotions. But as he spoke, he was no longer talking, let alone shouting, but roaring. He almost exhausted his energy, roaring at Luo Feng with the loudest voice. No wonder he was so excited, even out of control. A god in the world is already terrifying. This human god still has extremely terrifying thoughts. See the heroes of the world like rice. Raise a batch, kill a batch. However, Luo Feng has undergone an ageless operation, which means that the destiny of the heroes of the world cannot be changed. Can only act as a seedling forever. When he grows up, he will be slaughtered by Luo Feng. This process will never end and will continue all the way. Until one day the second god of the world appears on the Grand Line, who can fight against Luo Feng's new god of the world. But is it possible for something like this to happen? At least Sengoku doesn't think that Grand Line can give birth to a god on earth comparable to Luo Feng. 4 flowers. It is exactly the same, he is desperate. More desperate than death. Because he is a hero in the world like rice, like a seedling, he can't see the end. As long as Luo Feng is still there, and as long as this man still has such horrible thoughts, this kind of thing that makes all the heroes of Grand Line desperate will happen again and continue to happen. Harvest at once in several eras. Despair once in several eras. No one can stop it. Until the sea is once again stained red by the blood of the world's heroes, and there is no more mature rice in the seedbed, the bloody storm that swept the Grand Line will only fade away. This sea will usher in several eras, and even shorter periods of calm. You are worthy of the Buddha-shaped fruits of everyone you eat. Except for my 2 sons, you are the only one who knows. Facing Sengoku's roar, Luo Feng's face looked like Gujing Bubo from beginning to end. But the blood glow in his eyes became more and more dazzling. It's a pity. After today, the person who knows the true face of your Luo Wudi will no longer be an old man. Everything that happened here, every word the old man said just now was broadcast live to all the heroes in the world through the video phone worm. In the future, what is waiting for you will be frantically besieged and suppressed by the heroes of the world. Sengoku is struggling with Luo Feng. It's a pity that he couldn't see the slightest mood swing in the eyes and face of the other party from beginning to end. So what? Have you forgotten? My observation haki. Luo Feng looked at Sengoku with a smile. You did it on purpose. Sengoku's pupils shrank and reacted abruptly. Wide. Chapter 146. Of course, after the end of the god-killing war in the last era, I knew that such a war would hardly happen again in the next era. Even if celestial dragons and world government erase everything about me in the grand line from history, it won't work. At least world government, celestial dragons, Wanakuni, giants, these forces are saying that they are not willing to fight me again. But if there is only one force, even if it is as strong as your naval headquarters, it can't please me in the slightest. Especially after killing your Marines 7 and 8, I am even more sure of this. No one can please me. Forces that can please me do not exist in 1997. Only when the heroes from all over the world attacked like the Battle of the Gods could please me. Luo Feng stepped on the top of the sea of blood on the dead mountain, like the same killer who descended on the Grand Line, with scarlet and cold eyes looking down at Sengoku, whose face became increasingly desperate and fearful. Damn it! You did it on purpose. You deliberately let the old man discover from the beginning, and even told the whole world through live broadcast through the old man's mouth. Sengoku grabbed a key point abruptly. That's why I said that your devil fruit, the Buddha-shaped monster, was not eaten for nothing. Luo Feng's mouth raised slightly. Although he did not directly admit it, every member of the Whitebeard pirate group, and everyone who was watching the live broadcast, knew that he acquiesced to Sengoku's words. Impossible. What does the old man think, and how can I be told by you? Wait. Observation haki. You controlled the old man with observation haki. Sengoku's pupils tightened, and he thought of observation haki. Because Luo Feng's observation haki did not have an impact on the Admiral-class Marine, he never thought that he would be affected by observation haki if his strength was above Admiral. Response very quickly. Yes, as you think, everything you thought and said was influenced by my observation haki. Luo Feng nodded. Impossible. Your observation haki can't affect Admiral at all. Otherwise, the old man would no longer be Marine's Sengoku, but like the ghost spiders and the others, he would become a pawn in the hands of Luo Woody. Although Sengoku had already guessed it, it was still a bit unacceptable. You are so self-righteous. Sengoku. When did I say that my observation haki is invalid for Admiral? The fact before you now is that my observation haki can not only affect Admiral, but also you above Admiral. Remember. I don't need to see and hear color, and seeing and hearing color is useless is totally different. A trace of contempt flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. The old man has become your pawn. Sengoku's face changed uncertainly. Sometimes fear, sometimes anger, sometimes despair, sometimes unwilling. At this moment, he found that he was really about to be swallowed by countless negative emotions emerging from the depths of his heart. Life and death are involuntary. Coupled with discovering the true face of Luo Feng, he suddenly discovered that he is now more desperate and painful than dead. You don't know anything about my observation haki. Luo Feng felt that Sengoku's heart was about to sink forever under pain and despair, and there was a smile on his face. Tell you one more thing. Sengoku, you are not the most desperate and painful one. Above you, there is another person. He is the one who bears everything. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Feng's hand was already holding the handle of the knife. It was just a gesture of drawing a knife, and even his knife was still seamlessly connected to the scabbard, and he had not left the scabbard at all. But with such a knife-drawing action, the illusion of the dead mountain and the sea of blood in front of you was like a mirror thrown on the ground, shattered into countless pieces with a click. The familiar blue sky and white clouds, as well as the endless azure blue water once again looked back into Sengoku's line of sight. It's just that the Marine Marshal didn't feel the slightest ease, familiarity, but only heavy weakness and pain. Because he understood what Luo Feng said. Garp. A touch of horror appeared on Sengoku's face. But before he could make any response, Luo Feng slammed the handle of the knife he was holding. With a loud sound, his sense of hearing was instantly occupied by the sound of the blade being unsheathed. Immediately afterwards, when his eyes clearly saw the long knife that was pulled out of the scabbard by Luo Feng, the strong and unspeakable smell of blood was like the same fishy wind, like the same 5.4 blood rain. His body. The blue sky and white clouds were gradually shrouded in blood. The azure blue sea began to show a little scarlet. Blood is constantly attacking the sea and sky of Grand Line. Is this an illusion? No, the sea and the sky are really red with blood. It's because of that knife. Sengoku looked at the sky and the sea that were gradually being stained red with blood, and he found that his thinking seemed to be affected. Occupied by the bloodthirsty and violent room. Even the powerful physique, spirit, and will given to him by everyone's fruit Buddha shape cannot resist under this bloodthirsty negative emotion. Chapter 147. Qian. After several eras, Luo Feng once again drew out the long knife that was erased from history by Yim. Whether it was the person watching the live broadcast or the Whitebeard and others watching the scene, they found grand lines. A thick layer of blood has sprouted from the sky and the sea. Even if they are just watching the live broadcast, people all over the world will feel cold physically and mentally when they see the scarlet sky and the terrifying sea of blood. There is a kind of them that they are not watching, but being in this blood-stained world. Old friend, I know that you have slept for dozens of times, and you are very aggrieved. But don't make trouble too much. After all, the grand line is too small to withstand the tossing of you and me too hard. Luo Feng lowered his head and glanced at the jet-black long knife in his hand with a scarlet pattern like blood. At this moment, his eyes changed. On weekdays, his eyes are deeper than the sea, and people can't see the depth at all. When he held this saber, his eyes were scarlet like ghosts, exuding a terrifying bloodthirsty, 15-killing aura. But now, looking at the long knife he pulled out in his hand, he let the Buddha regard the life and death of the Buddha for many years, like a confidant and friend, and the enchanting scarlet eyes are soft and close. Buzzing. The long knife in Luo Feng's hand, let the Buddha understand his words, and immediately uttered waves of knives in response. The knife seemed to be telling him that he would take it easy. You know it. After all, this time is different from when I pulled you out last time. The opponent is just martial marine, no different from gravel. It's not worth your effort. After Luo Feng received the response from the long knife in his hand, there was a rare smile with real emotion on his face. But in the next second, endless coldness, terrifying bloodthirsty, and endless despair swallowed Sengoku's body and mind. I saw Luo Feng say to the long knife in his hand, and then raised the long knife in his right hand unhurriedly, and then the blade seemed to drop towards Sengoku, and it seemed to simply point towards Sengoku. Qian. After one of the simplest one-handed slashing movements in swordsmanship, with a clanging sound, the long knife covered with monster blood patterns on the blade had been inserted back into the scabbard. But Sengoku stood there blankly, her face shining with golden light grey. Puff. At this time, the sea, which was stained red with blood, rolled up a wave of waves. Garp, who was shocked into the sea by Luo Feng's Conqueror's haki just now, crawled back from the sea of blood. Call Sengoku. Great, you are not dead yet. Garp jumped up from the sea and cast his gaze towards Sengoku for the first time. When he saw that Sengoku, who had turned into a golden Buddha, was still standing in a piece of Iceland unscathed, he took a sigh of relief. Even if he knew that even if he and Sengoku were not dead now, they would die later, but when he saw Sengoku standing in front of him alive, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Why do you old fellow see that I don't even react at all? Can't you believe that the old man can crawl back alive from the sea under Luo Woody's Conqueror's haki? Garp walked towards Sengoku and bumped Sengoku casually. When he hit, letting the Buddha let Sengoku react, and letting the Buddha let Sengoku know that he was back. Garp. A stiff and difficult shout came from Sengoku's mouth. What's wrong? Garp didn't react for a moment. Hug, I'm sorry, you have to take care of the rest. The old man can't accompany you anymore. Intermittent voices came from Sengoku's mouth. When the last sentence can't accompany you to fall, his golden shining, majestic Buddha's body passed away with the wind under Garp's sluggish and shocked eyes, turning into a dust. Martial marine from the Great Pirate Age. The Buddha's Sengoku is wiped out. War Sengoku. Garp reached out in disbelief and grabbed where Sengoku was just standing. There is no way to catch even a piece of dust. At this time, he just reacted. Sengoku is dead. Or that Sengoku was dead before he crawled back from the sea. It was just with a sigh of breath, a stubborn king's will forcibly supported and persisted. Just to wait 200 for him to return from the sea, to see his last look, and to leave that apologetic last word. Ah! Garp knelt on the ground violently, beating the ground with both hands frantically. Under the influence of his almost out-of-control emotions, his so powerful Conqueror's haki swept in all directions like a hurricane like a torrent. Bang bang bang! Garp was beating the ground frantically, while scenes of acquaintance with Sengoku appeared in his mind. Join marine together. Train together. Let's go to sea together. Get promoted together. Fight together. For a long time, the two of them are inseparable, and they face everything together. He is responsible for causing trouble. Sengoku is in charge of the back pot. Even if he did not hide from the world government and the naval headquarters to adopt the son of Gordirager, he did not hide from Sengoku. And after Sengoku learned about it, he didn't know anything about the Buddha, just as he did in the past. Chapter 148. Sengoku, the Buddha who has been helping him wipe his A, and has been helping him carry the pot, died in front of him with no hair left. In the future, Sengoku will never help him with Garp's back, help Garp wipe his butt, snatch Garp's senbei, and scold him severely in the marshal's office. The best friend of his life just died in front of him. Even when he died, he still couldn't let go of him, and he abruptly relied on a king's will in front of death, insisted on him until Garp came back, and confessed a few words before he was willing to leave. Is this Grandpa? On the Moby DK, Marga, Jaws and other captains looked at Garp kneeling and crying bitterly, then glanced at Luo Feng, who was standing with the knife. A chill deep into the bones made them tremble. The conversation between Sengoku and Luo Feng when he was in the environment, every one of them heard everything. Although it was a little far apart, Sengoku snarled and snarled with all his strength in order to let the world know the true face of Luo Feng through the video phone worm. So everyone in the Whitebeard pirates can hear clearly. Obviously, the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group are hostile to Sengoku, and even because Sengoku wants to execute Ace, he hates him very much. But after seeing Sengoku's tragic situation, all they have is pity and horror. The pity for Sengoku's end is horrified by his grandpa's true face and terrifying thoughts. If we are not the father's son or grandpa's grandson, then... Izzo looked at Garp, who was tearful, and couldn't help muttering to himself when thinking of what Sengoku had said before his death. We'll die. The pupils of Margot, Bista, and others shrank. Although Yi Zhang did not finish the rest of the story, each of them understood. If they are not Whitebeard's son or Luo Feng's grandson, then Marine's fate is their future outcome. Shut up! Yi Zhang. Whitebeard, who has always loved his son, suddenly slapped Yi Zhang's face with his backhand. The strength was so great that not only half of Yi Zhang's face became red and swollen, but also 2 bloody teeth were drawn out. Father! Yi Zhang rotated 2 times in the air before smashing to the ground. After being slapped, he felt dizzy. Are you supposed to say this? Also, Grand Line has all kinds of weird things, but one thing won't. That's if. You are all Lao Zi's sons, father and his grandson, and this will never change. Everyone in the world can be afraid of daddy, everyone in the world can hate daddy, only you can't, and you are not qualified. He protects Lao Zi just as Lao Zi protects you. This is the bond between the Whitebeard pirates. You all heard it clearly to Lao Zi. Whitebeard walked up to Yi Zhang and stared at Yi Zhang condescendingly. His voice was full of indisputable flavor. The last thing Grand Line lacks every day is killing. The strong live, the weak die. The only difference is in what hands you die. Stepping onto the sea of the Grand Line, one foot has already stepped into the coffin. This is the main theme of Grand Line. There is nothing to be afraid of. What's more, for those heroes who are rushing in the sea, they can die in the hands of the old man, that is the real death. Just when Marl and the others were trembling by the suddenly angry Whitebeard and did not say a word, the third uncle Dracula Mihawk suddenly walked over. Uncle San. Margao and others looked up at Dracula Mihawk. You should be thankful that you have a grandpa like this, but you are afraid, uneasy, and not terrible. Can become Edward Newgate's son, it is your greatest honor and pride to be able to enter the Luo family in this life and become the grandson of the old man. This is how many people kneel to break their knees and knock their heads to ask for it, it's okay. Forgot? Golden Lion, who is as famous as his second brother, dreams of becoming the father's son and your third uncle. There is also Red Hair, although he didn't say it, but I know very well that he can't wait to take my place. This is true for the Golden Lion, and so is the 4 emperors. Humph. You bastards, don't be born in the blessing and don't know the blessing. Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes gave Mare's nephews a sharp glance. Stupid nephew. This ridiculous emotion was born because of Sengoku's bullshit words before his death. It's good, I don't know what to say. If it weren't for his second brother, Whitebeard, his Dracula Mihawk would have drawn his sword long ago and educate a wave of these stupid nephews on the spot. Where is a slap? Just a few reprimands will be the problem. Star. Father. San Shalong. In the face of the old man's deep and heartfelt words and the cold reprimands of the third uncle, Marga and Jaws suddenly felt guilty, fortunate, and regretful. They were actually affected by the last words left by Sengoku before his death. Such stupid emotions and thoughts were born. When they thought that they had almost had a gap with Grandpa just now, Marga and the others felt scared for a while, and they couldn't help but slap themselves. Chapter 149. Are you all awake? Whitebeard saw that Jaws and others were afraid and knew their mistakes. Although his heart was soft, he still had a cold face on the surface. No way. This is no small thing. Although this is Sengoku's fault, and his father is indeed a scary figure, this is not the reason why Marga and the others can be influenced by Sengoku's words. It is not the reason why they can have unwanted thoughts and emotions towards the old man. The incident of Teach had already made Whitebeard regret it. I think this is the reason why I neglected to discipline my sons. Now there is something like Marga and the others, and it has made Whitebeard firm that he must pay close attention to the education of every son on the ship. Father, we were wrong. We shouldn't be influenced by Sengoku. We shouldn't be afraid of Grandpa. Margao and others all bowed their heads with regret. At this time, they didn't look like they were the leaders of the Whitebeard pirate team in front of outsiders. On the contrary, like a good baby, one by one, he bows his head and admits his mistakes and is honestly trained 207. Of course you were wrong, but not confessing to Lao Zi. But to your grandpa. Whitebeard's cold face defrosted slightly, but he still pointed in Luo Feng's direction and said coldly. Let's go now. When Margao and others heard this, they all assumed a posture that they were about to run towards Luo Feng. But before they could run out a few steps, a black knife had already crossed in front of them. Uncle San, what are you doing? We really knew it was wrong. Yes. Didn't you see that we are going to confess our mistakes with Grandpa now? Jaws and the others looked at Dracula Mihawk, who was suddenly blocking the way. Stupid. It is not now to admit the mistake. Didn't you see the old man dancing? Now in the past, the old man's interest has been broken, and the punishment that would have slapped you at most will become a reward for you every minute. After Dracula Mihawk finished speaking, he looked at Luo Feng, to be precise, at the top of Luo Feng's head. The sky has cracked. It's not just cracked, but the sky is bleeding. Oh my god. Grandpa's knife didn't just chop Sengoku to ashes, it also chopped the sky to bleed. Marga, Jaws, Bista, and others involuntarily followed Dracula Mihawk's gaze. At this look, everyone was stunned. In their sight, the blue sky and white clouds above Luo Feng's head were cut out a huge gap of kilometers long. It's like a stab wound on the human body. More than that, this gap is actually red and scarlet blood is flowing. Such a weird and terrifying vision almost didn't tear the three views of their grandchildren. Even though their grandchildren, who have a certain degree of understanding of the horror of Luo Feng, the grandfather, have suffered such a strong impact, one can imagine what the heart of the people who see the sky bleeding through live broadcasts are all over the world at this time. Shock. When they remembered what Sengoku said before his death, in addition to shock, a deep panic emerged in their hearts. If the last words left by Marshal Sengoku before the death of BFFE, Marine are true, then the demise of naval headquarters, the tragic deaths of hundreds of thousands of Marines, and many admiral are just the beginning of despair in this era. Destroying naval headquarters with a single finger is just the first step for the god of the world to emerge. Next, the horrible storm that had enveloped the entire Grand Line several times ago is about to strike again. Deputy Captain, is this the true face of Senior Luo Feng, you said? After Redhead Shanks retracted his gaze from the live broadcast, his face was full of horror. This Kun is coming to the new world, and the four emperors, who are like emperors, are shivering at this time. Not bad. Use the sea as a seedbed, and heroes as leaks. Raise a batch, kill a batch. Repeatedly, never ending. Although Pluton Rayleigh had long understood everything, he still felt a tremor when he saw Luo Feng's true face unreservedly presented to him, and when he saw Luo Feng personally admit it. See the heroes of the world like leaks. A few eras will come out to harvest a wave. Such a man is too scary and too dangerous. As long as he exists for one day, he will hang on the head of a hero in the world like a moody killing god. No one knows when his butcher knife will fall. When the god of the world butcher knife falls, no one except the Whitebeard pirates in the Grand Line will be spared. The only thing that made him feel a little grateful was that Luo Feng had no interest in ordinary people at all. Those killed so far are all heroes in the world. It is also the forces of all parties who are destroyed. Ordinary people can still live well. Even without Marine, without the pirates, it's pretty good. At least, he has lived in seclusion in Sabayati Archipelago these years, and even Celestial Dragons has lived carefully, and he doesn't dare to be domineering at all. It's just that this can't be the reason why he can accept Luo Feng's existence. After all, men who have dreams in the sea and heroes who want to go out to sea do not want to have such a human god on their heads. Chapter 150. Senior Rayleigh, is he not afraid of being attacked by the world's heroes by doing this? When Usopp talked about Luo Feng, his body couldn't help shaking. It is conceivable that in the heart of the world's #1 sniper, Luo Feng is so terrifying. In the past, he was in awe of Luo Feng, saying that he respected him as if he respected the gods too. But now, although he also has respect, he is more afraid, and worried. After learning about cut from Sengoku's mouth, Luo Feng is no longer the god of the world in his heart, but the devil of the world. At first glance, there is no difference between the two, they are both powerful enough to be heaven-defying. But god, people are in awe. And devil, man is fear. A person who regards the world's heroes like leeks, as long as the non-vegetables are mature, they will come out and cut a wave. What is it that is not a demon on the world? Do you think Sengoku was the first to learn that this man had such dangerous thoughts? Pluton Rayleigh glanced at Usopp. The battle of killing gods. Ben Beckman's pupils tightened, and his mouth blurted out. So it is. I just said that the man was almost a single one a few times ago, he has no power, and he does not seem to have the ambition to conquer the sea. How could it cause anger and resentment, and even led by the world government and celestial dragons, uniting the forces of the world and thousands of heroes to besieged and killed? Dare to love that he already had such thoughts at that time. The red-haired Shanks suddenly realized that at the same time, he was also worried. Even several eras ago, Luo Feng's ideas have been known to the world, and even triggered the war of killing the gods that was erased from history, but that war ended in defeat by the heroes of the world. Now several times have passed. Although the existing forces of the Grand Line have recovered to the same level as before, and even their strength has improved, can the world's heroes work together to deal with that man? The most important thing is that with the battle of killing the gods that ended in defeat as a warning, can the forces that survive to this day unite again and initiate the spirit of killing the gods again? If not, the fate of the heroes that day would be worrying. The most important thing is that his red-haired Shanks is also a member of the world's heroes, and he is still the top pirate force today, 4 emperors. Since the demons of the world have the idea of coming out of the mountains to cut leaks, the ghost knows if their red-hair pirates are a group of leaks. If not, that's okay. At least he still has a choice. No matter how bad you are, you can be alone. But what if it doesn't? You are right. Before Rocks, Grand Line also produced a hero who was not under him. This pirate hero not only possesses the best observation haki, but also has the ability to listen to and communicate with all things like Roger. It is because of him that the horrible thoughts hidden in that man's heart can be noticed by the world. It is precisely because of him that the major forces of the Grand Line have been able to unite and form the mighty God-killing alliance. At that time, everyone thought that the man could be completely wiped out. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Under the blood moon, the man slaughtered everyone with one knife. Including the unworldly hero who first discovered Luo Feng's true face and was once regarded by the world as the savior. He also died by Luo Feng's knife. Although it was the last to die, it was only Luo Feng's knife that actually caused his death. Ridiculous, right? Desperate? The most powerful hero of the Grand Line, the man who is no longer under the rocks, can't even go through the hands of Luo Woody. 4 flowers. Pluton Rayleigh mentioned it again. Even if the red-haired Shanks heard it more than once, he still felt a deep cold air sweeping through his body. Is it like this? Ben Beckman looked at the bleeding wound in the sky in the live broadcast with horrified eyes. According to Roger's investigation, it was not just the moon, the sea and the sky were stained red with blood, and even the sky on the battlefield was chopped out with bloody wounds that never receded. Pluton Rayleigh nodded. Deputy Captain, you said this bleeding wound will never go away? You. Then why haven't we seen such a bleeding wound in the sky in that sea area for so long in the sea? Redhead Shanks asked suddenly. The reason is simple. Because that man sealed the sword and closed the mountain. That's why the bloodshed sky will heal. Pluton Rayleigh said amazingly. Is this the power of his sword? Usopp gasped. Not bad. His nameless knife that Yim erased from history was terrifying. The quality far surpasses the 12 supreme knives. It can be said that all the famous knives in the world are not as terrifying as the knives in Luo Feng's hands. Because his knife can not only cut everything, but the person or thing injured by his knife will never heal any wound left behind. Even the sky is no exception. If the wound disappears, the only way is for Luo Feng to take the initiative to seal the knife. Pluton Rayleigh quietly watched the bleeding wound hanging above the sky in the live broadcast. The more I look at it, the heavier his heart becomes. The more he looks, the more desperate his heart is. Chapter 151. Now Luo Woody has unblocked the knife, then. Redhead Shanks was interrupted by Pluton Rayleigh before he could finish speaking. The cracks in the sky that once existed in the battle of killing gods that were cut out by Luo Feng, the wounds that made the sky bleed will appear again. Come to think of it, someone in New World should have seen those crisscrossing lines of wounds across the sky. Pluton Rayleigh stared at the red-haired Shanks and said every word. All members of the Red Hair Pirates of Norwegian University were shocked and speechless. Even the sky can slash blood, which is incredible. Now Pluton Rayleigh is even saying that the wounds from the beheaded 207 will be there forever. As long as Luo Feng no longer seals the knife, even the wounds of the sky that disappeared will return again. The Mo Luo invincible in the world is already so powerful that it is desperate. Coupled with a demon knife that surpasses the supreme sharp knife, no, it is a magic knife. This is simply on the basis of despair? 2. It's going to happen. After a while, Shanks Fang, the red-haired, said weakly with a dejected expression. As early as the moment that man decided to go out, Grand Line had already had a big deal. Pluton Rayleigh sneered. Shanks, the redhead, was speechless. As early as Ace was caught, Whitebeard went to the Sphinx again, and from the moment he knelt down in front of Luo Feng, something serious happened. Whitebeard's kneeling not only sent away his old rival Sengoku, but also the entire naval headquarters. Soon after, there will be more heroes with Sengoku and Marine. It's all the BD teach. If it weren't for this mess to do so many things, Lao Zi might still have a chance to enjoy his old age. Where does it need to have a headache like this? The thought of this made Shanks the redhead hate Teach. Knowing that I shouldn't give Whitebeard face, I just killed the BD Teach. Although without Teach, Luo Woody will come out sooner or later, but this world will at least extend a lot. At least, it is not him who is troubled by this, but the descendants. As long as he learns from Captain Roger, gives the hat, and passes on the will, it is not him that has the headache. Senior Rayleigh, what should I do now? Ben Beckman couldn't help but ask Pluton Rayleigh. Nothing to do, wait for death. Pluton Rayleigh said without thinking. Don't think I'm angry. Roger was not dead. When the pirate group was at its peak, we could only stay away from Luo Woody and avoid him. Roger people have been dead for more than 20 years now, do you still want to count on me to have a way? Maybe the redhead Shanks and others would think he was talking angry, so they added something. Although everyone knew that what Pluton Rayleigh said was the truth, they still felt extremely heavy and depressed after hearing the pessimistic words of the deputy of One Piece who knew everything. After all, they don't know when their cluster of non-vegetable vegetables will be cut off by Luo Wuji. But even if they know everything, they can only be in a state of anxiety all day long. Nothing can be done except numbness and death. Look, the old Garp guy is standing up. Just when many people fell into depression, the sharp-eyed Usopp suddenly caught sight of Garp in the live broadcast and suddenly got up. What does he want to do? Don't you still want to fight Luo Wuji? That man has already unblocked the knife that had been sealed for several generations. Does he still want to fight? Ben Beckman and the others listened and immediately looked around. Sure enough, Garp, who was still kneeling in the graveyard of Sengoku and crying bitterly, has stood up again. Judging from his appearance, he even had a posture that he wanted to continue fighting. It's just a dying struggle. In front of him, no matter how firm Garp's will is, the result will not change. There will be no hope at all. Pluton Rayleigh glanced at Garp deeply, then shook his head. Maybe there is hope. Ben Beckman did not say this. Although they all know what Pluton Rayleigh said is true, deep down in their hearts they still hope that the marine hero can perform miracles. Even if it's just a trace. At least let them see hope. Hero Marine, do you still think of dancing? Above Iceland, Luo Feng gave Garp an indifferent look. Although the bloody light in his eyes had disappeared after the knife was closed, the remnant aura from the time he just pulled the knife is still there. 5.4 Even with a faint glance, Garp groaned when he got up again, stomped for a while, and then fell back to the ground. He felt that his spirit was slashed by a black knife covered with monster blood patterns. Even if the body is not injured, but the spirit feels intense pain and fatigue. He even closed his eyes once he thought about it and didn't care about anything. But every time he had such thoughts, the appearance of Sengoku passing by in the wind would come out of his mind. The gangrene of letting the Buddha attached to the bone is like a gangrene. It was exactly what Sengoku looked like before his death, which made Garp, who had wanted to fall for a while, got up again abruptly. Chapter 152. Oh? Do you want to keep going? A hint of cold light flashed across Luo Feng's eyes. Maybe this old marine hero is just a joke in front of you. Maybe the result will not change no matter what you do. But let the old man lie there and do nothing, please forgive the old man who can't do it. Sengoku's death, the old man must do something for him. Garp got up with gritted teeth, then walked towards Luo Feng staggeringly. At this moment, he continued to insist, not to prove how great he is. He just wanted to give Sengoku an explanation. At least when you go down to see each other, you can still hold each other upright. Because he did it. He is a marine hero. Even if facing Luo Wuji, even if only himself is left, he still fights to the end. The justice that 15 Marine is worthy of. Do you know? Looking at the hero of you now, I feel like a big devil. It's a pity that the unyielding hero finally defeated the great devil only exists in the fairy tale novel. Luo Feng smiled lightly. Believe that it is strong. Garp walked up to Luo Feng with difficulty, and after a roar, his right hand was hardened by armament haki with a thud. Not only that. His inky black iron fist also showed a red light visible to the naked eye. Armament haki is so powerful that it is visible to the naked eye. This is the marine hero. This is the world's strongest armed outfit that Garp has. I firmly believe that even if it is strong, it is a coincidence, I think so too. Luo Feng took a look at Garp's iron fist covered with powerful armament haki, and the corner of his mouth raised a sharp arc. It just so happens that you are hailed as the world's strongest armed color, so let's compare. See if the armament haki you firmly believe is stronger, or mine is stronger. After that, put the long knife in your waist, put your hands on your chest, and a pair of Garp, you can do it at any time. Iron fist. Garp glanced at it and suddenly yelled. The iron fist in his right hand carried the power of Thunder Wandiao and slammed against Luo Feng fiercely. The punch hasn't arrived. The world's strongest armed color, as well as the strength of Marine's combat power ceiling, have been revealed. His fist abruptly completely compressed the atmosphere passing along the road, forming a shock wave, and becoming a part of his iron fist power. Armament haki, physical skills, plus physique and shock wave. The four are in one. This is the origin of the name of Garp Iron Fist. This is the power that marine hero Garp has driven the One Piece into desperation several times. At the moment the punch went out, all witnesses at the scene deeply understood why Garp was called a marine hero. A pair of iron fists is enough. Sengoku, bless the dead. Garp's arm sank, and blood vessels crazily emerged from his arm. As a marine hero, the heart, body, and skills are all concentrated on this punch. Boom. A punch fell, and the thunderous sound was like a nuclear explosion, instantly exploding in a radius of tens of kilometers. The terrifying fist power, as well as the air currents, sea water, and icy debris that were stirred up by the fist power directly submerged Luo Feng's body. Iceland, where the two of them settled, was even crushed on the spot under Garp's domineering punching power, leaving almost no ice chips behind. After disappearing in Iceland, a huge sea pit large enough to accommodate a super-large sea kings was forced out of the sea. Hit. Garp panted heavily, stepping on moonwalk and staying in the air. Looking at the front covered by heavy smoke and shock, he could feel his fist actually hit. There is no such feeling of machine hitting the air. This is the world's strongest armed color. Just when Garp was full of hope, a voice suddenly came out of the smoke. Immediately afterwards, the shock wave caused by the smoke and Garp's fist suddenly dissipated. What caught your eye was a 100-meter tall, crimson humanoid samurai. Garp's iron fist hit the face of the Scarlet Warrior. The mere gravel is less than 1/10,000th of mine. Luo Feng stood on the forehead of the samurai unscathed, folded his hands on his chest, and looked down 210 at him condescendingly. Haki, is this really formed by armament haki? Garp's eyes straightened. As a man known as the world's strongest armed color, he could tell at a glance. The 100-meter high crimson samurai covered with Luo Feng is completely formed by the armament haki released outside. Nothing adulterated. Nothing but armament haki. But it was exactly that, which made Garp panic and didn't believe it. Let's not talk about the exquisite armament haki control ability needed to make such a 100-meter high, lifelike crimson warrior in the outside world. Just say that the armament haki required to shape this crimson warrior can only be described in 2 words. At least, in Garp's opinion, even if the naval headquarters were not destroyed, and the master's armed marines were drained, it is estimated that they could barely gather armament haki to create a crimson warrior similar to the one in front of him. This is just the armament haki needed to make the crimson samurai, maintain it, drive it to defend, and the amount of armor needed to fight every second. Chapter 153. Is this really armament haki? Looking at the Scarlet Warrior in front of him, Garp couldn't help but laugh at himself. Compared with Luo Feng, his so-called world's strongest armed color is simply a joke. It's not even a joke. Haki, a 3-legged cat who has practiced for decades, dare to call it the strongest armed color. Luo Feng looked at Garp spleenly. 3-legged cat haki. Hearing this, Garp was silent on the spot. Dignified marine hero, armament haki, which is owned by the headquarters combat power ceiling, is only rated by the 3-legged cat haki. But when he looked at the crimson samurai in front of him, he was really armament haki, really a 3-legged cat. In front of this man, in front of the scarlet samurai formed by the armament haki placed outside his fingertips, his Garp is really nothing but gravel, and his armament haki is really just a 3-legged cat. You won. After a while, Garp looked up again. Only at this time, not only did his face become extremely old, it was also filled with grim death. Believe that it is strong. Talking about Conqueror's haki, talking about the king. It is because of these 8 characters that Garp can go from being a marine soldier to the position of marine hero today. But now, his belief has collapsed. In front of the 100-meter scarlet giant formed by Luo Feng's armament haki, it fell to pieces like a dangerous building that had fallen completely and could no longer be pieced together. The old man is already the last marine in this department. So your last goal is to be old. Let's do it. After killing the old man, you can take poor Gastiace away. Garp built a tattered coat floating on the sea. He recognized it. This is the martial shawl that Sengoku has worn for decades. Now he put on this marshal's coat, and the Buddha was praying to Sengoku. He did his best. Grandpa Luo, don't. Grandson only asks you for one thing in his life, let him go, let go of Garp Vice Admiral. As soon as Garp's voice fell, Ace's voice came from a distance. Although Marineford was destroyed and hundreds of thousands of elites died, the execution platform was still hanging on the sea. Because Ace was locked in the execution stand, Luo Feng deliberately left the execution stand when he destroyed Marineford. It is precisely because of Luo Feng that Marineford was beaten to death, and Ace was in the center of the battlefield, but he was unscathed. Are you teaching me to do things? Luo Feng tilted his head slightly and stunned Ace at a glance. Grandson dare not. It's just that Garp Vice Admiral not only saved the grandson, but also raised the grandson with one hand. Please forgive my grandson for the love of life-saving and the kindness of nurturing. Ace glanced at the sea, locked by sea stone handcuffs, he could only kneel down towards Luo Feng on the execution platform. Fire Fist Ace, you shut up the old man. The old man is not your grandfather, let alone saved you. You are the son of Whitebeard and the grandson of Luo Feng from beginning to end. The one who raises you is Whitebeard, and the one who saves you is Luo Feng, it has nothing to do with old age. Ace wanted to say something, but Garp was furious and stopped him. Grandfather. Ace's face changed. He is not angry, but painful and at a loss. He was raised by Garp, after all, he knew too well about this grandpa's temperament. Garp seems to be scolding him, and even doesn't recognize him as his grandson. In fact, he is clearing the relationship so as not to affect the relationship between him and Luo Feng and Whitebeard. After all, Marine is gone, and his Garp will soon be gone. In the future, only the father and son Luo Feng and Luo Feng can shelter Ace. He naturally wouldn't let Ace, because he was a dying person, ill-informed the relationship between Ace and Luo Feng and Whitebeard. Destroying Marineford, destroying hundreds of thousands of Marines, it was not Ace who killed Sengoku and others, but Luo Feng. He Garp clearly distinguishes it. Even though he was deeply saddened, he would not be angry with Ace because of this. Because he knows all this has nothing to do with Ace. Even if it weren't for them to insist that they want to be sentenced, Ace would not have caused such a tragedy. Remember your identity. You are a pirate, and the old man is Marine. There was no relationship between you and me from the beginning. Don't forget, it was the old man who sent you to the execution stand. Garp glared at Ace, not giving him a chance to speak. For Ace, all he has is guilt, no anger or resentment. Just, really, as he himself said. As Ace's grandfather, it was himself who finally sent him to the execution platform. Between Marine and his grandson, he chose Marine. Then he is not qualified to be Ace's grandfather again. Nor will Ace have the opportunity to call him grandpa. Not only for the sake of Ace, but also because he Garp feels unworthy. From the moment this grandson was put on the execution stand, he couldn't bear the grandfather's voice of Ace. Boom. Woo. Ace smashed his forehead on the floor of the execution platform in pain. This time he knocked his head, and even he himself couldn't tell whether he was knocking for Luo Fang or Garp. Maybe there are both. Chapter 154. When people are old, they are always nagging. Even the last words are more than young people say. Garp turned his head forcibly, not allowing himself to see Ace. With the words Marine Hero, it is not too much time for you to give your last words in 1 or 2 minutes. Luo Fang's eyes didn't move at all. As Garp said. From the moment he sent Huo Fist Ace to the execution table, he had already made a choice. A choice was made between family love and justice, grandson and Marine. Now that you have made a choice, you must bear the consequences. There are so many good things in the world. Want justice, but don't want to lose family affection, want to be Marine, but don't want to lose grandson. Even the Marine heroes can only make choices, Luo Fang is the only one who can do everything in the grand line. Ha ha ha, it turns out that the reputation of this old Marine hero is worth a bit of money in the eyes of you Luo Woody. Garp gave a long laugh, then opened his arms. Come on. The voice fell, and the Crimson Warrior, who stood in front of him 210 towering like a mountain, had lifted his palm like a hill, and shot him condescendingly with the momentum of Mount Tais pressing on top. Boom. A palm fell, and the sea that had just begun to calm down suddenly rolled up a turbulent sea nearly 100 meters high. The shock wave visible to the naked eye, centered on the palm of the Crimson Samurai, suddenly spread in all directions. Even the Whitebeard pirate group, which is several kilometers away, has suffered a huge impact. A boat full of pirates in front of this shock wave is as small as a lone boat in the tsunami. Although none of these ships were destroyed under Luo Fang's control, they were still swept away several kilometers by the shock wave caused by the palm of the Crimson Warrior. When the tumbling waves that swallowed almost everything within a few kilometers of the sky gradually subsided, a big crater that was not bottomless, and the Buddha was hit by a meteorite from outside the sky, BFFE, appeared in front of the Crimson Warrior. As for Garp, he is nowhere to be found. Whether it was Whitebeard and others on the scene, or the people who witnessed this scene through the live broadcast, they didn't think that Garp had a chance to survive. Almost everyone thought that the Marine hero had already embarked on the old path of Sengoku at this time, and was wiped out like the previous Marine Marshal. The execution bench is the only place that has not been affected. Kneeling on the execution platform, Ace could only close his eyes in pain after seeing this scene. He can do nothing, not even anyone can blame it. Garp sent him to the execution stage, he doesn't blame the other party. After all, Garp not only saves his life, but also nurtures him. Luo Fang killed Garp, and he didn't blame the other party either. That was his grandfather, who came out of the mountain to rescue him. For him to stand alone against the entire naval headquarters, how can he be blamed? But no one blames it, but he can only suffer. Because he can only watch Grandpa Luo kill Grandpa Garp who raised him in order to save him. Is it all over? After the ship stopped, Marga immediately flew into the air, looking into the distance with his eyes. Marineford's last Marine, the hero Garp is also dead. That should also mean that this top war is coming to an end. Is even Garp dead? Either the enemy or the friend. These familiar faces are really decreasing one by one. Whitebeard quietly looked in the direction of the execution table and sighed inwardly. Although his old enemy is Sengoku, after Roger's death, he did not fight against Garp less. Seeing the old guys of his own age fall one by one, he also felt a sigh of relief. The times are changing, and the kings are changing too. Only the old man remains the same. Even if his Whitebeard is like an evergreen tree among the One Piece kings, standing at the pinnacle of one era after another in his lifetime, but sooner or later he will fall. Only his own daddy can stay forever. Kun is on the top of the world, smiles at the change of ages, and looks down and spleens the heroes of the world forever. Margot, go and save Ace. Jaws reminded. He also knows the relationship between Ace and Garp. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with Grandpa's actions, the relationship between Ace and Garp was real after all. Seeing this kind of thing happen, Ace must be very uncomfortable. Good. Margot knew that Ace's mood was not so high. He immediately spread his wings and flew towards the execution platform at the fastest speed. However, when passing by Luo Feng, he dared not fly over his grandfather's head, but landed honestly and acted as a mount. Grandpa, you solved the last marine, should we go and take Ace away? Margot leaned down and asked in a low voice. Let's go. Luo Feng nodded, and dispersed the Suzaku Gundam formed by armament haki, and then raised his foot to step on Margot's back. Grandpa, stand firm. With Luo Feng's permission, Margao suddenly showed a smile on his face. The matter is finally over. Ace finally returned to them. For this younger brother, he also likes and recognizes from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, he would not be regarded as his father's successor. Chapter 155. Ace, Grandpa and I are here to pick you up. After Luo Feng stood firm, Margot immediately rose into the air and flew to the execution platform at the fastest speed. Grandpa, and Margao. Thank you for giving so much for this hopeless person like me. Ace laughed at Luo Feng and Margao Qiang. What are you forcing? We are a family. If you want to thank you Grandpa and Dad Shi. If it weren't for the old man to beg Grandpa out of the mountain, if it wasn't for Grandpa to do it, it would not be so easy if we wanted to save you. Margot gave Ace's chest angrily, but he didn't expect that he directly threw Ace down on the execution platform. Also use you to say it. Of course, I would like to thank Grandpa for his words. But you guys don't run around for my business. And, can you be gentle, didn't you see that I am still locked in sea stone handcuffs? Ace first glanced at Luo Feng gratefully, and then spoke to Margao gratifyingly. Crap. I almost forgot about the sea stone handcuffs. Only then did Margot react. Ace's hands, and feet were all locked by sea stone's handcuffs. Obviously, Marine has suffered from Golden Lion. Even if Ace does not have the strength of Golden Lion, when they lock Ace, they no longer just lock their feet like Golden Lion, but use sea stone handcuffs to lock both hands and feet. Don't you have the key? Ace's eyes widened, and if you dare to say no, I just looked like anxious with you. No way, he is a capable person. If there is no way to unlock the handcuffs, then he will be useless. Dignified Fire Fist Ace, from then on, it is even worse than an ordinary person. Naval headquarters are gone, where do you want me to find the key with you? Margot was immediately distressed. Sea stone is notoriously hard. There are not many things in the Grand Line that can damage sea stone. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of these things at all. Some fruit abilities can do it. But the problem is that once the capable person comes into direct contact with sea stone, they immediately become soft-footed crabs. No way. Ace saw that Margot didn't look like a joke, and he was immediately forced. He won't be rescued, he still has to lock his hands and feet. Why don't you go back and let my brother use shock fruit to give you a shock? Maybe it can shatter the sea stone handcuffs. Margot suggested. I think my father has already shattered me without breaking the sea stone. Ace looked at Margot speechlessly. Give Dad a shock? How dare my elder brother think about it? It's just a big fart. See, you are in a hurry. Just when Ace and Margao were a little at a loss, Luo Feng reprimanded in an angry manner. But these two people are still their own grandsons. I was actually stumped by two small sea stone handcuffs. Look at my brain. This rush actually forgot Grandpa. With Grandpa here, let alone two sea stone handcuffs, even two sea stone mountains are not a problem. Margot patted his forehead. Maybe Ace was finally rescued. When I was happy, I even forgot the god tier standing behind. After reacting, he immediately asked Grandpa to take action. Grandpa, do you have a way? Ace also looked at Luo Feng eagerly. You call me this Grandpa, I can't let you down. 4 flowers. While talking, Luo Feng stretched out a finger and tapped lightly on the two sea stone handcuffs. Taste. Under the dull gazes of Ace and Margot, the sea stone hand cast, which once caused headaches for all Grand Line capable players, was broken. Knock it to break. Ace has clearly felt that the lost Marimara fruit abilities come back again, and even his weak body has become stronger, but he still has an unreal feeling like waking up from a dream. You know that sea stone not only has the hardness comparable to diamonds, but it is also extremely tough, not as brittle as diamonds. 0. It can be said that sea stone is simply an enhanced version of diamond handcuffs. Perfectly have all the advantages of diamonds, but not all the disadvantages of diamonds. But now? The sea stone handcuffs that made all the capable people of Grand Line herd were actually smashed by Grandpa's finger. In this regard, he can only smile bitterly in his heart. It's you who smashed the sea stone with your fingers. Grandpa. Sure enough. If it is related to Grandpa, then it cannot be measured by common sense. Margot recovered first. After all, he is not like Ace, who just met Luo Feng today. He has been with Luo Feng for a while, and his endurance is not comparable to Ace. Grandpa, can you tell me this unique skill? In this way, if the grandson is caught by someone in the future, he won't be afraid of using sea stone to lock it. Ace recovered, and immediately looked at Luo Feng with bright eyes. Grandpa, please count me. After Luo Feng came out of the mountain, although Margao did not suffer from the loss of Seastone, as a capable person, he still has a natural fear of Seastone. If he can learn this skill from Grandpa, then he really sees Seastone as nothing. Wide. Chapter 156. You all call me Grandpa, can I still let you call for nothing? Luo Feng shook his head. Grandpa is the best. I like Grandpa the most. When Marga and Ace heard this, they said with a look of ecstasy. Especially Ace. Seeing Luo Feng promised to pass on his stunt of crushing Seastone, he was happier than anyone else. After all, he had suffered the loss of Seastone's handcuffs once, and he really hated and feared Seastone. If you have learned this trick long ago, even if you are caught by Teach and give it to Marine, you can escape. So there won't be today's top war, Naka. Thinking of Garp, the smile 213 that appeared on Ace's face suddenly disappeared. What's wrong? Ace. Marga saw that Ace's smile suddenly solidified, and he couldn't help asking. Grandpa, I want to build a grave for Garp Vice Admiral. Ace did not answer Margao's words, but directly spoke to Luo Feng. Are you sure? When Luo Feng heard the words, his gaze at Ace showed a different kind of light. Grandson is sure. Although Garp Vice Admiral has no blood relationship with his grandson, and he also sent his grandson to the execution table, but this does not obliterate the fact that he has a life-saving and nurturing love for his grandson and his grandson's mother. Although he is his own master, his grandson also called him Grandpa. Now that Garp Vice Admiral is dead, it is very necessary for his grandson to build a grave for him. Ace is very visionary. Although he still regarded Garp as his grandfather in his heart, he never mentioned the word grandfather in front of Luo Feng, but called him Garp Vice Admiral. Grandpa, don't be angry. Ace is also out of filial piety, and repaying gratitude. As he said, Garp saved him after all and raised him. Now that Garp is dead, it's not too much to set a grave for him. You don't want your grandchildren to be cooking wolves like Teach who knows no gratitude and does not repay them, right? Margao was afraid that Ace was unfamiliar with Luo Feng's temperament, so he accidentally touched Luo Feng's negative scale when he said something, and hurriedly said to the side. He wants to build a grave for Garp, how can I be angry? Just before you help little Garp build his grave, Ace, let me ask you one more question. Are you really sure to give Garp stand a grave? Luo Feng staring straight Ace. Ah. Grandchildren have already decided. While Ace was seen Luo Feng heart scared, but nodded. Well, you go. I think Garp will be very pleased that he will raise you. Luo Feng looked at Ace for a while, then recovered eyes. No one will notice. When he recovered eyes to see the Ace, imperceptible hint of a smile flashed from the corner and over. Thank you, Grandpa's sake. Your grandchildren and so on for a while. This gives Garp Vice Admiralty, although grandson is the first time, but definitely soon. Ace thought Luo Feng is to look at their faces do not care about, and my heart loose after RO gas, immediately wanted to place in the table to Garp sentence stand a grave. After all, naval headquarters gone. Radius of dozens of kilometers of land and no land best suited as a grave nature is his feet sentence sets up. Father, you go all the way all right. I'll certainly take care of herself. Ace is really right. It is the first time for Garp to build a grave, but he moves very quickly. Putting a Buddha is born to eat this line of rice. He stretched out his hand and pulled a wooden board as a tombstone on the execution platform, and then inserted it on the execution platform. Then a flame was lit up with his fingers, and he quickly wrote the tomb of Monkey D. Garp on the tombstone. Okay, Grandpa. After the grave was erected, Ace stood up and said to Luo Feng. This grave is good. But it seems to be a little bit off, not very complete. Luo Feng looked at Garp's grave. No way. Marine Ford was beaten to powder by you, Grandpa. Grandson couldn't find it even if he wanted to find some soil to make a grave, so he had to do it like this. The old man used to be informal when he was alive, and now he is dead, he wants to come to his cemetery without any requirements. Ace clapped his hands. At least throw Garp in, otherwise it will be an empty grave at best. Luo Feng said lightly. Grandpa, did you leave a whole body for Garp Vice Admiral? When Ace heard it, his face was happy. Although the old man is dead anyway, it is better to have a whole body than to die without a whole body. Yet. Very complete one. Before Luo Feng spoke, Margao on one side suddenly said. It's just that when he said this, Ace looked at him with a very strange expression. Thank you, Grandpa, for leaving the whole body of the old man. Ace didn't notice these details. At this time, his thoughts were all on his grandfather's 5.4 dead body. Right, Grandpa. Where is Father Garp's body? Ace asked immediately, afraid that Luo Feng would suddenly change his mind. At this time, he just wanted to throw Garp to the grave as soon as possible, for fear that the night would have many dreams. The ghost knew whether Grandpa would suddenly change his mind and leave Grandpa Garp dead. Luo Feng did not speak, but looked at Margao. Marga, do you know where the body of old man Garp is? Also, why are your eyes so strange? At this time, Ace also noticed that Marga looked at him strangely. It seems to be treating a big filial son. Chapter 157. Nothing, just moved by the filial piety of your great filial son. Margot shook his head. Isn't it the purpose of our Whitebeard pirate group? Ace touched his nose and was embarrassed to be praised. You are right. Go, great filial son. Margot reached out and pointed towards the sea below the execution platform. Is the old man's body there? Ace took a look and immediately walked in the direction of Margot's fingers. Sure enough, a corpse that he was very familiar with was floating on the sea. Master. Ace felt sour and wanted to go down to get Garp up. Why? But before he went down, the corpse floating on the sea opened his eyes like a corpse. The bloodshot eyes and 15 pupils jumped over Ace, staring at Luo Feng who was standing on the execution platform. Ah! Ace's eyes widened when he saw Garp, who was dead and uplifted, and he yelled why like a ghost. He was immediately frightened and jumped a step back. What's the matter? Great filial son. Garp is not dead, why you seem to be very upset? Margot said to Ace with a wry face. Grandpa is not dead. There was still a lingering fear. Ace was startled, his neck stiffly turned to Luo Feng. What and why? It's just that Luo Feng didn't pay attention to him, but looked down at Garp condescendingly. Why don't you kill the old? Is it because of Ace? If it is, then you don't have to. Ace is Ace, old age is old age, we have nothing to do. You don't have to be like this at all. The old don't need you to let me go. Garp's eyes widened, and he was full of anger. You are so self-righteous, hero marine. Luo Feng sneered. What do you mean? Garp's face went cold. I left you a dog, not because of Ace, but because I didn't intend to kill you from the beginning. In other words, among the 8 of you, I planned to keep one from the beginning. Luo Feng looked at Garp indifferently. You just look at me for a while, then Sengoku is hard to achieve. Garp suddenly recalled that before Luo Feng killed Sengoku, he once looked at him and Sengoku with weird eyes, as if he was choosing something. At this time, he heard what Luo Feng said, and finally reacted. Yes, I was looking at you and Sengoku at that time. Thinking about who should stay between you and Sengoku. In the end I chose you. Luo Feng looked at Garp with a strange look in his eyes. Fang Fo is telling Garp that those who are selected and survive are not necessarily a good thing. Why didn't you choose Sengoku, why? Garp learned that he could only live with Sengoku, but in the end, after he survived, not only did he lose the slightest joy in his heart, but he felt even more painful. Old friends, disciples, and colleagues who have been with me for many years are all dead. He survived. What is this? In particular, his ability to survive is based on the death of Sengoku, and he feels even more that his life is a torture and a sin. You think it's a bad thing for Sengoku to die, but it's a good thing for you to survive? I tell you, sometimes death is not necessarily a bad thing, because the living one will be more painful than the dead one. The corners of Luo Feng's mouth raised slightly, and Ace and Margao were frightened as they watched. They already have a certain understanding of their grandfather's temperament. They are sure that Grandpa left Garp not because of Ace, but because of some terrifying purpose. For Garp, it may be worse than death. What do you want to say? When Garp saw the smile on Luo Feng's face, he was also deeply disturbed. The Grand Line is too small to withstand the toss of me alone. Compared to the Grand Line, the mere marine is even smaller. No, if I haven't done it for a long time, the naval headquarters will be gone. Luo Feng's words made Garp's pupils tighten, making Pluton Rayleigh and others who were watching the live horrified. This can't work. If marine is gone, it would be too boring. After all, among the many leaks on the Grand Line, marine is definitely the best one, but this time I tried too hard and accidentally uprooted. This is not the result I want to see. Although you are going to punish my grandson, you all deserve to die. But you can't die, at least one seedling should be left behind. When he said this, his gaze fell on Garp. The meaning is self-evident. Garp is the marine seedling he left behind. In order for the marine leak to grow, the last seedling of Garp cannot be plucked. Once unplugged, marine will be completely extinct, and there will be no more robust non-vegetables. How can he reap like this? A hole, what do you think of decay? What do you think of marine? The leak that grows and cuts, cuts and grows? You are dreaming. Even if you die, the old will not let you as a villain succeed. Garp was furious and wanted to jump up and fight Luo Feng for another round. But his physical injuries made him unable to move a finger. Although luckily not dead, the palm of Suzaku's arms just now caused a comminuted fracture to his whole body. Had it not been for his strong physique, he would have died long ago. In fact, he has changed to other strong players of the same level, mainly with fruit ability, to bear his injury, such as the Golden Lion will undoubtedly die. Chapter 158. In fact, the analogy of leaks is not very appropriate. I thought about it, it would be more suitable to use goo worms as a metaphor. Grand Line is a goo pot, all forces and heroes in the world are bugs, and I am a goo raiser. So I don't want ordinary bugs, as long as those that are 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 1,000. If I say this, you should be able to understand it. In my eyes, marine cannot be said to be a leek, it should be said that it is the best quality goo worm that is more suitable. Luo Feng thought about it seriously, and then said to Garp. UBD. Garp was so excited that he spit out blood on the spot. But at the same time he was angry, he was also shocked by Luo Feng's thoughts. This man's thoughts are too dangerous, too horrible. Regarding the Grand Line as a complete cup, the world's heroes are insects, and he actually treats the world's people as goo worms. But with this man's strength like a god on earth, he can still do it. Now you understand? Sengoku's death is not necessarily a bad thing, and your living is not necessarily a good thing. Because you are a new bug I picked. So I won't kill you. It's up to you if you can make marine this worm grow up again, Garp. Although Luo Feng is laughing, it makes everyone who is watching the live broadcast feel chill, panic, and uneasy. The old will not let you succeed. I won't die. Garp struggled to stand up, but his injuries were so heavy that he couldn't manage it. You will. Monkey D. Luffy slash. Luo Feng said with a smile but not a smile. You threaten old age. Garp glared at Luo Feng in anger. How can you say threats? Raising grandchildren, isn't it what a grandfather should do? Of course, you don't have to train him. Anyway, the larvae left behind have grown up, and I just came out of the mountain. Of course, the new round of harvesting is indispensable. Whether you train him or not train him, the result will be death. Facing Garp's murderous intent, Luo Feng was not moved at all by letting Buddha kill people. He's out of the mountains. Why do you want to harvest a wave? In any case, the seedlings he left behind have grown into non-vegetable vegetables. If you don't harvest them, these leeks will die by themselves. You old man understand. This is why you killed Kong back then. Garp's eyes stared as big as a brass bell. You are right. Why didn't I kill Xiao Kong back then, and why don't I kill you Garp today are the same. You are all my selected seedlings, bugs. If you kill the little Kong, who will raise the little bug marine for me and cultivate it into a goo worm? And Xiao Gangkong did not live up to my grace of not killing back then. After spending several times, he finally cultivated you. Although I still failed to please me in the end, I don't blame you. After all, it's not that you are too weak, but I am too strong. Luo Feng shook his head. Then why you closed the sword and closed the mountain back then has nothing to do with celestial dragons and 5 elders. Garp's breathing became quicker. I don't know if it is anger or fear. You are right. It was not the interests of Im and 5 elders that moved me, but that I was too strong. No matter how carefully I control the force, the Grand Line is still too small and too fragile. I'm afraid that I will continue to toss on, because those little bugs have not grown up yet, the guts of Grand Line will be broken by me. Therefore, I cannot stay in this sea for too long. Otherwise, the Grand Line will be discarded by me all of a sudden, and it will never recover. It just so happened that Im and 5 elders found me. Then I will push the boat along the way, and all their hopes. Luo Feng did not hide it either. In front of Garp and Ace, Marga, and even the world explained the reason why he closed the mountain back then. In the final analysis, Grand Line's map is too small, and the heroes of the world are too weak. Not only did he have to be careful every time he went out of the mountain, but he also couldn't play for too long. The time to go out of the mountain should not be too short, and the number of times should not be too frequent. Otherwise, if he killed the entire Grand Line in one go, no one dared to go out to sea. How would he raise goo? How would he cut leeks? *W That era of great pirates that Roger rose up. Before Garp finished speaking, Luo Feng interrupted him. As early as when Gordy Roger came to the Sphinx to look for me for the first time, I had already sensed his idea of opening up the era of the great pirates. Good job, otherwise, why do you think I would let a little pirate who dared to draw a sword in front of me live to become the pirate king? Had it not been for his ambition to open up the great pirate era, and the great pirate era could help me cultivate more high-quality goo worms, he would have died in the Sphinx decades ago and became handsome. Luo Feng said every word. Garp was silent, Ace Marga was silent, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, and even the world before the live broadcast was silent. At this moment, they only realized that this dangerous man had been doing such a terrifying thing several times ago. Even the one piece that is pursued by the world is just a small chess piece in his hand. Chapter 159. After knowing the truth of all this, and knowing that there is Luo Feng behind the Grand Line, many of them went to sea. In order to gain fame, wealth, and power, the people who became the new generation of One Piece felt even more creepy. It turns out that the so-called era of the Big Pirate, the so-called One Piece, and even the so-called One Piece Big Secret Treasure is simply a big joke. All this is nothing but Luo Feng pushing behind him, so that more people will go to sea, more heroes will be born, and they will be killed in the end. The truth like this is really cruel. It was so cruel that many witnessed the war on the top, witnessed the power of Luo Feng, witnessed his true face. The pirates had the idea of returning to the mountains and seas and not asking about the world. Of course it is good to pursue your dreams. But if at the end of your dream you become the One Piece, and if you have everything, you will only welcome the butcher knife, then what is the point? After prejudice and knowledge of Luo Wudi's power, many pirates were desperate for a time, and they could not even think of resistance. In front of the video phone worm of Sabayati Archipelago, unscathed, the highest bounty among contemporary supernova stars, stared at the live broadcast in front of him. The crew 220 around him clearly saw his Captain Kid's body trembling. But no crew member laughed at him. Because all the crew of the Kid pirates, and even the pirates nearby, reacted like unscathed, the supernova. One Piece ha ha ha, Lao Zi has persisted since he was a child, and the dream he pursued is such a thing. What if Lao Zi is really made the One Piece? Lao Zi was the first to be killed. Unscathed clenched his fists, his teeth creaked. He was angry, aggrieved, and unwilling, but in the end he could only turn into a premonition. In this top war, he saw how vast the world is and how small he is. That man named Luo Wudi can easily kill thousands of him by pulling out any kind of power. Even if his unscathed is 10 times, 100 times stronger on the current basis, even his predecessors, this result will not change in any way. A live broadcast. Let the world know about Luo Wudi's emergence. It also lets all the pirates and all the forces know that there is a Master Grand Line who is the god of life and death on the top of the head. This is a desperate blow to anyone who goes to sea for their dreams. The supernova's unscathed is so, the long famous big pirate, and the dark emperors of the New World all feel the pressure and despair of helplessness. The times are going away. Ben Beckman had a panoramic view of the changes in the look of the pirates around him. It turns out that Roger was able to become One Piece because of this reason. Pluton Rayleigh closed his eyes. Roger, no, it's their entire Roger pirate group that is just a small chess piece in Luo Wudi's hand. It's a shame that they thought they were so great to wait for others. The first pirate group to complete the Great Route, BFFE, get everything and know everything. All this is just because Luo Fang wants Roger to create the era of the Great Pirate. Otherwise, their Roger pirates hadn't completed the entire journey of the Great Voyage, and their lives would have come to an end in advance in the Sphinx. Trouble now. The era of Great Pirates initiated by Captain Roger is about to end. Redhead Shank's heart sank. After he knew that he had no chance to become the One Piece, his biggest dream was to choose a heir for Gordy Roger, so as to replace him and inherit everything from Captain Roger. And he found it too. That little boy in Windmill Village. He is convinced that the other party can live up to his expectations. But now that this kind of thing is out, even the era of the big pirates will be ended. Does the One Piece have any meaning? With a single thought, let the era of the great pirates be born. In one word, let the era of the great pirates come to an end. His own will can actually manipulate the changes of the times. Usopp sighed. This kind of thing was something he had never thought of before. Compared to an era, a person's power is too small. But Luo Fang personally taught him a lesson after he came out of the mountain. Let the heroes of the world understand that an era is too small in front of one person. He knows very well that after what happened at Marineford today spreads across the sea, the times will change. At that time, the great pirate era will be completely rampant and begin to go towards destruction, until under the control of his will, a new era is ushered in again. The era of the great pirate cannot be ended by him. The heroes of the world can't be played by him alone. One Piece's dream cannot be destroyed by him. Pluton Rayleigh suddenly opened his eyes. Since retirement, he has become cynical and his will has changed. He let the Buddha go from a retired old craftsman coding to that sharp-edged One Piece right arm. Deputy Captain, calm down. Don't think about it. You can't beat Senior Luo Fang by yourself. The red-haired Shanks heard it and quickly grabbed Pluton Rayleigh, for fear that this highly respected deputy captain would not even have a chance to enjoy his old age. Chapter 160. Shanks, what are you doing with the old man? Pluton Rayleigh looked at the red-haired Shanks who was holding him tightly like an octopus, and couldn't help being speechless. Deputy Captain, listen to my advice, don't think about it. I don't want to be like Ace, I will set up a grave for you tomorrow. The redhead Shanks glanced suspiciously at Pluton Rayleigh, still not letting go. He was afraid that if he let go today, he would see in the newspaper tomorrow that One Piece's right arm was reunited with One Piece news. He is even more afraid that he will let go today, and tomorrow he will follow Ace to build a grave for Pluton Rayleigh. What can't stand a grave? Are you Garp and Sengoku idiots as an old man? On the hot blood, you must go to Luo Fang desperately. Pluton Rayleigh heard the words and couldn't help speaking in an angry tone. Isn't it? The redhead Shanks didn't believe it. Isn't this nonsense? The old man is not an idiot. Not to mention that the old man is now 70 and 80, even if the old man is 10 times more powerful than when he was young, it is just a leak that can be cut in front of Luo Wudi. The old man has to think about it before going to him desperately. Pluton Rayleigh snorted. The captain, you are not going to find Senior Luo Fang to work hard. Why did you say so much righteous and awe-inspiring words just now? What also said that the dream of One Piece will not be destroyed by Senior Luo Fang? Isn't this desperate or something? Although the redhead Shanks let go of his hand holding Pluton Rayleigh, he didn't mean to let him go. Yes, I want to stop Luo Fang. But it doesn't mean that I have to fight him hard. Pluton Rayleigh said. There is one thing to say, the deputy captain, if you don't explain it clearly, today I will not let you go away if I say anything. The red-haired Shanks let the Buddha go to prove to Pluton Rayleigh how firm he did not want to build a grave. While he was speaking, his only right hand was holding his famous knife. I'm really not going to find Luo Feng to fight, alright. Actually I am going to find someone. Pluton Rayleigh saw the red-haired Shanks unmoved at all, so he could only speak honestly. Find someone? Didn't you still say that there is no one in Grand Line who can beat Luo Feng's predecessors? Why are you looking for someone now? Redhead Shanks frowned slightly. He is still skeptical of what Pluton Rayleigh said. Grand Line does not exist to win Luo Feng, but if you just find someone who can let Luo Feng give up this dangerous idea of using Grand Line as a seedbed and treating heroes as seedlings, there should still be someone. In my memory, he should be the person most likely to bring Luo Feng back to life. Pluton Rayleigh explained. Deputy Captain, do you mean Whitebeard? Redhead Shanks thought for a while, then tried to ask. In his impression, if Luo Feng is best for whom, it must be Whitebeard. After all, Luo Feng came out early this time because of Whitebeard's begging. If Whitebeard asks for it, Luo Feng might really give up this horrible idea. I'm not looking for Whitebeard. Although the old guy has been loved by Luo Feng since he was a child, he is even the one who can move Luo Feng the most in my opinion, but it is a pity. Newgate is too filial. To Luo Feng, his father, he would not have any rebellious thoughts at all. What Luo Feng wants to do, even if he dies, he will not stop it, even if it is just persuasion. If I go to him, it is estimated that his first reaction is to mention his Kongyun and cut me to death on the spot. Ask for her flowers. Pluton Rayleigh shook his head. Kidding. Looking for Whitebeard is no different from persuading Luo Feng to change his mind in person. Anyway, it's dead. The difference is only in the hands of the father or the son. Other than Whitebeard, who else? Is it an eagle eye? If Whitebeard refuses to help, it can only be Hawkeye. After all, apart from the son of Whitebeard, only Hawkeye can speak to Senior Luo Feng. Redhead Shanks suddenly said. If it is Hawkeye, there is hope. Although the son Yunjian has just entered Lujiamen for a short time, the Senior Luo Feng clearly decided to kill all Shi Shibukai who agreed to be convened, but in the end he let off Yunjian, and even took Yunjian as the third son. He is still very popular with Senior Luo Feng. Not Hawkeye. His entry time is too short to speak in front of Luo Feng. And I don't believe that Hawkeye has the courage to teach Luo Feng to do things. Pluton Rayleigh denied. It's not Whitebeard, and it's not Hawkeye, so who else can tell Senior Luo Feng? Red-haired Shanks thought about it and couldn't think of anyone besides Luo Feng's two sons, who could tell this Luo Woody, who suppressed the Grand Line for several eras. Could it be Margiao and Ace, the grandsons of Luo Woody? But do they have the courage to teach their grandpa to do things? A man who has been invincible for an era. A hero who was once known as the closest to Luo Woody. Like Luo Woody, an overlord who was erased from world history by celestial dragons and 5 elders. Pluton Rayleigh was silent for a few seconds, and letting the Buddha find out the name of the man who moved him from the long dusty memory in his mind. Rocks. Guang. Chapter 161. Rocks. The redhead Shanks was startled. Senior Rayleigh, are you talking about the overlord of the sea that One Piece and marine heroes can defeat together? Ben Beckman said. Yes, it's him. In addition to being the overlord of the sea, Rocks is Luo Feng's eldest son. In addition to Whitebeard, only he could make Luo Feng change his mind. Pluton Rayleigh nodded. But isn't Rocks dead? Usopp was surprised. Who told you that Rocks is dead? Pluton Rayleigh looked at Usopp like an idiot. Didn't he disappear after being defeated by the heroes of One Piece and Marine 223? Rakula said in a vague voice while biting on the barbecue. Beat, disappear, and die are two different things, okay? Rocks is Luo Feng's eldest son. What is the eldest son? Let me give you science popularization, it is Luo Feng's first son. Not to mention the strength of Rocks itself, no one other than Luo Woody can kill him. Just because he is the eldest son of Luo Woody, no one dares to touch him. Think about it. With Luo Feng's short-handed personality, the news of Ace's execution only came out a few days, and he had carried a long knife to kill Marineford's Marine until only Garp was left. This is still based on the condition that Ace is not dead. If Rocks dies, and the cause of death is also related to Garp and Roger, do you think Roger will have to leave the Sphinx? Do you think I have other Roger pirate crew members who have to retire? And Garp, do you think he still lives as a marine hero for so many years, and even now he is the only survivor in the game? Rocks is really dead, and if it is related to them, the ashes of the two of them have long been given to wine by Luo Feng. Even Marine, Roger pirates, and the ashes of all of you red hair pirates were given wine by Luo Feng. Pluton Rayleigh didn't have a good air. Even if the idiot Garp didn't know and wanted to kill Rocks, Roger knew it. Who would dare to touch Luo Feng's eldest son? Anyway, dear Roger didn't dare. If you dare, 5 elders and Eam would have come together to greet them Roger pirates. Then how did he disappear? Moreover, even if it was not killed by Garp in one piece, it has been so many years now. Rocks should be old too. Usopp said. As for why he disappeared, I will tell you when the old man comes back. Anyway, you only need to know that Rocks not only is not dead, but is still alive, and even if you are all dead, he won't die. Don't forget, he is known as the man closest to Luo Wudi. Think about this sentence, you will understand why the old man said so. Pluton Rayleigh saw the red-haired Shanks finally let go of the handle of the knife, and immediately left. Time is running out. The ghost knows when Luo Feng will start a new round of cleaning the Grand Line. He must be fast. At the very least, you must find Rocks before the new round of cleansing, and talk to each other. That's it. Ben Beckman looked at Pluton Rayleigh's hurriedly leaving back, his eyes flashed suddenly. What did he understand by letting the Buddha? Beckman, do you know something? Rachel asked curiously. Others looked at Ben Beckman. After all, the head of the deputy captain is notoriously good. What they didn't expect did not represent Ben, nor did Beckman. It's easy. Think of the words Senior Rayleigh said before leaving. Rocks is the man closest to Luo Wudi. What is the closest? Strength, achievement, reputation, threat? No, it's the similarity. Ben Beckman glanced around at everyone, and said every word. Similarity? The red-haired Shanks let the Buddha catch something, but didn't completely pierce the paper. Why is Luo Wudi so terrifying? Ben Beckman saw that everyone looked thoughtful, so he said. The world is invincible. Usopp said without thinking. Except the world is invincible. Ben Beckman continued to ask. Thinking is extremely dangerous. Lakila said. What else? Ben Beckman asked again. I think I understand what you mean. The strength is terrifying, the mind is dangerous, and there is an immortality. The combination of the three creates the god of the world who makes the world desperate. Redhead Shanks clapped his palms sharply. I get it too. It's op fruit. Since Rocks is known as the man closest to the god of the world in 5.4, he must have a very high degree of similarity to the god of the world. Strong strength and terrible ambition are not enough, we must add immortality. Usopp suddenly realized. Yes, only Rocks has undergone an age-old operation like Luo Feng's predecessor. Rayleigh's predecessor will say that we are all dead, and Rocks will not die. Redhead Shanks nodded. Speaking of us, are the heroes of the world saved? Usopp said excitedly. It's not that he is timid and afraid of death. But if you can't die, who wants to die? After all, it is not a wonderful thing to be invincible in Luo Wudi town. Chapter 162. It's too early to say so. Everything has to wait for the deputy captain to tell Rocks to come out, and promise to persuade Luo Wudi to say it again. Redhead Shanks are not as optimistic as Usopp. Although he has never been in contact with Rocks, he doesn't know the nature of this former Sea Lord. Perhaps the overlord of many big Poseidons such as Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, Golden Lion, Kaido, etc., is certainly not easy to follow. It's hard to tell such a person. In particular, his own old captain once used to deal with the sea overlord in an innocent alliance with Marine. With such a previous record, it is even more difficult for the deputy captain to move Rocks. Captain, are you worried that Rocks has a problem? Ben Beckman noticed the worry hidden deep in the eyes of the red-haired Shanks. Well, since Rocks and Luo Feng's predecessors are so similar, is the reason why he disappeared for 15 years and several times is similar? I am afraid that it is easier to ask God to send God away. If the deputy captain asks Rocks out of the mountain, not only does it not have the effect of persuading Luo Feng's predecessors, but the father and son get together again quickly, then the problem will be serious. The sea is really too small and can't stand the toss of their father and son at all. Redhead Shanks whispered his worries. It turns out that you, Captain, want to go with me too. I also have the same worry. When Senior Luo Feng retired, he was still in peace during the Great Pirate Era. But after Whitebeard begged him to come out of the mountain, the era of big pirates began to run away. I worry that the situation on Rocks, who lives in seclusion, is the same as that of Luo Feng's predecessors. Returning to the mountains and forests, if no one is disturbed, everything will be calm. But once this calm was broken by Senior Rayleigh, I was worried that not only did it fail to persuade Senior Luo Feng, it would make the already bad situation even more out of control. Don't forget, if you have a father, you have a son. Rocks is so similar to Senior Luo Feng, the ghost knows what purpose he is living in seclusion. I can't imagine what kind of horrible reaction this father and son would cause if they got together. Ben Beckman thought of Luo Feng and Rocks, the father and son together, plus Whitebeard and Dracula Mihawk. Luo Jiamin appeared neatly on the Grand Line. As soon as this picture formed in his mind, it made him feel a headache and horror. Maybe we are just worrying about it. After all, we can think of as much as the deputy captain. But he still insisted on begging Rocks to come out of the mountain, thinking that he should have considered this aspect. Let's not think so much, let's talk about everything after the deputy captain returns. Red-haired Shanks saw that the atmosphere became more and more depressing, and even red-hair pirates had a desperate and depressed feeling of imminent disaster, and quickly changed the subject. If this continues, Luo Feng's butcher knife has not been swung down, and his red hair pirates is about to collapse. I hope so. Ben Beckman and others shook their heads, their emotions were not so high. Obviously, they are not very optimistic about Pluton Rayleigh. It's not that Pluton Rayleigh's ability is not good, but the opponent's backing is too big. Even if Rox is not as scary as Luo Feng, it is the closest hegemon to Luo Feng. Only Roger and Garp at their peak can check and balance existence. Just relying on an old and frail Pluton Rayleigh, they are afraid that Pluton Rayleigh will go, let alone get Rox out of the mountain, they may not even have the chance to come back alive. Of course, they just thought about this in their hearts and didn't say it. Once they said something, they all knew that their captain, the red-haired Shanks, would definitely bring all the men and horses to follow. Those who have faced Luo Feng once really don't want to run into Luo Feng or someone related to Luo Feng again. Now you should understand what the One Piece and the Great Pirate Age mean to me. Little Garp. Standing on the execution platform, Luo Feng looked at Garp, who was shocked after learning the truth about the era of the Great Pirate and the One Piece, with a smile. With Roger's hands, create the era of the Great Pirate. 223. In the era of the Great Pirate, we will cultivate more heroes for you. Luo Feng, you won't succeed. Because you have stood opposite everyone. Since ancient times, no one has been able to succeed when standing alone across the world. You will only take my own demise in the end. Garp, floating on the surface, suddenly raised his head and said in a very firm tone. In the long history of the world, there really is no such situation. Until I show up. I've proved this many times ago, haven't I? Luo Feng's words made Garp's expression extremely ugly in a flash. Yes. Why is this man so desperate? Isn't it because he had already succeeded several times before? Facing the heroes of the world with one sword and one man, he won a complete victory, and the god-killing alliance composed of various forces ended up with a hero withered. Chapter 163. The times will improve. People will not live in the past forever. The heroes of several eras ago failed, and the heroes who do not represent this era will fail again. I am convinced that since the sea can give birth to someone like you, it will inevitably give birth to someone who will lead everyone against you. Although Garp's heart was also cast a heavy shadow, he still refused to accept it. Then you will try to live at my feet, while He Yan is alive, while looking for the person you said can lead everyone against me. Luo Feng chuckled slightly, unmoved by Garp's words. If there is such a person, then he really hopes that Garp can help him out. Coming out of the mountain, this meeting has given him a certain understanding of this era of great pirates. How to say it? One word: weak. The era of great pirates pioneered by Roger has indeed triggered a wave of going out to sea all over the world. But the small group of people who stood at the peak in the end were basically all the seedlings he left behind. There are no new faces except for the red-haired Shanks. 3 of the 4 emperors are related to him. Edward Newgate, the head of the 4 emperors, is his son. Kaido, once a subordinate of his eldest son Rox. Charlotte Linlin, also a subordinate of his eldest son Rox. In other words, Red Hair can be called the top hero of the new era. As for Shishibukai, the only Dracul Mihawk that made him stand out has also become his 3rd son. As for the others, either they are dead, or their own, or they are too weak to win. The last naval headquarters of the 3 major forces has just been demolished by him. Thinking of the great pirate era created by Gordy Roger, there were so few heroes and so weak, he regretted that he didn't even kill the pirate with a single sword, and he didn't even have the chance to become the One Piece King. He was really dissatisfied with the answer sheet given to him by Gordy Roger in the era of the big pirate. There was even the idea of digging out Gordy Roger and killing it again. The old man will surely do it. Even if you can't find such a person, the old man will cultivate one. Garp said this, looking at Ace subconsciously. Among the people he met, his 2 grandsons were the best qualified. But thinking of Ace's identity and his own situation, he gave up. Luffy. Humph. I didn't expect your damn red hair to do a good thing by accident. After giving up Ace, the first thing Garp thought of was his own grandson. This time, he suddenly felt a little grateful for Shanks, the redhead that he hated before. If it weren't for the red-haired Shanks who fooled Luffy into being a pirate, it is estimated that there must be a place for his grandson of Garp in the dead marine this time. Thinking of this, most of his hatred and dissatisfaction with the red-haired Shanks disappeared. The era of great pirates initiated by Gordy Roger has cultivated this batch of heroes for me. Seriously, I am disappointed. Except for the red-haired Shanks, the heroes standing on the top of this era are basically the seedlings I left behind. The so-called One Piece has let me down once. I hope you, the marine hero who opposes him and is of equal fame, will not let me down again. Luo Feng paused slightly, and after looking at his watch, he said to Garp. By the way, you must move faster. Whether you are looking for one or nurture one by yourself, you must be fast. I have been waiting for several times, and there is not much time left for Garp. Luo Feng's words made Garp anxious, but at the same time, he also felt that his heart was being oppressed by a mountain. He found that the hope of the times and the fate of the world's heroes rested on him. The weight of this post is as heavy as Shangzi, making him almost breathless. Star.W Grandpa, are we leaving now? After seeing Luo Feng regaining his gaze at Garp, Margiao immediately asked with a wink. At the same time, while he was talking, he turned into a phoenix at the same time. Ride on horseback and be ready to go online at all times. Go? Why are you leaving? When Luo Feng heard this, he shook his head. Grandpa, do you have anything else to do? Margot asked inexplicably. Marine Fort is gone. Hundreds of thousands of Marine died, Tizhao, and only Garp is left. Even Ace was rescued. He couldn't think of anything worth staying here for a long time. Did you forget something? Little Ma. Luo Feng glanced at Margiao. Forgot what? Margot was stunned. Marine Fort and Marine are gone, but this is just an accomplice. Where is the culprit? Where did you put that unfamiliar Byakugan wolf? As soon as Luo Feng said this, not only Ace and Margiao reacted, even Garp, who was floating in the sea, understood what he meant. Teach. Garp, Margot, and Ace all said in unison with a sullen expression. Chapter 164. Although Garp, Ace, and Margot belong to different camps. One is Marine that was wiped out by Luo Feng. One is the Whitebeard pirates. However, at this moment, the opinions and emotions of the two sides are completely the same. Facing a person, they all have only hatred and killing intent. That is Teach. Ace and Margiao hate Teach because he committed an unforgivable mistake. Luo Feng, Whitebeard, and even the entire Whitebeard pirate group hated the murder of brothers. Garp hates Teach because in his opinion, everything is the reason for Teach in the final analysis. If it weren't for this pirate, naval headquarters would not have just joined the Whitebeard pirate group, let alone attract Luo Feng out of the mountain. Without Teach, naval headquarters, and hundreds of thousands of Marines can live well. Maybe Luo Feng will come out sooner or later, but at least Kuzan and others will not die now. 227 This awful actually killed his brother for a devil fruit. I will never forgive him. Ace gritted his teeth and growled. This BD shouldn't be seen by the old man, or the old man will send him a punch to see Sengoku. Garp also looked murderous. From the moment he saw Teach for the first time, he knew that the pirate sent Ace to naval headquarters was uneasy and kind, and had terrible ambitions behind him. It's just that he is Ace's grandfather, and he was in an awkward position at the time, so I can't say more. Grandpa, is Teach here? Margot looked around. Except for the execution platform at their feet, only the ships of the Whitebeard pirates were left in sight. If Teach is really here, you can see it at a glance. Are you questioning me? Luo Feng, BFFE, stared at Margiao. No, Grandpa, you think too much. Grandson doesn't mean it, and he doesn't have the guts. I'm just wondering that there is the sea on all sides, if Teach is there, why can't I find it? When Luo Feng saw Margiao, he was shocked in a cold sweat. Although he knew that his grandfather would never kill him, his legs could not help trembling when he was stunned by his grandfather. After you go back, practice observation haki. I am ashamed to say that this three-legged cat is my grandson. Faced with Luo Feng's reprimand, Margiao smiled and accepted it all. It means that after going back this time, he will definitely practice hard work. Grandpa, you said Teach is here, where is he hiding? As Ace spoke, a raging fire ignited on his right hand. Marshal D. Teach, do you get out by yourself, or I personally invite you out? Luo Feng did not answer Ace's words, but looked towards the sea behind. There? Ace and Margot suddenly turned around, staring murderously at the position Luo Feng was looking at. But after a while, the sea around the execution platform was still calm. There is no change at all. Grandpa, that teaches demon fruit power, he. Ace looked at the calm sea, and then said to Luo Feng cautiously. But before he finished speaking, Margot took the lead in reaching out and covering his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Since Grandpa said Teach is there, it must be there. Margot reprimanded in a deep voice. He already has a full understanding of the strength of his grandfather. Conqueror's haki, the world is invincible. The level of swordsmanship is unparalleled in the world. The physique, physical skills, and spear skills are also unprecedented, and there will be no one to come. He never doubted what Luo Feng said. Even if Teach is capable, Luo Feng said that the other party must be there when he is there. You have done all the things that brothers cannibalized. At this time, you are actually holding that ridiculous fluke idea. Do you think you can hide from me? Or do you think I'm deceiving you? Luo Feng shook his head, with a touch of disdain in his tone. Boring gambler psychology. As soon as the voice fell, his eyes fell cold. Without seeing him making any movements, the overwhelming Conqueror's haki has swept in all directions like a violent hurricane. The sea area with a radius of tens of kilometers was blown up and down in an instant. Boom. Under a loud noise, Margot and the others saw a scene that they will never forget. In their sight, the sea on all sides of the execution platform not only rolled up a huge tsunami, but the sea actually rose up from the ground, breaking and rising like layers of stairs. Jane is like Dad's full effort to use shock fruit. Margot gasped. You really deserve it. Grandpa. It's just that Conqueror's haki actually caused a sea quake comparable to that caused by the old man's shock fruit. He knows very well that even the current dad can hardly handle a split sea of this scale. Only the daddy in his heyday can do it. It's so horrible. Conqueror's haki is not a person's spirit, is it used for mental shock? Even if reaching a higher level can cause material effects, there is no reason to exaggerate it to be comparable to dad's shock fruit. Ace was also dumbfounded. Chapter 165. Conqueror's haki. Conqueror's master spirit shock. Armed color masters attack and defend. Seeing and hearing the main perception aid. If Luo Fang uses armament haki to cause the seed to split, then Ace and the others can accept it calmly. After all, they already knew how fierce Grandpa's strength was. Conqueror's haki, who can focus on mental shock, played shock fruit comparable to Whitebeard's peak. This is really too much. What this means, they are so clear. Luo Fang does nothing, just release Conqueror's haki and he can explode with comparable Whitebeard's destructive power and war. This is simply a desperate force amount. If the shock fruit possessed by Newgate is capable of destroying the world, then this man's Conquerors is the Conquerors that can destroy the world. After floating in the sea for a while, Garp finally recovered a little strength and reached out and grabbed the execution table, staring at the split sea in front of him with shocking eyes. Naturally, he had seen Whitebeard at his peak, and he had also beaten it. This is also the case, he can tell at a glance, this scale of splitting the sea, even Whitebeard in the peak period can only barely do it. Can such a man really find someone who leads all the heroes to confront him? Even the era of the great pirate pioneered by Roger can't raise a rock. Can the old man really cultivate someone better than rocks? At this moment, Garp had strong doubts about himself deep in his heart. He knew very well that to find one, or cultivate someone who can lead the world's heroes against Luo Fang, just his Garp and Gordy Roger level are far from enough. This level of rocks is just a starting requirement. In his opinion, this person is at least better than rocks, so he has the slightest possibility to lead the world's heroes against Luo Fang. If there is only him Garp, only the level of one piece, and even rocks is not as good, then it is better to wash and sleep. Luffy, does he really deserve this big job? Just when Garp was worried, entangled whether his grandson should be worthy of this great task, and whether he should choose his grandson to be the adult, a huge figure gradually came into his sight. As the sea was split up like layers of stairs, everyone found that a human being dressed in prison uniforms, who was much larger than the giants, and even bigger than the large sea kings, was curling up on the bottom of the sea. If the sea hadn't been split by Luo Fang's Conqueror's haki, no one would have thought of hiding such a huge monster under their noses. Huge battleship. San Juan, evil wolf. The moment Garp saw the giant in prison uniform, his face changed. He didn't change his face because of his status as a giant in prison uniform, but the appearance of San Juan the evil wolf, which reminded him of the great prison under the sea. Even the San Juan wolf, who was locked up on the 6th floor of Impel Down, appeared here. Isn't there something wrong with Impel Down after naval headquarters? So it was him. No wonder even Laozi couldn't find him. Whitebeard's gaze jumped across the split sea and landed straight on San Juan wolf. Obviously, he knew San Juan the pirate with the name of a huge battleship. He didn't have the slightest surprise that San Juan the evil wolf could hide it from himself, hiding under his nose for so long. 4 flowers. Obviously, he is very familiar with San Juan the abilities of evil wolves. Who is that guy? Isn't it too big? Bigger than Little Oz. Ace looked at the San Juan wolf who suddenly appeared in his sight, and was immediately surprised by the size of the opponent. The Little Oz, who is known for his huge size, is not as big as the slap of the San Juan wicked wolf in front of him. San Juan evil wolf. Wait. Grandpa just said that Teach is hidden there. Could this San Juan wolf be Teach's partner? Unlike Ace, Margot recognized the identity of San Juan the evil wolf. At the same time, he also thinks of a lot. The appearance of San Juan the evil wolf made him speculate about Teach as Shishibukai, but there was no reason for appearing in Marineford like Gecko Moria and Bartholomew Kuma. This damn Teach. Sure enough, it's a tricky calculation. First, Ace was used to lure our Whitebeard pirates and Marine to fight, and then while the world's attention was focused on Marineford, he quietly impelled down to form the pirates. Hidden under the sea now, I am afraid that he is still thinking of coming over to pick up the bargain after the fact. Margot stared at San Juan wolf with sharp eyes. Although he has no grievances with each other, since San Juan wolf and Teach are in the same group, they are his enemies. Captain, we don't seem to be able to hide anymore. The sea was divided. San Juan, who had nothing to hide, saw Luo Fang's eyes fall on him, and his island-sized face was suddenly pale with fright. Wide. Chapter 166. Where is Teach? Hand him over immediately. Ace took a step, and his angry eyes pierced San Juan wolf like a knife. If it is not surrounded by the sea on all sides and there is no place to stay, the way he communicates with San Juan wolf is not language, but physics. You can't hide it anymore. Margot, who had turned into a phoenix, immediately rose into the air and flew to San Juan, in front of the evil wolf. San Juan wolf ignored the aggressive Margao and Ace, but looked at Luo Feng with horror. Open your mouth. Luo Feng raised his right foot, and the man disappeared on the 227 execution platform. When his right foot fell, he had already stepped on Margot's back. I'll open it now. San Juan the evil wolf looked at Luo Feng, who was close at hand, and his panic caused him to get goosebumps all over his body. When he was hiding in the sea just now, he destroyed Luo Feng and Marineford, leaving only Garp in the picture. Facing the most brutal god in the history of the Grand Line, he didn't even dare to beep. The moment Luo Feng's voice fell, he opened his mouth wide. The blood basin that was bigger than the Sea King's opened his mouth, and the 9 figures headed by Marshal D. Teach were immediately exposed to the eyes of the world. Teach. You beast. Ace and Margot took a look and found that Marshal D. Teach was hidden in the mouth of San Juan Evil Wolf, and the two of them subconsciously wanted to do it. SHH. Just as Ace on the execution stage carried the Emperor Yan who was like a small sun, Margot lit up a cyan flame and was about to launch a fierce attack on Marshal D. Teach. Luo Feng stretched out a finger and placed it in front of his mouth and shoved gently. Screamed. The movements of the two suddenly stopped. Little guy, you made me look for it for a while. After stopping Margao and Ace, who were about to do it subconsciously, Luo Feng just surrendered his gaze to Marshal D. Teach. It is indeed a talent. If he did not break the taboo of his Luo family, then among his grandsons, the Marshal D. Teach in front of him is definitely second to none. Even Margot is not enough to compare with him. Ace can, and even beat Marshal D. Teach, but he is still too young. Getting Marimara fruit early made the pirate prince very dependent on the fruit's ability. In addition, Whitebeard has taken care of him to the ultimate level, and he has encountered really difficult bones. Having been rolling in New World for so many years, I don't even have a master in Conqueror's Haki. No, when I met Marshal D. Teach, the first hard bone in my life, Ace rushed to the street. If you don't get out of the mountain, you will even take the Whitebeard pirates on the street. Putting everything aside, in Luo Feng's view, Marshal D. Teach is indeed the #1 person. It's a pity that brotherhood is not a taboo for Whitebeard. It is even more of his Luo Feng's taboo. From the moment Marshal D. Teach committed the fratricidal incident, it was destined that he was not qualified to become his grandson. There is only one fate waiting for this shameless descendant. That's death. Facing Luo Feng, the group of pirates from the 6th floor of the great undersea prison around Marshal D. Teach were ashamed as quails. All bowed their heads in unison, looking at their toes, they didn't even dare to take a breath. They want to use this silent behavior to send a signal to Luo Feng. They don't know anything, but are deceived by Marshal D. Teach. You guys. Marshal D. Teach saw that when impelled down, there was a crew member who was more than a bombshell, but at this time, just like a primary school student, even after pulling away from him without a trace, he suddenly gritted his teeth with anger. But he dared not show it. Because he felt that Luo Feng's eyes were getting colder and colder when he saw him. That, I call you grandpa now, is it too late? Facing the terrifying oppression brought by Luo Feng's sight, Marshal D. Teach raised his head cautiously, clams a smiling face, and said with great difficulty. Persuaded. The Blackbeard, who killed his brother Seki himself, and became invincible since he got dark fruit, was shocked when he saw Luo Feng standing in front of him. Faced with the fire fist Ace who ate Marimara fruit and came to chase him, he could dismiss it. Because he knows Bo 5.4 Tika's Ace too much. He who possesses dark fruit ability can't even Conqueror's Haki, his physical skills are average, and his swordsmanship is even worse. Ace. He hadn't played yet, he knew he was going to win. After the war, the result was indeed what he thought, Ace was defeated. In front of dark fruit, Ace, who relied on Marimara fruit, couldn't even hurt him. In the face of Whitebeard, who was severely injured and frail, he still dared to be domineering. Because he knows that his father is old and he is no longer the strongest man in the world. Chapter 167. Although he was determined and mad, he was cleaned up by Whitebeard, and he even became the first 4 emperors in the history of Grand Line to kneel and call dad. But in the end he won. I dragged Whitebeard to death and got shock fruit. Become a double fruit ability 4 emperors. It can be said that after getting dark fruit, Marshal D. Teach, who claims to be Blackbeard, has never been public. Whoever meets is basically rampant, arrogant. But now, when this Blackbeard saw Luo Feng, he knelt on his knees and called grandpa on the spot. Even before the call, he had to beg Luo Feng and get permission from the other party, so that grandpa could call out. It's too late. Luo Feng looked at Marshal D. Teach, who was kneeling in front of him, hoping to call himself grandpa, without the slightest fluctuation on his face. I am the father's son. Seeing that Luo Feng couldn't get through here, Marshal D. Teach immediately began to walk the way of Whitebeard. 15 having been in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, he still knows the temperament of his father. To his son, the old man has always been very soft-hearted. As long as he begs, he still has a chance to be forgiven. From the moment you committed the brother-in-law, you will no longer be my Edward Newgate's son. Laozi does not have an unfilial son like you. At this time, the Moby DK also drove over. Standing at the bow of the ship, Whitebeard looked at the poor Marshal D. Teach, begging for mercy, and directly stated that he did not have the son of Marshal D. Teach. Father, I was only blinded by greed for a while. You can't do this to me. You said that as long as your son, no matter how big a mistake he commits, you will forgive him. How did it change here? Marshal D. Teach cried. He also didn't want to be in front of people all over the world, crying and begging around, calling his grandfather and his father's amazing feat. But how strong is not as good as humans. The ghost knew that old man Whitebeard was hiding so deeply. He also hid his grandfather Luo Feng, such a stunning god tier. As long as he smells a bit of Luo Feng and gives him 10 courage, he dare not do anything to Seki. Dark fruit is vicious? Shock fruit is awesome? Is there a grandfather that is vicious? Have a grandpa? Conqueror's haki alone is comparable to the horror existence of the daddy at the peak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help feeling a great grievance. The reason why he was murderous towards Seki was not because Whitebeard was old, sick, and no longer the strongest man in the world he pursued. He hated all this happening. This gave him the ambition and courage to embark on this path. But if he knows that grandpa is there, he knows what power is. There is one thing to say, he teach absolutely nothing, and he will be the best grandson of his grandfather in his whole life. Whether others believe it or not, he believes it himself anyway. Laozi did say such things. You made trouble outside, Laozi will bear it for you. The only thing is, I have told you more than once since the moment Laozi established the Whitebeard pirates. Laozi's sect is the most afraid of brotherhood. Who dares to commit such a wrong thing, even if he is Laozi's most beloved son, he can speak ruthlessly. While talking, Whitebeard let the Buddha think of Sachi's death. The death scene of the son who had lived for many years with gourmet food resurfaced before his eyes again. This picture made him furious. I saw Whitebeard just finished speaking, and his right hand slammed the supreme knife into the bow of the ship, and he flew up, like an eagle flying high, flying towards Marshal D. Teach. Rushed over. Now, Seki's death ignited the anger that was suppressed in his heart. Let this world's strongest man who has never shot since coming to Marineford broke out completely. No. Father. Marshal D. Teach's face suddenly changed when he saw Whitebeard's vigorous posture flying over. He had been in the dark just now to have a panoramic view of the entire war. The war on the top did not proceed as in the script he planned 230. Luo Feng's emergence gave Whitebeard no chance to shoot during the entire war. There was neither a backstab of a big Uzumaki spider nor an outbreak of hidden wounds, nor was it besieged by the 3 admiral nations. Even after Man Shirley's cure, Whitebeard had been a little older, and had a hidden wound long gone, and the condition was extremely good, only under the peak period. In this state, Whitebeard doesn't talk about pushing Marin Fandu horizontally, but 3 admiral will definitely not be able to win him. It is Whitebeard in this state that Sengoku is afraid of. Laozi should have taught you, what is meant by brothers, you can only love each other, don't kill each other. Faced with Marshal D. Teach's plea, Whitebeard was not moved at all. It turned out that he might be softened. But now he is in a very good state, and Luo Feng took him by his side since he was a child and taught him by precept and deeds. Facing a shameless son like Marshal D. Teach, he didn't even know what it means to be soft-hearted. Chapter 168. Father, you forced me to do this. Who made you sick or old? Tenten is weak. I hate you who are old and sick. That kind of you is not worthy of me. Teach chasing after him. Marshal D. Teach saw that Whitebeard didn't look soft at all, but instead twisted his fist covered by the white ball of light and slammed it at him. Although he was jealous and feared Luo Feng, he was not reconciled to wait and die. Keep your eyes open and see clearly. Daddy. This is the power I have gained, which can replace you and surpass your power. I will prove to Grandpa that I am his best grandson. Because I am not only better than all of his grandsons, but also better than his son, you and Dad. Marshal D. Teach, who was forced by Whitebeard to get nowhere, took a look around and found that whether it was the crew recruited from the 6th floor of Impel Down, or the first to follow him, Lafitte, Van Oka, etc. After being ignorant and drawing a clear line with himself, he felt sad in his heart, but at the same time, he let himself go. At the moment of life and death, his gambler mentality once again occupies the high ground of the brain. He wants to take a gamble. He wants to use facts to prove that he is Grandpa's best grandson. Even, he is better than the old man Whitebeard. Dark water. Marshal D. Teach stepped on San Juan Wolf's tongue, stepped out, and raised his right hand high. When Whitebeard's fist covered with the white dome burst into the air, a black whirlpool suddenly appeared at the tip of his palm. It was enough to shatter the atmosphere and easily flatten an island at the moment when the shock force touched the black vortex, like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not cause any movement at all. Slash. When Whitebeard saw this scene, his eyes were faint. Can you even absorb the power of shock fruit? It's no wonder that Teach, the beast, did not hesitate to commit the unforgivable crime of brother-in-law. Just because it can invalidate the fruit's ability, dark fruit deserves its evil name. See it. Father. This is the dark fruit that I have worked so hard for years to get. In the face of such power, even if it is your world's strongest power, it is nothing more than this. After Marshal D. Teach resisted Whitebeard's air shock, he let the Buddha go like a wolf and laughed wildly. If it were not for Luo Feng's existence, he would be even more proud. Grandpa, you see it. This is the power of your best grandson, Teach. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at his grandfather's direction. What made him chill was seeing dark fruit. After seeing his performance, Luo Feng's face and eyes were still as unfathomable as the sea of New World, which made him unable to conjecture his grandfather's thoughts. What should Laozi do to get Grandpa's attention? Damn it! If the marine who survived was not Garp, but admirals such as Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru, then Laozi would be able to take away their abilities and let Grandpa see my skills. Those with double fruit ability, plus those with hunting ability, collect devil fruit, maybe it can make Grandpa treat me differently. Marshal D. Teach was a little anxious. Originally, he thought that a god of the world with great power like Grandpa must attach great importance to power. As long as he behaves well, he might be treated differently by his grandfather. But now he can't even get his grandfather's attention, let alone treat him differently. Don't look at his arrogant and proud look in front of Whitebeard just now, but he knew it very well in his heart. If you can't get your grandfather's attention, let alone he just blocked the old man's punch, even if he really knocked down the old man in a one-to-one situation, it wouldn't make any sense. With a look from Grandpa, Conqueror's haki crushed him over, and he could only hold dark fruit and return to the west with his ambitions like Teach. At this moment, he really didn't want to do 4 emperors anymore, he just wanted to attract Grandpa's attention. W is this the reason why you committed an unforgivable crime at all costs? Just as Teach was anxious and racked his brains to get Luo Feng's attention, Whitebeard's voice that was so cold that he couldn't hear the friendship between father and son blasted into his ears like a thunder. Boom. When he returned his attention to Whitebeard, his pupils suddenly tightened. Good. He found that Whitebeard's weak body, which seemed to be getting older and sickened by illness before him, had become like Optimus Prime, gradually becoming larger in his pupils, and finally occupying all of his sight. B.A. Conqueror's haki. Marshal D. Teach's eyes widened pale. He seemed to have seen something incredible. Impossible. Dad, how can your body ridden with illnesses have activated such a powerful haki? Feeling the Conqueror's haki on Whitebeard like a volcanic eruption, waves rushing towards him, Marshal D. Teach's face changed again and again. Chapter 169. What's the condition of my father's body, can he teach? No. Every day, the thunderous drips can be hanged. You can only be sick in bed if you play less for a day and minutes. He even had the confidence that if he launched a sneak attack on Whitebeard without his knowledge, he would have no time to dodge his father's weak body. But now? That amazing spirit shattered the clouds in the sky and swept the hurricane-like Conqueror's haki directly on the sea. Is this still what a sick old man should have? The redhead Shanks is almost in this state. For the sake of mere abilities, you dare to do so. Laozi doesn't remember when he educated you into such an incurable appearance. The more Marshal D. Teach became mad, the more he showed off dark fruit in front of him, the more angry he became. This proves that Teach, his former son, has no regrets at all. Never mind. Since you are incurable, Laozi will not be your son. For Marshal D. Teach, he was obviously completely disappointed. Killing the heart together, the 233 thought of clearing the door immediately occupied all of his thinking. Are you trying to kill my son? Father. Thief, ha 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 ha, I'm not a son, I despise you. Now I am no longer the me I used to be. Except for Grandpa, no one can kill Laozi, including you, Dad. Although Marshal D. Teach was surprised that Whitebeard's physical condition was much better than when he fled, he was still not afraid. His own dark fruit steadily restrained his father's shock fruit. Life and death. Whitebeard, who had already decided to clear the door, let out a roar and dissipated the shock fruit in his right hand. The powerful armament haki came out, covering his fan-like hand, and then his 5 fingers grabbed forward like steel claws. Taste. Ah! Marshal D. Teach's facial features, who were still laughing just now, suddenly twisted into a ball. The laughter in his mouth also changed to a scream. The ability of shock fruit was removed and replaced with the top armament haki, coupled with Whitebeard's inherent amazing physique. He knelt directly. There is no other way but to use dark fruit's ability to absorb damage while struggling hard while wailing in pain. Teach, let Laozi come to give you the last lesson of your life. Conceited and rash is your biggest weakness. Why do you think Laozi became the 4 emperors? Is it because of a shock fruit? A joke. Let Laozi tell you. When Laozi went to sea with his eldest brother, built Rock's Pirate together, and dominated the Grand Line together, Laozi was just an ordinary person, not a capable person, and didn't eat this shock fruit. But in the Rock's Pirate where the 4 emperors are full of top heroes, Laozi is still the second in command of the pirates, and no one can shake the position of the captain under Laozi's A. What does Laozi rely on? Relying on this pair of fists. Whitebeard's blade-like eyes pierced Marshal D. Teach's powerful appearance. BFFE. As every word of him falls, the power of the 5 fingers increases by 1 point. In the end, the bones of Marshal D. Teach's entire palm were crushed directly. Ah, let Laozi go. Old fellow. Facing Whitebeard's harsh methods, Marshal D. Teach grinned so badly that he couldn't hear anything. Did you see it? This is the biggest difference between you and Laozi. With this shock fruit, Laozi is the strongest man in the world. Without this shock fruit, Laozi is still the unmatched Whitebeard. And you? Teach. Without this dark fruit, you will be happy. No, if there is dark fruit, you are all happy in Laozi's eyes. After Whitebeard exploded the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time, he didn't want to talk to Marshal D. Teach anymore. Stomped Marshal D. Teach directly on the tongue of San Juan Wolf. With a bang, the powerful armament haki was released from his big feet and directly penetrated Marshal D. Teach's body, smashing his internal organs one by one. Dark fruit, which restrains almost all fruit abilities, looks extremely vulnerable in front of Whitebeard. In other words, it is not that dark fruit is weak, but Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach is happy. As Whitebeard said, Marshal D. Teach can't be changed with or without dark fruit is a happy fact. No, father, I was wrong. I'm your son, you can't kill me. Marshal D. Teach rolled in pain. But when he felt the awe-inspiring killing intent on Whitebeard, he ignored the severe pain coming from all over his body, and immediately put on a pitiful and miserable appearance and begged Whitebeard for mercy. Kneeling to yell daddy, begging hard. After a set of actions, there is no awkwardness, no embarrassment at all. Obviously, for Blackbeard, this is nothing more than a base. Chapter 170. You are wrong, Teach. Laozi doesn't have a son like you. From the moment you kill Sachi, Laozi's son has no such fun as Marshal D. Teach. Whitebeard's eyes were full of murderous intent, not at all because of Marshal D. Teach's bitter pleading. He knelt down and called his father to move. No. Father. I know I was wrong, and I don't dare anymore. You give me a chance. I must change, I must change. You believe me. Facing Whitebeard's big feet crushed mercilessly, Marshal D. Teach was rolling in pain, and an unsightly face became extremely weird and ugly because of its distorted features. You keep these words and talk to She. See if he will forgive you as a beast. The anger on Whitebeard's face gradually disappeared. For him, who has decided to kill, the Marshal D. Teach in front of him is no longer his son, just a dead man. Since he was a dead person, the head of his dignified four emperors would naturally not be angry with a dead person. Father, are you really so merciless? I am your son. Marshal D. Teach felt that there was no killing intent in Whitebeard's tone. He suddenly panicked. After all, dark fruit just opened a door to the strongest in the world for him. But to finish this one, it is not enough to rely on a dark fruit alone. For his physical skills, physique and Conqueror's haki are not outstanding. If he wants to become the four emperors, if he wants to replace Whitebeard, he must steal Whitebeard's shock fruit as before. Only in this way can he make up for his shortcomings and completely walk the path to the world's strongest. But now, facing the vigorous Whitebeard, he is too weak with only one dark fruit. Even if Whitebeard doesn't use shock fruit, he can easily hit him with just one hand. I said, you are not my Edward Newgate's son. You are not worthy. Whitebeard stepped on Marshal D. Teach's right foot to exert force again, and immediately trampled him like a cooked shrimp, twisting his body confident into a ball. Damn it! Why do you still have such power when you are sick and blind? Your body is obviously not good anymore. Marshal D. Teach probably knew he was going to die, he simply stopped begging for mercy. But he is unwilling. Obviously, I have already obtained dark fruit, and I have also planned a big drama like the war on the top. Only one step away from picking the final fruit of victory. But the result? Luo Feng came out of the mountain and wiped out Marineford with his own power. Army Commander Kong. Dead in the air. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru 3 Admiral are dead. Marshal Marine Sengoku is dead. Admiral alternates, dozens of Vice Admiral are still dead. Even hundreds of thousands of Marine elites died cleanly. The only thing left is a Marine remnant from the last era. Monkey D. Garp only. It doesn't matter if you kill a grandfather halfway. But what's going on with Whitebeard now? He admits that he is not an opponent of Whitebeard. But he clearly remembered that before he defected, Whitebeard's body was already very sick, so when he beat himself up now, he was really beating his son like his father. Without breathing? Because Laozi has a father behind. Whitebeard sneered. These bastards are damned. Everyone knows to bully him, this 70-year-old man. Marine knows his condition, knows that his health is no longer good, and wants to start a war to destroy him. Marshal D. Teach, this animal knows that he is ill, and soon wants to replace him. Marine is like this, so is the pirate. 4 flowers. Do these guys really think Edward Newgate is a bully? You know, he is not alone. He, Whitebeard, also has a dad. Grandpa? Impossible. Even if Grandpa is capable of this guy, he is not a doctor, nor is he capable. He can't solve your problem at all. Marshal D. Teach looked at Luo Feng involuntarily when he heard the words. Idiot. How can Grandpa's patience be understood by an ignorant but arrogant beast like you? Marga became angry when he saw that Marshal D. Teach was so daring to question Grandpa's ability. If it weren't for the old man who was playing the role of cleaning up the door, he would have rushed to educate Marshal D. Teach severely. Goodbye, Marshal D. Teach. Whitebeard obviously didn't want to talk to Marshal D. Teach more. For this beast who has completely disappointed him, there is only one thought in his heart. Clean up the portal. No. Marshal D. Teach's pupils shrank, and his body struggled more violently. But under the suppression of Whitebeard's right foot, all his struggles were in vain. Then physical? Even if Whitebeard is in his 70s, one foot is enough to hang him. Comparing physical skills. The result is the same as above. Active for several eras, in each era, Whitebeard is one of the small group of people standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Line. Whitebeard, who has gone through too many bloody battles, is enough to hang him with one hand. Then fruit ability. Dark fruit can restrain shock fruit to a great extent. But the problem is that Whitebeard doesn't need shock fruit at all, just go directly to armament haki. As for Conqueror's haki, forget it. Blackbeard doesn't deserve to carry shoes to Whitebeard. Guang. Chapter 171. Dead. Whitebeard grimaced Marshal D. Teach coldly, his right hand clenched into a fist. The mighty armament haki surged out like a flood of gates, forming a white mask similar to the one when using shock fruit ability. Obviously only one step is missing. Marshal D. Teach looked at the fists that were constantly zooming in and getting closer and closer to his forehead. His eyes were full of unwillingness and resentment that were so full of substance. Get the dark fruit and get the key to the strongest. You can take shock fruit in just one step. Who would have thought that Grandpa's coming out of the mountain would mess up all his plans? I knew that there was a grandfather in the 237 Dao. At the same time, he hates Whitebeard. In his opinion, it is Whitebeard's fault that he will end up like this. If Whitebeard hadn't concealed his grandfather's existence, how could he have come this far? I'm right. It's the old man who was wrong, he didn't dare to hide things from my grandpa. If it weren't for the old man, I would definitely be appreciated by my grandfather, and justifiably become the new 4 emperors. Marshal D. Teach didn't dare to hate Luo Fang, even if he was bald in life and death. Therefore, he poured out his resentment on Whitebeard. Thousands of mistakes are Whitebeard's fault. I don't know how to repent when I die. After Whitebeard noticed Marshal D. Teach's eyes, the murderous intent in his heart became more intense. At the same time, the armament haki condensed on the fist is even bigger. With this punch, he wants to send Marshal D. Teach directly to Sachi. Qian. But Whitebeard did not expect, nor did Marshal D. Teach. Just when Whitebeard's fist with the power to smash the island was about to pound Marshal D. Teach's forehead, a long black knife suddenly intervened. My third brother, what are you doing? Fortunately, your brother's fist can be sent and received freely, so that he can forcibly close his fist at the last moment. Otherwise, even if it doesn't hit you, but just hits your black knife, you will definitely feel uncomfortable. Whitebeard saw that there was a black knife in front of him, and yet, immediately stopped his fist forcibly. Although he is not as strong as his father, he can even break the sea stone handcuffs with his fingers. But his punch is not a joke. Once the mighty armament haki broke out, that mighty punch was enough to punch through an island. This is the strongest man in the world. Teach is full of blood with only the blood left, not to mention that he is not only full of blood now, but his strength is only inferior to that of his youth. Even if shock fruit is not used, with this punch on Black Knife Knight, Dracula Mihawk, who holds the knife, will definitely end in a worrying situation. Thank you for your mercy, second brother. Dracula Mihawk saw that he finally saved Marshal D. Teach before Whitebeard's fist fell, and he let out a breath. My family needn't say this. Could it be possible that the second brother could hurt you? But what are you doing? Why save the beast Teach? If it is not for the second brother to stop in time, with your third brother's strength, it is estimated that you will have to heal your wounds. Whitebeard waved his hand, not without anger because Dracula Mihawk rushed in to clean up the door. What he cared about was that he almost hurt Dracula Mihawk. After all, compared to him and his eldest brother Rox, Dracula Mihawk's third brother is really weak. That is to say, it is vaguely stronger than the 3 Admiral. Although he didn't care about this level of strength, he didn't say it, but the third brother of Eagle Eye really lowered the average level of the third son of the Luo family. Second brother, please forgive me. The younger brother is forced to do so. Brother, have you forgotten? I promised my 3 brothers before in front of my father and a group of nephews. This is the first thing I promised to do after entering this house. Dracula Mihawk noticed that Whitebeard hadn't remembered yet, so he reminded. Look at me, it seems that my second brother is really old. I forgot even such an important thing. Fortunately, you took the knife in time, otherwise the second brother and I almost missed the third brother, and you almost became a person who didn't believe in words. Hearing this, Whitebeard patted his forehead immediately. Being mentioned by Dracula Mihawk, he finally remembered the promise made by the third brother of Dracula Mihawk when he first boarded the ship. Blame this Teach. As soon as I saw him, I became very angry, and I couldn't help but start. With this action, Teach was almost sent away on the spot. 5.4 Nothing in the way. Second brother, you are also eager for revenge. After all, there are beasts like Teach in the family, and you, the father, are also very tired. I want to give Seiki all the time, and everyone has an explanation. These three brothers all understand. Dracula Mihawk waved his hand very generously. It's just that no one noticed, he was holding a black knife. Yes, palms were already covered with cold sweat. Obviously, his heart is not as calm as the surface. After all, that is the strongest man in the world, and it is almost full of the fist of the strongest man in the world. It's not that I'm sick and blind, it's not half-blood, it's not residual blood, let alone silky blood. Chapter 172. Only when I really face the state of full-blood Whitebeard, can I personally understand the weight of the 6 words of the world's strongest man. Now Dracula Mihawk understands. After facing that punch, he deeply understood the gap between himself and the strongest in the world. This is Whitebeard after getting old. What if it was Whitebeard, the peak of his youth? The old brother is so ridiculously strong, what about big brother rocks? Hearing from the second brother, the situation of the eldest brother is completely different from him. The eldest brother had performed the same ageless surgery as the old man when he dominated the sea back then. Even if several times have passed, his strength will only be stronger than when he dominated the sea back then, and will not weaken. Dracula Mihawk was shocked by the strength of Whitebeard, and at the same time, he was even more fascinated by the big brother rocks who needed One Piece and marine heroes to check and balance back then. In the past, the big brother needed to use the pirate and marine to work together to deal with it. What about now? Several times have passed, how strong is the immortal eldest brother? Sure enough, none of the father's sons are simple. If he insisted on saying it, the most commonplace in Luo's family would be to count himself as the third son. The third brother, the eldest brother, will teach this beast. Whitebeard saw that Dracula Mihawk was suddenly silent, thinking that his fist frightened him. But before he could express his apologies to Dracula Mihawk, Marshal D. Teach, who was stepped on the ground, suddenly rolled from under his feet to Dracula Mihawk. Immediately afterwards, Marshal D. Teach straightened his body like lightning, kneeling straight on the ground with his knees. Uncle San, you have to save your nephew. My nephew really knew it was wrong. Under the breathtaking expressions of Luo Fang, Whitebeard, Margao, and others, Marshal D. Teach once again staged a wave of classic operations of kneeling down and begging for uncle after following the feat of kneeling and shouting for dad. Obviously, Marshal D. Teach is very visionary. Although he was also taken aback by the third uncle Dracula Mihawk who suddenly came to his door, he had been in the Whitebeard pirates for decades and didn't know that the old man actually had a younger brother. But none of this matters. Good uncle. In his opinion, the third uncle Dracula Mihawk came at the right time. It just happens that the two roads of Grandpa and Daddy are narrow, or even blocked, so simply take the road of Uncle San. Maybe Dracula Mihawk, the third uncle, looked right at him, and helped him say something nice in front of his grandfather and dad. Maybe he wouldn't have to die. Just by looking at Whitebeard's attitude towards Dracula Mihawk, he can roughly see the weight of the third brother Dracula Mihawk. Although the entry was later than him, but the status is definitely above him. How many times? What are you calling me? Dracula Mihawk was obviously expected that Marshal D. Teach suddenly gave him this wave of basic FK at this time. Shiu dumbfounded him on the spot. Uncle San. Father calls your third brother, then you are naturally my third uncle. 3 uncles, you will be my third uncle all your life. Marshal D. Teach was afraid that Dracula Mihawk would deny himself, and as soon as he spoke, the relationship between the two was fixed to death. I think Hawkeye has seen countless people in my life, but I still miss it. Seriously, Teach. I have never seen anyone as brazen as you. Dracula Mihawk looked at Marshal D. Teach steadily, staring straight at him. Uncle San, what you said is really right. Grandpa, Daddy, and third uncle, you are all heroes of the world. Naturally, one is stronger than the other, and the spleen is late in the world. But my nephew is just an ordinary person. How can you compare with old Daddy, third uncle, you great heroes? Marshal D. Teach's dark fruit not only hurts, but also absorbs emotions such as embarrassment, etc. 237, making one's skin so thick and hard that no one can match. Ulauzi was really blind at the beginning. Otherwise, how could you accept such brazen people as your son? Whitebeard tried his best to control himself, and it was extremely difficult to hold back without a punch to hammer the Marshal D. Teach in front of him. Although he said that for his son who came to the door, he did not refuse to let the Buddhas come, but in fact he did not come to one, and he would still take a serious look at it. For his own vision, he has always been quite confident. But Marshal D. Teach's current performance is to expose his eyes directly to the ground for a while, and then sprinkle 2 hands of dirt. Uncle San, you have to save your nephew. Knowing that Whitebeard only wanted to strip his Marshal D. Teach alive without looking at his father, he looked at Dracula Mihawk eagerly throughout. He knew that his only savior was Dracula Mihawk, the third door-to-door uncle. Chapter 173. Grandpa, he has violated a taboo and can only wait to die. On the father's side, He had seen him raise the palm wrapped in armament haki several times, and then put it down several times, as if he had tried his best to resist not cleaning the door. Compared with Grandpa and Dad, although Sangoku looked a little scared at people, he was still expressionless, but at least he spoke nicely. Just now when the old man was about to kill himself and cleaned the door, he also rescued himself with a knife. Isn't this pleasing to your own eyes? There is a saying, such a third uncle, please teach me a dozen. Teach, I think you have misunderstood something. Dracula Mihawk took a deep look at Marshal D. Teach, who was kneeling in front of him and calling his third uncle. He let the Buddha understand something, and the corners of his mouth raised a sneer and teasing arc. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? I'm not mistaken. Marshal D. Teach was chilled by Dracula Mihawk. Do you know why I didn't hesitate to stop him at the risk of being hurt by my second brother's fist? Dracula Mihawk said with a smile. It should be the third uncle, you can't bear to see your nephew dying on the spot, and you just don't want to see the tragedy of the father killing the son in the Whitebeard pirates. Marshal D. Teach felt nervous for no reason. He glanced at Dracula Mihawk cautiously, then looked at Luo Fang, Whitebeard, Marga, Ace, and others. I found that everyone was looking at him with an expression of watching a play. His eyes were clear and no different from looking at a beaming clown. You are only half right. Yes, I don't want to see the third brother come and have the notoriety of killing children on his back, and I still have a bad reputation for you as a beast. But I don't have the slightest bit of heartache about your death on the spot. Dracula Mihawk's words made Marshal D. Teach more and more ambitious. Do you know that when I boarded the Moby DK for the first time, did I promise anything in front of my grandfather, my second brother, and all my nephews? Facing the third uncle's inquiry, Marshal D. Teach could only shook his head. Intuition tells him that this is definitely not a good thing. Just Teach, why do Grandpa and second brother take action? It's enough for Ying Mao to kill him. Dracula Mihawk uttered a word, tearing through Marshal D. Teach's last fortune like an indestructible blade, shattering all his hopes. Directly hacked him into the land of immortality. Do you understand now? Do you know why I stopped my second brother from killing you? It's not that I don't want you to die on the spot, or that I recognize you as a nephew, but that you Teach the head, Ying Mao had already booked in advance. No one wants to fight with me. Take your Teach's head to lay the foundation for my tragic death of Sachi nephew. This is my promise to grandfather, second brother, and all nephews. Dracula Mihawk said as he walked towards Marshal D. Teach. Qian. When he walked in front of Marshal D. Teach, he drew out the world's strongest black knife yet without Luo Feng's long knife. Sangoku, don't. Marshal D. Teach knelt on his knees, his face was pale and shook his head frantically, but his hands on the tongue of San Juan Wolf went to Dracula. Mihawk in vain. Go to hell. No Dracula. Mihawk is a pure great swordsman, he is not a capable person, he did not use dark water and other abilities to launch a sneak attack. A huge black sphere was released as soon as he shot it, and it was about to swallow the Dracula Mihawk that was close at hand. Sangoku, be careful. Ace, who had been paying close attention to Marshal D. Teach's every move, immediately noticed his sinister intent. He is so familiar with this trick. At the beginning, his Mara fruit was defeated by Marshal D. Teach's trick. It can be said that as long as it is the fruit ability, there are really few that cannot be restrained by Marshal D. Teach's Dark Emperor. Beast, you are looking for death. Who gave you the courage to make you dare to commit a crime in front of Laozi? Whitebeard was furious, and was about to shoot Marshal D. Teach immediately. My son is in no rush. Teach, less than 1/10,000th of your third brother. Even if you use this little trick that can't wait, good Zhao, you won't be able to shake your third brother. He. Luo Feng stopped Whitebeard and prevented him from interfering in the battle between Dracula Mihawk and Marshal D. Teach. Yes. I was also groggy by the brute Teach. Actually forgot the skills of the third brother. Although the third brother's strength is not very good, it is not comparable to Teach, a beast. After Whitebeard heard Luo Feng's words, his anger was immediately suppressed by him. At this time, he too calmed down. At any rate, his third brother also bears the name of the world's largest swordsman. As a pure swordsman, all the methods of Marshal D. Teach have no effect in front of Dracula Mihawk. Chapter 174. Second brother, if you can't speak, don't learn from others. What is the strength of the third brother, although not very good? I admit that compared to you and my eldest brother, I am indeed a bit ordinary, but you don't have to say that I am not good in front of so many people, right? Dracula Mihawk drives observation haki. In addition to foreseeing Marshal D. Teach's attack on him, he naturally heard Whitebeard's words. There is one thing to say, if it is not that you can't beat it, and the old man is the most afraid of brotherhood, but I really want to use the black knife in his hand to persuade Whitebeard physically. Let yourself, the second brother, know that your strength is definitely not just a sentence that can be summed up. But the top priority is to take care of Marshal D. Teach. The second brother will spend more time to persuade him physically, but Marshal D. Teach, the unscrupulous nephew who dared to attack him, must die now. 1 second, 237 kneeled down and called uncle, and the next hair would wait for him with a knife. It's hard to be your brother, it's even harder to be your father, but it's not easy to be your third uncle. Anyone who has something to do with your teach, really does not dare to sleep too much. In the face of the sudden attack by Marshal D. Teach, Dracula did not change in the slightest. As a lone ranger, he can be the best swordsman in the world. Although he is not a silly lion who has to do his best against rabbits, he is not the kind of arrogant stupid who underestimates the enemy and is arrogant. As early as the moment Marshal D. Teach started, he had already sensed the strong malice. Before the Dark Emperor released by Marshal D. Teach hit his head, the black knife in his hand had already raised from bottom to top. In the eyes of the people around, he is still that eagle eye. It's a flat A, BFFE, against anyone. However, in fact, it is indeed enough to tie an A. Dark Fruit's fierceness and difficulty are based on the ability of the opponent. And it's still the same as Ace. Haki, a person with physical skills and swordsmanship. Against someone like him, red hair, Garp, who has no flaws in all aspects, and weak points, Dark Fruit? It's useless. Taste. The knife light flashed, and the insidious, triumphant expression on Marshal D. Teach's face instantly solidified. His long-planned Dark Emperor not only did not cause any damage to the third uncle, but was instead Dracula. My hawk tied the A with one hand and cut it in half. Three uncles don't want it. A touch of fear appeared on Marshal D. Teach's face, but before he could finish speaking, Dracula My Hawk's other hand was already on the hilt of the black knife and then his head was flat again. Scoff. The dark green slash that looked like a wandering dragon straddled the mouth of San Juan Wicked Wolf and slashed fiercely on Marshal D. Teach's body. Ah! Marshal D. Teach's face turned pale, his mouth and body spurted scarlet blood arrows at the same time. With extremely tenacious will to survive and vitality, he subconsciously wanted to use Dark Fruit to absorb knife wounds. But just as a disgusting black mist emerged from his body, ready to cover the wounds on his body, and when it was absorbed, the slash that Dracula My Hawk slashed on him directly slashed him out, fiercely. It fell on the sea. Hands. Dracula My Hawk raised his foot and stepped on the tongue of San Juan Wolf, and the latter reached out his hand to his mouth with a wink. After Dracula My Hawk jumped into the palm of his hand, he immediately sent the world's #1 swordsman who slashed his captain in front of him as a crew member to Marshal D. Teach, who had fallen into the sea. Second brother is right. Egoism and recklessness are your greatest weakness. Dracula My Hawk raised his black knife while talking. Spare me, Sansu. Marshal D. Teach who fell into the water struggled hard and pleaded frantically. I can't afford to call your third uncle, and you don't deserve to call me third uncle. Dracula My Hawk swung his knife forward blankly. Puff. As a bloody arrow sputtered from Marshal D. Teach's neck, his head broke away from his neck in an instant, soared into the air, and then was screwed by Dracula My Hawk with one hand. Seiki, you can rest in peace. Ace looked at Marshal D. Teach's head screwed by Dracula My Hawk, and muttered silently in his heart. Although he regrets that he failed to avenge Sachi personally, he is not an arrogant and stupid man. Having already tasted a defeat in the hands of Marshal D. Teach, he clearly knows that with his current strength, playing again, the result will still be defeated. Unable to understand Conqueror's Haki's pure fruit ability faces Marshal D. Teach, it is really a strength that can't even play 3 times. It's cheaper for this beast. Actually let him live so long. After seeing Marshal D. Teach being the top of the table by Dracula My Hawk, Margot still felt a bit puzzled. Chapter 175. No wonder Margot is so angry. If it weren't for the old man to hide his hand and there is a father behind him, their Whitebeard pirate group is really very likely to be planted in the hands of Marshal D. Teach. For the sake of a devil fruit, he actually did such a frenzied thing. In his opinion, Marshal D. Teach is simply unforgivable. It's only now that I die, it's really cheaper for this beast. If it weren't for the third uncle Dracula My Hawk, who had already said in front of their nephews that he would cut Marshal D. Teach with his own hands and sacrifice Mosach with his head, he would have been the one who did just now. Father, second brother, fortunately not insulting your life. I brought this Teach head back to you. Dracula My Hawk was holding a black knife in one hand, and he twisted Marshal D. Teach's head in the other hand, and escorted him down to Luo Feng and Whitebeard with one hand in San Juan Wicked Wolf. I have a heart. Luo Feng smiled happily. Marshal D. Teach is naturally not seen by him from beginning to end. From the beginning, he didn't plan to cook Marshal D. Teach by himself. It is best to leave it to Dracula, the third child, to do it. Not only can you gain the love and respect of a group of captains and crew members, you can also quickly integrate into the Whitebeard pirates as the third uncle. As soon as you came, such scandalous things happened on the ship, and now you have to deal with these finishing touches for the second brother. Before Whitebeard's words of thanks were finished, Dracula My Hawk waved his hand to stop it. Second brother, I feel a little angry when you say that. Isn't it clear that you are speaking to outsiders? In this way, do you still see my third brother in your eyes? Dracula My Hawk was a little dissatisfied. Goo la la la. What the third brother said? This is because the eldest brother is wrong. When I go back to New World, my second brother will punish himself for 3 cups. Whitebeard laughed and admitted that he was wrong. How do I feel that second brother, you are turning a corner to grab a drink? Dracula Mihawk joked. Where does this wine need to be grabbed? There is no gold and silver treasure on the Laozi boat, but you want as much wine as you want. Whitebeard said with a smile. Second brother, you said this. If this wine is not enough for my little brother by then, your portion will belong to me. Dracula Mihawk rarely smiled. Definitely. Whitebeard assured him, patting his chest. Grandpa, this Teach is dead, but his accomplices are still there. At this moment, Margot said suddenly. Father, what should these guys do? Do you want to kill? As soon as Whitebeard said this, he directly curled into the mouth of San Juan Wicked Wolf. From the beginning, he did not dare to say a little more. The crew of the Blackbeard pirates was frightened. Pin. Dracula Mihawk is more direct. The black knife that had been put away by him was revealed by him again. That Lua Woody, can you let us say something? Feeling the harsh killing intent of Whitebeard, Dracula Mihawk, Fire Fist Ace and others, Shiryu immediately walked out of the crowd, begging with a low eyebrow. Talk about it. Luo Feng's eyes flashed, and his eyes fell on Shiryu. Boom. Shiryu and Luo Feng looked at each other, and all of a sudden, he felt that a cannonball exploded on the Buddha's brain, which instantly buzzed his brain. Look for her flowers. At this moment, let alone talking, he couldn't even stand up, and he knelt directly in front of Luo Feng. Call. After a while, Shiryu Feng's brain was completely blank and sluggish. The moment his thoughts revolved again, he felt that all his energy to release the Buddha had been exhausted, and even a breath would require a lot of effort to do it. This is what it's like to stand in front of this man? Obviously he didn't do anything, but just the pressure of the sight brought me almost broke my spirit. 0. Shiryu knelt on the ground, breathing heavily in his mouth. At this time, his pale face was completely wet with cold sweat. The courage that had just been plucked up just now has disappeared in no time. It's horrible. He finally realized the feelings of the top marines like Garp, Sengoku, and Admiral. Haven't done it yet, even Conqueror's Haki hasn't done it yet, just standing opposite Luo Feng, the spirit is always under the pressure of Mount Tai. When the man's sight fell on him, he felt even more like being hit on his forehead by red line. Thinking freezes on the spot. Kneeling on the ground stupidly, can only be slaughtered. It's impossible to fight. Garp is thinking of eating farts. Such a man cannot be confronted by humans at all. No matter how many people come, even if the heroes of the world join forces, they will only be slaughtered in the end. Shiryu's courage was completely torn apart just by simply looking at each other once. Don't talk about standing in front of Luo Feng now, he needs to do his best to do it even kneeling and panting. Wide. Chapter 176. We didn't want you to kneel when we chose you as the representative. Hurry up and give us a speech. Rei-Fei, Van Oka and others saw Shiryu kneeling on the ground stupidly as soon as he got Luo Feng's permission. Without saying a word, they suddenly became anxious. Whether they are going to stay, whether they live or die, it all depends on Shiryu. Who would have thought that Shiryu would kneel all the time without saying a word? By the way, Luo Feng only allowed Shiryu to speak. Even if they were in a hurry, they could only hold back and endure one by one. Get up and talk. Luo Feng looked at Shiryu, who was kneeling, with a hint of playfulness on his face. 240. No need, Luo Woody. My legs are soft, so let's talk on my knees. Shiryu gasped for a while, letting the Buddha save enough oxygen and courage to speak, and finally squeezed out such a sentence. It's up to you. Luo Feng stood on Margio's back and shrugged indifferently. Luo Woody, if I say that we just lost our way for a while and went in the wrong place, do you believe it? After hesitating for a while, Shiryu, who was ready to save the manuscript in his heart, just raised his head and met Luo Feng's sight again. The thinking fell into a blank again. The ghosts and gods uttered such a word directly. FK. Are you still talking about humans? I knew I would choose Rei-Fei and not you. We are counting on you to beg for mercy, not to let you lie. The moment the prisoners on the 6th floor of the great undersea prison heard it, they scolded their mother directly. They elected Shiryu out because of Shiryu's strength and courage. At least he could speak a little louder if he asked for mercy in front of Luo Woody. In the end, I didn't expect Shiryu to make such a silly sentence. I believe it. All of you were lost on the road of life because of Teach, so you went to the wrong place and came to me. If it weren't for Teach, you wouldn't be in the wrong place. What was unexpected by Rei-Fei and others was that Luo Feng nodded. This all works? Rei-Fei, Van Oka and others looked at each other, and they all saw surprise, unbelief, and joy in each other's eyes. What did I say? After his thinking returned to normal again, Shiryu almost couldn't help but slap himself. But after hearing what Luo Feng said, he was stunned again. Is it possible that the excuses made by yourself can pass the test like this? Boom. Rei-Fei and the others behind saw Shiryu still looking dazed, and immediately kicked it. Yes, we didn't notice it for a while, and Teach took a wrong path. Please also Luo Woody, your lord, have a large number. For the sake of us doing nothing, let us spare our lives. We can all join the Whitebeard pirates for your sons and grandchildren. Although Shiryu, who was kicked awake, felt that Luo Feng was a bit easy to talk about, he could only follow Luo Feng's words. The ghost knows if he doesn't agree with Luo Feng, will he die on the spot? That's not necessary. Although my family does not say that the family is big, but the son and grandson are still enough. You don't have to worry about this. If there is something, they can handle it by themselves, they don't need you. Luo Feng waved his hand. Yes, yes. Your sons and grandchildren are so powerful that we don't need these little people. Then we. Shiryu, who has never said flattery in his life, can only give out an extremely stiff rainbow. Since you are in the wrong place, then leave. Do you still expect me to keep you for dinner? Luo Feng said lightly. Thank you Mr. Luo. Great grace, unforgettable. Let's get out of here. While Duqiu, Katarina, Dai Peng and others breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts, they hurriedly stepped forward with gratitude and kowtow. Is this still Grandpa? Margot couldn't help but wiped his eyes. It's so easy to talk, but it's not like Grandpa's style. Although none of the pirates in front of them had done anything, if it weren't for Grandpa to come out of the mountain, why they are here with Teach Cat? Needless to say. Unbelievable, he couldn't help but look at Whitebeard. At this glance, he found that his face was calm, and there was no accident at all. It's normal for Grandpa Fang to do this. Boom. Without the slightest prelude, a burst of Conqueror's haki suddenly broke out. The crew of the Blackbeard pirate group who had just turned around and were about to leave immediately stood in a stalemate. Including the huge battleship of San Juan Evil Wolf within 5.4, everyone was utterly deceiving and standing sluggishly. No need to thank me. Since you are lost on the road of life and have gone in the wrong place, then I will give you a ride. The moment Luo Feng's voice was about to rise, all the members of the Blackbeard pirate group suddenly fell on the tongue of San Juan Wicked Wolf. Immediately afterwards, in San Juan, the evil wolf also closed its mouth, swallowing all the fallen crew members into the abdomen, and fell back uncontrollably on the sea. Also buried in his belly is Teach's head that Dracula Mihawk has just cut off. Chapter 177. I shouldn't doubt it. Margot saw Luo Feng killing the Blackbeard pirates while talking and laughing, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Sure enough. This is his grandfather. How could a person with such a serious murderess let go of the Blackbeard pirates because of Shiryu's funny sophistry? But as for Teach's crew, none of them are innocent. Father, Marine, Ace, and Teach have all solved the animal problem, should we also withdraw? Dracula Mihawk turned his head and said to Luo Feng after watching all the members of the Blackbeard pirates die in the sea. Although there is no danger in staying here, the damn people are all dead. At the old site of Marineford, now there is only an endless sea. In his opinion, there is no need to stay. Ace's matter has been resolved, but your second brother's affairs are not yet in love. Luo Feng shook his head. My business? Father, what else can I do? Whitebeard walked over suspiciously. How long do you think you can carry this body? Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard. When Whitebeard met him for the first time in the Sphinx, there was a big difference. Although Whitebeard was still heroic and majestic at that time, he couldn't conceal his sluggish and weak complexion in any way. Now, after Man Shirley's treatment, Whitebeard, who is completely ailing, is refreshed, and the Buddha has returned to his 40s or 50s. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Before Whitebeard could speak, Malga was as anxious as the ants on the pan. Just after being rescued, Ace, who had a long-lost smile on his face, instantly solidified when he heard it. The other captains and crew also gathered around immediately after hearing the news, all looking at Luo Feng nervously. They are all afraid of hearing bad news from Luo Feng. Father, is there something wrong with your second brother's body? I think he looks very good. Dracula Mihawk subconsciously used observation haki to perceive Whitebeard. I don't know if his observation haki is not home, or Whitebeard is in really good condition. Anyway, in his perception, Whitebeard's breath was like the sea in his sight, seemingly calm, but in fact unfathomable. Ask him yourself. Luo Feng looked straight at Whitebeard. It should be able to support it for a year or two. Under the eyes of his father, his third brother and his sons, although Whitebeard didn't want to say anything, he still said something horrifying. Impossible. Father. I obviously have cured you. Man Shirley sitting on Whitebeard's shoulders was more excited than anyone else. Although she has been on the boat for a short time, she has already fallen in love with the pirate group, and even more like Whitebeard, who has the mind of Wang Yang and the sea. Child, don't be nervous. It's not that your abilities are bad, but that the old man is really old. After Whitebeard comforted Man Shirley, for the first time in front of everyone he admitted that he was old. Man Shirley's cure is only an injury, not aging. Newgate is more than 70 years old this year, fighting all year round and suffering from disease. Even if Man Shirley pulls out his injuries, he still cannot change the fact that he is in his 70s. Normal pirate, who can live to be 70 years old. Luo Feng explained that Ace and others still didn't understand it. The Whitebeard pirate group of Connaught University, as well as the members of the large pirate groups who came to support Whitebeard after hearing the news, fell silent for a moment. The joy of successfully rescuing Ace, defeating Marine, and destroying the Blackbeard pirate group, immediately disappeared after Luo Fang revealed the physical condition of Whitebeard. It was replaced by an atmosphere of depression, heaviness, and even sadness. Can the world's strongest man not be able to fight aging and death? Dracula Mihawk murmured and looked at Luo Fang involuntarily. Also 243, only people like Dad can fight against time and aging. The other heroes, even if they are arrogant and dominating the Grand Line for several eras, Whitebeard can only succumb and fall in the face of aging, illness, and death. The third brother, the strongest man in the world, is just an ordinary person. It will be old, painful, and sick. If you lose your head, you will die. If he could not die, then Lao Zi would not be the strongest man in the world, but the strongest god in the world. When Whitebeard heard the complicated murmur of Dracula Mihawk, he suddenly smiled. Everyone says he is the strongest man in the world. But he never cared about the strongest word. He has seen too many things with Luo Fang since he was a child, and knows too many things. In his opinion, all beings are equal under the old man. Even the strongest man in the world is just a normal person. This is true of all other world's greatest swordsmen and the world's strongest creatures. Chapter 178. Can you only live for 2 years? Unlike Whitebeard, who didn't care about his lifespan of only 2 years, Ace had nothing but heaviness and sadness in his heart after learning about his father's life. The thought of the only man who brought his father's warmth and caring did not fall under the illness, but fell at the feet of aging. He felt a sense of breathless suffocation. Is there really no way? Jaws was so angry that he slammed a punch on the pole of the boat. Fortunately, he did not completely lose his mind. Otherwise, with his strength, the Moby Dick's rod would be scrapped after this punch. Children, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the norm. There is no need to be sad for the old man who can only live for 2 years. Even if the old man didn't die in 2 years, he might leave one day after all. Did the old man tell you that if I can live for 10 years, then you will be sad for 10 years until the old man dies in front of you 10 years later? Whitebeard saw that all his sons were extremely depressed, and immediately smiled and comforted. He was really open to death. They all lived more than 70 years old, and he got all the things that a person has longed for in his entire life. Glory, strength, fame, status, wealth, as well as the affection and family he desires most, he has. I had to be tossed to death by illness. But before he died, he not only saw his father again, he was also cured of his injuries, and his beloved son Ace was rescued intact. In Whitebeard's view, he has no regrets. Not to mention that there are still 2 years, even if he died in the war on the top now, he would die with a smile. Who said there will be that day? With Dad, who can kill my son Newgate? Marine can't, world government can't, celestial dragons can't, even illness and aging can't take you away from me. Just as everyone died of grief over what happened soon after Whitebeard's life, Luo Fang's voice slammed into everyone's ears like the sound of the Buddha's nature. Grandpa, do you have a way? Margot's eyes lit up. That's right. I just cared about my sadness just now, and for a while forgot that there was a grandpa on top of my father's head. The old man can only succumb in the face of aging and pain, but grandpa can't. This is the god of the world who pierced the Grand Line. After several eras, his face remains unchanged and youthful forever. Grandpa, you must have a way. Save Dad. As long as the old man can extend his life, the grandson is willing to trade his life. Ace knelt directly in front of Luo Fang. Get up. Your life can only be yours. What does it mean to trade with your life? Even if you are willing, Newgate won't. Luo Fang reached out and pulled Ace up. Father, is there any way you can extend your second brother's life? Dracula Mihawk asked quickly. The Grand Line is full of strange things, and all magical things can happen. Even if he is a great swordsman standing on top of the world, he can't say that he fully understands everything about Grand Line. At least, Raftel has never been. Marie Joyce has never been to the Holy Land either. No matter how many lives are continued, it will eventually be exhausted. I don't have to go out in 2 or 3 days to give this kid Newgate alive. Luo Fang shook his head. Obviously, what he wants is not a permanent cure, but a permanent cure. Is it op fruit? Margot, who had been to Dressrosa with his grandfather, reacted abruptly. If I remember correctly, the current op fruit ability person is a person named Trafalgar Law. Baista said. Find. No matter what method is used, he must be found within a year. Margot said in a deep voice. He has already decided. After returning to New World, all the forces of the Whitebeard pirate group will be launched to find Trafalgar Law. Star.w Dad, give us some time. Even if Trafalgar Law Zhang reaches the ends of the world, we will pick him out. Jaws patted his diamond-encrusted chest. It doesn't matter if you find it or not. If you can have this filial piety, Dad will be very satisfied. Whitebeard laughed out loud. Teach's death just now made him feel a little sad. After all, he is a son who has been raising for decades. Although he eventually became a beast, he still felt sad when he saw the other party die in front of him with his own eyes. But now, in the face of the old man's concern, and seeing his sons so filial, the feeling of hurt, hezhao, in his heart was immediately washed away. I don't think I need to trouble him so much. You shouldn't have this opportunity to fulfill your filial piety. Dracula Mihawk said suddenly. It really doesn't have to be so troublesome. Before Ace and others could understand what Sanso's words meant, Luo Feng nodded, then lifted his foot and gently stepped on the deck. With the soul as the center, a circle of visible fluctuations spread out. This lap of fluctuations did not cause any damage before leaving the Moby DK. But when the wave broke away from the mobile and touched the sea under the ship, the sea that was already calm and waves suddenly sounded an earth-shattering explosion. Chapter 179. Luo Feng just stomped on the deck of the Moby DK. The sea on both sides had risen from the sea and rolled up 2,000-meter-high waves. The center of the waves on both sides split into a crack that was several kilometers deep, like a canyon. Even if everyone stood on the bow and looked around, they could see the huge and daunting sea kings swimming in the dumping cracks. It's just that these sea kings were obviously alarmed, but the Buddha perceived some threat, or was born higher than their existence. No sea kings dared to riot and dared to rush in front of the Whitebeard pirate group and grinned. That's a submarine. The most discerning Marga caught the submarine wandering in the cracks of the deep sea for the first time. Is the op fruit capable person in that submarine? Kiazi thought that Luo Feng did not let them leave, but continued to stay in this 247, and immediately thought of the key points. Trafalgar Law. When everyone heard Jaw's words, a large area of sight hot enough to melt the steel suddenly focused on the submarine in front. Little horse. Dracula Mihawk gave a low voice, then jumped. Come on. Sansu. Margiao has always been only Luo Feng's grandfather's queen mount, but it's a matter of life and death for his father, so he just saved it. Under the call of Dracula Mihawk, he turned into an undead bird and smashed into the air, and Dracula Mihawk stepped on his back. In the past, asking him to do this was really embarrassing. Although Dracula Mihawk is higher than him, he is his third uncle, but the age difference between them is not that big, even he is a few years older than Dracula. Ask him to give Dracula in full view. Mihawk rides, without a long time of mental development, he really may not be able to do it. But now, he doesn't care at all. Compared with the daddy Whitebeard who can live 100 years from now on, and is not subject to aging and death threats, let alone being ridden by Dracula Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, even if he is ridden by Teach. Don't care. Taste. Dracula Mihawk rode the Phoenix Marga, and while experiencing the taste of the Eagle heroes, he did not forget the business. Looking at the approaching submarine, he decisively pulled out the black knife behind him. Yet, slashed in the air. The 1,000-meter slash, like an angry dragon going out to sea, broke through the void, tearing layers of seawater, and then dividing the submarine into one piece. Oh, we were really discovered. Captain, what should I do? The submarine was cut open, Trafalgar. Luo and others were immediately exposed to the sight of Dracula Mihawk and Malga. The crew of the Heart Pirates group looked at Trafalgar Luo in panic. Uncle San, it's him. The man holding the long knife. As early as Dressrosa learned about op fruit, Marga asked, BFFE, for Trafalgar Lao's reward order, remembering the appearance of this capable person clearly. Have you been spotted? When Trafalgar Luo saw Dracula Mihawk, the #1 swordsman, riding towards him on the Phoenix Margiao, his heart sank to the bottom. He knew he was eyeing the two top heroes of the sea, Dracula Mihawk, the imperial deputy of the Whitebeard pirate group, and the world's largest swordsman Dracula Mihawk. With this lineup, let alone the captain of the small heart pirate group, even if it is Marine 3 Admiral, any one of them is a headache. Another job a comparable admiral. Let alone the world's largest swordsman. Before becoming Luo Feng's third son, Dracula Mihawk is properly due to admiral class. Even because of the fact that swordsmanship attacks are unparalleled in the world, as far as attacks are concerned, he is also firmly in the front line of the admiral level. Later, with Luo Feng's guidance, swordsmanship took a step forward. Although still lost to the four emperors, his strength is faintly higher than admiral. The face of this and other line-up, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, 3 people alive edge can only take shelter, let alone a Luo Trafalgar room slaughterhouse. Surrounded by the sea, the submarine was destroyed. Although Trafalgar Luo knew that he was just struggling to death, Lu Ant still cherished his life, let alone he is still alone. Finally, he died of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and the entire Don Quixote family. He didn't want to die just like that. Although he did not have any contact with the Whitebeard pirates, he could not hear the conversation between Luo Feng and others just now. But he was so delicate that he was the first to perceive the purpose of Margao and others. Op fruit. The only one who can be used by the two heroes of the Whitebeard pirate group is this kind of ability. Oh? Is this the ability of op fruit? Dracula Mihawk saw Trafalgar Luo suddenly disappear from his line of sight, and a pair of eagle eyes could not help but be surprised. He has seen the magic and power of Op fruit. Chapter 180. Uncle San, can't let this guy run away. Marga saw Trafalgar Law disappearing, and he was immediately anxious. Daddy's life and death are all in this guy's body. Don't worry, he can't run. Although he can use Op fruit for space transfer, the distance must be limited. Here is surrounded by the sea, there is no place to stay, and he does not know the moonwalk of Marine 6 styles, the only option is to continuously launch Op fruit to transfer. But how many times can he activate this ability without moving? Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes not only look sharp on the outside, but also have the ability to understand the essence of everything. Just after seeing Trafalgar Law's ability, he can see through the essence of Op fruit. Strong is strong, but it requires physical support. Let's fly. He is a capable person, and the transfer can only be transferred at sea, not in the sea. Flying to the sky, his whereabouts can be seen at a glance. After Dracula Mihawk finished speaking, Marga immediately fluttered his wings and soared to the sky at the fastest speed. With a change of vision, Trafalgar Law's and his group's whereabouts were immediately exposed under the condescending look down. Under the gazes of the two, Trafalgar Law led all the crew to move wildly on the sea. Every time it disappears in place, the next second will appear tens of meters, or even 100 meters away. But the distance and frequency of this transfer keeps dropping with the transfer again and again. In the beginning, Trafalgar Law could also transfer several times within 1 second, each transfer from 50 meters to 100 meters. But after a dozen or so transfers, the distance became 30 meters. Later, Trafalgar Law and others even almost fell into the sea several times because of the slow transfer. Uncle San, as expected, they can't escape far. Margao saw Trafalgar Law and others become more and more embarrassed, and his face was immediately happy. Almost. It's time to solve the second brother's problem. Dracula Mihawk put away the black knife yet, and drew out the cross knife hanging around his neck. Uncle San, why don't you use a black knife yet? Marga looked at Dracula Mihawk's actions. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't worry about it. After all, the facts before him have proved that Sangoku's judgment is correct. With the sea on all sides and no ships, even if Trafalgar Law's Op fruit is amazing, it is just a dying struggle. I am different from those fools who have to do their best to hunt a rabbit. Your third uncle, I am a great swordsman, not a brainless lion. Also, Trafalgar Law is so weak, and if he uses a black knife yet, what if he is hacked to death? Jolak Mihawk waved the knife in his hand while talking. Although the weapon has changed from the supreme sharp knife to the cross fruit knife, the person who controls the weapon has not changed. The world's largest swordsman holds any weapon and is still the world's largest swordsman. Even if it was just a cross fruit knife, it still released a dark green slash that was hundreds of meters long with a light wave in the hand of Conqueror Mihawk. Oops. Trafalgar Law, who had just completed a spatial transfer, was sweating profusely. Coincidentally, Dracula Mihawk's slash flew straight to his foothold after the space transfer. Obviously, his turning movement was seen through by Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes. Room slaughterhouse. In desperation, Trafalgar Law can only regain his energy and use the slaughterhouse to transfer the slash. But when he unfolded the slaughterhouse, covering the oncoming slash, his face changed suddenly. Not only did the slaughterhouse, which used to be unprofitable, fail to transfer Dracula Mihawk's slash was torn apart by the slash that broke through the air instead. Just so Trafalgar Law, want to dance too. Dracula Mihawk has a panoramic view of Trafalgar Law's actions. 0. His eagle eyes flashed with disdain. Not good. Trafalgar Law's pupils shrank. Such a thought just emerged in his mind, and the severe pain has swept through his nerves. Ah! After a slash, not only him, but all the crew around him were cut to blood. Finally, all the members fell into the sea together. As a capable person, the sea is the nemesis of Trafalgar Law. In addition, he suffered a knife from Dracula Mihawk and fell into the sea after being severely injured. He couldn't even struggle for a while, and his body began to sink straight down. Puff! Seeing that his head was about to be swallowed by the sea, a pair of sharp claws burning with blue flames broke through the air, clasped his shoulders, and lifted him from the sea again. It's really you. Sangoku. Trafalgar Law got it as soon as he shot it. After capturing Trafalgar Law alive, Marga immediately sent a rainbow fart. People who don't know think that it's not Whitebeard who enjoys the age-old operation, but him. Chapter 181. It's a matter of course to succeed. Failure is worthy of surprise. Dracula Mihawk smiled blankly and accepted his nephew's compliment. But my heart was a little lost. It's no wonder that old man likes to raise only Margao by his side. Riding the phoenix to go out and pull the wind, it feels great. Rushing, playing, and fighting will force Grauman. The Divine Eagle heroes are indeed good for those who have used them. It's a pity that I only have an experience card in my hand. Should I follow the example of my father and raise a eagle brother? After using the Phoenix experience card once, Dracula Mihawk fell in love with the feeling of flying in the sky with the 250 and beating the enemy from a kilometer away. When he thought of the invincible old father sealing the sword and returning to the Sphinx, he was thrilled by the practice of using the eagle as his friend. Although he is not as invincible in the world as the old man, he can use swordsmanship in one way. Except for the old man, he is absolutely qualified to say that although the world is big, there is no resistance. Since playing with swords is the number one in the world, is it possible to consider raising only eagles, which will force German? Anyway, swordsmanship has recently fallen into a bottleneck, and it is difficult to improve in a short time. Might as well improve his compelling character as the world's number one swordsman to be more realistic. This can be regarded as another way to approach the level of the father. That's it. Margot thought about it, and agreed with Dracula Mihawk. Being stared at by both of them at the same time, even Marine Admiral can't please. Unless it is an admiral with almost unparalleled mobility like Kizaru, it will be difficult for them to escape the pursuit of Aokiji and Akainu. Dracula Mihawk has long attack, close combat, physique, swordsmanship, and haki has no dead ends in all directions. He can fly, heal, and can be supplemented by meat, Grandmaster 2-color haki. Apart from no long-range attacks, there is also nothing to be chased down. Together, the three battles by sea, land, and air are not a problem. If Trafalgar Law is targeted by such a combination of uncles and nephews and can retreat calmly without losing the ship, there is only one explanation. He also has the last name Monkey. Uncle San, where are these people? How to deal with it? Margot glanced at the rest of Trafalgar Law's crew. Kill it. Although relying on them, there is no future trouble at all. But keeping it is useless. Dracula Mihawk's casual tone revealed a hideous killing. Who is he? Mood, eagle-eyed who does its own way. In the past, I was woken up just because I was sleeping, and I was bored, slowly killing the croc pirates all the way from the Grand Line back to East Blue. And still in the posture of a cat playing a mouse. Such a fierce person can't be called a good person. His kindness, and his good side will only be presented to those who can be seen in his eyes. Such as Redhead Shanks. For example, Rorano. Zoro. There are very few such people. To capture Trafalgar Law, who had no grievances, and killed the Heart Pirates, there is no psychological pressure on Dracula Mihawk at all. It's like killing a chicken at home. In the final analysis, his essence is a pirate who does his own way and is moody. How could someone who can become the world's number one swordsman in the Grand Line be the world's number one swordsman with one sword and one sword? He can be seen by Luo Feng, and it is not unreasonable to become the third son. Essentially, both Yinjian and Luo Feng are the same kind of people. I, as well as those outside my eyes, are living or dying, they are all incomparably indifferent. Don't kill them. Your purpose is just me. Their life and death are of no importance to you. As you said, they can't even call the future troubles. That is, a few building ants. It doesn't matter if you step on it or not. After drinking a few sips of seawater, Trafalgar was a little dizzy. Luo immediately woke up. Uncle San. Margot did not make a decision, but looked at Dracula Mihawk. Whitebeard's education from an early age is still very good. After all, a son like Teach is unique. Everyone else is basically the same as Margot. To the elders in the family, it is loyal, benevolent, righteous, and comprehensive. Even if Dracula Milik is an empty general's third uncle, he still gives the third uncle's face in front of outsiders. Big things and small things are all up to the third uncle to decide. Even Dracula Mihawk doesn't care at all. But he still did enough. It is also the High Captain of Mar who is like this at 5.4, and Whitebeard is carrying it hand to hand, so Dracula Mihawk, the Lone Ranger, can quickly integrate into the Whitebeard pirates. You are right. It doesn't make any difference whether an ant tramples to death, or lifts its foot over. But why should I listen to you? Dracula Mihawk stared at Trafalgar Law indifferently. Those sharp eagle eyes stared at each other with fear. Let's tell you so. I am the same as Daddy. I hate hearing people teach me to do things the most. Dracula Mihawk said word by word. Chapter 182. Is this guy really Shishibukai? Brother Ming is simply incomparable to him. Trafalgar Law and Dracula Mihawk just glanced at each other, and immediately developed a small, trembling feeling of being caught in Eagle Town. That is the oppression that Don Quixote da Flamingo, who is also Shishibukai, can't bring him at all. Although I don't know the purpose of your arrest, but I must have what you need. The one who can be stared at by Whitebeard's Emperor's lieutenant, the world's number one swordsman, Hawkeye, is the only op-op fruit on me. You need me, op-op fruit, to put it another way, you need my will to cooperate. Although I am just an ant in front of the two of you, the ant also has a way of living as a building ant. I cannot choose how to live, but I can definitely choose how to die. Even if it's two people in person, it's the same. Although Trafalgar Law was shocked by Dracula Mihawk's strong oppression brought him, but when he saw that the opponent's eagle eyes had revealed a sense of murderous intent, he still forced himself to calm down. If the response is not good, his death is inevitable. Even his crew could not escape. Don't think I'm joking. I am an op-op fruit capable person and a doctor. If you want to stop yourself, even Whitebeard can't stop me. Captain Margot, You are also a ship doctor, I think you should be able to understand what I am saying. Trafalgar Law seemed to feel that his words were not convincing enough, so he added. Are you threatening me? Dracula Mihawk's eagle eyes began to fill with a frightening atmosphere. No, this is not a threat. It is more accurate to say it is a reminder, it is a piece of advice. Trafalgar Law's pupils shrank, and his body, which was held by Margot's shoulders, trembled. Advice. Dracula Mihawk stared straight at Trafalgar Law, repeating these two words with a smile. We do not accept your advice, you will die. What about the reverse? Margot was afraid that Dracula Mihawk would get angry, so he cut Trafalgar Law directly, and said quickly. If the two are willing to accept my advice, then I will cooperate with both of you. As long as my crew can leave alive, no matter what the two want me to do, I will unconditionally cooperate with the two's requirements. Trafalgar Law felt relieved when he saw that there was such a normal person as Margao in front of him. Compared to Dracula Mihawk, dealing with Margot is undoubtedly a lot easier. After all, everyone is a doctor. No need to explain too much. 3 uncles, daddy is the most important thing. My nephew felt that there was no need to add twists and turns for the little thieves. Everything has to be said before sending him to Grandpa and Daddy. At that time, even if he wants to repent, it will be useless. Grandpa is in front of him, and he can't even help him live or die. Mar said to Dracula Mihawk in a low voice. For him, no face is as important as Whitebeard's life. Let alone let a few little pirates make a living. Anyway, they want Trafalgar Law, not the Heart Pirate City group. I know it in my heart. Dracula Mihawk nodded imperceptibly, then slammed the cross knife to Trafalgar Law's eyebrows. He wants to kill me. Trafalgar Law's pupils shrank, and a strong fear instantly attacked his mind. Although he was confident that Dracula Mihawk would never kill him before the opponent did not achieve his goal, but when the real thing came, he found that he was still scared. Even his legs trembled slightly. But the courage of being a pirate and a doctor made him open his eyes abruptly and looked at the oncoming cross knife without retreating. Boy, aren't you afraid of death? After all, the cross knife didn't go down. Leave Trafalgar Law May stopped when he was less than 1 centimeter away. 250 Dracula Mihawk is moody, but at the same time he is calm to the ultimate level. Naturally, he won't get angry because of Trafalgar Law's few words. Even more will not break business for this. After all, he was just playing around. In other words, I want to see if Trafalgar Law is qualified enough, and it's worth noting that he accepts this advice. Going to sea to be a thief meant stepping into the coffin with one foot and the prison with the other. I'm afraid I might as well find a place to be a doctor for a lifetime. Trafalgar Law took a breath, then met Dracula Mihawk's gaze. It seems that there is no reason why I dared to find Don Quixote da Flamingo when I was only 10 years old. Dracula Mihawk's eyes flashed murderously, and he noticed that Trafalgar Law's face changed drastically in the eagle's eyes. But just when he thought that he and the crew of the Heart Pirate group were going to be killed, Dracula Mihawk suddenly retracted the cross knife on his forehead. Chapter 183. I didn't expect the world's largest swordsman to have heard of my story. I should say it, do I really flatter me? Trafalgar Law breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The negotiation was successful. He knew that his courage had moved the great swordsman Dracula Mihawk. Although the situation waiting for him is still miserable, at least the lives of his crew have been saved. Boy, don't be too self-righteous. Your story is not enough for me to listen to it. I will know you just because you are the op fruit capable person this time. If you are not eating op fruit, you are not even qualified to be remembered by me. After Dracula Mihawk inserted the cross knife back into the scabbard, he said nothing more. Of course, he ignored the pirates floating in the sea. Really? That's really disappointing. Trafalgar Law dare not refute. He has played for Don Quixote and Doflamingo for a period of time. Although he has not personally seen Dracula Metric, he also has a full understanding of every pirate who is Shishibukai with Don Quixote and Doflamingo. The world's largest swordsman. The most powerful Shishibukai. But it is also the most difficult one to deal with in Shishibukai. When dealing with Hawkeye, you can only look at the face. He sees you pleasingly, even if you are just a nameless person, he will give you the utmost respect. If he sees you not pleasing to his eyes, even if you are a famous hero, he will still treat you as nothing. Even if you are unhappy, if you draw a sword and chop you, then draw a sword and chop you. We accepted your advice. But I'm ugly, if you don't cooperate obediently, then I can release your crew today and kill them all tomorrow. Remember, I said this from Margot / Margot saw that Dracula Mihawk was standing on his back again and pretending to be forced, so he could only do it himself to finalize the negotiation. Definitely. Trafalgar Law nodded heavily. Let them stay here first, and later I will ask someone to give them some water, food, and a small boat. As long as their lives are not too bad, it will not be a problem to stick to Sabayati Archipelago. Margot is not afraid of Trafalgar Law playing tricks. Don't look at him as if he can talk very well, but it's just relative. As a great pirate who has followed Whitebeard since he was a child and fought all the way to the Emperor's lieutenant, how can he be easy to follow? Now he is easy to talk, but because of his filial piety, everything is important to his father, and this matter is also about whether Whitebeard can live 100 years. Try it has nothing to do with Whitebeard, Trafalgar Law, it really depends on Margot's mood at the time. Thank you. Trafalgar. Although Luo feels uncomfortable, he does not have any pessimistic or unwilling emotions. He went to sea when he was 10 years old and he knew very well what kind of world the Grand Line is. Grand Line is a place to eat people. Marine eats pirates, pirates eat marine, pirates eat pirates, marine will eat marine again. There is no justice and evil, only strong and weak. Although he hates Don Quixote da Flamingo, he also recognizes the other side's opinion. Strong is justice, weak is evil. Only the winner who survives to the end is qualified to talk about justice. Now he is just like the pirate, marine, and even ordinary people who died in his hands that year. In the final analysis, it is not as strong as humans. Let's go, Margot. Dad and second brother are still waiting for us. Don't let them wait too long. Dracula Mihawk couldn't help speaking when he saw Margot move slowly. I see, Sansu. Hearing the words, Margot immediately grabbed Trafalgar Law into the air and flew back to the Moby Dick at the fastest speed. They are back. When Jaws and the others, who had been standing at the bow of the ship looking forward, saw Margot come back, they surrounded them. Chien. Trafalgar Law had just been thrown on the deck by Margot, and a long knife had been rushed into every part of his body. I'm just treating an incompetent little pirate in my area. Is it worth it for you? Trafalgar Law felt the sharpness coming from all over his body, and raised his hands reflexively. Faced with more than a dozen captains alone, and every part of his body was pointed at by the sword of armament Haki, who could not panic. At least Trafalgar Law was panicked. Lihao, you can't afford it. But the op fruit on you is worthy of use. We are not afraid that you will resist, we are afraid that you can't think about it, and we will ruin our major event. Jaws and others had no plans to stop. As they said, what they were afraid of was not Trafalgar Law's resistance, but the guy who was unyielding to the death, and even died. In this way, who does the old-fashioned operation on their father? Okay, put away the weapons for Laozi. Whitebeard saw that the sons were so nervous, although he felt comforted in his heart, but on the surface he still said unhappily. You don't want to think about it either. In front of the old man, can a small op fruit-capable person turn up a wave? Chapter 184. Yes. Daddy. Kiazi and others thought that when Luo Feng was in Marineford, the observation Haki directly influenced hundreds of thousands of marine elites' sense of value and thought, so they put away their weapons one after another. Even hundreds of thousands of marine elites can't hold Grandpa's observation Haki, how can Trafalgar Law hold it? A strong person below the admiral level encounters Grandpa's observation Haki, and that is even involuntary in life and death. Romans, and Whitebeard. Trafalgar. After Luo watched Jaws and others put their weapons away and spread them out again, two more people appeared in his sight. Luo Feng sitting in a large chair, and Whitebeard standing beside him, holding a cloud cut in his hand. I didn't expect that a little pirate of mine could be watched by two at the same time. Can I say it is my honor? Trafalgar Law took a deep breath. Although he was in a submarine before, lurking in the seabed the whole time, but he also had a panoramic view of the war in Marineford. 3 Admiral, Sengoku, Kong, even hundreds of thousands of marine elites, and even the entire Marin 257 Vando was destroyed, he knew exactly how. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't imagine that forces such as naval headquarters would be destroyed by a man's fingers. There was only one hero Garp Sunyan left. Boy, it's a bit bold. A person got on Laozi's boat and has not been scared to pee, not bad. You can afford to be a supernova. Whitebeard looked down at Trafalgar Law condescendingly. It is already very difficult to maintain this kind of tolerance in front of their father and son. Although, this is the reason why Luo Feng's attention is not on Trafalgar Law at all. But his reputation as Whitebeard alone was enough to make people shiver. Thank you, Whitebeard, for the compliment. Trafalgar Law showed a slightly reluctant smile, and then, BFFE, asked knowingly. I don't know why the two of them let the younger one come over. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. After speaking, he looked at Luo Feng and Whitebeard with a bit of ambition. He knew very well that even if he wanted to, he couldn't. Not long ago, hundreds of thousands of marine elites rebelled in an instant, and the shocking scene where all the muzzles were turned on the execution platform was just seen by him from the submarine. Since Hongjian couldn't resist, he might as well be a little bit more simply. At least you can protect yourself, and you won't be affected by Luo Feng's observation Haki so that the Buddha is no longer the same as yourself. Are you Trafalgar Ro? Is this op fruit capable person? Leaning on the chair, Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes. The sight fell on Trafalgar Law for the first time. Boom. Trafalgar Law couldn't find any words to describe what kind of eyes it was. There is no aura, just a very indifferent, very ordinary gaze. But when this gaze fell on his body, he directly pierced his forehead with a supreme sharp knife, constantly stirring, and mixing his brain into a paste, completely unable to think normally. When he finally got back to his senses, he only realized that he, who had acted quite magnanimously in front of Whitebeard, was now kneeling on the ground. The ghost cries with the saber also scattered all over the place. Is this the weight of invincibility on Earth? I can't bear just one look. Naval headquarters is not unjustly defeated. Trafalgar Law suddenly found that his face was a little wet, so he reached out and touched it, and suddenly found that his face was completely wet with sweat. Not only the face, but also the clothes and pants on the body. After realizing that he was full of ugliness, he didn't feel ashamed or indignant in his heart. Some were just horrified, stunned, and fearful of the gods. In his opinion, Luo Feng in front of him has surpassed the scope of pirates and marines. It is completely an existence above all kings. The king is also a human. Heroes are also humans. But Luo Feng is the god above the king and hero. Such a person, even if the heroes and kings of the world unite in a group to attack, it is impossible to win at all. This is what Trafalgar Law said. I knew it would be like this. Marga watched Trafalgar Law, who was on his knees immediately after he opened his eyes the next second, and was still calm in front of his father. There was no sarcasm in his eyes. He knew how terrifying deterrence his grandfather's gaze contained, he knew better than anyone else. Even if he is strong-willed and determined as 3 Admiral, if he can face Luo Feng for a long time, he will have a nervous breakdown. Aokiji had already personally experienced this before he died. It's too hard. No one can face Grandpa without changing his face. Once you stand opposite your grandfather, everything about that person's life and death, dignity and freedom is not under his control, but is all within the grandfather's thoughts. Jaws couldn't help but shook his head after seeing Trafalgar Law's changes. Chapter 185. In Jaws' opinion, it is not Trafalgar Law is not firm in his will, and he kneels when he sees people. It's that few people on Grand Line can withstand the pressure of staring at Grandpa. When a person just meets and stares at his grandfather, he can't bear it without fighting, and even his ideology and values will be tampered with silently. How can this person be calm and relaxed? How can he maintain his courage? The Admiral class is barely qualified to stand in front of the old man, and to meet the old man for a short time. Only 4 emperors have the capital to talk to the old man. If you really want to face off with your father, you have to reach the level of Big Brother, Second Brother, One Piece, and Garp. As for supernovas like Trafalgar Law, they don't even have the qualifications to walk up to the brother. Between the thoughts of the old man, he can only be like those hundreds of thousands of marine elites and a group of marine vice admiral, even his ideology and values are affected, and he has completely changed himself. Dracula Mihawk glanced at Luo Feng, and then at his second brother, Whitebeard. After witnessing the war on the top and seeing the process of Luo Feng's slaughter of all marines by himself, he already understood. Marine Admiral's first-level hero cannot be affected by the daddy's haki, and only in this way can he be qualified to stand in front of the daddy, but he is barely qualified. Because even Marine Admiral can't bear to stare at each other for a long time. Only 4 emperors who are higher than Admiral, and Sea emperors who are above countless kings and heroes, such as Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, and red-haired Shanks, are truly qualified to stand in front of daddy and be with daddy. Dialogue. As for the confrontation with the old man, even if it is only a brief confrontation, there are really too few such people. The kings and heroes of several eras add up to only a few. The eldest brother Rocks, One Piece, Garp, and the second brother, Golden Lion and so on in the peak period are just a few people. Master Luo, you can just call me Ronaldinho. Trafalgar Law, who was kneeling on the ground, tried to get up several times, but he found that his legs didn't seem to be him anymore, and he was not directed by his thoughts at all. Even he wanted to catch the ghost cry beside him as a crutch. Whenever this idea came to his mind, he was horrified to find that his hands were shaking frantically. Putting the Buddha's body out without the courage to stretch out in front of Luo Feng. After sensing the abnormality of his body, his heart was like a sea rolled up by a tsunami, unable to calm for a long time. Without the slightest hesitation, letting the Buddha go through countless rehearsals. He knelt directly, not even daring to lift his head. The time he looked at each other just now, he was so scared that he couldn't control his body. He was afraid that if he looked at each other again, his mental will would collapse directly, and he would be frightened and stupid. Xiao Luo, you are a smart person. You should know why I asked Kitty and Xiao Ma to bring you here. Luo Feng looked at Trafalgar Law with a smile. Even if the supernova didn't look up, but he was only caught by his gaze, there was still a sense of breathless suffocation. There is one thing to say, and the name is good, can you not call it Kitty Hawk? Dracula Mihawk felt bitter. The little horse is good, at least better than the little bird. The corners of Margot's mouth twitched slightly. Although it was not the first time that Grandpa was called a pony in full view, he still felt like crying without tears every time he heard it. 4 flowers. But the pony is better than the bird. He is really afraid that next time he is a mount for his grandfather and he transforms into a phoenix, his grandfather will call him a bird or a small eagle. Op fruit. Trafalgar Law's heart shuddered. The main show is coming. Although from the moment he was stared at by Dracula Mihawk and Margot, he already knew how to escape. But until he was taken aboard the Moby DK, he still held a little fortunately. It wasn't until Luo Feng opened his eyes that the fluke in his heart was completely erased. Accurately speaking, it is not an old operation. Luo Feng said every word. As soon as his words fell, Trafalgar Law only felt that a bomb in the Buddha's brain had been detonated, and his whole body was shaken by the explosion. Sure enough, I can't hide it. 2. He is an old monster who has lived for several times. Seeing that he is still young, it is clear that he has undergone an ageless operation. Trafalgar, Luo bowed his head, gritted his teeth and looked at the deck. He was afraid that Luo Feng would see him like this when he raised his head. Can live, no one wants to die. Especially people like Trafalgar Law who had a terminal illness when he was a child, and finally made his life with the destiny and paid a heavy price to survive. Until the last moment, he was not willing to give up. But now he slumped down on the deck. Facing Luo Feng, he can't help but give up. Whether he wants it or not. Rebellion or obedience. It doesn't make any sense. Wide. Chapter 186. His grandson of Luo Feng is not that easy to do. It's hard to be his grandson without the father of Whitebeard helping him walk through the back door. Margot knows it, Dracula Mihawk knows it, Trafalgar Law knows it even better. If you don't have a good birth, you can only take life. Put all the bets directly on this ageless operation. At least, this is much better than being a tool man and dying on the operating table. When Dracula Mihawk became Luo Feng's son, it was a coincidence and luck. Moreover, Luo Feng's original idea was not to accept Dracula Mihawk Nixia Zero as his son, because Eagle Eye is too weak, and he just intends to accept it as his grandson. In the end Dracula Mike swears to stick to the bottom line, and Luo Feng sees him pleasingly, only to make an exception for him to be promoted from grandson to son. As for Trafalgar Law, naturally there is no such luck, and he is not qualified to make an exception for Luo Feng. Even whether he can become a grandson depends on Trafalgar Law's luck and ability. Master Luo, I understand. Please draw down the road. Trafalgar, Luo Jianyi nodded. He knows that Luo Feng's requirements are not simple, it can even be said that it is almost impossible to complete, but as long as there is a slight possibility, he has to fight. You see it too. My son Edward is old after all. Even if you have undergone an ageless operation, it will always remain the same as the old men of 5 elders. Maintaining the stamina of the 7s and 80s, after all, is not as good as the peak period. Luo Feng said here, Trafalgar Law has guessed his request. Luo Master, do you mean let me perform the surgery on the head of Whitebeard and give him eternal life? At the same time, we must let the head of Whitebeard be rejuvenated and get eternal life with the attitude of the peak period. Trafalgar tried to ask. Not bad. I want my son Newgate not only to be an elder, but also not to be old. Luo Feng nodded. Father. Whitebeard's body trembled on the side, and an indescribable warm current flowed through his body instantly. When he was young, he couldn't share his worries with Luo Feng, he could only be taken care of by Luo Feng alone, and he didn't even have the opportunity to fulfill his filial piety. Now, he has grown up, but he is also old, but he can't share his worries for his father, and he has to let him go about his own affairs after he comes out of the mountain. First he healed his pain, then saved Ace, and now he can live forever for himself, and still live as a young man. People all envy Whitebeard who owns shock fruit and is the strongest man in the world. But I only envy him for having an old man. Trafalgar Law glanced at Whitebeard and sighed inwardly. He really didn't envy Whitebeard's achievements at all, but he envied that there could be an old man like Luo Feng behind Whitebeard. I was taken care of by my father when I was young. When I grow up, everything will have Dad Kabuto. In contrast, he had to gamble on everything since he was 10 to live till now. He was beaten, threatened, and couldn't live anymore. He had to bear everything himself. Compared to him, Whitebeard is so lucky. Even if the sky fell, Luo Feng, the old man, would support him. The execution of Ace is the best example. I'm so old, what are you still doing? Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard, no good airway. What the old man taught. Whitebeard obediently received the training, then wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. People are always more sentimental when they are old. Unlike the big brother rocks, he found op fruit early that year and has been at its peak. This peak is not only about strength, body, but also mental state. Body theory affects psychology. The old Whitebeard's thoughts and mentality are naturally very different from those when he was young. How about it? Can it be done? Luo Feng turned his head to look at Trafalgar Law. Surgery is not a problem. However, whether the age status of the head of Whitebeard can be reversed, I still need to check exactly. Trafalgar did not pack the ticket, but told the truth. You have 2 years. Newgate will probably live for another 2 years. So, within 2 years, you must start this ageless operation. Luo Feng didn't care at all that the news that Whitebeard could only live for another 5.4 years at most was known. Not to mention that all you know is Trafalgar Law, even if everyone in the world knows it tomorrow. As long as he hasn't closed the sword and closed the mountain for a day, and still sits on the Mobidic one day, it is considered that Whitebeard is dead now. The Whitebeard pirate group is still the strongest pirate group in the Grand Line, and there is no one. He alone can match all the heroes of the Grand Line. Don't worry, Lord Luo, no matter whether I can restore the body of the Whitebeard family, I will have this ageless operation within a year and a half. Trafalgar, Luo Vinian, was overjoyed. Chapter 187. From the moment Luo Feng gave Trafalgar Law two seemingly unsolvable choices, both of which were dead choices, Dracula Mihawk knew that Trafalgar Law's end was not necessarily dead. Although the old-fashioned operation still has to go through, the result is not necessarily death. If Trafalgar Law is really not seen by the old man from the beginning to the end, then based on his understanding of the old man, he has already become under the influence of the father's observation haki before Trafalgar Law boarded the ship. Tool man. A worker who only works for the second elder brother to perform surgery. You can throw it away when you use it up. After all, who cares about the life and death of a tool person, and whether it has other effects? I should have thought of it long ago. Luo Wudi did not directly change my ideology and values as soon as he came up, and asked me to operate on Whitebeard as a puppet, which means that I am not sure to die. Perhaps the Whitebeard pirate's trip this time was not unlucky, but it might be luck. Trafalgar, Luo thought. But he didn't care about it, or thought he was all right now. From Luo Feng's sentence that he has to go through an operation for not being old, he knows that he still has the risk of death, and it is still very high. But high risks have high returns. As long as he can survive, then he will no longer be the captain of the light-hearted heartbeats dirty pirate group in the Grand Line. Supernova is no longer enough to describe him. In other words, the other pirates of the Supernova are no longer as famous as Trafalgar Ro. One man surely, one Margao, compared to the huge Whitebeard pirate group, such a marine medical team is ultimately too small. So, I give you a chance. Trafalgar, right? As long as you can do it well according to my requirements, then I will give you a chance. Luo Feng raised a finger. Dare to ask Lord Luo, what is the opportunity? Trafalgar Luo carefully controlled his emotions. Be my grandson. When Luo Feng said this, Margao and others were shocked. These captain-level big pirates are looking at them one after another. Even if this matter has not been implemented, Trafalgar Luo is not Luo Feng's grandson yet, but still let them face Trafalgar. Luo's opinion is many times too high. This kid is really fate. Margot murmured. Yes. If we can become grandpa's grandsons, that's all incidentally. If it weren't for Dad, we wouldn't have this life to be valued by Grandpa. Baista knew very well that these captains of them were only good for life, not that each of them was really valued and recognized by Luo Feng. They just walked through the back door because there is a good dad. If it weren't for Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates might be big, but in the end there will be no more than 2 or 3 who can become Luo Feng's grandson. Except for Ace, this kid can be said to be the first person to be accepted as a grandson by his grandfather in a true sense. Jaws gave Trafalgar a deep look. No matter how you look at it, it's mediocre. He is neither strong nor handsome. Hard to say, it's just the op fruit ability. How can he to be favored by Grandpa? You know, although Ace is the first grandson to be truly recognized by Luo Feng, Ace's identity also adds a lot of points. If Ace is not Whitebeard's son, the result is really hard to tell. Lord, no, thank Master Luo for your attention. I will do my best to accomplish the things that you confessed to Lord Luo. Trafalgar Luo was shocked. Although he had tried his best to control, the ecstasy in his heart couldn't help but climbed onto his face. He thought that Luo Feng would give him a lot of heavy benefits. But I never expected Luo Feng to give him this opportunity. Take him as a grandson. After watching the war at the top, who doesn't know what an opportunity to be Luo Feng's grandson represents? That is more attractive than the identity of One Piece. Even if it is not a son, but just a grandson, it is still enough to make countless heroes go crazy. Don't say anything else, just look at the treatment of Ace, the grandson. The grandson who was admitted by Luo Feng himself, because he was executed by Marine, he killed hundreds of thousands of Marineford in 263, and only Garp was left. How horrible! Such a grandpa, who doesn't want it? Trafalgar, Luo wanted to. No problem with a dozen. Especially his grandson was not incidental. Unlike Margao and the other grandsons who walked through the back door, Luo Feng personally approved and led him to the beginning. Once the relationship is established, Trafalgar Luo's position in the Whitebeard pirates immediately rises. The 4 emperors, who were unattainable in the past, were not a concern in front of him. Don't be too happy. The premise of all this is based on the fact that you can fulfill my requirements and survive. You should know more about the difficulty of the old-fashioned operation and the fate of the surgeon than I am. To survive and fulfill my requirements, you are my grandson of Luo Feng. As long as one thing is not done well, you are still just the captain of the Heart Pirate Group, an insignificant supernova. Luo Feng saw Trafalgar Lao's beautiful appearance, and immediately poured a basin of cold water over it. Chapter 188. His grandson of Luo Feng is not that easy to do. It's hard to be his grandson without the father of Whitebeard helping him walk through the back door. Margot knows it, Dracula Mihawk knows it, Trafalgar Law knows it even better. If you don't have a good birth, you can only take life. Put all the bets directly on this ageless operation. At least, this is much better than being a tool man and dying on the operating table. When Dracula Mishawk became Luo Feng's son, it was a coincidence in luck. Moreover, Luo Feng's idea was not to accept Dracula Mihawk as his son, because Hawkeye was too weak, so he just planned to accept him as his grandson. In the end Dracula Mike swears to stick to the bottom line, and Luo Feng sees him pleasingly, only to make an exception for him to be promoted from grandson to son. As for Trafalgar Law, naturally there is no such luck, and he is not qualified to make an exception for Luo Feng. Even whether he can become a grandson depends on Trafalgar Law's luck and ability. Master Luo, I understand. Please draw down the road. Trafalgar, Luo Jianyi nodded. He knows that Luo Feng's requirements are not simple, it can even be said that it is almost impossible to complete, but as long as there is a slight possibility, he has to fight. You see it too. My son Edward is old after all. Even if you have undergone an ageless operation, it will always remain the same as the old men of 5 elders. Maintaining the physical stamina of the 7-year-old 80-year-old is not as good as the peak period after all. Luo Feng said here, Trafalgar Law has guessed his request. Luo Master, do you mean let me perform the surgery on the head of Whitebeard and give him eternal life? At the same time, we must let the head of Whitebeard be rejuvenated and get eternal life with the attitude of the peak period. Trafalgar Law tried to ask. Not bad. I want my son Newgate not only to be an elder, but also not to be old. Luo Feng nodded. Father. Whitebeard's body trembled on the side, and an indescribable warm current flowed through his body instantly. When he was young, he couldn't share his worries with Luo Feng, he could only be taken care of by Luo Feng alone, and he didn't even have the opportunity to fulfill his filial piety. Now, he has grown up, but he is also old, but he can't share his worries for his father, and he has to let him go about his own affairs after he comes out of the mountain. First he healed his pain, then saved Ace, and now he can live forever for himself, and still live as a young man. People all envy Whitebeard who owns shock fruit and is the strongest man in the world. But I only envy him for having an old man. Trafalgar Law glanced at Whitebeard and sighed inwardly. He really didn't envy Whitebeard's achievements at all, but he envied that there could be an old man like Luo Feng behind Whitebeard. I was taken care of by my father when I was young. When I grow up, everything will have Dad Kabuto. In contrast, he had to gamble on everything since he was 10 to live till now. He was beaten, threatened, and couldn't live anymore. He had to bear everything himself. Compared to him, Whitebeard is so lucky. Even if the sky fell, Luo Feng, the old man, would support him. The execution of Ace is the best example. I'm so old, what are you still doing? Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard, not having a good airway. What the old man taught. Whitebeard obediently received the training, then wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. People are always more sentimental when they are old. Unlike the big brother rocks, he found op fruit early that year and has been at its peak. This peak is not only about strength, body, but also mental state. Body theory affects psychology. The old Whitebeard's thoughts and mentality are naturally very different from those when he was young. How about it? Can it be done? Luo Feng turned his head to look at Trafalgar Law. Surgery is not a problem. However, whether the age status of the head of Whitebeard can be reversed, I still need to check exactly. Trafalgar Law did not pack the ticket, but told the truth. You have 2 years to stand. Newgate will probably live for another 2 years. So, within 2 years, you must start this old operation without Zhao's. Luo Feng didn't care at all that the news that Whitebeard could only live for another 2 years was known. Not to mention that all you know is Trafalgar Law, even if everyone in the world knows it tomorrow. As long as he hasn't closed the sword and closed the mountain for a day, and still sits on the Mobidic one day, it is considered that Whitebeard is dead now. The Whitebeard pirate group is still the strongest pirate group in the Grand Line, and there is no one. He alone can match all the heroes of the Grand Line. Don't worry, Lord Luo, no matter whether I can restore the body of the Whitebeard family, I will have this ageless operation within a year and a half. Trafalgar Law heard this, and his heart was overjoyed. Chapter 189. Trafalgar Law originally thought that the age-old operation would begin soon. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng actually gave a 2-year grace period. In this way, he has enough time to think of a solution. After all, the Grand Line is a sea full of strange edges. Nothing is absolutely impossible, except to defeat Luo Feng, the quasi-grandfather. He thinks so. For the year and a half, tell me what you need. Anything related to age-old surgery, even the stars in the sky, I still unscrew it. Luo Feng's words are full of absolute strength. But everyone present took it for granted. Even if it is a star, as long as Luo Feng thinks, they all believe that the other party can screw it off. This is unquestionable. No one will doubt. There is no need to screw down the stars in the sky so 270 serious. I already have a preliminary idea about making the body of Whitebeard head younger. Trafalgar, Luo shook his head, then said. Master Luo, can I check the body for Master Whitebeard? Although because of Luo Feng's words, he was granted great authority in this year and a half. Not to mention the dead Dong Quixote da Flamingo, even if it was the Emperor of the Sea before, it is completely unattainable for him, 4 emperors, as long as he opens this mouth, 4 emperors will die. Of course, the premise is that it is really related to age-old surgery. Otherwise, he believed that it was not the stars that were screwed off, but his head. Come on, kid. Let Lao Zi see if you have a grandson who lives as a daddy, and Lao Zi's son. Whitebeard beckoned to Trafalgar Law. Offended, Whitebeard is in charge. Trafalgar Law walked up to Whitebeard, said first, and then used the ability of Op Fruit. Room. Slaughterhouse. A space for Op Fruit? Lao Zi hasn't seen it in many years. Whitebeard looked at the translucent space that wrapped himself in front of him. He who had seen Op Fruit ability back then was very clear that in this space, Op Fruit ability was close to God. You can disassemble matter and life any way you want, and you can combine them. Of course, the premise is that the Op Fruit ability is strong enough. For example, if this fruit master falls into the hands of him, or the eldest brother rocks, it is really terrifying. Even if they don't understand medical skills. There is no way to bring Op Fruit's ability in curing diseases and saving people to the ultimate, but their powerful strength can bring Op Fruit's use in combat to a terrifying level. As for Trafalgar, Luo, forget it. Op Fruit is used to fight, he can't. Throughout his life, even Admiral could not be threatened, let alone close to God. At least, as long as he wanted, Whitebeard could tear the translucent space in front of him instantly. Even without him, even Dracula Mihawk with a BFFE fruit knife can tear the translucent space of Trafalgar Law. Op Fruit is powerful, but the key still depends on the capable person. But in terms of combat, Trafalgar Law is not good. But in terms of curing diseases and saving people, he may be able to reach the ultimate. Strange. With Whitebeard in charge, no matter how strong the body is, at this age, the body will definitely decline very badly. In addition to aging, the body of Whitebeard's head has no pain or even hidden injuries. If Whitebeard is a Zoan-capable person, that's plausible, but Whitebeard is clearly a Paramecia devil fruit-capable person. Trafalgar Law was shocked as soon as he checked Whitebeard's body. This is simply against common sense. In the long battles of several eras, Whitebeard, in his 70s, has no pain at all, and is much healthier than young people. Except for natural aging, there is not even the slightest bit of dark wounds. Of course. My father's body is my self-governing man surely. How could there be pain? Just when Trafalgar Law was uncertain, Man Shirley suddenly emerged from Whitebeard's shoulder and made a grimace at Trafalgar Law. Little human race. Trafalgar Law looked around and immediately noticed the size of Man Shirley. Good. She is the princess of the villain, Man Shirley. He is also the chief physician of the Whitebeard pirates. Man Shirley introduced with her hands on her hips with a very powerful look. Don't tell me. Fight, he is a fool. He only started to learn medicine after boarding the ship. It is estimated that the medication will be enough to cure a cold. Can't stand it, Grand Line has something that ignores common sense and rules. Devil fruit. Manswali, who had eaten the fruit of healing, was born a genius doctor almost unmatched, even if she was completely unaware of medical skills. Even Trafalgar Law, an Op fruit capable person, is inferior. Devil fruit is so foul. Eating the right fruit, in the corresponding field, even the talented people can't stop it. Chapter 190. Ship Doctor? You can tell me how you treat Whitebeard. As far as I know, even with Grand Line's best medicine, there is no way to make a person's body so healthy. When I was working under Donghui da Flamingo in the past, I learned a lot about the medical technology of world government and naval headquarters. Marine hero Garp and Buddha Sengoku are able to maintain close to their peak strength at the age of 70s, and it all depends on this advanced technology. But even so, the physical condition of the two of them is still not comparable to that of Whitebeard. Trafalgar Law looked at Man Shirley in amazement. In his opinion, Whitebeard's body is simply a miracle in the medical world. At the age of 70, he has been in the Grand Line for several times. Apart from the physical exhaustion caused by natural aging, he has not suffered any hidden injuries. It's as pure as a baby. In his opinion, even if he uses Op fruit, plus all kinds of best medicines, and the help of instruments, he is not sure to achieve the level of Man Shirley. Don't compare those quack doctors with this princess. People are healers who have eaten the fruits of healing. Don't say it's the pain of the old man, as long as the old man has not put his braid in place, people can make him full of blood and resurrect him. Man Shirley said proudly. It's just that she didn't notice at all. When she said that she was holding her braid in place, the old face of Whitebeard who was stepped on her shoulder was blackened. When people are old, they always like to listen to their sons and daughters say something auspicious. Even if Whitebeard thinks very lightly about birth, old age, sickness, and death. If Man Shirley was not the only little princess on the ship, but the only daughter of his Whitebeard, she would have been beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face if she had changed other sons to say this. Healing fruit. You are actually the one who has the power to heal the fruit. Trafalgar Law. His eyes suddenly brightened. What are your eyes? Be careful, I ask Xiao Ma and Xiao Qiao to beat you up. Man Shirley just wanted to nod her head triumphantly, but suddenly found that Trafalgar Lao's eyes were extremely hot. It seems to be no different from the eyes of scientists when they look at the experimental materials. Sorry, I just didn't expect Luo Feng and Whitebeard to have the ability to heal fruits on the boat. Overjoyed for a while, a little gaffe. Little princess, please don't mind. Trafalgar Law felt cold. Only then noticed that after Man Shirley gave the order, Joss, Margiao, and even Yizang, who was not named, rolled up their sleeves and surrounded them. Surrounded by more than a dozen captains. He decisively admitted to Man Shirley. Not to mention him, even if Donghui Doflamingo returns from the resurrection and is surrounded by a dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirates, he can only admit it. With a dozen captains, that is a lineup that even Marine Admiral can't eat Kabuto. Hey, forget it this time. Seeing that you are doing treatment for your father, this princess doesn't care about you. If there is another time, Man slowly snorted. Luo, what did you mean just now? Is it possible that Man Shirley can let Dad be able to live forever as he was when he was young? Marga, who was Whitebeard's chief physician, had keenly noticed Trafalgar Lao's words before she boarded the ship. Not enough. In my lifelong surgery plan, healing fruit is only one of the essential elements. Not to mention that the old surgery is a matter of whether Trafalgar Law can become Luo Feng's grandson from an obscure star like a supernova. Even if it has nothing to do with interests, as a doctor, he has his own persistence and pride. 4 flowers. As long as it is the patient he takes over, he will do his best. Even if he had to pay his own life to perform the age-old operation, he had to do better than the previous op fruit ability. This has nothing to do with love, hatred, and interests are mixed. Just the dignity of a doctor. Luo Feng is headed, Whitebeard is headed, my plan is like this. Healing fruit, op fruit, and regressive fruit. As long as I find these 3 devil fruits, or these 3 capable people, then I can be sure that the Whitebeard master will gain eternal life as a youth. It's not like it is now, even if you get eternal life, you can only stay old. Trafalgar Law said confidently. It is indeed difficult to find 3 devil fruits in the vast ocean, or 3 who have the ability to heal, operate, and regress fruits. See Blackbeard hiding in the Whitebeard pirates, betting a lifetime, and it took decades to get dark fruit. However, the op fruit and healing fruit have been gathered before it even started. This gave Trafalgar Robin confidence. He is confident that this real ageless operation will be completed within 1.5 years. Regressive fruit. When Luo Feng heard this devil fruit, his brow wrinkled slightly. What's wrong? Daddy? Whitebeard asked for the first time. Father, do you know the news about this devil fruit? If yes, please let me know. The son will set off with the knife. Dracul Mihawk directly took over the matter of regressive fruits. Wide. Chapter 191. It should be regarded as news for the time being. When I killed the Marine Admiral named Zephyr before, I heard his voice. This heartfelt voice is about those who regress the fruit ability. Luo Feng said as he recalled. If it wasn't for Zephyr's performance that caught his attention and he successfully remembered the name of Admiral, he would really not care about the voice of Marine. Will not remember. Is it related to Zephyr? Marga felt relieved. Fortunately, Grandpa's haki can not only directly affect people's values and ideology, but also can perceive people's emotions and feelings. Otherwise, it would not be easy for them to find the fruits of regression in the vast ocean. The Whitebeard pirate group is indeed the largest and most powerful pirate group in the Grand Line. But Whitebeard does not pay attention to the development of power. It's not like Kaido doing all kinds of military research, nor is it worrying about Germa's technology all the time like my aunt, and it's not like Don Quixote Doflamingo who has established an extremely huge network of interests. The strength of the Whitebeard pirate group is only the strength of the pirate group itself, and there is basically no involvement in other fields such as technology, intelligence, business, etc. This is why Don Quixote Doflamingo can get the precious Logia Maramara fruit in less than 2 years. And even if Blackbeard stayed in the Whitebeard pirates for decades, he could only fight for luck. Because the Whitebeard pirate group did not spread to the intelligence networks of various sea areas, countries, and islands. This is also the case, Marga has a dim sum and a lingering fear. If Luo Feng's observation haki didn't perceive Zephyr's voice, he got news about the fruits of retrogression. Even with the power of the Whitebeard pirate group, it can only search slowly in the vast sea. Zephyr has a student named N. She is the one who regresses the fruit ability. As soon as Luo Feng said this, everyone's complexion changed. Zephyr student? That is marine. So, isn't it already buried in the sea? After all, Marine Ford is gone, and Marine is dead and only Garp is left. Once Anne died, it really only depends on luck to find the regressive fruit. This is troublesome. If Don Quixote and Doflamingo are not dead, they can still threaten him and use his intelligence network to search for the fruits of regression. But the Whitebeard pirate group is strong, but it doesn't pay attention to the structure of the intelligence network. It's not easy to find the regressive fruit from the vast ocean in a year and a half. Trafalgar, Luo thought quickly. This is a major test about whether he can be promoted from a mediocre supernova to Luo Wudi's grandson. It can be said that he attaches more importance to this age-old operation than even Malgold and others. Don't be nervous. If Anne has died in my hands, then I will not mention her. Zephyr, Marine, is far more visionary than Sengoku. From the beginning, he didn't think Marine could win, and even prepared for the worst. Naval headquarters will perish in my hands. So he did not let his student Anne participate in this war, but sent Anne away from naval headquarters before our arrival, in order to leave the last fire for Marine. Luo Feng saw that Margao and the others changed in color and couldn't help shook his head. Where did you go? Dracula Mihawk is carrying a black knife. Yeah, as long as Luo Feng speaks, he will set off immediately. This former aloof Lone Ranger, after being integrated into the Whitebeard pirates, has a different style from before. When it comes to the second brother Whitebeard, he is more active than anyone else. Alabasta. In addition to Al-An, there are also a group of young Marines who were sent to Alabasta by Zephyr as the kind of fire for Marines' revival. Luo Feng said. Margot, bring my boat here. As soon as Dracula Mihawk listened, he packed his bags without saying anything, in a posture that he was about to set off immediately. Uncle San, don't have to be so troublesome. You ride me on the road. If we go by boat, I am worried that the news of the demise of Marine will reach Alabasta sooner than we did. When the group of Marines hid, it would be troublesome. With my physical strength, plus I have developed the Phoenix Fruit to the awakening state. As long as I bring enough water and food, I can fly to Alabasta in 5.4. Unless something important is involved, Marga, who has always only served as a queen mount for Luo Feng, volunteered to let Dracula Mihawk not take a boat, and ride him directly. The third uncle, Dracula Mihawk, was so concerned about Whitebeard's affairs, and directly took over the matter of the regressive fruit. Just now he captured Trafalgar Law alive. Then, as the eldest grandson of Whitebeard, he naturally cannot fall behind. Isn't it just a ride for San uncle? They are all from their own family, so don't worry about that much. And Sansu is still the world's largest swordsman, even if it is passed out, he is not ashamed. Chapter 192. Let's talk about it after asking the old man first. After all, you are Daddy's queen mount. If I ride you away, it will be very inconvenient if Dad has something to do. Dracula Mihawk saw that Marga was so active and actually offered to give him a ride, and he was immediately moved. Playing with the best knives and riding the best birds, he also fell in love with this tune after being a master eagle. Although heartbeat, he did not immediately agree to Margao, but chose to ask Luo Feng's opinion first. After all, Margao, the Phoenix grandson, is Luo Feng's queen mount. If he rides the Phoenix away without authorization, then Dad will not have a mount if he wants to travel. That's right. When Margot heard it, he also felt that Dracula Mihawk 15 grams was more thoughtful. Father, my son wants to lend you a ride on the horse. Dracula Mihawk asked Luo Feng directly. Go. Luo Feng waved his hand. Although he didn't have Marga as a mount, it was somewhat inconvenient for him to travel, and it also lowered the force of his appearance. But the problem is not big. Because he was looking for a new mount long before the top of the war. Although Phoenix is easy to use, it owes a little hacky after all, which doesn't fit his personality. Riding out is more than enough to pull the wind, but hacky is not enough. Dracula Mihawk, an arrogant swordsman, matched Malga quite well, but his words were not suitable after all. The Grand Line can fly, and hacky has a lot of creatures. However, it requires both beauty, strength, brain, and hacky. There are really few options. Luo Feng pondered for a moment. A number of candidates for the mount appeared in his mind, but he deleted them one by one in the end. Only one left. One of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Known as the strongest creature in the world. Not a dragon, he can fly, walk, breathe fire, and has a high degree of wisdom, he is the most suitable. Before turning his head around, Luo Feng has decided on his new candidate for the queen mount. Beast Kaido. This is definitely a more suitable mount than Marcow. It just so happens that while Kitty Hawk and Pony are going to Alabasta, they can surrender my new mount first. The more Luo Feng thinks about it, the more satisfied he is with Kaido. In fact, he has been interested in Kaido several times before. However, Kaido was still small at that time, and his strength was not as strong as it is now. Whether he was forced or his face was good, he was not enough to hold up the mount. The most important thing is that he was ready to harvest the mountain at the time, and it was useless to ask the dragon to be a mount. It's better to let Kaido be the seedling he left behind and grow well in the sea. If I had brought Kaido back to the Sphinx at that time, I would only give up this dragon, and there would be no Kaido of today's beasts. After raising it for several times, isn't it right to go to harvest now? Father, then we will set off. Dracula Mihawk got Luo Feng's permission, and a pair of eagle eyes flashed with joy immediately. You can ride Phoenix again. It's exciting to think about it. After riding the Phoenix for a while, he found that he had a new interest in addition to swordsmanship, and fine wine. That's bird riding. Go early and return early. Luo Feng heard the words and put away his thoughts. We will. Dracula Mihawk nodded, then looked at Marga. The latter immediately changed his voice under the gaze he expected, becoming a phoenix burning with blue flames. Go. Dracula Mihawk carried a black knife. Yeah, jumped and landed on the back of the phoenix Marga, and then pierced through the air under the gaze of Whitebeard and others. The little eagle and the pony are gone, then we should set off too. Luo Feng only said to Whitebeard after watching Dracula Mihawk and Margao disappear from his sight. Where to go? Whitebeard froze for a moment. Revisit Wanakuni. A smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. Wanakuni's samurai and Kaido, it's really been a long time since I saw each other. I wonder if there are 287 of you remember me? Grandpa is going to have an operation on Kaido. When Jaws and others heard it, their expressions changed drastically. They all thought Luo Feng was going to operate on Kaido. After all, Luo Feng and Sengoku had heard the conversation. They all understand Grandpa's plan to go out of the mountain this time. Sweep down the world's heroes and seek fun in this way. This is what Grandpa did several times ago. Now is to start a new round of mopping up again. So fast? Isn't the old man eager to start a new round of cleaning? But this is a little bit different from his style. Although Kaido is a madman, he is not enough for Dad to play beasts pirates. In the style of the old man, he wiped out the naval headquarters, and let the world know that his king is back through the world broadcast. He should not do it so quickly. According to the situation back then, he should give the heroes of this era a period of time so that the heroes of the world can unite. Whitebeard thought to himself. Chapter 193. Children, you have heard what the old man said. Hurry up, Wanakuni. Although Whitebeard couldn't figure out why Luo Feng's move was so fast this time, he didn't give the 4 pieces of the world's heroes to unite at all. He couldn't wait to go to Wanakuni just after the marine was destroyed, but he didn't think about it. Maybe it's because the old man has been harvesting the mountain for too long, so one naval headquarters is not enough to stop him. One more beasts pirates must be added. This is not a big deal either. Kill early, kill late, kill too. Since Dad has this interest, it's okay to set off now. Wanakuni. Unlike the other captains and crew who set off happily, looking forward to the wonderful legendary deeds of his grandfather in Wanakuni, after knowing that his grandfather's goal this time is Wanakuni and Kaido, he has mixed joys and sorrows. The good news is that he will most likely see Kaido killed by Grandpa. Although he prefers to avenge himself personally, he also knows that even if the Chiseo 9 heroes join forces, it is definitely not enough to kill Kaido. Before Grandpa came out of the mountain, he singled out a monster that was almost invincible. Except for the daddy at the peak, no one on the Grand Line can suppress or defeat Kaido in a heads-up. Looking at the naval headquarters and the 4 emperors group capturing Kaido so many times, there is still no way to kill him to know how pervert Kaido is. It is difficult to defeat this dragon, and it is almost impossible to kill him. Kojiki Oden hadn't fully grown up in Kaido that year, but Kojiki Oden had a chance to do it. But now Kaido has long been ranked among the 4 emperors, and its strength is not what it used to be. Even the naval headquarters, where admiral-level powerhouses emerge endlessly, still can't kill Kaido. But being watched by Grandpa, Kaido's fate is doomed. In this regard, Israel has no doubts. While gratifying, he is also worried. He already knew the grievances between his grandfather and Wanakuni back then, and even the disaster that Wanakuni wrote into history, called the divine punishment of the country, turned out to be caused by his grandfather. This time Grandpa again came to Wanakuni, he was really worried that Wanakuni's people would offend Grandpa again. Although the people of Wanakuni who had offended his grandfather were almost dead, he was afraid that his grandfather would look at Wanakuni, and before he left, he would reward Wanakuni with a conqueror's haki to reproduce the divine punishment that year. I hope you don't think about it and narrow the road. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Yi Zhang sighed in her heart. Although he has been away from Wanakuni for many years, he is a native of Wanakuni after all. He still has a lot of affection for the land where he was born and raised. Grandpa, Daddy, we found a warship on the sea 5 kilometers away. Just when Zhang was happy and worried, Diamond Jaws suddenly put down his binoculars and ran to Luo Feng and said. I already knew it. Luo Feng heard that there was no surprise on his face. His observation haki is open 24 hours a day, even sleeping. Although it cannot cover the entire Grand Line, it is not a problem to cover a dozen or so countries in a country like Alabasta. He had already sensed it long before the end of the war on the top. A marine battleship is driving towards Marineford from the Great Undersea Prison. Grandpa, we are. As he said, Jaws made a gesture of wiping his neck. He was not surprised that Grandpa had already understood everything. After all, how terrifying Grandpa's observation haki is, he has personally witnessed it. All he thought about was what to do with this marine battleship. No hurry. Take a look and talk about it. Luo Feng leaned back in his chair and said casually. Marineford of Norwegian University, all marine can't please him. For a small warship, he is really lacking in interest. Killing or letting go, but only in a single thought. What's more, the people on this battleship are not marines, but pirates. Yes. Jaws nodded, and then passed on his findings, so that everyone had a psychological preparation. Although Grandpa is the god of the world, let alone a battleship, even if the world's heroes come out, the result will only be suppressed by Grandpa's backhand. But he didn't want to alarm Grandpa with the big things, and let Grandpa deal with it. If even a battleship needs Grandpa, Qian Zhao, to take action, then what do you need the captain and crew of them? 5 kilometers is not so far away for ships sailing towards each other at the same time. After a while, the marine battleship appeared in everyone's sight. Of course, the ships of the Whitebeard pirate group are clearly exposed to everyone on the marine battleship. Those pirates hanging on the boat are Whitebeard. On the deck of the marine battleship, Buggy, the clown who had just escaped from the great undersea prison with a group of inmates, had his pupils shrunk. Although he hadn't seen it for decades, he still recognized at a glance that the opposite was the Whitebeard pirates that he least wanted to see. Chapter 194. As one of the intern of the Roger Pirates, Buggy the Clown is very honored to be one of the very few people on Grand Line who has heard of Whitebeard's story and seen Whitebeard at its peak. For this top king who can compete with his own captain Gordy Roger undefeated, he just thinks about it softly. After all, he has grown up now, and he is no longer the intern Buggy who didn't know the heights of the past. He knows how weak he wins and how strong the top king is. Whenever he thinks of Whitebeard's power to destroy the world, he has a cold sweat for his back then with shanks to provoke Whitebeard. Even if it's just thinking back, even if he is still alive, every time he thinks about his actions back then, he still feels lingering fears. Now seeing the ships of the Whitebeard pirate group, I was shocked in a cold sweat. Whitebeard. Unlike the horror and anxiety of Buggy the Clown, Shishibukai did not know where to find a coat just after he escaped from prison. When Crocodile saw the Whitebeard pirates, his face was uncertain. There is anger, there is unwillingness, there is admiration 290, and there is killing intent. This fluctuating face makes it hard to guess his thoughts. The Whitebeard pirates? The concubine is finally going to see them, but what does the concubine want to say to them? Unlike Buggy's panic and Crocodile's complex emotions, the pirate Lady Boya, who stood on the deck and was watched by many pirates with shining red hearts, Hancock's mind was much simpler. It's purely about gains and losses. I was happy to meet the Whitebeard pirates, but I was a bit at a loss. She didn't know how to communicate with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. The usual arrogant and dismissive look is definitely not enough. After all, I have to make a good impression. Sister, something is wrong. Boya, Sander Sonia said suddenly. Yes. Think about it, how did we meet the BFFE, Whitebeard pirates here? Shouldn't they be fighting Marine now? Boya Marigold also followed. Hey. Do you still need to think about it? There is only one explanation for the Whitebeard pirate's presence here. He has rescued Ace Huoquan, so he is retreating. After staying in a cell for a while, Crocodile said with an insightful look on the outside world. What? Isn't the concubine going too late if you say that? Boya, Hancock's face changed slightly. She also wanted to appear as a savior at a critical moment, help the Whitebeard pirates rescue Ace and then make the best first impression. But Crocodile actually told her that the war was over and Ace had been rescued. Isn't she here in vain? Thinking of this, she suddenly regretted it. It's all because the intelligence is behind. She did not agree to the mandatory call by Shishibukai and she did not go to Marineford the first time, but went to the great undersea prison. She intends to take advantage of the naval headquarters to deal with the Whitebeard pirates, to concentrate a large number of troops in Marineford, and then rob the great undersea prison before the war. It is a pity that although her idea is good, the lack of intelligence made her realize that Huoquan Ace had been sent to naval headquarters when she rushed to the great undersea prison. But at that time, she was already surrounded by a crowd of jailers. In order to break through the siege, she also planned to gather a group of troops worthy of World War I for her own use, and she directly released a large number of prisoners. 99% of the prisoners on this battleship were captured by her charm and left at her mercy. With Lao Zi's knowledge of Whitebeard, he will never ignore Ace. Appearing here at this time, either he died or saved Ace. No matter which one it is, this is a good opportunity for Lao Zi. Crocodile thought of this, and his heart moved suddenly. He knows the strength of Marine very well, and he knows the situation of Whitebeard as well. It is difficult for the old Whitebeard to rescue Ace. If he said that, he would have a chance to be ashamed. Pirates, this is a group of thieves. Whether it is the king or the hero. Essentially a pirate. Since it is a pirate, of course it is rebellious and unscrupulous. Take Crocodile, for example, he didn't think he was ashamed to find the other party to settle accounts while Whitebeard was seriously injured. On the contrary, after the idea came out, he couldn't hold it anymore. In the sea, there are so many silver medalists who lose to One Piece and Whitebeard. Crocodile is one of the silver medalists. He is proud and arrogant, naturally he is not willing to accept the result of his silver medal winner. He wants a gold medal. And now there is a great opportunity in front of him. As long as the seriously injured Whitebeard succeeds with a single blow, he will change from the silver medal to the gold medal from then on. Haha, Lao Zi wants the king to return. Thinking of this, Crocodile couldn't contain his excitement, and laughed wildly. Let the Buddha go, he has now beheaded Whitebeard's head, and he has become a gold medalist. Chapter 195. It's really an old man. The old man is still going to help. Unexpectedly, he has rescued Brother Ace. On the warship, apart from Boa Hancock and other Hydra pirates who are looking forward to meeting the Whitebeard pirates, there is only Jinbei. By Boya, after Hancock was released, he learned the purpose of the Empress in front of him, and said nothing to do with him. After learning that Jinbei had a very good relationship with the Whitebeard pirates, the Empress reduced her arrogant posture a bit, and she barely looked at him with a straight eye. Let Lao Zi look for it, is there a lifeboat here? Unlike Crocodile, who was excited and fantasizing about taking off Whitebeard's head and becoming the gold medal winner, and Jinbei, who was full of excitement, at this time, after learning that he was about to meet Whitebeard, the clown Buggy looked around with his eyes. He is looking for a lifeboat. I want to take the lifeboat and leave before the warship meets the Whitebeard pirates. It is a pity that the speed at which the warship meets the Whitebeard pirates is much faster than he can find the boat. After all, he also has a group of fans now. Carrying the burden of idols on his back, in front of a group of Gmi inmates, he did not dare to make an upright move to find a lifeboat to escape. After all, this is the cornerstone for him to open a courier company in New World in the future. Once lost, Buggy is also called Captain Bachelor. In this case, before his clown Buggy found the rescue boat, the warship had been surrounded by many ships of the Whitebeard pirates. Sure enough, Lao Zi expected. Whitebeard rescued Fire Fist Ace. Standing on the bow of the ship, Crocodile took a look and noticed Whitebeard and Ace for the first time. Oh! It's too late. When the clown Buggy saw Whitebeard's tall and majestic body, it was compared to that of the year. Except for his face aged a few minutes, he barely changed, and his face became pale. I didn't see me. Seeing that it was unavoidable, Buggy the clown began to carefully retract into the crowd behind him. Oh! Lao Zi thought it was Marine. Unexpectedly, there are not only pirates on the warships, but also familiar faces. Standing on the mobile, Whitebeard relied on his height advantage to directly view everyone on the ship. The female Emperor Hancock, Crocodile, Jinbei and others were all in full view. But the first thing that caught his attention was not Crocodile, the defeated player, nor Jinbei, but the clown Buggy. That's it. Lao Zi was noticed. The clown Buggy paled. His heart was suddenly very bitter. I had known that it was not so ostentatious back then. One thing to say, he really regrets it at this time. He really wants to tell Whitebeard, can the bragging of the year not count? After all, who hasn't been young and ignorant, when it's arrogant and bragging? But I was young and ignorant, theoretically speaking, I cannot count. Aren't you the kid of Captain Roger? It seems to be called Kiba, what? Whitebeard remembered it seriously. It's Buggy. Lao Zi is the clown Buggy. Hearing that Whitebeard actually said his face, the clown Buggy went into a rage subconsciously. But after shouting, he regretted it. He actually yelled at Whitebeard. He actually yelled Whitebeard. So high profile, isn't this looking for death? Ask for her flowers. Master Buggy actually knows Whitebeard. That's amazing. He actually dared to shout at the world's strongest man. As expected of Lord Buggy. The group of inmates who were limped by the clown Buggy suddenly looked at Buggy the clown with bright eyes. Idle baggage is not easy to carry. The clown Buggy's face became even more bitter when he heard the eulogizing sound coming from behind. At this moment, he is very hard to get off. The awesomeness that I played back then, and the force I just pretended to be, now I really want to blow it up one by one when I cry, and finish it. 0. Buggy? It seems so. Lao Zi remembers it correctly, it was you and Shanks that kid said that you want to take off Lao Zi's head. I just don't know, you still have the courage of the year. Whitebeard thought for a while, as if he had indeed remembered it wrong. So he didn't care about Buggy. After all, what his status is, he naturally doesn't care about Roger's interns. To care about him is to look for Shanks, the red-haired redhead who has status now. Isn't this bullying the juniors when you care about Buggy? What does it mean? Also, why can you remember the name of Shanks but the name of the uncle? The group of clown Buggy who had been counseling just now saw that Whitebeard had not mistaken Shanks's name, but he had only mistaken his own name, and suddenly he got up again. You should be too weak. Whitebeard glanced at the clown Buggy. Even if he doesn't need observation haki to perceive it, he can still feel the power of winning in Buggy, the clown. The same as an intern, Redhead Shanks is to give Roger a face. As for Buggy, it's sheer embarrassment to Roger. Guang. Chapter 196. If Buggy the clown is not a member of the Roger Pirates, and if he brags in front of him when he was young, then Whitebeard may not really remember him. It's already hard for Whitebeard to barely call out Kiba for a lifetime. Is it weaker than Shanks? The clown Buggy was dull. He didn't seem to know until now that his strength is not as good as the red-haired Shanks. Even if the red-haired Shanks is already the famous Four Emperors, he never thought that he was weaker than the opponent. Yes, much weaker than the red-haired boy. Whitebeard nodded naturally. This is something the whole world knows. How is it possible? Buggy the clown is suddenly ginger. He can allow himself to be weaker than anything, but he cannot tolerate himself being weaker than Shanks. But the person who said this was Whitebeard, so he couldn't refute it at all. 15 Now is not the time for you to relive the old days. Whitebeard, I think you should remember me. Just as Whitebeard and the clown Buggy recounted the past, a murderous voice suddenly sounded. Almost at the same time, a huge killing wave soared into the sky, turning into a desert knife in the air and piercing Whitebeard's head. Obviously, Crocodile launched a sneak attack when Whitebeard's attention was on Buggy the clown. Father! Looking for death? Crocodile, you dare to attack the old man? The many captains surrounding Whitebeard took a look, and immediately rushed forward with outrage to intercept the desert sword. Crocodile! Damn, this BD must be sure that Daddy had a battle with Marine. At this time, his physical condition must be very poor, so he attacked. On the warship, Jinbei's face changed, and he finally realized it. He had also heard of the grudge between Crocodile and Whitebeard. This former Shishibukai is one of the many silver medal winners of the sea who lost to Whitebeard. Oh! It turned out to be you little kid playing in the sand. If you haven't seen you for a while, the more you live, the more you go back. Facing the desert sword that broke through the air, Whitebeard didn't lift his eyelids. Instead of looking at the desert sword, he spoke to Crocodile indifferently. He could tell it by just a glance. Since Crocodile's fiasco was in his hands, this Shishibukai has been in vain in the period until now. He even went back alive and alive. More than 10 years have passed, and my body and strength should have grown to the peak period in my life, but Crocodile is not only no stronger than in the past, but even weaker than he was when he challenged himself. After Lao Zi cuts off your head, you will know if Lao Zi will live longer and return. Crocodile's face went cold. This is the last thing he wants to be mentioned. His situation is the same as Gecko Moria. I have also challenged 4 emperors, and the result is the same. They were all defeated by the Whitebeard and Kaido of the 4 emperors, and they were also shattered, almost depressed, and gave up on themselves. It can only be reduced to the existence of the lower class of Shishibukai. Just because you want to dance in front of Lao Zi. Whitebeard dismissed it. The previous Crocodile can still let him take a few glances, but now Crocodile is useless in his eyes. Not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention that besides his body aging, he has no hidden injuries, and his strength is second only to the peak period. Even before the body is cured by man surely, he can easily crush Crocodile. In the state of old, weak and sick, he is still invincible by Admiral. Not to mention that he is now full of blood, injury and disease. Shishibukai is really not qualified to dance in front of him. To play with him now, at least 2 Admiral must work together to fight him. Who allowed you to be presumptuous in front of your concubine? Just when Whitebeard raised his right hand, as if he was driving a fly, and was about to smash the oncoming desert knife, a beautiful figure suddenly flashed from the warship. The 290-pound Conqueror's haki poured out like a shock wave like a flood of gates. Suddenly, whether the Whitebeard pirate group, the New World pirate groups that followed Whitebeard, or even the pirates on the warship, encountered this Conqueror's haki, a large crowd was like being harvested. Like the wheat, fell on the deck in all directions. Even as one of the former Shishibukai, Crocodile was shocked to face this Conqueror's haki, and his feet retreated several steps as if he were out of control. Mind. Taste. When Crocodile resisted Conqueror's haki, the beautiful figure rising to the sky stepped on high heels and slammed on the desert knife. The desert sword, which was enough to cut through the earth, turned into stone chips. Oh? Is it a big Shishibukai party today? Whitebeard raised his eyelids slightly, and his gaze fell on the figure that had helped him block Crocodile's sneak attack. Chapter 197. The Pirate Empress. Jaw's eyes narrowed slightly. I secretly said in my heart, what a terrifying woman. Just standing there and doing nothing makes me lost. Is this the charm of pirates' #1 beauty? Baista held the handle of the knife with both hands. Fang Buddha wanted to stabilize his mind through this method. Interesting. Compared to Crocodile, this little girl is a bit stronger. Whitebeard glanced at Boa Hancock slightly, his eyes were as clear as water, without the slightest fluctuation. Putting up the Buddha is not at all moved by Boa Hancock's stunning charm. However, his evaluation made every captain on the Moby DK slightly moved. After spending so many years with Dad, they all know what a proud man Dad is. There are really not many people who can see the eyes of the old man. Even if it is 3 Admiral, it is just a kid's name. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and red-haired Shanks who are also 4 emperors can get his attention. And Boya Hancock? The mere Shishibukai can actually be judged by the old man that his strength is a bit strong. For Shishibukai, this is a very high evaluation. You know, even Dracula Mihawk, the 3rd brother, Whitebeard feels a bit weak. Although it cannot be said that Boa Hancock is better than Dracula Mihawk, but from Whitebeard's evaluation, it can be seen that Boa Hancock's style and strength are definitely among the best in Shishibukai. Not at all comparable to Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and his like. This woman can get such a high evaluation from my father. Except for the ant, this is the first time I see you. Izang was taken aback. But thinking back to Boa Hancock's demeanor just now, he was indifferent. The expert will know if there is any. Conqueror's haki, physical skills, only with these 2 hands, Izang knows that Boa Hancock hitting himself is no different from hitting a child. Empress, you dare to ruin my good deeds. When everyone was amazed by the elegance of the pirate Empress, even when they were bending their waists, Crocodile, who had seen the world after all, recovered and immediately yelled at Boa Hancock. Insolent man, who allows you to talk to your concubine in such a tone? Boa Hancock stared at Crocodile sharply. In the phoenix eyes, murderous awe-inspiring awe-inspiring. There is a smell of Crocodile who can't say a good word, she will kill immediately. Why? You and Whitebeard have never met before, right? Why intervene in the matter between Laozi and Whitebeard? Don't tell Laozi, you want to unite with the Whitebeard pirates and get his asylum. Although Crocodile only met with Boa Hancock today, he had already seen this woman since he first saw Boa Hancock. How could such a person save Whitebeard for no reason? Why? Facing Crocodile's questioning, Boa Hancock first glanced back at Whitebeard. Her eyes are a bit complicated. It's hard to read. At least, few people in the Whitebeard pirates can read it. The pirates on the warship didn't understand either. Except for the members of the 9 Snakes and Pirates, only one person understood it. That is Whitebeard. This kind of eye is another woman who is fascinated by my father. Whitebeard's heart tightened, and the corner of his eyes quietly glanced at Luo Feng, who was hidden by the captains. He had seen this look many times before, several times. It's not the look in my own eyes at all, but the look in the eyes that loves the house and the black. Na Boya, who Hancock loves, is of course self-evident. The Empress in front of her is clearly a Luomi. A woman who is fascinated by my dad. Although he didn't know where the Empress learned of his father's deeds, from the moment he saw the eyes of the Empress, he was sure that Boya in front of him, Hancock must know the deeds of his father. This time I came also for the old man. The pirate Empress did not help him Whitebeard, but his father. And if you insist on saying a reason, there is only one. The concubine does not allow anyone to be rude to those related to him. Boa Hancock hesitated, and finally summoned the courage to say this in front of Whitebeard. It's a real hammer. This little girl is definitely fascinated by the old man. Wait, I can't call it a little girl. If Dad sees her pleasingly, doesn't Laozi want to call him Mom? The corners of Whitebeard's mouth twitched slightly. He is called Dad Luo Feng, even if Luo Feng still looks like a young man, he still won't have any psychological pressure when he calls out. Because he knew that Luo Feng was not young, and he really took care of his grown-up father. But changing to Boa Hancock is different. The pirate Empress in front of me is really just a little girl. At this moment, he realized how he felt when Margiao and others called Luo Feng his grandfather for the first time. When he thought of this, even the strongest man in the world, his forehead was startled with cold sweat. Chapter 198. It has something to do with him? After Crocodile heard Boa Hancock's words, he was disgusted. Who is he? What does it have to do with Whitebeard? What does it have to do with the Empress? He? After a few moments, Jaws, Izang, Baista, and others turned their eyes to Luo Feng who was sitting on the deck and temporarily hidden by the crowd. At first, they thought when the old man had a relationship with the female emperor. Even some of the captains of 8 trigrams are still there to make up whether the heroes saved the beautiful Empress back then. The result is really similar to what they thought. It's just that the person who has a relationship with the Empress is not the old man, but the grandfather. Awesome. How did Grandpa do it? If I remember correctly, Grandpa just came out of the mountain recently. If you are not on the Grand Line, there is a female emperor who is fascinated by him. Thinking of this, Baista and his grandsons all looked at Luo Feng with Zhongmu and admiring eyes. In the past, they awed and admired Grandpa's strength from the bottom of their hearts. 293. But now, they found that Grandpa can awe them not only for their strength, but also for their charm. Grandpa, there is a saying, when did you soak the female emperor? The big fire fist ace couldn't help but speak directly. Grandpa. Before Luo Feng spoke, his grandfather stunned those on the warship who had not been Boa Hancock's Conqueror's haki and almost died on the spot. Isn't Huoquan Ace only daddy? When did a grandpa run out? Wait, if Ace has a grandfather, what is his relationship with? Is it Whitebeard's father? And this Whitebeard's father seems to have something to do with the pirate girl Boa Hancock. This relationship is really messy. Let Crocodile and others' brains make up for dizziness. Grandpa. However, there were also two people who were not dazzled by the words of Fire Fist Ace. That is the Clown Buggy and Crocodile. Grandpa? It won't be him. The Clown Buggy had a man's face in his mind. The thought of that man made his face pale and his body split apart. But with this split, his head jumped into the sky, but he jumped over the crowd of Jaws, Whitebeard, and others, and just saw a familiar and unfamiliar young man sitting on the Moby DK chair. He was very familiar with this chair. Of course he and the redhead Shanks saw Whitebeard sitting in this chair when they were bragging in front of Whitebeard. No one dared to sit on that chair except for Edward Newgate himself in the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, there is one exception. That's Edward Newgate's father. The man who made him admire Captain Roger and the awe-inspiring Golden Lion eclipsed him. Invincible in the world. Luo Feng. It's really him. After recognizing Luo Feng, Buggy the Clown is no longer as simple as being scared to pieces. Even his iconic, BFFE, red nose was scared to the color of a normal person. Run. Lao Zi is about to run right away. Captain Roger has such a bad relationship with him, if Lao Zi doesn't run, he will definitely die. Without any hesitation, Buggy the Clown turned decisively to find a lifeboat to leave this place of right and wrong. Before, Whitebeard was face to face, carrying the burden of idols on his back, and he planned to forcibly put the brilliance that he had trumpeted back then and the brilliance that he bragged in front of a group of inmate fans not long ago. But now, when he sees Luo Feng's face, he doesn't care what he can do. As for those inmate fans, forget it, let's sink into the sea. When you meet a man, you are blessed by your ancestors to live, and you can control so much. As for Crocodile, he seems to be a dead man. Dare to do something to his son in front of that man, what is this, not a dead person? The Clown Buggy considers himself a life-saving person, so naturally he does not want to stand with a dead person, let alone be buried with a dead person. At this moment, he just wanted to sneak away quietly while everyone's attention was on Crocodile, the dead man. Is he really him? Boya, Hancock doesn't have the split fruit like Buggy the Clown. But Ace's grandpa made her heart throb for an instant. The pirate empress of Crocodile, who was still majestic and prestigious just now, stepped on the desert sword and spleen at Crocodile, was actually nervous and helpless. That Ace. After a while, Boya Hancock calmed his mind from the turmoil, and then said to Ace Hwokwon nervously. What's the matter with you? Empress. After learning that Boya Hancock is likely to have some unknown ambiguity with his grandfather, Hwokwon Ace quickly straightened his posture. I have used your title. Talking to a woman who is very likely to be her grandmother, of course, is using you. After all, he is a polite grandson. Chapter 199. It's okay, I just want you to borrow it, okay? Boa Hancock didn't notice that Ace used the word you when talking to himself. At this moment, she just wanted to see if the man who was blocked by a group of captains, who was called Grandpa by Ace, was the man she wanted to see day and night. Of course it can. When Ace heard this, he not only took the initiative to step aside, but also pulled Baista and others away. The crowd dispersed, Boa Hancock saw it, Buggy the Clown saw it, Crocodile and even the equals saw it all. In their sight, the old one was placed on the Moby DK and belonged only to Captain Whitebeard's chair. At this time, a young man was sitting there. And this young man, letting the Buddha, noticed that their gaze was originally closed, and letting the Buddha slowly opened his eyes like a slumber. It's him. The Clown Buggy froze. The action of trying to find the rescue boat to run away suddenly stopped. It's not that he doesn't want to run, but that he doesn't dare to move at all and can't move. The moment Luo Feng opened his eyes, he let the Buddha see that the sky of the Grand Line collapsed, pressing on his body, making him unable to even move his fingers. The only thing that works is thinking. Who is he? Actually, let Whitebeard call it daddy, Hwokwon Ace call it grandfather? And Whitebeard just stood beside him instead of sitting in a chair. Crocodile's face changed drastically. Want to see where a person belongs in the pirate group? It's very simple. See if that person is in C position. Luo Feng is not only in the C position, but also sitting instead of standing. The others, whether Whitebeard or Fire Fist Ace, can only stand on either side of him. This scene almost didn't overwhelm Crocodile's three views. Who can make Whitebeard stand? Who can let Fire Fist Ace act as a foil, and let all the captains of the entire Whitebeard pirate group act as a foil? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it at all. Even if he witnessed it with his own eyes now, he wondered if there was a problem with his eyes. How arrogant and powerful Whitebeard is, no one knows better than him, the silver medalist who has been defeated by Whitebeard. It's him, it's really him. When Ace and others retreated and let everyone on the warship see Luo Feng's figure, Boya Hancock felt sorry for him. After a long time, she carefully took out a photo from the chest of her sleeve. At a glance, you can see old photos from several eras ago. It's just that although this photo is old, it can be seen that its owner cherishes it very much and keeps it very well. There are no cracks, breakages, not even a little crease. Same as in the photo. It doesn't look old at all. Boya Hancock repeatedly checked it several times, for fear that he might be wrong. After comparing again and again, she was absolutely sure that the man she saw with her eyes was exactly the same as the photo in her hand. Appearance, eyes, exactly the same. At this moment, she only felt that she had been hit by the golden pie falling from the sky. Full of unparalleled happiness. Every day, the man she wanted to see not only appeared in front of her, but was not as old as Granny New said, but was still the same as the picture. 4 flowers. Although she didn't care whether Luo Feng was young or old, she was still happier when she saw the young Luo Feng, and even fainted. With a slap, her body slumped down directly, but fortunately the sea snake she raised supported her at a crucial moment. Otherwise, the dignified pirate empress fell directly into the sea. Sister, what's wrong with you? Boya Hancock's 2 sisters took a look and rushed over to support her. Concubine body feels so happy. Boya Hancock blushed, his eyes blurred, as if he was intoxicated in happiness. It's amazing. How did Grandpa do it? If you are not in the sea, you can actually fascinate the empress like this. Ace and others saw Boya Hancock fainting with happiness, and gave Luo Feng a thumbs up. Father, shouldn't you have something to tell my son? Whitebeard looked at Luo Feng with weird eyes. It has been several times, and the old man is alone. Especially in the years when Sphinx lived in seclusion, I can only make friends with eagles. As a son, he certainly hoped that his father could find a companion. Just hope belongs to hope. Whenever he thinks of this companion 40 or 50 years younger than him, his mood is very complicated. I don't know how to describe it at all. He only knows that this old sound is not easy to scream. Although Boya Hancock and Dad haven't made a stroke of the character yet, it doesn't prevent him from making up for it on his own. After all, I am mentally prepared now that when things happen, I won't be caught off guard. Wide. Chapter 200. What do you want me to say? Luo Feng looked at Whitebeard a little speechlessly. He naturally knew Boya Hancock. However, he crossed too early. In the era when he was active, Boya Hancock hadn't even been born yet. Tell me what is going on. Whitebeard said. If I said, I saw this empress for the first time, would you believe it? Luo Feng thought for a while, and then said. I believe it. Whitebeard nodded. He still believes this. With the old man's personality, if he really slipped out while the Sphinx was living in seclusion, it would be more than just fascinating Boas 297 Hancock. At least a few admiral, a few 4 emperors. Then what do you want me to say? Luo Feng has no good airway. Tell me what you plan to do with this. After all, it seems to be about whether there will be an extra mother on top of my head. Whitebeard struggled for a while before finally uttering the word mother. What are you thinking about? She and I only saw each other for the first time. Luo Feng was a little speechless. Daddy, you saw her for the first time, but she is different. Looking at this infatuation, at least this year is Luo Mi for more than 20 years. Son, I don't mind your multiple companions, but don't let my whole mother come out suddenly. At least you have to prepare me mentally. Whitebeard said seriously. Monument. Luo Feng's face turned dark, and his right hand stretched out a finger to separate it. Under Jinbei and Crocodile's dull unbelief and shocked eyes, Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, was pointed and flew out. Flew from the bow to the stern on the spot, and then fell into the sea. Father. Jinbei only reacted after hearing the sound of falling into the water coming from the stern. Even the strongest man in the world can only become a soft-footed crab once he falls into the water. At the moment, he ignored Luo Feng's strength and identity, and jumped into the sea on the spot to rescue Whitebeard. Who made you troublesome? Luo Feng gave Jinbei a faint look. Falling into the sea, Jinbei, who was already a fish in the water, was horrified to find that he seemed to have been subjected to a hold technique. His brain was unable to direct his body at all. As a murloc, he is the same as Whitebeard, who is a capable person. After falling into the sea, his body is weak and unable to move. His body can only sink straight to the bottom of the sea. Seaman Jinbei, one of Shishibukai, should have been so powerful after falling into the sea. But now, under Luo Feng's gaze, he has lost all resistance. Can only sink into the sea with Whitebeard and drink sea water together. Laozi beats his son, do you dare to be troublesome? Then stay calm with him next time. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he withdrew his gaze at Jinbei, and then moved to the warship. That concubine's name is Boya Hancock. You may not have seen the concubine body, but the concubine body, the concubine body. Seeing Luo Feng's gaze swept over, Boya and Hancock were shocked. The strength that had recovered a little after hard work was evacuated again. If it weren't for the 2 younger sisters to support her, she would have to sit on the deck. Have you heard my story? When Luo Feng saw Boya and Hancock's spring heart, he knew what was going on without having to perceive observation haki. Needless to say, it must be because the story of his almost extinction celestial dragons was heard by the pirate empress. So this pirate empress fell in love with herself incorrigibly. Fall in love with myself who I have never met before. I've heard it all in my concubine. The concubine grew up listening to your story. Boa Hancock saw Luo Feng actually talk to himself, and his heart rate increased even faster. If it were not for fear that she would miss this great opportunity after she fainted, she would really be so happy that she fainted on the spot. Actually, the concubine was planning to come and help, only to find that Ace had been executed when he went to the great undersea prison. After the concubine learned about it, she rushed to Marineford as soon as possible. I just didn't expect you to have solved all this. Boya Hancock was afraid that the first impression she made on Luo Feng was not good enough, so she didn't need Luo Feng to perceive it, and she didn't need Luo Feng to ask. She herself stated all the purpose of the trip. I'm interested. Luo Feng smiled. As someone who drove observation haki 24 hours a day, he naturally understood Boya Hancock's heartfelt thoughts. Even, as early as 5.4 before he arrived at Marineford, he had already sensed Boya, what Hancock had done in the great undersea prison. This is what the concubine body should do. Boya, Hancock's breathing is getting faster and faster. That Mei-shan, can my concubine follow you? After speaking, she looked at Luo Feng blankly, her tone full of ambition and expectation. Follow me? Are you not the queen of Amazon Lily? Luo Feng glanced at Boa Hancock. You really deserve it. Empress. This is the first time I met, I took the initiative to give myself to it. Chapter 201. They won't mind. And the concubine doesn't want to be a queen now, just wants to be by your side. Don't worry, the concubine is not for dry rice. In addition to knowing Conqueror's haki, the concubine is also capable of sweet fruit. Over the years, I have been working hard to cultivate haki, develop fruit abilities and exercise physical skills. Although the concubine can't beat Admiral and 4 emperors even more, but like Crocodile, he can beat 3 without a problem. Boya Hancock tried his best to promote himself. It's just the way she sells it directly hurt Crocodile. A sentence like Crocodile's pleasure, plus a sentence that the concubine can hit 3 of them one by one, directly made his entire face black. Boya Hancock. You, a woman, don't know the heights of the sky, and dare to say that Laozi is happy. Laozi is going to see how you beat Laozi 3 by 1 today. 15 Originally because Whitebeard suddenly appeared a dad, Fire Fist Ace suddenly appeared a grandfather, a little surprised, and Crocodile, who was uncertain, suddenly became angry. He has indeed been decadent over the years. Just as Gecko Moria was scrapped by Kaido, he was also scrapped by Whitebeard. But no matter how bad he is the silver medalist who has challenged Whitebeard after all. In his opinion, even if he is the same Shishibukai, he is also one of the best among Shishibukai. After all, looking at Shishibukai, few have challenged Whitebeard like him, and they can save their lives after the challenge. The disrespectful pleasure dare to disturb the concubine. I didn't see my concubine being with Luo. Boya Hancock said here, his voice paused slightly. She didn't know what to call Luo Feng. It's too rude to call him by his first name. It's sir, but the relationship is too divergent. If you want to be polite, Luo Feng's seniority and age can be her grandfather. This made her hesitate for a while, and she didn't know what to shout. Call me Luo Feng. Luo Feng said lightly. Not to mention that the other party is the pirate's #1 beauty, more or less he will give some special treatment. It's just Chongbo Yai. After learning that Marine was going to execute Fire Fist Ace, Hancock ignored Granny Nu's objection and rejected all opinions on the spot, smashing the iron and pulling all the elite forces of Amazon Lily to the naval headquarters. For the sake of his heart, he allowed Boa Hancock to call him by name. Luo Feng. When he first met, he allowed his concubine to call his name directly. Boa Hancock heard the words, and his heart trembled. She only felt that her heart was penetrated by a love arrow. Want time, countless follow-up plots fill up her mind. Originally, she was deeply annoyed that Crocodile interrupted her to talk to Luo Feng, but after Luo Feng allowed her to call her directly, she felt that Crocodile was not as ugly as before. Although it is still happy. Lose, good. 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 Laozi wants to see how good you are, who used to be Shishibukai with Laozi. How dare to call Laozi happy again and again. Luo Feng's words made Boa and Hancock feel that Crocodile was not so disgusting to her, but her sentence after sentence made Crocodile annoyed. Originally, Crocodile wanted to wait and see for a while to see Whitebeard, who is the father of Whitebeard who has suddenly appeared. But Boa Hancock called him LN again and again, which made him completely angry. After sitting in jail for a period of time, he had accumulated a lot of depression and anger. Coupled with the encounter with Whitebeard, it evoked old grudges, and even more murderous intent emerged in his heart. Now Boya Hancock said that he was amused several times, so that he could no longer hold back his inner killing intent and broke out on the spot. Shalan. I saw Crocodile's palm open, and a palm-sized sand whirlwind was condensed out of thin air above the sea. This is the power of Logia-capable people. No matter what kind of environment, as long as the fruit ability is developed, even in the empty sea, it will not affect Crocodile's strength to play 300. Of course, if he is in the desert, his strength can exceed the limit and get a huge increase. In the same way, in the ice and snow, with the exception of Whitebeard at the peak, the other 3-4 emperors are also very difficult to win Aokiji alone. In an environment of magma and volcanoes everywhere, Akainu is also incomparable. Luo Feng, can you wait for your concubine? Quickly. In just a little time, the concubine can take care of Crocodile. Facing Crocodile who was brazenly doing it, Boa Hancock didn't even look at each other, and even ignored the oncoming sandstorm. At this time, her heart and sight were all placed on Luo Feng's body. Good. Luo Feng nodded. Time is precious to him, but it is also cheap. Precious because he will not waste any time for things he doesn't care about. Cheap because he is immortal. Chapter 202. I just danced in Marineford for a while. Although Garp and the Marines weren't able to please themselves after all, they still let him understand more or less. He who is not in a hurry to go to Wanakuni sees Boa Hancock's mind, and he doesn't mind spending a little time on the other party. Thanks. Sit for a while and enjoy the dance of your concubine. Boya, Hancock suddenly smiled when he saw Luo Feng nodded in agreement. With her smile, the world of Grand Line was instantly eclipsed. Compared with Conqueror's haki, her charm and her smile are even more terrifying in the eyes of Marl's grandson. Even to Boa, Hancock was extremely angry, and Crocodile, who wished to kill her, was slightly lost when he saw Boa Hancock's smile. "Lesse, I don't have much time for my concubine. Come and take it to death." Boa, Hancock's oyster's head swung slightly, and his cold and haughty gaze fell on Crocodile's body. Rampant. After Crocodile came back to his senses, he immediately condensed his mind and prevented himself from being affected by the charm of Boya, Hancock, and then shook his palm. Boom. Under a loud noise, a sandstorm the size of a palm in his hand was projected by him. In midair, the sandstorm grew at a geometric speed. Almost in an instant, the sandstorm the size of a palm has swelled to a height of several tens of meters, carrying an extremely violent force towards Boa and Hancock. Small bugs, dare to play tigers in front of my concubine / Boya, Hancock looked at the sandstorm that swept across, and a dense disdain flashed across his phoenix eyes. Then, with a wave of her left hand, a peach-colored heart-shaped substance appeared out of thin air. As she pinched the heart-shaped substance with her right hand, she pulled it back and let it go. The heart-shaped substance is like a drawn long bow, and immediately shoots out pink arrows all over the sky. Crocodile's sandstorm encountered the attack of this pink arrow, and instantly turned into a tornado-shaped stone sculpture, and there was no way to move forward. Desert knife. Crocodile saw that Shalan had no effect and was not disappointed. After all, how can I say that the pirate lady Boya Hancock on the opposite side is also Shishibukai with her own name? If you can't even take a blow from yourself, that would be too bad. Just Chong Boya Hancock got a reward higher than himself on his first debut, he didn't have the idea of despising the other party. At the same time when Shalan was released, he had already condensed his own triumphant attack. Almost at the moment when Shalan was petrified, the desert knife that completely split the air and deck was slashed in front of Boya Hancock, mixed with terrifying purple lightning. "Grandpa, do we want to help?" Seeing the two Shishibukai fought fiercely on the warship, Fire Fist Ace looked eager to try. He has been imprisoned since his defeat in the hands of Blackbeard. After being rescued, without waiting for him to do anything, the Marine of Marineford was slaughtered by Luo Feng alone. Except for Garp, there is basically no livelihood. This made Ace, who had been holding back for a long time, felt uncomfortable. "Are you good at fighting?" Luo Feng's eyes slightly warned towards Ace. "As long as it's not a capable person like Blackbeard, then Admiral and below, no, I can't fight." The corner of Ace's mouth raised, and when he was about to show off his strength with a proud face, he found Luo Feng's eyes straight. This pair of eyes suddenly saw him with a crunch and cold sweat. Obviously he didn't do anything, but his grandfather's eyes still made him feel guilty, as if he had done something bad by the Buddha himself. Not even a teach can be won, and he has a top talent for nothing. Newgate really spoiled you too much. When Luo Feng said this, his eyes turned to Whitebeard who had just been fished out of the sea by Jinbei. "Grandpa, it's none of your father's business. I am too self-righteous, take myself too seriously, and underestimate the people of the world. In fact, as early as 2 years ago, my father told me more than once that he relied too much on fruit ability, and he couldn't be a great weapon after all. It's just that I was arrogant and didn't take Dad's words seriously." Fire Fist Ace saw Whitebeard drinking the sea water and drank it with more air intake and less air. "How dare you let Whitebeard be blamed by Grandpa, good, again because of himself. You know it." Newgate didn't learn much about his skills, but he learned 10% of his arrogance. While talking, Luo Feng reached out and grabbed a piece of sea stone from his pocket. Seeing that he shook his right hand, the sea stone turned into a sea stone bracelet. "Wear it. You can't take it off before you learn Conqueror's haki." Luo Feng casually threw the sea stone bracelet to Ace Huoquan. As far as talent is concerned, Gordy Ace, who has inherited the blood of One Piece, is definitely above Monkey D. Luffy and Sabo. However, compared to Luffy 2 years later, and Sabo now, he is really too weak. Leather. Chapter 203. Obviously he has top-notch hardware, but his strength is a mess. Such a grandson, Luo Feng was embarrassed to pull it out and slip away. Sea stone. The moment when Fire Fist Ace caught the sea stone bracelet that Luo Feng threw over, his body felt like an electric shock. He staggered back several steps and almost didn't fall to the ground. With the sea stone bracelet in his hands, he no longer looked like the spirited guy he was just now. Grandpa, I have learned Conqueror's haki well, but this bracelet can't be avoided. Fire Fist Ace has a bitter face. When he was at naval headquarters before, he had had enough of the pain of sea stone. I thought that after I got away, I could say goodbye to sea stone in the future, but I didn't expect Luo Feng to reward him with a sea stone bracelet. Just like you still want to learn the stunt of smashing sea stone with your finger? You can't even walk with the sea stone, how can you break the sea stone? 300 Luo Feng gave Ace a sideways glance. Can I learn by wearing this? Huoquan Ace didn't dare to defy Luo Feng's words. Although he felt uncomfortable, he still put on the bracelet obediently. As for the words to start with crocodile, he never mentioned it again. Whenever you wear sea stone handcuffs, you can still be unaffected, you can use your physical skills, Conqueror's haki to fight, then you have the capital to learn this trick from me. While talking, Luo Feng stretched out a finger and tapped on the sea stone in front of him. With just a flick of a finger, the extremely strong sea stone turned into powder. It's horrible. Although it is not the first time for Huoquan Ace and others to see this picture, they once again saw that Luo Feng used a finger to break the sea stone just like crushing tofu. After easily crushing the sea stone, he still couldn't help being amazed. Remember, BFFE, I didn't allow you to take it off, so you are not allowed to take off the bracelet. Luo Feng stared at Huoquan Ace and said every word. Then what if you fight with others? If you don't take it down, Grandpa, you will have one less grandson to honor you every minute. Fire Fist Ace has a bitter face. Wearing the sea stone bracelet, not only can he not use the Mara fruit abilities, but his extremely strong body is just like a serious illness, and he is extremely weak. Even after walking a few steps, I was panting. It's okay, I have many grandchildren, not as few as my sons. Don't talk about a grandson like you can afford to die if you die a few more. Luo Feng didn't care. This. Fire Fist Ace was stunned. Is this still what Grandpa said to his grandson? Although he admits that Grandpa really has many grandchildren, he can't be the same as the used toilet paper. Just throw it away. Okay, Ace. Dad is also for your own good. Although it is uncomfortable for those with the ability to wear sea stone, it can be overcome. Except for the insurmountable ability to be sealed by sea stone, others are completely adaptable. For example, the effect of sea stone on your body. As long as you get used to it, you'll be in the sea stone's conspiracy from now on. Except for not being able to use Mara fruit, haki and physical skills are not a problem at all. At this time, Whitebeard, who had vomited a few buckets of water, also came to his senses. Seeing that Luo Feng put a sea stone bracelet on Ace, he not only had no opinion, but rather agreed. Is it really possible? Even if you can adapt, your body, haki will still be affected. Let alone Ace of Fire Fist, even Margot, who is stronger than him, has a look of suspicion. In the original Top War, he was distracted by Whitebeard's injury and was conspired by a ghost spider with sea stone handcuffs. Although he is not like a soft-footed crab like Huoquan Ace, his strength is also greatly affected. The comprehensive physical abilities of strength, speed, defense, etc. were weakened by at least 70% under the influence of the sea stone handcuffs. But Whitebeard now said that apart from being sealed by the fruit ability by sea stone, it could not be overcome, everything else could be overcome. Newgate. Luo Feng took out a sea stone again, pinched it into a ring, and threw it to Whitebeard. Without saying a word, Whitebeard reached out and caught the sea stone ring, then put it on his finger in front of the sons. Ace and others looked at Whitebeard intently. Originally, they thought that the old man would become very weak because of the sudden strong discomfort when he just put on the sea stone ring. But what they never expected was that after Whitebeard put on the sea stone, not only did his body not shake, but his face did not change at all. The one worn by Father Fangfo on his finger is not a sea stone ring, but an ordinary ring. How can I prove that Lao Zi's body and haki are not affected after wearing the sea stone ring, except shock fruit cannot be used? Whitebeard frowned slightly. If you use your mouth to tell Ace that his state is not affected, then even if Ace believes it, he won't feel too deeply. It takes some facts that can be seen at a glance to have a strong visual impact. Yes. Whitebeard thought about it, and from the corner of his eyes, he caught sight of the two Shishibukai who were fighting each other. An idea sprang up in an instant. He thought of how to confirm with Ace, Margao, and others that the influence of sea stone on the capable can be overcome. Chapter 204. I wronged you, Crocodile. Whitebeard looked straight at Crocodile who was fighting Boa Hancock. Hi. When Crocodile, who had just released a shot of the desert sword toward Boya, was about to use Shalan again to block the retreat route of the pirate empress, he suddenly felt that the Buddha was not far away with a hot gaze looking at him. This uncomfortable feeling not only made him move, but also made him look back uncontrollably. It happened to collide with Whitebeard's line of sight. Why did this old guy look at me with such eyes suddenly? Crocodile suddenly felt a chill in his heart. For some reason, he felt that the look in Whitebeard's eyes was very strange. Empress, I want to ask you for someone. After Whitebeard glanced at Crocodile, he withdrew his gaze, and then said to Boya Hancock who was about to attack with a kick to smash the desert knife. Mr. Newgate, you don't have to be so polite with your concubine. Just tell your concubine who you want. No matter who it is, my concubine will give it to you. Boya Hancock saw Luo Feng's beloved son suddenly stop herself, and she decisively put Crocodile aside. In her opinion, Crocodile can take care of this pleasure at any time, which is far less important than Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard is Luo Feng's eldest son. Whitebeard also plays a very important role in whether I can be with Luo Feng in the future and whether the family is harmonious. It would be even better if Whitebeard was willing to help her match one or two. Just him. Whitebeard reached out and pointed at Crocodile. Crocodile? Are you trying to compete with your concubine? Is Luo Feng dissatisfied with his concubine body and feels that his concubine body moves too slowly? The concubine will kill him. Boa Hancock was a little sure, but also a little anxious. Obviously, she thought that Whitebeard made the shot because Luo Feng felt that she was slow and weak. It's been 2 or 3 tricks, and it hasn't been able to kill Crocodile. In fact, she had already figured out Crocodile's ability just now. Logia Devil Fruit is indeed difficult. However, the Devil Fruit Sand Fruit has neither the unparalleled speed of Sparkling Fruit, nor the absolute control of Frozen Fruit, nor the super attack of Mara Fruit. In addition, it is surrounded by the sea on all sides, not a desert, not even land. It is not difficult to kill Crocodile by yourself. After all, regardless of his physique, Conqueror's haki or his physical skills have crushed the 9 streets of Crocodile more than. No, Dad is not dissatisfied with you. It's just that I need to use this joy to prove one thing to the children. I looked around and found that the most suitable person on the battleship was him. That's why I took the liberty to come to ask you for this pleasure. Whitebeard ignored Crocodile's ugly expression of murder, and said frankly to Boa Hancock. It turned out to be like this. Boa Hancock felt relieved when he heard it. As long as Luo Feng is not dissatisfied with himself, it is easy to handle. As for Crocodile, although you can't kill it yourself, it doesn't matter. Whitebeard wanted it, just let him. It's just a pleasure anyway. Killing is nothing but dirtying one's own shoes. For Whitebeard's favor with a piece of pleasure, this transaction is all made by himself. 4 flowers. After all, she also counted on Whitebeard to help herself speak nice things in front of Luo Feng. Now that you understand, can you give me this pleasure? Considering that Boa Hancock may become his own mother, Whitebeard speaks very carefully. Not only does it not have the strongest score in the world, but it does not even use lousy to self-proclaim when speaking, but uses me. Of course it can. Boya Hancock immediately took a few steps back when he heard the words. It means that Crocodile is a piece of music you want, just take it. 00. Boya Hancock, Whitebeard, you are looking for death. The clay figurine still has 3 points of anger, and it is even said to be a good face like Crocodile, a prestigious Shishibukai. In any case, he is also a silver medalist. Seeing Whitebeard and Boya Hancock in front of him, calling himself in front of him, how he can accept it. Without waiting for Whitebeard to take action, he has released a huge sandstorm that soars into the sky, involving Whitebeard and Boya Hancock together on the spot. Emperor, you first take the 9 snakes and pirates aboard the Moby DK. I want to teach the children a lesson. Facing the sweeping sandstorm, Whitebeard confessed to it, and leaped onto the warship. Then he raised his hand and slapped it. Boom! I saw a white light from his fan-like palms, and then the snowstorm of the great sandstorm let the Buddha and the snow meet like a raging fire, exploding on the spot. Whitebeard, since you are rushing to reincarnate, Laozi will kill you first, and then take care of the pirate empress. The anger reached ultimate. Crocodile was already disregarding anything. Wide. Chapter 205. Even Crocodile, the father of the mysterious Whitebeard, doesn't care. Originally, he wanted to stay still for the time being before he could figure out Luo Feng's reality. After the sneak attack on Whitebeard fails, I plan to wait and see. The most is to deal with the pirate empress first. But now he doesn't care about anything. Whether it's Whitebeard or Boya Hancock, he is dead today, and celestial dragons can't keep it, he said. Crocodile. Kill Laozi? Just because you want to kill Laozi? Laozi sees that you really don't know how high the world is. If it wasn't for Laozi who wanted to use you to teach the children a lesson, your Crocodile is not enough to do it with Laozi. Whitebeard looked down at Crocodile condescendingly. His eyes were full of gaze and arrogance. Who is the real one, we will know right away. 15. Whitebeard, do you think you are still the strongest man in the world? You are old now. Moreover, you rescued Ace from Marine, how much combat power do you have now? If it was the previous you, Laozi would still avoid you by 3 points. But now, since you are so anxious to die, Laozi will give you a ride. Crocodile was furious, but he did not lose his mind. In fact, he had already deliberately thought about it before he decided to do something with Whitebeard. Before Yin Dang went to prison, he was the president of the Baroque Work Club. Although the main force of the Baroque Work Club is in the first half of the Grand Line and the whole world, it is a huge organization after all. He paid close attention to the information of New World. Long before he went to jail, he had heard the news of Whitebeard's deteriorating health. After going to jail, he learned that Naval Headquarters insisted on executing Fire Fist Ace. He was even more sure that Whitebeard was old, and he was no longer the strongest man in the world. That made Naval Headquarters jealous. The ruthless years and terrible illness have completely hollowed out the strongest man in the world. Compared to Whitebeard, although he is not as good as before, but not far behind. Under Whitebeard's underestimation of the enemy, it is not impossible to defeat the Whitebeard, who is a strong player. Of course, all appeals are Crocodile's own brain supplement. Children, see clearly. Although Crocodile is a pleasure, in the rush of time, he is already the best pleasure that Dad can find so far. In his words, it should also prove that the influence of Seastone on capable people can be overcome. Faced with Crocodile's clamor, Whitebeard simply ignored it. Without even looking at the silver medalist, he turned his head and said to the Ace and others on the Moby DK. Seastone. Crocodile, who was originally furious, immediately scanned Whitebeard's body with his eyes, and finally froze on one of the other's fingers. He saw a seastone ring on Whitebeard's finger at this time. Although the seastone is not large in size, he knew very well that the seastone of this size was enough to make all capable people lose fruit ability and become weak and weak. Whitebeard, you dare to wear seastone handcuffs in the battle with Laozi. Laozi sees you clearly, but doesn't see Laozi in his eyes. Crocodile was frightened and angry, but there was a glimmer of joy in the depths of his heart. Great opportunity. Regardless of Whitebeard's physical condition, he put on seastone at the opponent. Not only was shock fruit unusable, but his body was also greatly affected. You are right. Laozi did not see you, Crocodile, from beginning to end. To make Crocodile even more angry, Whitebeard nodded for granted. What are you talking about? Crocodile gritted his teeth and snarled. In this sea, there are as many silver medalists as you who lost to Laozi in the hands of the Ganges. You should be fortunate that if you weren't for Marine's running dog and Shishibukai for a period of time, then Laozi might not be able to remember the name of your silver medalist. Behu 300 raised up the finger wearing the seastone ring. Don't think Laozi is despising you. To deal with you, there is no need to use fruit power at all. Even if he is wearing a seastone ring, Laozi will defeat you like a dog. He choked Crocodile and said every word. The tone was extremely serious, without the slightest joking. Crocodile was nothing short of him in his eyes. As the expectant mother Boa Hancock said, it's just a pleasure. At best, it is the best among music. But that's it. Very good. You successfully provoke me. Laozi is going to see how you Whitebeard killed me Crocodile like a dog while wearing a seastone. After Crocodile roared furiously, he brazenly slashed the desert sword at Whitebeard. He was afraid that if he had to say a few more words to Whitebeard, he would really lose his mind completely in the anger. Chapter 206. Daddy will not be too big this time. Izzo looked at Whitebeard actually planning to fight Crocodile wearing a seastone ring, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. He is not worried about Whitebeard's strength, but he is worried that seastone will affect Whitebeard's strength. Even if he is not a capable person, he still knows how much influence seastone has on a capable person. You can see that Ace became a soft-footed crab before. Crocodile is indeed a pleasure, but it is also a pleasure to eat Logia devil fruit. Jaws tensed all over, as if he would help Whitebeard at any time. Obviously, even he is more or less not convinced that Dad can beat Crocodile under the influence of seastone. After all, when Crocodile, the silver medalist, challenged Whitebeard, he had a panoramic view. Grandpa, is it really okay? Ace looked at Whitebeard, and then at Luo Feng. He was afraid that Whitebeard would go to the sea in order to prove that he could overcome the seastone and to teach him this lesson. Are you worried about the new gate wave overturning? Luo Feng glanced at Huoquan Ace. Yeah. Fire Fist Ace nodded. That's right, he was afraid that Whitebeard would not be able to pretend to be forced, and the car would roll over. It has nothing to do with whether Whitebeard is old or not. He is a capable person, and now he is wearing a seastone bracelet, knowing how powerless the capable person will be when he touches the seastone. Now he is not only unable to use Maramara fruit, but his body is extremely weak. Not even 1/10 of the normal physical fitness. Weakness comparable to a serious illness. No wonder Newgate insists on giving you this lesson. You have been his son for so many years, but you have never really understood your father. Luo Feng glanced at the worried-faced Jaws and others. We haven't gotten to know Daddy. Jaws was stunned. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Does old man have any stories that we don't know? Ace felt as if he had missed something. Not only Ace, but also the captains such as Zhang. Although they followed Whitebeard very early, after hearing what Luo Feng said, they only realized that their understanding of Whitebeard was really one-sided. You don't know anything about the strength of my son Newgate. Luo Feng shook his head and didn't say much, but directly let Ace and others go and watch. This lesson is really necessary. Golden Lion is right. The pirates of this era have the qualifications, but they are really flowers in the greenhouse. I don't know how powerful the people who had been named the strongest in the world before the era of the great pirates. Do we know nothing about Dad? Hearing Luo Feng's words, Ace and others couldn't help but keep their eyes open. One by one, they stared at Whitebeard who was facing Crocodile on the warship. Do it. Crocodile. Otherwise, you will no longer have a chance to shoot in front of Laozi. Whitebeard puts his arms around his chest, as if you can take it as much as you want. Arc Moon Sand Dunes. Crocodile waved his hand coldly, and a crescent-shaped sand blade quickly condensed into shape, and then flew towards Whitebeard. He didn't mean to be polite to Whitebeard. Since Whitebeard knew nothing about life and death, and dared to fight him wearing a sea stone ring, he would naturally not miss this opportunity to take revenge and replace Whitebeard by the way. Don't be embarrassed by such tricky tricks. Facing the sand blade coming through the air, Whitebeard didn't even jump his eyelids. He didn't dodge, but stood still on the spot. When the sand blade flew in front of him, he unhurriedly lifted the palm of his hand wearing the sea stone ring, and then under Crocodile's dull gaze, he slapped the sand blade with a slap. How is it possible? Crocodile's pupils shrank, and his face was full of amazement. Although the Arc Moon Sand Dune is just one of his master's many attacking tactics, it is very inconspicuous, and the killing ability is average, but it is definitely not a problem to deal with a land duck wearing a sea stone ring. Look at Whitebeard, who just smashed his attack between his gestures. Didn't you eat? Laozi has let you take it as much as you want. You actually released such a little ability? Have you been scrapped to this point? Crocodile. Whitebeard frowned, his tone a little, dissatisfied. With this little ability, how does he teach the children a lesson? Whitebeard, don't be too rampant. Laozi isn't serious yet. Crocodile suppressed the horror in his heart, and flicked his right hand from top to bottom, and the multiple desert swords wrapped in purple arcs slashed towards Whitebeard. Father. Is it okay? Be ready to shoot anytime. Ace and others aboard the mobile, saw Crocodile finally zoomed in and raised their spirits. Even Luo Feng has said that they know nothing about the power of Whitebeard. But when they saw this scene, they couldn't help but worry and wanted to help. Leather. Chapter 207. Small bugs, dare to play tricks in front of Laozi. Unlike the concerns of Ace and others, Whitebeard still looked dismissive in the face of Crocodile's multiple desert knives. Let Buddha Crocodile danced with all his strength, but still couldn't meet the requirements in his mind. In his eyes, he could not prove that he could overcome the influence of sea stone. Boy, Laozi will teach you another lesson today. Let you know what a real powerhouse is. People with incompetent abilities like you are not qualified to be called strong, and even less qualified to dance in front of Laozi. As Whitebeard said, he raised his hand and punched. The surging armament haki surging out, condensed on the fist. This is not armament haki entanglement, nor is it hardened by armed color, but external release. Monument. With one punch, he was clearly not wearing a sea stone ring, and he could not use shock fruit. But under Whitebeard's punch, there were still 303 cracks visible to the naked eye in the air. Immediately afterwards, circles of typhoon-like shock waves rippled with fists as the center. Before Crocodile's multi-desert knives approached Whitebeard's fist, his mighty fist was beaten into sand that was scattered by the wind. More than that, Crocodile, a dozen meters away from Whitebeard, is even more like a heavy blow. Its facial features are distorted, and its body is like cooked dried shrimp, bent over and deformed. Immediately afterwards, under a sip of blood in the sky, Crocodile screamed and flew out. The elementalization of sand fruit has no effect at this moment. Whitebeard's punch in the air not only shattered the multiple desert knives he used with all his strength, but also severely wounded him in the air. Boom! Luffy directly from the bow to the stern, and finally fell heavily to the stern deck. While Crocodile was in pain and unbearable, the whole person was also dumbfounded. Where is he? What's wrong with him? What has he experienced? Whitebeard's punch not only hit him hard, but also shattered his worldview. A capable person wearing a sea stone ring actually punched him, a sand fruit capable person, and severely wounded him, Shishibukai. Is it because the capable people have been updated and are not afraid of sea stone? Or is the sea stone ring worn by Whitebeard fake? Otherwise, why would he be beaten so badly? No, it's impossible. The world can't be that big. Crocodile got up from the deck in anguish, unwilling and shocked. Of course he has not been beaten. On the contrary, he was directly grasped by Whitebeard and hammered on the ground to doubt his life. But that was Whitebeard at its peak, Whitebeard without a sea stone ring. Now what? It is Whitebeard who is old and frail, and Whitebeard is wearing a sea stone ring. He was beaten back then, he can accept it. Now being beaten, please forgive him for not accepting it. If he accepts it, doesn't it prove that he can't even beat an old man who wears a sea stone ring when he is old and weak? BFFE, this kind of completely denying self, Crocodile said he would not admit anything, let alone accept it. One punch? Just when Crocodile was about to collapse, the Fire Fist ace on the mobile was dumbfounded on the spot. He feels it. Whitebeard's punch not only smashed Crocodile, it also smashed his 3 views. Now he is wearing a sea stone bracelet. That sense of weakness clearly tells him how strong sea stone's seal on the capable is. But Crocodile, who was fisted by Whitebeard in front of him, also told him how sturdy Whitebeard was. Fake it. Baista muttered to himself in shock. He didn't doubt the strength of Whitebeard. But the scene in front of me is really great. Can the capable person really not be affected by sea stone? Jaws looked down at his hands. He also had contact with sea stone. Even if it was as strong as him, when it touched the sea stone, it was immediately weak and weak. Put it this way. Normally, he can play with Admiral 5-5 for a period of time without a problem. But when I touched sea stone, a supernova, no, just an ordinary marine with a gun can kill him. This is the terrorist threat of sea stone to the capable. When the capable person touches the sea stone, it is not only the fruit ability that is sealed, but also the same as falling into the sea, and the whole body is weak and weak. The only difference is that you can move around normally. But if you talk about fighting, it's impossible. Jaws, who was as fierce as Whitebeard to deal with Crocodile with one punch, didn't even think about it. This is the gap between the strong of your time and the strong of our time. Just when Ace waited for his grandson to be suspicious of life by Whitebeard's punch, Luo Feng's voice suddenly reached their ears. Grandpa, how did Daddy do it? Ace was silent for a few seconds, and asked a question that everyone wanted to know the answer. Chapter 208. Grand Line. Everyone knows that Newgate is the strongest man in the world, but there are a few who know how Newgate's strongest name came from. Luo Feng remembered the past of Edward Newgate, with a slight smile on his face. It was this laughter that made Ace and others feel that Grandpa is not the god of the world, nor the demon of the world of Grand Line. Like ordinary people like them, in addition to being powerful, young, and unmatched, Grandpa is also a human being. The strongest in the world. Jaws was startled. When Luo Feng said this, he discovered that even his son, who had followed Whitebeard at a very young age, didn't know how Whitebeard's name as the strongest in the world came from. It's not that Dad won this reputation by hitting invincible players all over the world, right? Zhang obviously didn't know. Is it 4 emperors? Ace speculated. Neither. Newgate's reputation as the strongest man in the world is because of a war. A war dedicated to the Buddha Sengoku set up against him. Luo Feng shook his head. What's this? Why don't we know? Baista and the others looked at each other and found that everyone else looked blank. At that time, Whitebeard had not formed the Whitebeard Pirates, and was still serving as the deputy captain in Rock's Pirate. Luo Feng didn't mention rocks. Ace and others also knew that Grandpa didn't like to mention rocks. Although they didn't know why, they naturally wouldn't ask. They wouldn't do things that touched Grandpa's bad luck. At that time Rock's Pirate was in full swing on the Grand Line. Whether it is Marine, World Government, or Pirates, they can only retreat when facing Rock's Pirate. In order to deal with this pirate group, Sengoku laid out a battle plan. Successfully bought a member of Rock's Pirate, and 2 admiral teamed up, and finally Newgate was put in sea stone handcuffs. Luo Feng glanced around at his grandsons, and saw that they were all listening attentively. What? Diamond Jaw's expression changed drastically. Although this kind of thing is over, and now the old man is still alive and well, he still feels terrified when he learns it. Facing 2 admiral, and not the current admiral of Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, but the super admiral of Sengoku. Even at the peak of Whitebeard, it is difficult to beat 2 Sengoku with one enemy too. Not to mention being locked by sea stone handcuffs. Is Daddy okay? Fire Fist Ace heard this and couldn't help but squeeze a cold sweat for Whitebeard. Of course something is going on. As you can imagine, one of the 2 admiral who besieged Whitebeard is Sengoku, and the other is Admiral, who is no less powerful than Sengoku. The strength of the 2 is stronger than the 3 admiral who died in my hands not long ago. Newgate naturally suffered from them. When Luo Feng said this, he reached out and pointed at the 2 scars on Whitebeard's chest. Did you see it? The 2 scars on Newgate's chest are the remembrance left by the war that year. Ace and others followed Luo Feng's finger to look. These 2 scars have been seen by sons of them for decades. I didn't think there was anything before. After all, which man has no scars? There are even monsters like Kaido. But after listening to Luo Feng's explanation of the origin of these 2 scars, Ace and others were shocked and admired. At the same time, a picture of the war that Whitebeard experienced at that time also appeared in their minds. 4 flowers. In the end, did Grandpa save Dad? Yi Zhang said stupidly. I have closed the mountain. What's more, If I save it, do you think Newgate would still be called the strongest man in the world? Luo Feng denied. How did the old man survive in that situation? Ace felt his scalp numb just thinking about it. When he was executed before, he had been locked by sea stone. 0. Even now I am wearing a sea stone bracelet. He was affected by the sea stone, let alone fighting with a marine at the level of Sengoku, even an ordinary marine with a gun could kill him. Rocks helped him. Baista speculated. No, no one helps him. From beginning to end, Newgate faced it alone. Luo Feng shook his head. Then Grandpa is. Ace was interrupted by Luo Feng before he finished speaking. Newgate was wearing sea stone handcuffs, and under the joint hands of Sengoku and another admiral, he fought forcibly until the end of the war. That time, he suffered the worst injury in his life. It was also that time that he was left with an incurable injury and entangled him until I came out of the mountain. Luo Feng said. As a capable person, wearing a sea stone, without shock fruit, he fought 2 admirals until the end of the war. Father. So this is the origin and weight of the world's strongest man. While Ace and others were full of enthusiasm, they also felt strong pride for having a father like Whitebeard. White. Chapter 209. Is this Whitebeard? The invincible son in the world, as expected, none of them are simple. As expected of that man's son. Not only Ace, Baista, and others, but also Boa, Hancock and other women who just boarded the mobile from the warship were stunned. This is the weight behind the 6 words of the world's strongest man. How heavy? At this moment, everyone experienced the power of Whitebeard firsthand. Do you think that's it? If I tell you, after the war, Admiral who besieged Newgate with Sengoku died of his injuries and died on the Naval Headquarters bed 303. How will you react? When everyone was overwhelmed with shock, Luo Feng suddenly said. Dead. How can this be? How did Dad do it? Although Ace, Baista, and others are proud of Dad's strength, they are also difficult to understand. Why can the daddy who is a capable person in such an unfavorable situation not only abruptly withstand the siege of 2 super admiral, but also kill one? Although the injuries and pains that accompany his life were left after the incident, compared to the record of the father's children, all of this is nothing. After all, not everyone is a god in the world like Grandpa. Although Dad is the strongest man in the world, he is only a man, not a god. In their opinion, it is almost impossible to do the old man like this. Impossible? If you know that since the day when Newgate became a shock fruit capable person, he basically wears a sea stone ring 24 hours a day, and he almost never leaves. Do you still think this is impossible? As soon as Luo Feng said this, Ace and others were silent. Coupled with the scene of the old man punching crocodile that they had witnessed just now, they finally understood why the old man had to teach them this lesson. And Ace also understood why Grandpa would put on him a sea stone bracelet. Compared with the old man, he, the pirate prince, is really useless. In front of Whitebeard, whether it is achievements, aptitude, courage, or strength, his fire fist ace is not worth mentioning. The fact that sea stone seals the fruitful ability of those who are capable is insurmountable. Even if Newgate has worn the sea stone ring for more than 10 years, he can't overcome the sea stone's seal of devil fruit's ability. However, in addition to the fact that the ability is sealed, the impact of sea stone on the capable person, such as weakness, can be completely overcome. Take Newgate as an example. After he put on the sea stone ring, apart from being unable to use shock fruit, Conqueror's haki and his physique were not affected in any way. How is it usually, after wearing the sea stone ring, how is it still like? Luo Feng said every word. Grandpa, I understand. I will never disappoint you and Dad's hard-working conscience, and I will never let Grandpa and Dad travel thousands of miles to naval headquarters to save me from happening again. I won't take this sea stone bracelet off. At least I will never take it off until I reach the level of my father and completely overcome the effects of sea stone on the body. Even if it's dead, it won't. After putting on the sea stone bracelet, Huoquan Ace's body was originally a little rickets, and his waist could not be straightened. But now, he stood up straight abruptly. Although it was a little strenuous, he stood up straight, and then swears to Luo Feng in a powerful voice, and to Whitebeard on the warship. He Fire Fist Ace will definitely take it off without overcoming the sea stone. If you die, then die. This kind of self is only alive. It is good. Now you have the qualifications of Newgate's son, and also the qualifications of my grandson, Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes flashed a faint admiration. That's right, just lightly. Not much. After all, Ace has such a courage and awareness, that's all. In his opinion, to truly gain his admiration, at least it must be like Newgate completely overcome the influence of sea stone, and at the same time have super admiral strength. Wearing a sea stone hand cast against Sengoku and another admiral with one enemy too, did you kill one in the end? At this time, getting up from the stern, Crocodile, who had just walked back to the bow, also happened to hear Luo Feng's words. After learning about the origin of Whitebeard's name as the world's strongest man, he was silent. Immediately afterwards, he had only one thought. When Laozi has never been to 5.4, is it okay? In the past, he was both convinced and unconvinced with Whitebeard. Convincing is the power of awe of Whitebeard. Not convinced is that he feels that he will not be inferior to the opponent, and that Whitebeard is strong because of good luck and got shock fruit. But now, all the dissatisfaction is gone. Instead, he was sincerely awed and admired. Bring Seastone, it has been like a day for decades, and finally overcome the influence of Seastone on the capable. There is one thing to say, he can't do it. It's not just him. Looking at the Grand Line, there are as many capable people as the Ganges, but few can do it. Chapter 210. In fact, as early as that year, Sengoku's plan against Whitebeard failed, and after Whitebeard counterkilled an admiral, Marine had already started Seastone training. Everyone who is capable of Marine Academy must wear a Seastone for training. But not everyone can stick to it. Not everyone who persists can overcome the impact of Seastone. The more powerful a person has fruit ability, the more difficult it is to accept the state of losing fruit ability. Like a beggar, you can accept to lose a dime. Even if this is his full wealth. But a billionaire can't accept losing all his wealth. The leader among them is Kizaru. Back then, Kizaru and Zephyr had a grudge, to a large extent, because Zephyr wanted to train him into a 15-strong power like Whitebeard. But Kizaru has his own set of opinions. His sparkling fruit is different from other people, the unparalleled speed in the world, so that he will never be conspired by Seastone. Since such a situation will never happen, then why should he suffer such suffering? It is better to develop sparkling fruit if you have that mind. For people like Whitebeard, Grand Line is also unique. So the strongest man in the world will be Whitebeard, not everyone else. So the strongest man in the world is only Whitebeard, no one else. Even if it is the dual ability person who got shock fruit in the original time and space, Blackbeard does not have such a name. Whitebeard is legendary. There is only one. It cannot be copied. No one can replace him, no one can become him, no one can become the second Whitebeard. Ace. Hearing Ace's sonorous and powerful oath, Whitebeard let the Buddha see that after eating shock fruit that year, he swore in front of his father that he must become the strongest man in the world. At that time, he was not the strongest man in the world. The influence of Seastone has not been overcome yet. Just like the current ace, as long as you put on the Seastone hand cast, you will immediately become a soft-footed crab. But he just refused to admit defeat. Because he is Luo Fang's son. Since Dad is the god of the world, as Dad's son, even if he can't be the second god, he must become the strongest among mankind. He will be the strongest man in the world. No matter at any time, under any circumstance, pain, aging, even illness, can't defeat the strongest man in the world. Would Laozi leave secretly while no one notices now? Crocodile stood in the cabin, hiding carefully. While everyone's attention was on Ace, he cautiously wanted to step back. Boom! But his feet had just been lifted, before he even had time to take a step, there was a heavy falling into the water not far away. This sudden sound immediately attracted everyone's attention, including Crocodile. Under the gaze of many eyes, the clown buggy stood on a lifeboat drifting in the sea with an embarrassment on his face. Obviously, the sound just now was caused by him throwing the lifeboat into the water. The kid on Roger's boat, are you going to run away? Whitebeard walked to the side of the boat and looked at the clown buggy condescendingly. Who is going to run away? My uncle just has something to do, so I just leave first. Facing Whitebeard, who was smiling but not smiling, Buggy, the good-looking clown, had his entire face flushed like his nose. Too embarrassing, too embarrassing. Let's just run away. He was caught on the spot at the very beginning. So you think there is something more important than Laozi? Whitebeard said, raising his fist. Don't, do you remember? I even invited you to dinner back then. The clown buggy couldn't play it anymore. Anyway, those inmate fans have been stunned by Boa and Hancock's Conqueror's haki, and he doesn't need to carry any heavy idle baggage. Seeing Whitebeard raise his fist, he didn't want to do what Crocodile did to take Whitebeard's punch. Have you eaten Laozi? Why doesn't Laozi remember such a thing? 303. Even if you do, you still want to ask Laozi to have a knife. The color of playfulness on Whitebeard's face became more intense. The clown buggy panicked even more. The feeling of being followed by 4 emperors is not so good. Except Shanks. At this time, he was really at a loss. Damn the clown buggy. If you run away, why do you make such a big movement? So Laozi didn't even have a chance to escape. Crocodile, hiding on the edge of the cabin, saw the clown buggy making such a big noise, but he was so angry that he wanted to dismember the clown buggy. The clown buggy's trouble is tantamount to blocking his back. Thinking of this, he couldn't help regretting it for a while. Isn't it good to lie down in the stern? Why do you want to get up and walk back to the bow of the ship? If he is now at the stern, he can lie down and pretend to be dead, and retreat and sail away. Where will it be like it is now? Neither is advancement nor retreat. Chapter 211. Crocodile, what do you want to do when you hide in the corner? Is it possible that you want to learn from the little ghost on Roger's boat, quietly looking for a lifeboat to sneak away under Laozi's nose? Just when Crocodile regretted and struggled again, Whitebeard's voice suddenly reached his ears. Has it been discovered? Crocodile's expression sank slightly when he heard the words. With a high IQ, he has already discovered something wrong at this time. Whitebeard's body is not as bad as he thought. This appearance is not something a man with a 70-year-old disease can possess. Not to mention, Whitebeard only fought a battle at naval headquarters not long ago. But now? Whitebeard could even hang him while wearing a sea stone ring. Such a body is still called a sick man in his 70s? Still not as good as before? At this time, he could hardly wait to strip him of the pirate who sent him Whitebeard, whose body is not as good as the previous information. Is that Whitebeard's father? Crocodile's pupils shrank. He thought of someone. Only he could make the development of things completely beyond his expectations. He is also the only variable. When do you want to hide? Crocodile. Just when Crocodile was unsure, a huge shadow had completely covered his body. He looked up and found that Whitebeard didn't know when he had arrived in front of him. What are you saying, stupid? Don't think of Laozi as the red-nosed kid over there. Laozi is a sand crocodile, Crocodile was completely sure that Whitebeard really found himself, not blindly. The body of this old man is not as bad as before. At least, Conqueror's haki can be used freely and there is absolutely no problem. Facing Whitebeard's ridicule, Crocodile really wanted to escape in his heart, but he paid more attention to face than Buggy the clown, and he naturally wouldn't admit that he really wanted to slip away quietly just now. It was just that Buggy, the clown, ruined this great opportunity. Yes? What is your hand doing? Whitebeard looked at Crocodile with a faint smile. Naturally, his observation haki cannot be compared with Luo Feng. After all, the top-level observation haki is born, and you will never be able to cultivate to the top level by only relying on acquired practice. Observation haki cultivated the day after tomorrow can only reach the level of short-term prediction of the future. As for listening to other people's voices, perceiving people's emotions, and forcibly modifying people's values and ideologies, it is never possible to rely on the cultivation of the master. Naturally, Whitebeard does not have this kind of observation haki. But Crocodile's thoughts, he just used his eyes to see, and he could guess what the other party was thinking. I just happened to be supporting it. Crocodile turned his head and saw that he was holding a lifeboat with one of his hands. Facing Whitebeard's mocking eyes, he could only withdraw his right hand blankly. He knew that his escape was blocked by himself. Now even if Whitebeard was willing to let him go, he would go without the face. After all, the burden of being a big pirate makes him unable to be as shameless as Teach and Buggy the clown. Hold on, right? Then continue your dancing. Whitebeard put his arms around his chest, in a posture where you can do it. Just do it. Really, Laozi is afraid that you won't make it. Crocodile sighed inwardly. Today next year will be his death day. But if he wants to put down the burden of the big pirate and run away like the clown Buggy, he really can't do it. Rather than being so embarrassed, it's better to die in Whitebeard's hands. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with determination. Shalan. I saw Crocodile spread his 5 fingers, a palm-sized sandstorm quickly condensed, and then slammed it out at Whitebeard. It is different from the Shalan used when facing Boa Hancock before. This time, Shalan just broke away from his palm and has swelled into a desert storm that can reach the sky and the earth, enough to swallow the entire Buster Call battleship. Whitebeard, go to hell with Laozi. During the storm, Crocodile opened his hands, frantically strengthening the power of the desert storm. He knew that he couldn't beat Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard wears the halo, good, stone ring, he can't catch the opponent's punch. Therefore, he has only one idea. Wearing Whitebeard and died together in the sea. Such a method of death is worthy of him, Crocodile. The fish at the bottom of the well, open your eyes to Laozi to see clearly how big the world is. Facing the desert storm that was almost obscuring the sky, Whitebeard still looked calm and relaxed. He didn't even worry about the warship being destroyed by the desert storm, or being overturned and pregnant. He just let Crocodile increase the power of Shalan until the desert storm in front of him reached a critical point. Cut forward. Chapter 212. Taste. Where Whitebeard's knife passed, whether it was the atmosphere or the desert storm, there was a clearly visible white line. When he retracted his hand knife, the white line suddenly zoomed in, instantly occupying the desert storm like a spreading light. Crocodile watched the desert storm in front of him disappear with a burst of white light, and his whole person was dumbfounded. If Whitebeard didn't wear the sea stone ring, he would not be surprised to destroy Shalan with a punch of shock fruit. But now, Whitebeard is wearing a sea stone ring. That means that what Whitebeard can use is the power of his own body and armament haki. Armament haki, check it out. Whitebeard looked at Crocodile in disbelief. He withdrew his fist, and then said lightly. Can armament haki really do this? Crocodile muttered to himself with eyes blankly. Can anyone else? Laozi doesn't know. But Laozi can. Whitebeard said in a flat tone. Putting up the Buddha is just a sparse and common thing for him. 310. In fact, it is true. In the past, he has always used shock fruit to fight, even if it is physical strength and armament haki, but it is also used in conjunction with shock fruit's ability. In front of shock fruit, who is opening and closing, moving will shatter the atmosphere, moving mountains and filling the sea, his own power and armament haki's special effects and sound effects are indeed very inferior. As time goes by, the world feels that compared with shock fruit, Whitebeard's armament haki is very powerful. But if Whitebeard is really capable of relying on fruit, BFFE, like crocodile and enel, and without devil fruit, he knows nothing and is so well targeted, then Sengoku and other marine executives will not be so afraid of Whitebeard. It is too easy to target a capable person. Especially Whitebeard doesn't have the speed of light like Kizaru, and he is still capable of Logia, who can gather and disperse at any time. Whitebeard with shock fruit is certainly strong. But Whitebeard without shock fruit is still the strongest man in the world. His Conqueror's haki, his physique still allows him to sit firmly on the throne of the world's strongest man. This is unanimously recognized by naval headquarters and world government. Impossible. The world can't be that big. Crocodile couldn't accept this fact. How can he say that he is the one who has broken through the new world? In any case, it is also the silver medalist who has challenged Whitebeard. But he couldn't accept Whitebeard who was a capable person like him. He could crush his sand fruit with just one slap, and he was still wearing a sea stone ring. It's a pity. The world is so big. Whitebeard spoke authentically. For Crocodile, a fish at the bottom of the well, the world is really big, and even the other party does not have a correct understanding of the size of the world. After all, not everyone can be like him, raised by Fang since childhood. When I was a child, I clearly saw the most expansive world. Impossible. Crocodile roared up to the sky. At this time, he is just like Dracula Mihawk when he first met Fang. I can't believe that the world will be so vast. The real world is completely different from the world you know. Even the firm of mind such as Dracula Mihawk doubted himself for a while. Not to mention Crocodile, a silver medalist who was defeated by Whitebeard as early as that year. Nothing is impossible. Fish at the bottom of the well. Whitebeard said as he walked up to Crocodile. He has no interest in playing with Crocodile anymore. In fact, he was not interested in the loser of the year. If it weren't for giving Ace a lively lesson to them, he wouldn't end up personally at all. The strongest man in the world is dignified, even if he wants to sling, he must at least sling the strongest admiral. Shishibukai Crocodile in the mere front, really can't get into his eyes. You shut up. Laozi is what kind of fish at the bottom of the well? Crocodile raised his hand to Whitebeard with a sullen face. Erosion reincarnation. This trick is his master's ability after developing sand fruit to ultimate. The power is so powerful that it can change the terrain in an instant. No creatures dare to approach. Even the super-large sea kings, the crocodile at this moment will turn into dust in a flash. This is beyond the ability of sand. Develop sand fruit to a whole new category. Just like Aokiji's frozen fruit, even if you restrain yourself from magma, it can freeze instantly. The erosion of reincarnation is not so much a removal of all the water of the material, it is more of a kind of decay, forcibly sanding all the material. But with such a powerful ability, Whitebeard reached out and grabbed it unhurriedly. He directly grabbed the palm of Crocodile's eroding reincarnation, then twisted it up and hung it in the air like a piece of cloth. Chapter 213. My erosional reincarnation can't have any effect on him. Crocodile saw that Whitebeard's hand touched his palm, not only did it not become dusty, but even a little moisture was not sucked away, and a touch of shock suddenly appeared in his pupils. Although he is a fish at the bottom of the well, he has seen a little bit of the world after all. He knows very well that Whitebeard's physique is not really strong enough to ignore his corrosive reincarnation, but armament haki. Armament haki, powerful enough to be ultimate, was placed outside, forming an indestructible armor on Whitebeard's body. It was this piece of armor that directly resisted his corrosive reincarnation. In the original Top War, after Ace died, Whitebeard suddenly broke out, directly against the dozens of magma punches ejected by Akainu, and rushed to the opponent unscathed by relying on this powerful armament haki. It's a pity that Whitebeard at that time was too old and in a bad state. The original Whitebeard is even Conqueror's haki, only the armed color can be used, even occasionally use it. The other two colors of haki can't even be used. Unlike now, Fang helped him heal his body injuries as soon as he came out of the mountain. In addition to aging, the strength of a body is very close to the peak period. It's time to get out of class. Fish at the bottom of the well. Whitebeard screwed Crocodile into the air with his right hand, and the king's eyes were staring at the sand crocodile. His eyes are even scarier than super-large sea kings. Sen cold, domineering, contempt for everything. Just like when slinging Akainu, Crocodile was first screwed in the air, and then Conqueror's haki vented unreservedly. Even the Akainu in the peak period was dumbfounded. After being thrown into the air, he only knew that his limbs were enlarged, and he moved and bounced, and he couldn't even turn the elements into magma. It's better than Akainu, but it's still the same as Whitebeard in the face of the outbreak. Not to mention crocodile at this time. You know, the Whitebeard faced by Akainu at the time of the outbreak is the normal state of Whitebeard faced by crocodile now. The sick man in 70s and the king of 70s. There is no difference between the two. Even Akainu can't withstand the outbreak of a sick man in his 70s. How can crocodile survive the normalcy of the 70s king? Facing Conqueror's haki, who was surging like a wave from Whitebeard's body, crocodile's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face was instantly covered with fine cold sweat. At this time, although he did not lose his reason, his thinking did not stop working, but the connection between the body and consciousness seemed to be a problem with the Buddha. The whole body fell into a short period of stiffness. No matter how his brain issues instructions to his body is almost dead. Is this the world? It turns out that the gap between me and Whitebeard is so big. Crocodile looked at Whitebeard, who was close at hand. When his eyes met Whitebeard's pupils, he suddenly felt chills all over him. This is simply not a look that humans can have. The strongest man in the world. At this moment, he knew Whitebeard in a real sense. Why? Crocodile moved his mouth hard. Finally, he said a word. What and why? Whitebeard looked at Crocodile and his hand blankly. Why do you have such power but you didn't use it to me back then? Crocodile shouted every word. If Whitebeard used such power in the past, instead of using shock fruit to casually defeat him, then he will definitely not only be shattered, but also convinced. 4 flowers. Just like Fire Fist Ace was completely convinced by Whitebeard. Not even surprisingly used by Whitebeard. You are really interesting to ask this. Have you ever seen an adult who is more honest with a child? As soon as Whitebeard said this, Crocodile fell silent. Hee. Little boy. Yes, I am really just a child who has not grown up in front of this man. 0. It used to be and it is now. Crocodile smiled bitterly, then closed his eyes. Come on. Whitebeard. Obviously, he had planned to die calmly. Since there is no way to drag Whitebeard to hell together, it is possible to see the real Whitebeard, a king who makes him convinced, and it is not in vain to die in the hands of the other party. You finally look a little bit. Crocodile. This time, Whitebeard did not call Crocodile the fish at the bottom of the well, but called it by name. However, that's all. No matter how good Crocodile behaves, at best he can only call him by his first name. As for no amount of respect, sorry. He can't give it. Crocodile's strength and performance cannot be recognized by him at all, let alone win his respect. Call out. Whitebeard didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and threw Crocodile into the air, and then hit the fallen crocodile's lumbar spine with his right hand. With assent, Crocodile's eyes rolled white, and blood spurted from his mouth. The body broke into 2 halves before it fell to the ground. The corpse was on the spot. Guang. Chapter 214. Is this over? Jaws looked at Crocodile on the spot. Although he had already known the result when he saw the sand crocodile with a punch before him. It can be seen that the old man is really wearing a sea stone ring, and he has solved a Shishibukai with 2 punches. He still feels a strong visual impact. Anyone can really overcome sea stone. Dad can do it, and I can do it too. Although Ace also has an unreal feeling like waking up from a dream. But after being joined by his grandfather and father for a class, he finally became less salty, less Buddhist, and no longer bad at kicking his own talents. Now that 310 is here, he has found a new goal. That is like an old man, overcoming the influence of sea stone. At least, under the influence of sea stone, he has to exert all his physical powers except devil fruit as normal. Home of Whitebeard, that clown buggy seems to be gone. When Whitebeard retracted his fist, Trafalgar Law suddenly appeared beside him. Need I get him back? Looking at the clown buggy, who was supporting the lifeboat on the sea, he opened his right hand. At this distance, he can bring back the clown buggy with his physical strength. No need. Whitebeard glanced at the clown buggy, and Fangfo saw the back of Roger leaving. Although Buggy the clown is not from his time, he is a familiar face after all. Until now, there are fewer familiar faces on this sea. Pirates are so. Marine is even more so. He didn't fight against the old man, let him go. For the sake of his good friend Roger, it is impossible for Whitebeard to embarrass a child like Buggy, the clown. Just saying that there are too few familiar faces on the sea, and the clown Buggy doesn't plan to fight against his father at all, so he will naturally not embarrass him. Gang stopped the clown Buggy, just to tease the other party. Yet. Trafalgar nodded. It's just that when he looked at the figure of the clown Buggy, his eyes still flashed with unbelief. If it hadn't been for Whitebeard to reveal the identity of the clown Buggy with his own eyes, he would really not believe that such a little pirate, who was weak and greedy for life, was actually from the Roger Pirates. You know, although the Roger Pirates are taking the elite route like the current Red Hair Pirates, the quality of the crew is much higher than that of the Red Hair Pirates. The Roger Pirates are not many, but all members are pervert. In this regard, when he was working under Don Quixote da Flamingo in the early years, he had already used this Shishibukai's intelligence forces to have a certain understanding. Those official crew members won't say anything, just pull them out and put them here. Until now, they are all legendary big sea pirates. Even the interns still produced a 4 emperors. An alternative like Buggy the Clown is really something he never thought of. In his opinion, the existence of Buggy the Clown really seriously lowered the average level of the Roger pirates. Let's go. The farce is over. Don't let the old man wait too long. Whitebeard did not act on the other pirates of the ship, and after greeted Trafalgar Law, he returned to the mobile. It is good. Trafalgar Law naturally has no opinion on this. In the distance, Buggy, the clown rowing on the lifeboat, saw the Moby Dick and herself begin to drift away, and a tight heart full of panic and uneasiness finally let go. Encountering Whitebeard had already made him unexpected and could not stand it anymore. Not to mention encountering invincible people who almost killed all members of the Roger pirates. I actually survived. I actually survived from the gods of the world. After regaining his senses, Buggy the Clown couldn't help but shed excited and complicated tears. This is the god of the world. Even Luo Fang didn't even glance at the bird himself from beginning to end. But he survived. It's really not easy. After all, Captain Roger was disliked by the gods of the world, and he knew it too. After all, Captain Roger was eager to become famous and wanted to replace rocks, so he chose to join forces with Marine. Originally, the battle between pirates is indeed omnipotent, it is normal to fight more and less, and use any means. But generally speaking, it is just an alliance between pirates and pirates. It is not uncommon for Marine and pirates to unite against another group of pirates, but it is extremely rare. Especially on the famous Big Pirate, it is unique. Shishibukai is already well known, but it is still looked down upon by many New World 5.4 guys. They are regarded as Marine's lackeys because they have a relationship with Marine. It's just that the relationship is still the case, let alone teaming up with Marine in an open manner. This is not authentic to the pirates, nor is it a commendable honor for Marine. So this matter was basically erased from history by Marine, and few people knew about it. And the clown Buggy, as a member of the Roger Pirates, is only an intern, but he also knows this. It is also true that he will be so excited after he left alive under Luo Feng's nose. Chapter 215. Marine Ford. The naval headquarters of yesteryear. At this time, there is only one execution stand left in the headquarters. For Marine, there is only one veteran left. Monkey D. Garp. This legendary Marine, a legendary general whose status among Marines is equivalent to that of One Piece among the pirates, grabbed the execution platform from the sea with great difficulty at this time, and then climbed up little by little. I just don't know if it is because of the serious injury, or whether he is old after all. When he was about to climb up to the execution platform, his hand grabbing one of the iron rods suddenly slipped, his body lost his balance on the spot and fell from midair. Damn it! Could it be that the decay is so old that it is so unusable? Garp, who was in the air, looked very ugly. But no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he couldn't change the situation of the fall. He changed the usual, even if it was not as good as his peak period, but let alone climbing a sentence platform, even if he was carrying a weight of tens of tons, climbing on the red line would be trivial to him. However, now his hands and feet are like being filled with lead, and he can't make any effort at all. Can only helplessly let his body fall to the surface of the sea. Call. A breeze blew abruptly. Garp, who was about to fall into the sea, flew directly from the sea to the execution platform under the breeze. It's you, hi. I don't need you to save me. Faced with the sudden change, Garp was stunned at first, and then his face was stinking, and he didn't even look at the figure that suddenly appeared behind him, shrouded in cyan robe. It's this time, what are you doing so hard? The green robe man's tone was a little helpless. He seems to be very familiar with Garp. What do you do to save the old? Don't you Tenten looking forward to dying? Garp said angrily. It's just that although he is angry, his attitude and tone of speech are full of closeness. If I really think so, then I won't risk offending the god of the world and save you under his nose. The green-robed man lifted his hat while talking. A face covered with slippers was exposed to the air. Long, you don't think so, so what revolutionary army are you going to play? Did you know that because of you, Lao Zi couldn't look up in front of 5 elders? Even the little kid Akainu is okay and dared to mutter in front of the old man. If it's not you, the old man needs to be so passive? Does it matter that Tenten was poked in the spine? When he talked about it, Garp gritted his teeth with anger. The monkey D long in front of him was his most proud son. He also valued this son far more than his grandson Luffy. The same is true for Sengoku. Not only did Monkey D Dragon be cultivated as an admiral, but even cultivated as a future marshal. Unfortunately, in the end Monkey D Dragon defected and established the enemy of the world government, the Revolutionary Army. In fact, if Monkey D Dragon did not leave, there would be no need to fight for the position of marshal, and it would be impossible for Aokiji to fight with Akainu. Monkey D as long as the dragon does not leave, after Sengoku, the next marshal will definitely be him. Not to mention someone behind him, just to say that his strength perfectly inherited Garp's aptitude, and he has fully grown up. Wang's qualifications. Conqueror's haki is perfect. Strong physical skills, catch up with the world's strongest physical skills Garp. He is still a Logia-capable person. Such a strong man, in Garp, in Sengoku's eyes, is simply the perfect admiral, the perfect martial candidate. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru have flaws in their personalities and lack of stability. They are all eclipsed in the face of Monkey D. Dragon. But it was such a person whom Sengoku and Garp had high hopes for, actually defected. In Garp's view, if Monkey D. Dragon did not leave, the power of 4 emperors would have been disintegrated long ago. Where can there be any saying about the 3 major forces? And the world government and the nobles are decayed, so it should be forgotten, let alone these. It is not the first day that our concepts are not in harmony. On this topic, can we leave it alone? Isn't it true that every time we meet with father and son, apart from quarreling, can't we say something normal father and son? Monkey D. Long gave up after just a few words. Everyone in the monkey family is a tendon. When I got it right, the sea kings all over the world couldn't pull it back together. Monkey D. Garp is so. The same goes for Monkey D. Dragon. Good, Monkey D. Luffy is the same. One of the 3 is dedicated to Marine. One dedicated everything for the Revolutionary Army. One dedicated everything for One Piece. You are the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Lao Zi is Marine. When Garp mentioned the word Marine, he immediately thought of Marineford, and of the dead Sengoku, Aokiji, and others. His originally red neck has also returned to its original shape. The heart that originally wanted to fight with Monkey D. Dragon is gone. Marine is gone. He is still arguing. Don't say that the son is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, even if the son is the One Piece, it doesn't matter if he is tortured. Anyway, he became the last Marine at Marineford. Chapter 216. I think you should understand now. Whether it's the Marine or the Revolutionary Army. It was no longer important the moment that man came out of the mountain. Monkey D. Dragon sighed inwardly when he saw Garp's sudden silence. My father Mo Ruozi. Especially when he also worked as Marine. Naturally, I know that Garp has devoted his entire life to Marine. Marine, who had cost Garp his whole life, is now ruined. Although there are still Marine branch bases in other sea areas, without the support of the headquarters, without the deterrence of the headquarters, plus the previous top war, Sengoku drew a lot of troops from the major Marine bases, and the remaining Marine points the base is just waiting to die. Sooner or later it will perish. Either it was destroyed by the pirates. Either by some dark emperor. Either it is the Revolutionary Army in front of him founded by his son. What? Worried about 313, is he sabotaging your revolutionary cause? After a while, Garp broke the silence. This has surpassed the revolutionary cause, and also surpassed the scope of Marine. Monkey D. Long shook his head. What do you mean by this? Garp sat on the execution platform, looking at Monkey D. Dragon a little puzzled. Did you not hear what Sengoku said before his death? Monkey D. Long glanced at Garp, then reacted. By the way, you were slammed into the bottom of the sea by that man, so you didn't hear it. With that, he told Garp everything that Sengoku had said before he died. Although Garp has roughly understood Luo Feng's thoughts, he has missed part of it after all. Now that he heard Monkey D. Dragon's words, he was shocked to realize that the destruction of naval headquarters might be like the sky collapsed for him, but for the entire Grand Line, it was just the beginning. The second harvest. Garp's face is hard to see ultimate. This is simply a monster. What a god on earth. It's the devil in the world at all. From the very beginning, he planned to be the enemy of the entire Grand Line. But this man has such strength. Not bad. Marine is just his first goal, and then he will continue to attack other Grand Line forces. With his style of acting, although it will not be too fast, because a single force, even if it is as strong as Marine and as strong as the world government, is vulnerable to him. There is no way to please him. In order to please himself, he will gradually put pressure on all the forces of the entire Grand Line, forcing them to join forces, and launch another era of slaying the gods. Only the major forces of the entire Grand Line can join forces to meet his requirements. Monkey D. Dragon nodded. This BD. Garp raised his hand and slammed his fist on the execution table. Usually a punch is enough to punch him through a mountain, but at this time he can't even punch through the wooden planks of the execution platform. This is not the most important thing. Monkey D. Dragon looked weak, and completely, BFFE, lost Garp, who was the hero of Marine in the usual days, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. Although the two have different positions, the relationship between father and son for decades cannot be faked after all. Seeing Garp like this, he couldn't be indifferent. Oh? So you will be angry too? The old man thought that even if he died on the street, or even died in front of you one day, you would not be moved. Garp noticed the change in Monkey D. Dragon's eyes. Although he felt a little touched in his heart, he said in his mouth. Obviously, even if the naval headquarters are gone now, he still has a grudge about Monkey D. Dragon's defect to Marine and fiddle with the Revolutionary Army. This time is different from the one several times ago. Monkey D-Dragon ignored Garp's move and said to himself. What's the difference? Garp couldn't help asking when seeing Monkey D-Long's serious face. He is out of the mountain this time, and the battle of slaying the gods alone can no longer satisfy him. After all, it was similar to a war. He had already experienced it several times before. Even if the times are advancing and all forces in the world are united, the combined combat power cannot be much stronger than several times before. Not to mention that he wiped out naval headquarters, one of the three major forces, just after he came out this time. Monkey D-Long said in a deep voice. What else do you know? Garp is struggling with his son. Both reason and intuition were telling him that Monkey D-Dragon knew a lot of secrets. Several ages ago, he closed the sword and closed the mountain after experiencing the Battle of God Slaughter. Because Grand Line can't stand his toss, he is afraid that too much force will completely destroy the seedbed of Grand Line. But it's hard to say this time. Monkey D-Dragon's face became more and more serious. What are you trying to say? Garp shouted sharply, his uneasiness growing stronger. This anxiety is even stronger than when the naval headquarters was destroyed. He is not only cutting the leeks this time, but also uprooting the roots of the leeks. Monkey D-Dragon uttered a sentence that blasted Garp's mind to nothing. Chapter 217. Shocked. Garp thought that after experiencing the collapse of naval headquarters and the deaths of Sengoku, Aokiji, and others, there was nothing in Grand Line that could surprise him anymore. But now Monkey D-Dragon's words not only stunned him, but also caused his brain to freeze on the spot, leaving him blank. It only took a few minutes to come back. God came. Long, there is one thing to say, are you flickering old-fashioned dash? Was it right that after Luo Wudi destroyed Marine, the next target was your revolutionary army, so you came to make up this story to deceive the old man? Luo Wudi had already said it before. This sea is his seedbed, and the heroes of the world are his leeks. He couldn't bear to toss this seedbed out in one go. Back then, he closed the mountain for this reason. How could he do such a thing? It is a great pleasure to kill all the heroes in the world and destroy all the forces of the Grand Line in one go. But once and twice, I believe he can distinguish this matter. After Garp recovered, he immediately looked at Monkey D-Dragon with a suspicious expression on his face. He knows how bewitched his son is. For the safety of the revolutionary army, let alone fooling his old man, even if he was given a kick to his old man, this rebellious man would do it in minutes. If I tell you, before Luo Wudi came out, I already knew the ending of naval headquarters. Monkey D-Ryako writes Garp. Devil fruit. When Garp heard the words, he put away the suspicion on his face. No. It should be a born ability. It's like Wang's qualifications and top-level observation haki. Monkey D-Long shook his head. Then why don't you tell Laozi? Even if you don't think you used to be a member of Marine, you should still remember Sengoku's kindness to you. Back then, he trained you as a local marshal on the spot. After you defected, Sengoku helped you clean up the mess. Without the old Sengoku guy, what revolutionary army do you think you can still play so quietly after defecting? Even your Fang fruit was brought from 5 elders to help you. Everything is given to you by Sengoku, to the old at the bottom of Kabuto. You know so long ago that you didn't tell the old man. The old man can't remember when he educated you into such an incurable beast. Garp didn't know where his strength was, and suddenly stood up from the execution platform, and then screwed Monkey D-Dragon's collar with one hand. He is angry. This time I was really angry. Before Monkey D-Dragon betrayed Marine, he was just disappointed. Before Monkey D-Long made a revolutionary army, he was just angry. What kind of stuff is the Monkey D family, doesn't he who is Laozi still know? After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Choosing the way of Marine by myself does not mean that my son must choose. But now, he learned that Monkey D-Dragon knew about the end of naval headquarters early, but he was indifferent and ignored all of this. He was completely angry. It broke out on the spot, like a violent, hysterical lion. In the face of Garp who was furious, Monkey D-Dragon did not struggle, letting all the droplets of his father fall on his face. He knows the pain in Garp's heart better than anyone else. 4 flowers. Before saying this, he was mentally prepared to welcome Garp's anger. But he still said it. You say it. Is there something about Marine I'm sorry for you Monkey D-Dragon, or is there something about your old Sengoku guy who has lost you? To be honest, he called you a nephew, and you called him an uncle. Did you return him that way? Garp was even more angry when he saw Monkey D-Dragon not saying a word. But Monkey D-Dragon remained silent, letting Garp scream. Uncle Sengoku has no place to sorry Monkey D-Dragon. I never thought of watching Uncle Sengoku die in front of me without being indifferent. It wasn't until Garp was so breathless that he couldn't even say a complete sentence, and Monkey D-Dragon spoke slowly. Then why don't you tell the old man? Garp gasped, still a little puzzled. The things I know are actually very limited. The so-called predicting the future is actually more accurate for divination. I only know that naval headquarters will be destroyed, but I don't know the specifics. Including Luo Wudi's destruction of Marineford and the killing of Uncle Sengoku, I didn't know anything beforehand. The only thing we know is that Marineford will be destroyed. After Monkey D. Long saw Garp calm down a bit, he explained. Dad, your character and the character of Uncle Sengoku, I don't need to say much. If I told you before that Marineford would be destroyed and let you run, what would you do? As soon as he said this, Garp was speechless. Wide. Chapter 218. You will only suspect that I am conspiring, after all, I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, you have already known that Luo Wudi will come out of the mountain and will come to naval headquarters, but you still choose to confront Luo Wudi head-on. Even the god of the world, Luo Wudi, face to face, and you and Uncle Sengoku choose to fight for the justice of Marine rather than Jade. I, a leader of the Revolutionary Army, came to say this to you. It is estimated that before I finish speaking, you two guys have already joined hands and threw me into the 6th floor of the great undersea prison, and gave me a free and independent one for free. VIP exclusive suite. This time, Garp was not speechless, 3-7 came, but was completely silent. Because he knew what Monkey D. Dragon said was true. Even the god of the world is face to face, they all choose to be tough. If Monkey D. Dragon comes to tell them that Marineford will be destroyed, it is estimated that the first reaction of the two of them is to capture Monkey D. Dragon, an unfilial son and nephew, and put him in the VIP suite of Impel Down. Slowly listen to the beeps. Then what are you doing now to find the old man? Marine is gone, Sengoku is dead. Although Heian is panting, he still has only half his life left. Without the advanced medical equipment of naval headquarters, with the age and physical condition of old age, even if he is saved, his strength is less than 70% during the peak period. After a while, Garp took the initiative to break the depressed silence. Dad, you don't need to worry about this. After I learned the tragedy that Marineford was about to encounter, I kept secretly preparing. Before coming to see you this time, I especially contacted the fortune teller who had taken possession of the naval headquarters in advance, and learned the latest result of the fortune telling from her. All the forces of the Grand Line, including the world government, celestial dragons, the great dark emperors of New World, and even my revolutionary army, all died out. To be able to do this, there is only Luo Fang, the god of the world. That is what I told you just now, his harvest this time is different from several times before. This time he cuts not only leeks, but also non-vegetable roots. Monkey D. Long said. If Whitebeard were here, you would definitely lament that Roger's era of great pirates eventually gave birth to top heroes. If it is said that Shanks is the top king of the pirates in the era of pirates. That Monkey D. Dragon is the original Marine's top king, and now the revolutionary king. It is not unreasonable for Monkey D. Dragon to be able to pull down the revolutionary army in a poor situation and have been able to learn such secrets many years ago, and have not prepared for a rainy day. Even if Sengoku gave him Kabuto at the beginning, and deliberately did not pay attention to it, the world government also weakened its attention to Monkey D. Dragon, but the ability of Monkey D. Dragon itself is the key. That fortune teller's latest divination also thoroughly proved that my previous preparations were correct. Although I don't know if the preparations I have made over the years can change anything, but if I don't do it, all the forces of the Grand Line will be over. Monkey D. Dragon also had no bottom in his heart. Especially after learning that the result of Xanto was caused by the god of the world, he was even more worried. With him alone, no matter how well prepared he has been over the years, he will only hit the rocks with pebbles. The only way is to unite all the forces in the world and ask the gods of the world together. Only by hollowing out the foundations of all the forces in the Grand Line and smashing into a more powerful combat force than the God-killing alliance of the year will there be a ray of life. Among them, the one he values most is naturally his father Monkey D. Garp. Don't look at Garp even though he is old, and now he is lonely, but with the 4 words Marine Hero, he can easily pull up a huge force on the Grand Line. Moreover, in conjunction with the world government, the world's nobles also need Monkey D. Grp as an intermediary. In Monkey D. Long's view, his father is one of the sole figures against Luo Fang. As long as you go with that fellow Luo Wudi, that old man will accompany you crazy. Garp thought of Sengoku, thought of hundreds of thousands of marine elites, and gritted his teeth and agreed to join forces with his son Monkey D. Dragon. What I'm waiting for is what you said, Dad. Monkey D. Long breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he nodded. He is most afraid that Garp is afraid of being beaten by Luo Wudi and completely abandons himself. At the same time, he was also afraid that Garp would always be worried about betraying Marine and founding the Revolutionary Army in 5.4. He was unwilling to cooperate with him. But looking at it now, things are not going to the worst. After all, Luo Fang hit Garp too much, and Marine is gone. The sky is big and there is nowhere to go. When Garp faces the olive branch thrown by his like-minded son, he will naturally not refuse. What are you going to do? Garp asked. Although he knew that his son was not that kind of reckless person, his opponent this time was Luo Wudi. Facing this human god in person, if you say you don't fear, it's definitely a lie. Chapter 219. It's just that Garp felt that he had lost everything, and there was nothing to lose. That's why he has the courage and determination to fight Luo Fang desperately. But having this determination does not mean that he is desperate. If Monkey D. Long couldn't make him feel a little confident, then he would definitely not go crazy with this son. It's not that he was persuaded, but that he didn't want the white-headed person to send the black-headed person. At most, after he recovered from the injury and improved Luffy's strength, he went to Luo Feng on his own to find Luo Feng desperately. The first priority is naturally to heal your injury, Dad, so that you can return to your peak combat power. Later, Sabo and Luffy will be trained. Especially Luffy, don't talk about my lesson from being a son and you being lousy. You let Lu 15 Fei eat that garbage devil fruit, so how can you give him up? They are all this age, even playing CP9 is enough, not Conqueror's haki. The Sabo I trained before, although not a capable person, is no less powerful than your Marines Tomomi and Chaju. Just find him with a powerful Logia ability, and he will be another Admiral class. When Monkey D. Dragon said this, the look in Garp's eyes was a bit resentful. It is an idea that every father has. Monkey D. Dragon, as the lousy of Monkey D. naturally has this idea. It's a pity that so far, his own son seems to have been abandoned by his lousy. Fortunately, you still have this face to say that you are old. From the time Luffy was born to the present, how many father's responsibilities have you done? As long as you put a little thought on Luffy, he won't be a pirate, and he won't be as ineffective as he is now. Monkey D. Dragon does not say that Luffy is okay, and Garp is out of anger when he mentions Luffy. If it wasn't for the physical hug and couldn't support him to turn the thoughts in his mind into actual actions, he would now firmly push Monkey D. Dragon's head into the sea. Let's go. Monkey D. Dragon saw Garp gritted his teeth and was about to do it himself, so he skipped this topic decisively. But he made up his mind. In the past, the god of the world did not come out of the mountains. Marine has Garp, the pirate has red-haired Shanks, and the revolutionary army has him, lousy, Luffy, the son who wants to wave and experience life whatever he wants. But now that the god of the world is out of the mountain, no one in this sea is innocent. After he healed Garp's injury and restored his physical condition to its peak, he immediately began Hell-style training for Luffy. I don't want Luffy to fight the 4 emperors for 3 days and destroy Admiral. At least he has to raise his son's strength to no less than Sabo's level before Luo Woody starts the second harvest. If you don't reach the candidate level of Admiral, you are not qualified to stand in front of the god of the world. This is clear even if Monkey D. Long has not played against Luo Feng. Hundreds of thousands of Marine elites, and nearly 100 Vice Admiral, became a chess piece in Luo Woody's palm. This cruel fact allowed Monkey D. Dragon to directly set a standard for the alliance of God Slaughter that he pulled up. If you are below Admiral's alternate, please go out and turn right, he will not accept it here. Master, here I am settled. I'll see you on the other side, Rayleigh. Monkey D. Dragon attracted a hurricane to wind up Garp, and then flew towards New World. The top of the Red Line, the sacred site of the World Government Headquarters, Marijoya's location. Except for celestial dragons and the government personnel of the Holy Land, even Marine, who is below Vice Admiral, is not eligible to enter here. In addition to the strong arrival of Luo Feng, the invincible in the world, who cut Marijoy's in half with a single knife, after all these years, it was also the Fisher. Tiger, a person who has nothing to do with the world government and celestial dragons, once climbed the Red Line with his own hands. Have entered the Holy Land. After many years, the top of Red Line has once again ushered in a new guest. It is not a member of the world government, nor is it Marine, or even the enemy of the 320 government of the world. Pluton Rayleigh. One Piece's right arm. The legendary pirate who was once regarded as a confidant by the world government actually climbed to the top of the Red Line alone. However, he did not go to the holy place Marijoy's. Instead, after climbing the top of the Red Line, he made a turn and walked in the opposite direction to the holy place Marijoy's. After walking for a long time, a thatched cottage came into his sight. If Whitebeard, and Margieo's grandsons see this thatched house, they will be surprised to find that this thatched house is very similar to the one that Luo Feng built when he lived in the Sphinx. Those who cross the line die. Rox really deserves to be the son closest to Luo Woody. Pluton Rayleigh glanced at the 4 characters inlaid on the rock wall and a huge crack on the ground where the Buddha would cut the Red Line in half. These fonts, he could tell at a glance, they were cut out with a knife many years ago. Chapter 220. Of course, what makes Pluton Rayleigh lament is not the time when these words exist. It was the 4 words that the person who crossed the boundary died, and he actually noticed the Ruau armament haki. What a terrible thing this is. You know, once armament haki leaves the body, it will dissipate in an instant. Even the 4 emperors of today, even him in the peak period. Although the Grand Line is large, it can leave haki out of the body, and it is only Luo Woody who hasn't dissipated for decades, even in several eras. After all, that man is a man who can cut wounds in the sky, causing the sky of Grand Line to bleed. And the wound left behind is still like a day for decades, almost never disappearing. Pluton Rayleigh knows very well that the cause of this wound is Luo Woody's incredible armament haki. The rocks with the words death is naturally not on par with Luo Feng. The armament haki on the font is already very weak. Even if he didn't pay attention to it, he wouldn't be able to find it. But these words are left over many years ago. He roughly estimated that it was at least 20 years old. 20 years ago, I was able to use a knife to leave the font under the rock wall. Armament haki was wrapped around the font for decades before it almost completely dissipated. What a terrifying haki! At least in Pluton Rayleigh's opinion, even Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Garp, and Roger at their peak can't do it. But Rox did it. This man who has been hailed as the closest to Luo Wude by the world several times ago has done it. Although compared with his father Luo Wude, it is still much smaller, but to be able to do so, in the eyes of Pluton Rayleigh, he is definitely worthy of the name that is closest to Luo Wude. Rox, who almost ruled the world in the past, are indeed the first person under Luo Wude. Haki's cultivation is like this, plus he had an ageless operation early on. After several eras, his strength really didn't know how terrifying it had been. Maybe the current Rox, even if Roger is reborn, it is impossible to defeat him with Garp. After Pluton Rayleigh withdrew his gaze, he couldn't help being deeply shocked by the strength of Rox. Back then, Garp and Roger both suffered serious injuries before they defeated Rox. But this is a defeat, not a kill. Rox is going to leave, even if Garp and Roger are chasing to the end, they can still retreat calmly. What's more frightening is that Rox, like Luo Wude, are immortal people. This means that Rox is different from Garp, Roger, and Rayleigh. Ordinary people, even if they are as strong as Roger, Whitebeard, and Garp, are hard to escape from old age, sickness, and death. The peak period is limited. And Rox is not only infinite at its peak, but also with his aptitude, several eras of cultivation, Pluton Rayleigh really can't imagine how terrible this man who almost ruled the world will become. Anyway, he must be better than the one who singled out the heroes of One Piece and Marine at his peak. I hope I can succeed this time. Pluton Rayleigh took a deep breath, suppressing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He knew very well that he was no less than sending a sheep to a tiger's mouth this time. It's okay to succeed. If he can't tell Rox, then he can only go to see Roger today. But thinking of Luo Wude's purpose, he finally took the step of crossing the crack resolutely. Boom! The moment his right foot jumped over the crack, a wave of Buddha's might, making the sky and the earth suddenly pale, the surrounding wind was blowing, and the thunderous Conqueror's haki had appeared out of thin air, carrying an irresistible deterrent. On him. This Conqueror's is not haki, but shockwave. Although Pluton Rayleigh had been mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. In the face of Conqueror's haki that suddenly came, he also used his Conqueror's haki. It was just that the two Conquerors collided, and they were not evenly matched as he expected. On the contrary, after his Conquerors encountered Rock's Conquerors, he was crushed to the point of collapse in an instant. If it weren't for him to persist, I'm afraid that the Conquerors who met him would have been ruthlessly defeated in the collision. Although it can't be compared with Luo Wude, but he still has his father's style or two. Okay, Conqueror's haki, Pluton Rayleigh, facing oncoming, wave after wave is no different from the shock wave, except for a lone boat in a torrential rain and wind, there is no other than hard support and constant suffering. Method. His swordsmanship, his Conqueror's haki, and his physique looked so weak in front of Rock's Conqueror's haki. Even the Rock's people have not seen it, this Conqueror's haki has already pressed the extremely powerful Pluton Rayleigh to the opposite side of the crack. He wants to take this step, even if he knows that it is death to step out, but he can't cross this step. Conqueror's haki from Rox is too strong. Make him insurmountable for half a step. Chapter 221. Do you want to stop here? The light in Pluton Rayleigh's eyes was fading. It was this Conqueror's haki alone that he had already noticed it. Rox didn't welcome him very much. In other words, today's Rox are no longer the same Rox that used to fight Roger and Garp. Subsequent repairs in several eras have made this man who was the closest to Luo Wude on Grand Line in the past, and can even be said to be Luo Wude's second man. Garp and Roger, who could be his opponents in the past, are hard to come by, and those who are not qualified to be his opponents are not taken seriously. No matter what Rox thinks, this Conqueror's haki represents a kind of test, a kind of qualification. If he can't carry this Conqueror's haki to Rox, it means he doesn't even have the qualifications to speak in front of Rox. No. If what the dragon guy said is true, he must speak Rox. Just when Pluton Rayleigh had the idea of giving up, 323 suddenly remembered what Monkey D. Dragon had said to him. Now Marineford is really wiped out. With that said, the next divination that will become a reality is a world without thieves. Grand Line will never have a pirate or a man who stepped into the sea to pursue his dream. In other words, the era of the great pirate that Roger opened up will be fundamentally destroyed by that man and his supreme mighty power. No hero dared to go to sea anymore, staying peacefully on their respective islands one by one. Human dreams are completely over. Where is the One Piece? Grand Line will completely become a pool of stagnant water, always shrouded in the shadow of that man. This is something he cannot accept. For this reason, he even took the huge risk of confronting Luo Wude, gave up the good life of seclusion, and went out again. BFFE, Roger. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. Although his body is aging, his spirit is not as good as before. But his will was stunned by Rock's Conqueror's haki, and it was completely washed out, and once again turned back to the right arm of the One Piece who used to cross the Grand Line. Pluton. Before he was a retired coding craftsman Rayleigh. And now he is Rayleigh in the true sense. With a sword in his hand, the deputy captain of the Roger pirate group who is retreating from ghosts and gods. Boom. Just when Rayleigh's Conqueror's haki was about to be completely defeated, as his will changed and his courage increased, Conqueror's haki's power also increased. Not to mention that it can be evenly matched with Rock's Conqueror's haki, but at least it can be resisted with difficulty without being crushed. Conqueror's haki is the most mysterious type of haki among Conqueror's haki. It has nothing to do with self-cultivation. Only the strength and boldness of the king can affect Conqueror's haki. Confidence is powerful. The unparalleled self-confidence in the world, not to mention that you can cast the unparalleled conquerors, but once a man with such self-confidence grows up, Conqueror's haki is certainly not bad. Pluton Rayleigh is like that. Under the pressure of rocks, his spirit did not collapse, but instead faced difficulties and recovered his former spirit. I may not be your opponent, but I still have the qualifications to come to you and say something to you. Pluton Rayleigh's eyes flashed coldly. A sword power of spleen the world and Conqueror's domineering and chi gathered together, and burst out. Under the protection of the sword and Conqueror's haki, his raised right foot slammed out. Taste. He did it. Under the awe of Rock's Conqueror's haki, he abruptly stepped across the crack in front of him and reached the other side of the crack. When he stepped on the other side of the crack with his feet, the Conqueror's haki that made him breathe dissipated. Hi, this guy is really a monster. The strength is much more terrifying than it was in the past. I can be sure now. Even if Roger resurrected and Garp returned to his peak, the two teamed up to fight rocks again, and there was only one in the end. It ended in a disastrous defeat. As soon as the Rock's Conqueror's haki collected, Pluton Rayleigh let out a breath. Obviously it was just a collision with Conquerors, the king of the old age, but he was like your usse fighting against people for 10 days and 10. His whole body was as if he had been fished out of the sea, sweating profusely, and completely wetted his underwear. An unspeakable fatigue and dizziness swept through the body. Conqueror's haki is essentially the oppression and shock of the spirit. Rock's Conqueror's haki can have such a powerful material damage, it is almost like triggering a shock wave. It is conceivable how terrifying the mental damage of Conqueror's haki, the second Lua Woody, is. Even Pluton Rayleigh, a retired big pirate, just hardened a wave of Conqueror's haki from rocks. He was also tired physically and mentally, and it was no different from a battle with people. Even if Pluton Rayleigh hasn't seen the long-lost rocks, nor has he played against them, but a glimpse of Madara can get the whole picture. With just this Conqueror's haki, he can already imagine how much stronger rocks is than in the past. Chapter 222. This man is really getting closer and closer to his father Luo Fang. At least, it's much closer than it was in the past. Pluton Rayleigh gasped for a while, and after calming his breath, he immediately stepped towards the thatched cottage in front of him. It didn't take long before he arrived at the door. Looking at the thatched house in front of him, he didn't take a half step forward. He has sensed it. Even if the other party is already breathing, he still clearly perceives an unspeakable aura hidden in this ordinary and even a little dilapidated thatched house in front of him. Except for Luo Woody, he had never felt this kind of breath in anyone else. Pluton Rayleigh is very clear that the thatched house in front of it is equivalent to a cage. Although this cage can be opened by people who can be detained, it can't detain the people inside, but it is also the invisible vice-admiral, a monstrous overlord. Here it is. Once this thatched hut is gone, or the man in this thatched hut takes the initiative to walk out of the cage he set up for himself, then Grand Line will be changed because of its re-emergence. Rocks, here I am. After Pluton Rayleigh said a word, he didn't say a word anymore, but stood quietly at the door of the thatched cottage. People who can make Pluton like him wait obediently, and dare not go beyond half a step, the Grand Line is not 2 or 3 as big. The rocks in front of him are obviously one of them. Hehe, I didn't expect that if you don't have a few times, you and I will meet one day. I'm just a little curious. Where is your courage, dare to come to me? Gordy Roger? That guy seems to have been dead for decades. Moreover, even if he is not dead, he can't protect you. Suddenly, the voice of the world's heroes who didn't see everything in the world suddenly came from the thatched house. Then, under the gaze of Pluton Rayleigh's shrinking pupils, a 20-shot, looking very young, and very familiar face gradually came into his eyes. Even after a few eras, he will never forget the face of this man. King of the Sea. The king who almost ruled the world. Luo Woody couldn't come out, so he singled out the invincible man. The absolute king who had been recognized by the world several times ago, and was the closest to the god of the world, appeared again. Sure enough, the same as Roger said. Rocks, this guy had an ageless operation a long time ago. Time has no meaning to him. Even Grand Line's hegemony, all past ambitions, are probably just his thoughts on a whim, and he is regarded as a child's play. It's good to win, but it's okay to lose. From the beginning to the end, the pirate's struggle for hegemony is just a game in his eyes. Although he was mentally prepared, when Pluton Rayleigh saw Rox's youthful face, his pupils still couldn't help shrinking to the size of a pinhole. Looking at Rox, he thought of what Roger said to him for the first time. The war in the Valley of the Gods, the man in front of him didn't care at all. Success or failure has long been regarded by him as nothing. Perhaps this is the case. In the battle with Roger and Garp, it was only defeated, but Rox Pirate still has the power of a battle, and it can completely die with Roger Pirates and Marine. If you hit the end, it's really hard to tell the outcome. Rox Pirate is a monster of all members. Any cotter who comes over can contain Garp or Roger. And Rox, without Garp and Roger joining forces, no one can stop it. 4 flowers. But in the end, the man chose to leave just because he singled out Roger and Garp lost. The walk is clean and tidy, without any nostalgia. Disbanded Rox Pirate directly, and immediately gave up all hegemony, incomparable Zaiju. The only explanation is what Roger said is general. Huang to hegemony, of course, is what this man wants, but it is not what he wants most. Roger is indeed a great man, 3 pointers brighter than Garp. Except for his father and second brother, he is the only person in this sea who understands me. After Rox walked out of the thatched cottage, looking at the old Pluton Rayleigh in front of him, he couldn't help thinking of the lawless Gordy Roger. Actually, I have a question I have always wanted to ask you. Now that I have come, I don't know if there is a chance to leave alive. I don't know if you can help me out. Pluton Rayleigh looked at the rocks getting closer and closer to him. Even if the other party didn't do anything, an invisible pressure had already crushed his body and mind. If he is not Pluton Rayleigh, he will be replaced by other heroes of the new era. For example, Marine San Admiral and other heroes who died in Luo Feng's hands are estimated to have been unable to withstand the invisible pressure brought by rocks, so they can directly do it. Talk about it. Although I may not answer you. There was a joking in Rock's indifferent eyes. Pluton Rayleigh's mind changed, he naturally saw it. In the practice of several times, he has always targeted his father and chased after his father's back. He knows exactly where his strength has reached. In front of him, a Pluton Rayleigh is far from enough. Chapter 223. Don't you already know it? Don't think I don't know, you are different from Edward Newgate. Like Luo Woody, you awakened from birth, not to mention Conqueror's haki, even observation haki is the top. What am I thinking, can you still not know? Pluton Rayleigh stared at Rox. In his opinion, the man in front of him is a monster at all. If there is not a god on earth that makes the world's heroes desperate, Luo Feng, then the rocks in front of them are definitely the supreme and deservedly supreme. Even if his father Luo Woody suppressed his head, Rox is still regarded as the man closest to the god of the world. I can listen to your heart. 3 Nikki, but do I need this, or am I so boring? If it was the me who was before, maybe I would still listen to your voice. But now I'm sorry, I can only say this to you, you can't afford to let me perceive your thoughts nowadays. The me now is no longer the me of the past. After getting closer to your father than you did in the past, Pluton Rayleigh is nothing short of you. Obviously this is an extremely ostentatious and contemptuous statement, but when it comes to Rox's mouth, it is like stating a sparse and ordinary thing. This guy is more terrifying than before. Pluton Rayleigh's heart sank. Rox's arrogance and disdain, not only did not make him relaxed, but he felt a lot of pressure. Looking at the rocks in front of him, he let the Buddha see the figure of a man. Invincible in the world, Luo Feng. Their performance falls on anyone, they are arrogant and dismissive. But on the father and son, everything is so natural. Just like him Pluton Rayleigh, it is an extremely powerful existence compared to anyone. But in Luo Feng's eyes, or in Rox's eyes, it's really just nothing. I like the look in your eyes. Let me guess, rest assured I didn't use observation haki, after all, I'm not so bored. You should be thinking now, am I very much like a father? After Rox noticed the change in Pluton Rayleigh's expression, there was a slight smile on his face. Pluton Rayleigh thinks he is like Luo Feng, and this alone makes him extremely happy. After all, Luo Feng has always been his goal to imitate, learn, and catch up. This has been true since childhood. Even now. He has lived in seclusion on the top of Red Line for several times. He is not really living in seclusion, but chasing Luo Feng. Back then, he was defeated by Garp and Roger. He was not angry or complained, but instead made him understand the gap between himself and his father more clearly. If it's the father in person, Roger and Garp will be gone with one slap. But he was defeated by others. This is not the result he wanted. That's it. I think I have roughly got the answer I want. Pluton Rayleigh stared at Rox, his eyes flashed suddenly. Oh. Rox was a little curious. When I saw you, I wanted to ask you. Why did you go so drunk back then? Yes, you lost to Roger and Garp, but at that time, you still had the power of Rox Pirate. Although Whitebeard was hit by Sengoku's calculations and was locked by sea stone handcuffs, even if shock fruit could not be used, he hit Sengoku with 1 enemy and 2, and solved an admiral. Other cotters, such as Golden Lion, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin, all have strong combat capabilities. Even if you and Rock's pirate face the Roger pirates and Marine at the same time, they are absolutely capable of fighting. At the end of the fight, winning or losing is really hard to say. But you chose to leave, took Whitebeard and left directly, and also disbanded Rock's pirate. This problem has troubled me for a long time. It was only just now that I solved this confusion. Pluton Rayleigh stared deeply at Rox. It's because of your father Luo Feng. To be precise, ruling the Grand Line is not what you want is to become the second invincible. Luo invincible in the true sense. Whether it's a heads-up or a group fight. But the appearance of Roger and Garp, their joint work makes you discover that although you are the closest man to Luo Woody, you are not truly invincible after all. The human tactics in the ordinary sense are indeed as meaningless to you as to Luo Woody. But as long as Roger, Garp is the king, he can still use quantity to make up the gap with you. Not much, 2 are enough. Are you Rox Luo Woody after all? This should be the reason why you just put everything down at the time and got away from the incomparable wine. As he spoke, he noticed every slight change in Rock's expressions. One Piece's right arm, you can still deserve it. Rock's eyes suddenly became a little blurred and 5.4 in a daze. Obviously, he was thinking back to the Valley of Gods War several times ago. You are right. Since the day when my father closed the sword and closed the mountain, my second brother and I founded Rock's Pirate, I feel that besides my father, I am the second invincible. Although I know that my invincibility is far from my father's invincibility, it is no different to the rest of the Grand Line. Facing my father, they are dead. Facing me Rox, they are also dead. When the strength reaches a certain level, there is little difference between the strongest and the stronger. Rox shook his head slightly. Chapter 224. Until Gordy Roger and Garp appear. I had this idea the first time I met them both alone. Began to realize that I am not invincible. Not only is it not invincible like my father, but it only takes a few people like Garp and Roger to join forces to compete, and even defeat me at the time. It's just that I still didn't want to admit this. It may be the reason why Marine and pirates cannot join forces in my eyes. Unexpectedly, not only did the pirates have a weird thing like Roger, but Marine also had the same weird Garp. In the Valley of Gods battle, these two guys actually joined forces. Rox sighed softly. Although it was speaking of his only defeat, his tone was not unwilling, but rather calm. In fact, no one will think this is a stain after listening to it. A rock actually needs One Piece and Marine heroes to work together to check and balance. How terrible this is. A Rock's pirate actually needs Roger pirates and Marine all the highest combat forces to work together to check and balance. How powerful is this? I lost. But I am completely awake. As you said, I am neither invincible nor a father. Since I was a child, my only pursuit and biggest dream is to follow in my father's footsteps. Become a person like a father. Even Roger and Garp can beat me together, so I can't be said to be invincible, and it is not what I want. It doesn't make much sense to me to continue to be in the sea at Kanto. So I am leaving. I chose to live in seclusion on the top of the Red Line just like my father. But I am not the same as my father. It is also a seclusion, and my father is too invincible, and it is impossible to find an opponent. And I want to go further. Rox said this, looking at Pluton Rayleigh. The answer you want to know, I have it for you. Although I don't care about losing to Garp and Roger back then, I know that my father looked at you from the Roger Pirates group very unpleasantly. If you can't give me a reason to impress me, just rush to you to disturb my seclusion behavior today, then you are ready to see Gordy Roger today. When he said this, although he looked calm, he didn't even let out the slightest murderous intent. But the sky that occupies the top of the Red Line gradually changed color. It was originally blue sky and white clouds, clear sky. But now, because of a word from Rox, dark clouds cover the sky and become extremely depressed. It's like a posture that the rain is about to come and the wind is full of buildings. Obviously, his meaning is very clear. Give me a reason not to send you to Roger. If you can't give it, you are going to see Roger today. Speaking as if it has nothing to do with me. Luo Woody is very unpleasant to our Roger pirates, and it is not because of you. Hearing this, Pluton Rayleigh felt speechless. Rox had nothing to do with him, and let him talk like Buddha had nothing to do with him, but it made him very depressed. However, he also knows that it was indeed his own captain that he did very badly. No way, this is the only way to defeat Rox. If not with Garp, or with Marine, the Roger pirates will face Rox pirate alone. Think about it, what a terrifying lineup that is. Captain Rox. Deputy Captain Whitebeard. Officers Golden Lion, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin. Such a lineup, even if it is as strong as the Roger pirates, can only retreat. It's not just the Roger pirates, even the naval headquarters. A Golden Lion can destroy more than half of Marineford, and Sengoku and Garp must be dispatched to stop it. Not to mention that there are several strong players on the same level as Golden Lion in Rock's pirate. Such a monster pirate group, how can it be a single pirate group, or Marine can deal with it? Do you know the re-emergence of your father Luo Woody? Pluton Rayleigh took a deep breath, suppressed distracting thoughts, and spoke after a long time. He knows that his first sentence is very important. It is not only a matter of whether you can move rocks, but also your own life. 330. If the first sentence makes rocks dissatisfied, this invincible king who is much more terrifying than before will inevitably send him Pluton Rayleigh to meet Roger. Of course I do. There was not the slightest wave on Rock's face. Observation Haki. Upon hearing this, Pluton Rayleigh subconsciously thought that Rocks used observation Haki to perceive the Holy Land Marie Joyce, which is also on the top of the red line, and learned the news of Luo Feng's emergence. Do I still need to use observation Haki to perceive? Rocks first glanced at Pluton Rayleigh like an idiot, and then his gaze shifted to the direction of the holy place Marie Joyce. Heaven's wound. Pluton Rayleigh turned his head and followed Rox's gaze, only to notice that the sky of Marie Joyce far away was entrenched with a huge wound that was bleeding. This wound is exactly the same as the one that Luo Feng drew a knife at Marineford not long ago. Obviously, the wound above Marie Joyce was left by Luo Feng when he destroyed the holy land of celestial dragons. Chapter 225. There was no such heavenly wound above the holy place Marie Joyce before, because Luo Feng closed the sword and closed the mountain. But after Marineford, Luo Feng unblocked the saber and sent Sengoku to meet the successive marshals and admiral of naval headquarters. The wounds of the sky that were cut out by him several times ago appeared again. The wound of heaven, which has disappeared for several times, reappears. There is only one reason. Father is out. And also unblocked Lord Sword Emperor. Rox said every word. His tone is full of yearning and longing. Like Whitebeard, for Luo Feng's nameless saber, he also called it the Sword Emperor. Indeed, only the word Sword Emperor can be powerful. Luo Feng's saber is among the weapons of the world. Supreme. The absolute emperor among the swords. That knife is a magic weapon that can bleed even the sky of Grand Line. Not many people know that Rox, which has always targeted Luo Feng, did similar things back then. He also wants to imitate Luo Feng and create his own saber. In the end it succeeded, and it failed. The success is because he created a new supreme sharp knife. The failure was because the saber he created was just a supreme sharp knife. Comparing with Luo Feng's saber is like the gap between him and Luo Feng. Insurmountable. Then do you know that he has ruined Marineford? Marine only Garp is still alive. Pluton Rayleigh said. Cutting the leaks and leaving the roots is in line with my father's style. Back then, he left Kong. Naval headquarters has emerged many powerful heroes. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru. This time he stayed with Garp. He should hope him and replace Kong, for him to cultivate a group of more powerful heroes after a few eras. Rox was not surprised at all. Like Whitebeard, he is the son of Luo Feng raised by one hand. My father Mo Ruozi. As for Luo Feng's understanding, no one can do anything except Whitebeard. In the latter case, you can save it. Marine is only the first. No matter what reason the father came out of the mountain, since he came out of the mountain, it means that the second round of harvest is about to begin. The era of the great pirates is destined to be ruined. No one can stop my father from advancing, even if the heroes in the world add up, not even a god. Your only choice is to settle the matter behind you and choose new descendants. Of course, if this is what you want to say, then you can save it. There is no need to choose the descendants anymore, I will help you take care of your fuss later. Rox said lightly. For him, killing Pluton Rayleigh to release the Buddha is as easy as killing a chicken. Although this is a cruel fact, Pluton Rayleigh has to accept it and admit it. Not to mention that I am no longer at the peak period. Even if I am at the peak period, facing the rocks in front of me, there is only one result. Get killed in just a few gestures. There is no second result. He was mentally prepared before he came. This is also true, so he did not bring anyone, neither summoned the old part of the Roger pirates, nor brought the red-haired Shanks, but chose to come to the reclusive place of rocks alone. Then do you know that this harvest is different from before? What your father wants this time is not just for the heroes of the world to unite together to please him. This time he not only has to cut the leeks, but also the roots of the non-vegetables. Pluton Rayleigh felt the killing intent gradually overflowing from Rox, and he knew that if his next sentence couldn't move the opponent, then death was waiting for him. Hi. Rox frowned slightly. From the moment Pluton Rayleigh came to his hiding place, he was not surprised by every word the other party said. Only this sentence. And don't think I'm lying to you. Before your father came out of the mountain, someone knew the ending of Marineford in advance. After that, Herzanto had a new future again. This time, it was not just a certain force of the Grand Line that was destroyed, but the heroes of the world. Marine, pirates, world government, dark world, and everything. Unlike the past, your father is no longer slaughtering a god-killing alliance this time, and he has no plans to worry about the seedbed of the Grand Line anymore. Pluton Rayleigh saw the slight change in Rock's expression for the first time, and immediately revealed the secret that Monkey D. Dragon had told him. Surely, the fortune-teller Murloc? It's a bit interesting to account for, good, ability. And that monkey. D-Dragon is the top king of the new era? Interesting, he is still Garp's son. It may be that Pluton Rayleigh's words successfully attracted Rock's attention. He finally used observation haki and directly read Pluton Rayleigh's thoughts. Not only learned that the result of Xanto came from Xiarli the Murloc, but also learned about Monkey D-Dragon. There is no end of eggs under the covering nest. Of course, you are Luo Feng's son, and he won't kill you if he messes around. Can you just let this happen? After he destroys the Grand Line, who else will prove to you that you are the second Luo Woody? Pluton Rayleigh gritted his teeth. Chapter 226. He admits that he has an element of gambling. I also thought of the result of losing my bet. But he had to bet this one. As Rox said, the Grand Line is big, but no one can stop Luo Woody from moving forward, even if it is a god. Since no one can stop, you can only find someone who can persuade Luo invincible. Except for Whitebeard, only Rox can do it. As for Draculmapek, the time to get started is too short, and the amount of speech is not enough. If you want to persuade Luo Woody, you can only find Rox. From the moment Pluton Rayleigh decided to come to Rox, he was betting. Finding Rox is a bet. Saying this to Rox now is also a gamble. It's just that Rayleigh anticipated the result of the bet loss, but didn't anticipate what he would experience before the result came out. Boom. Almost 330 at the moment when Pluton Rayleigh's voice fell, Conqueror's haki was several times stronger than the one he had faced before stepping through the crack, just like the mighty sky, and like the prison-like Kamui. The ground crushed on him. In front of this Conqueror's haki that shakes the world, not only the sky has changed, but even the red line that has stood tall on the Grand Line for countless years is shaking. The top of the previously empty red line began to wind up. A series of huge black lightning that looked like large sea kings kept coming in and out. These black lightnings are usually produced under the collision of Conqueror's haki. But now, the release of Conqueror's haki by Rox directly caused this vision. What is even more frightening is that after these continuously advancing black lightning appeared, they could be controlled as if they were all slashed towards Pluton Rayleigh. Different from lightning in nature, these black lightning are the products released by Conqueror's haki of Rox, possessing extremely terrifying spirit and destructive power. In the face of these black lightnings, Pluton Rayleigh subconsciously swung his sword to block, but was horrified to find that his armament haki, observation haki, sword skills, and physical skills were useless and useless. Rock's black lightning can ignore everything, whether it is space, haki, or flesh, it directly strikes Pluton Rayleigh's spirit. Humph! Suddenly suffered dozens of black lightning bombs, and even hundreds of black lightning bombs. A product of Conqueror's haki. He can actually control it directly. No. His Conqueror's haki can not only interfere with reality, but can even turn the invisible and colorless Conqueror's haki into tangible matter. Those black lightnings are equivalent to the product of his Conqueror's haki after the realization. Pluton Rayleigh reacted sharply. After Conqueror's haki reaches a higher level, it can affect the substance, BFFE, and cause physical damage. If it can be released alone, it is generally invisible and colorless. Only when Conqueror's collision occurs, will various anomalies appear. Some people who have cultivated Conqueror's haki to the top level even at a higher level can directly see various visions, and can even shake the island and change the celestial phenomenon. Such as Roger, such as Garp, such as Shanks, Douglas Bullet, and others. But even if it is to cultivate Conqueror's haki to the level of Roger, Shanks, and others, it is impossible to be like the current Rox. Within the envelope of Conqueror's haki, random manipulation is full of powerful mental deterrence capabilities, and it can even be said that it is the black lightning of Conqueror's haki to strike with incomparable precision. After experiencing a wave of Rock's Conqueror's haki attack, Pluton Rayleigh found that he had suffered not only mental damage, but also his body. After being struck by black lightning, his mind and body were simultaneously injured. What's more frightening is that this kind of attack can't be defended whether it is physical, swordsmanship or armament haki. Since it is a product of Conqueror's haki, you can only use Conqueror's haki to fight against. Pluton Rayleigh cursed in his heart what kind of monster Rox was, and after several years of practice, he raised Conqueror's haki to such a terrifying level. Before, if he was still guessing, it is now completely affirmative. With this almost incomprehensible Conqueror's haki, he is sure that even if Roger resurrects and Garp joins forces to fight Rox again, there will only be one end, and he will hate it on the spot. Although there is still a huge gap between the current Rox and Luo Feng, the strength has surpassed all the kings and heroes who have existed in the Great Hangda. Whether it is One Piece, Marine Heroes, or the current 4 Emperors, the gap with Rox is too big, too big. Although Rox was stronger than Garp and Roger in the past, it would not be so strong that it was completely crushed. But now, it's really hard to say. In his opinion, if Luo Feng is the god of the world, then Rox is the mortal closest to the god. Chapter 227. Can't carry it anymore. In a few more waves, my spirit is good, even this old bone will not be able to bear it. After realizing that Rox's method was actually Conqueror's haki, Pluton Rayleigh did not hesitate to use Conqueror's haki decisively. It's just that although his Conqueror's haki is strong, he has retired for too long after all. Although the lion is old and still has a strong power, but a lion without ambition and strength, its fangs are definitely not as sharp as before. Pluton Rayleigh at this time is so. His strength has weakened to the point where he can only fight Admiral. Over time, even physical fitness will be a little bit unable to keep up. The strength of Conqueror's haki depends on will and strength. Pluton Rayleigh has been aged for 20 years, no matter his strength or will, he is not as good as it was before. In the face of the real rocks, even if he used Conqueror's haki to resist, he was defeated in an instant. Taste. His Conqueror's haki has just rushed out of his body. The black lightning that rocks Conqueror's haki has turned is like the sea kings who smelled blood and threw their claws, all bombarding his Conqueror's haki. In an instant, his Conqueror's haki didn't even remember to collide with Conqueror's haki of rocks, and he was torn apart by black lightning. What? Pluton Rayleigh looked at his Conqueror's haki like a broken mirror, torn into countless pieces, his pupils suddenly tightened. He thought that he was not a rival, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hold on to even a breath in the face of rocks. Conqueror's haki collapsed before colliding. Rayleigh, you are really bold. I am very curious, who gave you the courage to make you dare to say such things in front of me? The world lives and lives, what to do with me? Whether I can become the second invincible, why do they need to recognize it? Can I understand your remarks as you are instigating my relationship with my father? Under the protection of the boundless Conqueror's haki, the hurricane, and the roaring black lightning, Rox walked towards Pluton Rayleigh step by step. At this time, he was like the absolute overlord who conquered the sea, conquered the sky, and conquered all the kings and heroes of the great Hangda. With every step, the sky cracks. Every time he took a step, the red line at his feet couldn't bear his heavy foot force and began to shake. With such a terrifying vision, Pluton Rayleigh was frightened after only one glance. This is simply the second Luo Wuti. No, there is still a long distance from Luo Wuti. But the king and hero who have surpassed everything. Like his father Luo Wuti, he has crossed the reach of the king. What a horror! It is indeed the man who is regarded as the closest Luo Wuti by the world. He really did it. After Conqueror's haki was torn apart by black lightning, Pluton Rayleigh was instantly bombarded by hundreds of black lightning. Each black lightning is equivalent to a Conqueror's haki shock by rocks. Hundreds of attacks in a flash, the physical damage is okay. After all, Conqueror's haki is the main spiritual will, not the physical or material. The key is the damage of mental will. Just after confronting rocks for a few seconds and withstanding the Conqueror's haki attack for a few seconds, he already felt a headache, and a strong faint and weakness swept his whole body, making him even need to open his eyelids to consume a lot of energy. 4 flowers. Such a thing was simply something he had never thought of before. Even if he is not as good as he was at his peak, he can still fight against an admiral. He also knew that he was not an opponent of rocks, but he didn't expect that he was almost defeated when facing rocks. No, rocks hadn't even shot, he was on the verge of defeat. In front of Conqueror's haki, who is so powerful that rocks is unpredictable, all his methods are useless. Swordsmanship, physical skills, armament haki, observation haki have no effect, but the only useful Conqueror's haki is collapsed. The right arm of the dignified One Piece was so weak that it could only be beaten. He had only seen such things in Luo Wuti. Those who were killed by Luo Wuti, no matter how strong they are, if that man wants to, he can kill everything with Conqueror's haki. Although Rox hasn't been able to achieve the level of Luo Wuti, but it also has a bit of Luo Wuti's demeanor. In his thoughts, if Roger is used as a unit to measure strength, how much Roger's power is equal to the invincibility of the gods in the world, I dare not say. But the rocks in front of them have at least 10 Roger's power. I didn't mean that. I just hope you can persuade Luo Wuti to give up this terrible idea. Pluton Rayleigh snorted, his knees softened, and he knelt directly in front of Rox. At this time, he had already smelled the threat of death. Guang. Chapter 228. To Pluton Rayleigh, death is just a small matter. After all, he has experienced too many ups and downs, and things have gone up and down. I have already laughed at death, and looked at the situation indifferently. But he couldn't let his death become meaningless. He can't let Luo Wuti completely destroy the era of the great pirates, or even destroy the Grand Line. To prevent this from happening, you can only pin it on the rocks in front of you. Although this idea is crazy, in fact it is only so. Whitebeard couldn't count on it, the only thing he could count on was rocks. Stop, father! Those stupid things, whoever likes to do it, do it. I'm not interested anyway. Luo 333 Kessie sneered. Yes? Then why did you participate in the battle of killing the gods back then? Don't forget, you were one of the people who killed God back then. Pluton Rayleigh said suddenly. Rock's face changed slightly when he heard the words. Not many people know this. Anyone who knows is basically dead. Looking at the Grand Line, only 5 elders, Yim, and the Roger pirates are still known. Roger told me. The reason you joined the Godslayer League is because of Whitebeard. As soon as Pluton Rayleigh's voice fell, a kilometer-long black lightning had fallen from the sky in a gesture of divine punishment, and hit him fiercely. One hit. Pluton Rayleigh's brain was slashed to a blank. The strong and tough mental will almost collapsed for a while. I think you are really looking for death. Rayleigh. First, it provoked the relationship between me and my father in front of me, and now it provoked the relationship between me and my second brother. How many lives do you think you have to kill for me? Rox stared at Pluton Rayleigh fiercely. Haha. Pluton Rayleigh lay on the ground and raised his eyes with difficulty to look at Rox. I know it's because of shock fruit. No, its status to be precise. Luowudi gave shock fruit to Whitebeard back then, but did not give it to you, making you feel that your position in Luowudi's heart is not as good as Whitebeard. That's why you ran away in anger and set up Rox Pirate to prove to Luowudi that you are his best and best son. He hadn't finished speaking, the person had flown upside down thousands of meters away, only half a meter away from the crack. I don't know this so-called Pluton, little One Piece, deserves to understand me too. As Rox spoke, he walked up to Pluton Rayleigh and looked at each other condescendingly. Maybe I don't understand you. But I know you don't want Luowudi to destroy this sea. Otherwise, you wouldn't have joined the God-killing alliance back then and walked to the opposite side of Luowudi. Pluton Rayleigh struggled to raise his head, looking at Rox. Yes? Perhaps in the eyes of the world, I did walk across from my father. But what the world sees is really the truth. Rox laughed loudly. His laughter was full of disdain. Isn't it? Pluton Rayleigh's heart trembled. What Rox was like, these words made him feel uneasy. Could it be that Roger was wrong? Impossible. Roger has the top observation haki. Can listen to all things. How could it be fake that he heard? Moreover, even if Roger got it wrong, a few times ago, Rox did participate in the Battle of Trial Gods. In the end, Luowudi cared about his father-son relationship and spared his life, but he also kicked him out of the house. Is it right? I don't need to explain to you, and you don't need to know. Rox didn't explain much. In his opinion, although Grand Line is big, kings and heroes are big, but none of them are in his eyes. Especially after several times of sublime cultivation, strength surpassed all kings, all heroes, and began to move towards the level of God Luo Invincible, he even more ignored the world. Only those family members who can understand him can let him put down his body to explain. Father. Second brother. There seems to be more now. The third brother who has never met. Dracul Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman is weak, but it is understandable. After all, he is the third brother. Poor strength is normal. Is it possible that the third brother is better than the second brother, and his elder brother is better? It's okay for the third brother to be weak, with the elder brother and the second brother covering him, who dares to move him on the Grand Line. That said, this time I am not only in vain, but I'm still sending the sheep into the mouth of a tiger. Pluton Rayleigh smiled bitterly. He knew that the negotiation failed. The negotiation broke down. 5.4 Even because of what he said, Rox was murdered. This time I really did what the redhead Shanks and Monkey D. Long said. Go to Rox by yourself, there is really no return. Then it depends on whether you have this fate. Rox said amazingly. What do you mean? Pluton Rayleigh, who thought he was going to die, was startled at first, and then asked immediately. Do you know why Conqueror's haki is called the qualification of the king? Why is this kind of king qualifications hailed as only one person out of a million has it? Rox asked not to answer. Chapter 229. Isn't this something everyone knows? Conqueror's haki is so rare that it can't be practiced and can only be born with aptitude. There is a possibility that 1 million talents may have one possession. Although Pluton Rayleigh felt suspicious, he still told what he knew. I used to think so too. However, after living in seclusion on Red Line, I gradually discovered that these statements about Conqueror's haki circulated in Grand Line are not what the world thinks. Conqueror's haki refers to the qualifications of the king, not the qualifications of people like you, Roger, Garp, and my second brother Whitebeard. Only one person in a million has the qualifications. This sentence is only half right. Rox shook his head. What do you mean by this? Pluton Ray 15's suspicion grew stronger. He is a little confused about the meaning of Rox's words. What does Wang's qualifications mean, not him? This sentence is not all right. The more he listened, the more confused he felt. But I don't know why, he always felt that what Rox said was hiding a big secret. A secret that may be even more amazing than One Piece. These two sentences about Conqueror's haki and the king's qualifications may really hide some secrets that are not known to the world. In the past, I have the same opinions about Conqueror's haki, these two sentences circulating on Grand Line. I feel that Conqueror's haki, Wang's aptitude, refers to the kind of people who are as many as the Crucian carp in the New World. But after coming to this Red Line, I understand. It turns out that the qualifications of Conqueror's haki and the king have another meaning besides the opinions spread by the world. The qualifications of the king, and Conquerors does not refer to you, it is not Roger, it is not Garp, or the New World group who will order Conquerors and claim the joy of the king. It refers to me, Rox. This sea truly has the qualifications of a king, and the only one who truly has Conqueror's haki, Rox. Even the second brother never had it. Your so-called conqueror's color, the so-called king's aptitude, is a joke at all. The ability of even a trash fish to be undead is worthy of being called conquerors? Even playing Admiral and 4 Emperors is so difficult, it is also called the qualification of the king? Don't laugh so hard. Rock's tone was full of contempt for the heroes and kings of the world. But his strength made him have such confidence and qualifications. Only one of those million people. Pluton Rayleigh was interrupted by Rox before he could finish speaking. A million people don't mean the million people like ordinary people. The millions here refer to the so-called 4 emperors like you, like Roger, like Garp, and the so-called 4 emperors in the ocean today, so-called kings. Only one person in a million has this kind of aptitude. And this qualification refers to me. Rox pointed his finger at himself and said every word. What about Luo Woody? You have always said that you are the one who truly possesses this kind of aptitude. So what is your father? Isn't it in your eyes that he doesn't have this kind of aptitude? Although Pluton Rayleigh was shocked, he still wanted to struggle a bit, and wanted to gamble again. He still wants to provoke the relationship between Rox and Luo Feng. Idiot. To describe his father with Wang's aptitude is simply the biggest derogation to him. Wang refers to the father. Wang's qualifications refer to me. It means that only I am qualified to be a person like my father. Rox said proudly. From beginning to end, there is only one goal, his pursuit and his dream. Even if several eras have passed, it hasn't changed. That is to be as strong as a father. Especially after several times of cultivating, let him make sure that he has this kind of qualifications, he is more firm in this idea. This guy seems to make a lot of sense. Pluton Rayleigh chewed silently in his heart, and suddenly felt that Rox's words were not slanderous. If everyone has the qualifications of a king, everyone can become a king, then Conqueror's hacky, the qualification of the king is too cheap. Perhaps as Rox said, Wang's aptitude really refers to Rox, and Wang refers to Luo Feng. This father and son truly represent the king and his qualifications. According to the circumstance of Grand Line, those who are regarded as the qualifications of kings, the so-called kings, are actually just a kind of pseudo-king's qualifications. And this kind of false king needs a million false kings to come out of the mountain a person with true king qualifications. That's Rox. How many Rox does it take to have a Luo Feng? Wait. Pluton Rayleigh's pupils tightened, and he suddenly noticed something. How many people like Rox will have to get out of Luo Woody, I don't know. But what about Rox? Is there anyone in the sea who has the qualifications of Rox? Thinking of this, Pluton Rayleigh finally understood how to fight Luo Feng. He is looking for a second Rox, someone who has the qualifications to grow into the second Luo Feng. Chapter 230. You finally understand. What's the use of doing things like you and Monkey D. Dragon? Unite the heroes of the world to gather all the forces of the Grand Line? This kind of alliance is just a joke in front of my father. Let alone my father, even now I can kill everyone in the God-killing alliance with my own power. My father's strength is definitely 100 times better than mine. Even though all the forces of the Grand Line are coming out, even if you have formed a stronger lineup than the God-killing alliance back then, what about things like LESE? No matter how many people gather, they are still LESE. Rox glanced deeply at Pluton Rayleigh. Directly fully understand his thoughts. Why are you telling me all this? Didn't you say you won't help us? Although Rox's words were hard to hear, Pluton Rayleigh had to admit that what the other party said was the truth. The past battles of the killing of gods have proved that the ordinary admiral, 4 emperors level heroes and kings, even if these things called music in the hands of Rox gather more, the result will be the same. Luo Woody can slaughter him in an instant. To fight against Luo Woody, not to mention finding a second Luo Woody, at least we must find a second person who has the aptitude to become Luo Woody. The Rox in front of you are ready. The best candidate. It's a pity that except for Luo Woody and Whitebeard, Rox can't guess everything in the world. Even Roger, who owns the top observation hacky, guessed wrong. The relationship between Rox and Luo Feng is not the way the world has said that the father and son have turned their faces. I just said that I won't help you persuade your father. But everything I said just now seems to have nothing to do with persuading my father / The corners of Rox's lips raised slightly, and a smile that made Pluton Rayleigh uneasy. It's weird. He said that he would not persuade Luo Feng for himself. On the one hand, they used this method to tell themselves how to fight Luo Feng. Rox's thoughts are even more unfathomable and elusive than the Sea of New World. What is the relationship between him and Luo Woody? Did the father and son turn their faces like Roger said, or don't have any insights? If father and son turn their faces, he should kill me now. But if he didn't turn his face, why did he tell me all this? Pluton Rayleigh felt more upset the more I thought about it, and the more I thought about it, the more I felt chilled. Thinking about it, he suddenly regretted coming to Rox. Whitebeard begged Luo Feng to come out of the mountain, and he had already surprised a human god Luo Invincible. Now I came to the top of the red line, and I was shocked by the son of God. The already precarious Grand Line is now even more dangerous. There is no turning back arrow in the bow. You have no chance to look back. Even if you give you a chance to turn back, Rayleigh, do you still have to choose? Rox looked at Pluton Rayleigh, who looked volatile, with a smile. Yes. I have no choice at all. Rayleigh was silent. Does he have a choice? No. As Rox said. He didn't have the opportunity to choose at all, and he didn't have the qualification to choose. Rox here, he must take a trip. No matter what the purpose of Rox is, he must come. At least he came, Rox pointed him away. Although I don't know what horrible things are hiding at the end of this road, at least this is the only way to go at the moment. If he doesn't come, he won't know all this at all. Simply following Monkey D. Dragon's plan, even if it was fully implemented to the end, it pulled up a stronger lineup than the God-killing alliance back then to fight against Luo Wudi, and the result was just as Rox said. No matter how large a number of things like LESE are gathered, they are only LESE in the end. It won't have any effect. Although this is very ugly, but Pluton Rayleigh has to admit that it is true. Their Roger pirates went to the Sphinx at the peak, but they were all gone. If it wasn't for Whitebeard who happened to be there, he would dare to pack the ticket. Luo Wudi's cut would not allow Roger to complete his peak period in an instant, but directly complete the road of life. At the same time, all the members of their Roger pirates will still be there after the journey of life. Luo Wudi is out of the mountain. Naval headquarters was also smoothed by him. No one knows the next target to be harvested. Even, no one knows when he will start the real harvest. At this time, even if I wanted to find it, I didn't have the time to find someone with the same qualifications as you. Even if you find it, you don't have time to cultivate. Even your Rox has spent several times, only to have the strength of today. Let alone other people. Pluton Rayleigh was a little elusive of Rox's thoughts. He doesn't know if the other party really wants to help him, or wants to dig a hole and wait for him to step on it. You don't have to think about testing me. You who are just ants are not worth my calculations at all. You have no value worthy of calculation by Rox. There is only one way before you now. Do as I say. This is your fate. Of course, you can choose to resist. But I will take your life away directly. Rox said lightly. Chapter 231. Then what should I do? Pluton Rayleigh was silent. He felt an unquestionable taste from Rox's words. He knew very well that if he refused, he would not say lying on the edge of the crack, but lying in the crack, and it would still be the kind of long sleep. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laughed at himself. He has no choice at all. From the moment Whitebeard asked Luo Wudi to come out of the mountain, he had no choice. From the moment he boarded the red line, he also had no choice. Whether it is Luo Fang or Rox, in front of the father and son, no one has a choice. It's not just him Pluton Rayleigh, everyone in the Grand Line of Novosibirsk is like that. The person who can make the choice is never them, but the Rox in front of him, and Luo Wudi who is missing at this time. From what I know about my father, since he was destroying Marineford not long ago, even if he is dissatisfied with the strength of the Navy 337 Army, it is still possible to solve the boredom. Thinking about it now, he shouldn't be able to hold back that fast. Even if he really couldn't help it, he would endure it for a while. He wants to give the Grand Line forces a preparation, a time to unite. Of course, he is also giving you time. For example, let you come to me. Rox glanced deeply at Pluton Rayleigh. His words made the One Piece's right wrist frightened. What do you mean by Rox? What do you mean by letting me come to him? Could it be that Luo Wudi had anticipated that I came to him? Hasn't the father and son seen each other for several generations? Is it possible that there is still an unknown connection between the two of them? Pluton Rayleigh's eyes were uncertain. He became more and more wondering not to vote for Luo Feng and Rox's intentions for father and son. BFFE. It seems to be contradictory, but it seems that there has always been a weird connection, or a tacit understanding. He didn't know whether he was right or wrong in doing this. I don't even know what Luo Wudi and Rox are planning. Similarly, he didn't know if he was doing what Rox told him now, whether he was also in the calculations of the father and son. What if he is really saving Grand Line instead of harming Grand Line? The more I think about it, the more disturbed Pluton Rayleigh is, and the more intense the shadow in my heart. Unfortunately, he didn't have a choice. Because of this consideration, it is possible to do nothing and let Luo Feng slaughter the world's heroes. This world is probably not enough. I want to find someone with the same qualifications as you in such a short period of time. And your father's mind can't be grasped by anyone. Maybe tomorrow you will suddenly want to live in seclusion, and the day after tomorrow will come out again. Pluton Rayleigh sighed inwardly, then temporarily suppressed the intense anxiety. Now he can only take one step and count one step. At least, get as much information as possible from Rox, and then leave Red Line alive. It's really hard to find this time. But what if you don't look for it on this timeline? Rox looked at Pluton Rayleigh with a smile. Not on this timeline. Pluton Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, and then immediately reacted. That's right. There is not enough time on this timeline to find people with the same qualifications as Rox, and there is not enough time to cultivate people with this qualification, so go to other timelines. Once walked around every corner of the Grand Line with Roger, he understood the meaning of Rox instantly when he knew all the secrets of the Grand Line. If I'm right, Roger has a crew member who seems to be called Kojiki Odin. The strength is not bad. His wife should not be on this timeline. Those who have the ability to eat the fruit of the time. A woman from 800 years ago. As long as you have the fruits from time to time, you can imitate that woman. Not to mention changing the future, but at least it can buy you enough time, can't it? Rox just put the Buddha on the Grand Line's omniscient and omnipotent existence. Nothing can escape his perception. Wait. Even if we can travel to the future, looking for people with the same qualifications as you on that timeline in the future. But from time to time the fruit can only travel through the future, but cannot go back to the past. If you find it, it doesn't make any sense to cultivate it. Pluton Rayleigh caught the key point. What he wants is not to escape to the future. What he wants is not to leave this timeline to take refuge. It is to fight for enough time to stop everything that happens in this era. If Luo Feng can't be stopped in this era and in this timeline, then what is the point of them going to the future? It is estimated that the future Grand Line has been killed by Luo Feng, the heroes are withered, and there is no thief in the world. Even if they went there, they couldn't change it and it didn't make any sense now. Don't you have to face Luo Feng in the future? Since Luo Feng exists in the present, it must exist in the future. The current Luo Feng is so terrible that his strength surpasses the atmosphere of the Grand Line. The ghost knows whether he will be more terrifying in the future. Anyway, as long as it's Luo Woody, Rayleigh doesn't want to face it. Chapter 232. Devil Fruit is a magical treasure that can create miracles. The same devil fruit is completely different in the hands of different people. In the hands of the woman of Kojiki Odin, the fruit can only travel through the future, not the past. But in your hands? You and Roger are both people who know all the secrets and know what One Piece stands for. If the fruit falls in your hands from time to time, the effect that can be exerted is not comparable to that of a woman. Rox said. His existence is too long. Absolute who has dominated for several eras overlord. Although he didn't walk around every corner of the Grand Line like Roger did, Pluton Rayleigh didn't dare to say that Rox didn't know the secret of One Piece. With Rox's current strength, even if he really doesn't know it, he can completely re-enter the mountain and gather all the way to Raftel, and he can walk the whole journey alone. In this regard, Pluton Rayleigh, who has conquered the Grand Line, has no doubt at all. This is also true. He is very knowledgeable about many things. Such as Devil Fruit. Lexi's Devil Fruit falls into Lexi's hands, and Lexi are naturally more enjoyable. But if the Happy Devil Fruit falls into the hands of the strong, it can completely turn the happy color and treasures, and turn the decay into magic. Before Shock Fruit was Whitebeard, no one knew that this little Paramecia Devil Fruit would be so scary. After falling into the hands of Whitebeard, Shock Fruit was hailed as the strongest Paramecia Devil Fruit by the world. If Shock Fruit did not fall in the hands of Whitebeard, but fell in the hands of little pirates such as the Clown Buggy, then it is probably not shattering the atmosphere, triggering a tsunami, and shattering the island. Instead, it shattered a piece of glass between the gestures. On the contrary, if Chop Chop Fruit falls in the hands of Whitebeard instead of the Clown Buggy, the level of horror is definitely not lower than Shock Fruit. There is no happy devil fruit, only happy people. This sentence is not universal. Only applicable to top kings such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger, Pluton Rayleigh. Also. Pluton Rayleigh nodded. He knew what Rox said was true. Devil Fruit's abilities are not static. In the hands of people with different abilities, the power that can be exerted varies with the degree of development direction, and development field. Shishikuo is in the hands of Kojiki Shishi, who can only travel through the future, but cannot go back to the past. It does not mean that Shishikuo itself can only travel through the future and cannot go back to the past. Now speaking, what we have to do now is to find the fruit in the shortest time, not to unite with the world's heroes, or to find people with the same qualifications as Rox. Pluton Rayleigh just had this idea in his mind. He was horrified to find a devil fruit appeared in his line of sight. He looked up and saw that Rox handed a devil fruit to him. He is Pluton Rayleigh, he knows all the secrets. Devil Fruit Illustrated Book is no exception. With just a glance, he had recognized that this devil fruit was the fruit of Paramecia. Seeing that the fruit is always placed in front of him, there is no need for him to look for it, and he can get something for nothing. Pluton Rayleigh is not happy, but feels cold from the heart. He raised his head and stared at Rox with stunned eyes. 4 flowers. This guy unexpectedly prepared Shishikuo early. In other words, letting him go to the future or the past is not a temporary intention, but a plan early, otherwise, how could he have the fruits of time by coincidence? The only explanation is that Rox had this plan a long time ago, and secretly prepared everything, waiting to bring him Pluton Rayleigh to take the initiative to find the door. After clarifying all his thoughts, Pluton Rayleigh even turned around and left for a while. No, it was the idea of falling into a crack. He is scared. He is the father and son Luo Feng and Rox. He has not figured out whether Rox wants to help him, or he wants to help himself, or he is helping Luo Feng. Anyway, no matter what. Just by rushing to the other party to hand over the fruits of time to himself, he was sure that there was a terrible plan behind this incident. And he, Pluton Rayleigh, is the pawn to help Rox complete all these plans. He didn't know what terrible consequences he would have if he did this. Perhaps it is even more terrifying than Grand Line being killed by Luo Feng. This is also true, he really wanted to jump out of the crack desperately, and he was unwilling to follow Rox's words. What? Isn't this the fruit of your dreams? Save a lot of time, no need to look for it, just get it right away. You shouldn't be happy with this kind of unearned deeds, right? Why do you still look so painful and scared? You should cry with joy now, and then be grateful to me. Rox stared at Pluton Rayleigh, who was horrified and shocked, with a playful smile on his face. Wide. Chapter 233. What are you thinking? Pluton Rayleigh clung to Rox's eyes. This guy. It's almost like a demon. He was clearly tempting himself to a terrible path. But he has no choice yet. You don't need to know what I am thinking. You just need to tell me the fruit from time to time, do you want it or not? Rox is holding Shishiji in one hand, while the other hand is bursting with red light visible to the naked eye. With this red light, Pluton Rayleigh is too familiar. It's clearly armament haki. However, what made him frightened was that Rox actually turned the armament haki released outside into a blood-red longsword in front of him. Such a picture, familiar. It made him think of the scene when watching the live broadcast at Sabayati Archipelago for the first time. Luo Feng released armament haki and created a complete Suzaku Gundam with armament haki. Although Rox can't do what Luo Feng did, the armament haki that was released just formed a substantial armed longsword, no longer an invisible weapon, armor. But in essence, Rox's method and Luo Feng's method used in the big event are like withdrawing. The difference is only the difference in strength and quantity of armament haki. This man is really gradually approaching Luo Woody. Pluton Rayleigh took a deep breath. It's horrible. This father and son simply shouldn't exist in Grand Line. If Roger, Garp, and Whitebeard are equivalent to the top of the king of the Grand Line, then Rox is the ceiling, and Luo Feng is the atmosphere, even piercing the atmosphere. The position of the father and son is beyond the scope of Grand Line's rules. Even if armament haki is released outside, even if it can directly attack the inside of the enemy, it can still be described in this sentence. Invisible armor. It can evolve into attack power, or it can evolve into defense power. How about Luo Woody and Rox? The father and son abruptly completed the invisible armor into a visible weapon, a visible armor, and even a visible armed giant. The road is at your feet. How to go, which one to choose, you decide for yourself. Pluton Rayleigh. Rox looked down at Pluton Rayleigh condescendingly. Seeing that he doesn't care about Pluton Rayleigh's choice, or the life and death of Pluton Rayleigh, it can be seen that no matter how Rayleigh chooses, it makes no difference to him. Everything will only develop according to his will in the end. Pluton Rayleigh knows this too. Any of his choices could not have any effect on Rox, and could not cause any trouble to the king of the world. Whatever you want to do. No matter if there is a secret between you and Luo Woody. Whether you have a conspiracy or not. I will stop you. I believe that since there is a devil fruit that can create miracles in Grand Line, then this sea area is a sea area that can create miracles. Now, the future will not always develop as you think. Pluton Rayleigh slowly got up from the ground, and then faced Rox's gaze, reaching out his hand without any fear and grabbing the shit fruit. Yes? Then let's wait and see. Rox smiled indifferently. Lost dog. The defeated dog. How could he care about the barking of such a ridiculous person? He was not afraid of everything back then. Not to mention that he has begun to gradually move closer to the level of his father. Boom. As Pluton Rayleigh reached out and grabbed the fruit of the moment, an indescribable force immediately enveloped his body. With an irresistible posture, this force directly blasted him into the crack, causing him to fall from the top of the red line. Rox. In the fast-falling air, Pluton Rayleigh stared at the man standing on the top of the red line. He will definitely stop the other party's plan. I definitely will. It's useless to go to the future. Only go back in time. Pluton Rayleigh glanced at the Grand Line below, then at Shishikuo in his hand. If it was normal, he would be unscathed even if he fell from the top of the red line. But now he is too fragile. I have been shocked by Rox Conqueror's haki too many times just now, and both mentally and physically have suffered heavy injuries, especially the spirit. Once it falls, there will only be one end. That's death. Only one can get him out of the deadlock in front of him. Always fruit. Only 5.4 has time to pass, he can escape from the dead when he leaves here. But this is not enough. Traveling through the future is not what he wants. From the moment he decided to take the shishi fruit in Rox's hands, he had an idea in his mind. Roger. Pluton Rayleigh stuffed the fruit from time to time into his mouth, crushed it in one go, and swallowed it in his belly. He is leaving this timeline. But not going to the future, but going back to the past. He wants to find the dear Roger at his peak, and even he wants to go back to the more distant past to find Luo Woody, who has not yet grown up. Chapter 234. If I can really go back to the past, it is necessary to find Roger, and even to bring the past Roger to this era. But this is not enough. In the past, Roger was in Luo Woody, no, it was just vulnerable to rocks, let alone Luo Woody. The best way is to go back to the more distant past and kill Luo Woody, who has not yet grown up. While Pluton Rayleigh swallowed the fruit from time to time, he was thinking in his heart. This is the best way he thought of. But the premise is that he can go back in time. Find Roger and kill Luo Woody who hasn't grown up yet. Only in this way can the crisis of the Grand Line in this timeline be resolved. Wait. Rocks itself wants me to use time fruit to go back in time. Then he must have insight into my thoughts. Could it be that he wants me to go back in time and help him kill Luo Woody? Pluton Rayleigh thought about it, and suddenly thought of something. His current thinking 15 methods, his plan, Rocks must have insight into it. But Rocks was indifferent and let him do it. Could it be that the other party's real purpose was to kill Luo Fang? But this is not right. Take a step back and say, even if Rocks really wants to kill Luo Fang, this thing does not need to be done by Pluton Rayleigh. Such an important thing, Rocks has had the fruit of time for so many years, can you do it yourself? With the strength of Rocks, isn't it safer to do it yourself? Thinking about it, the doubts in Pluton Rayleigh's mind have not diminished, but have increased. He is getting more and more unpredictable. Rocks, and Luo Woody's mind. He doesn't know the purpose of Rocks in the matter of Shizhou, nor whether there is Luo Woody in this matter. If so, where should he go? Forget it. I don't want to. No matter what the father and son are thinking, the only choice now is to go back in time. Pluton Rayleigh didn't even think about it. After feeling that he had the ability to always fruit, he went straight through time without saying a word. Call out. In the midair, he who activated Shishikyou instantly disappeared from Rock's sight and left this timeline directly. As for whether he went to the future or the past, no one knows. Maybe even Rocks doesn't know it. Father, have you seen it? Your trip out of the mountain this time is much more interesting than before. This time I shouldn't need to participate in the god-killing alliance too. After Rocks saw Pluton Rayleigh disappear completely, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Don't let me down. Pluton Rayleigh. If you can't even go back in time, then you Pluton who knows all the secrets is really useless. If you can't do anything, how can I surprise my father? As for killing the father who hasn't grown up yet. Hehe. You really dare to think about this kind of thing? If it was that easy, father would not be the god of the world. It's just an unattainable idiot. Rayleigh has already set foot on the road against chaos, then I should also be active. It's been several times, I wonder if this sea can withstand the toss of my rocks. Rocks retracted his gaze looking down the crack, then turned his head and left this place that had been in seclusion for several generations. He is coming out of the mountain. Grand Line without a father is like a pool of stagnant water, it doesn't mean anything. A few times ago, there were people like Roger and Garp who could please him. But now, not to mention that Roger is dead, Garp is old, even if these people are alive and are back to their peak, they don't deserve to please him. During the period of living in seclusion, after he gradually moved closer to his father's level, he also began to understand why his father lived in seclusion and realized his father's mentality. Grand Line is really too small and too fragile. Don't say that he can't stand the toss of the god of the world, his father, even his rocks can't stand the toss. Garp, Roger, and others were old or dead, and could no longer please himself, so he 340 simply stayed in seclusion, quietly preparing for what he wanted. But now, my father is out. His plan also unfolded as Pluton Rayleigh left this timeline. Then this piece of Grand Line was no longer a pool of stagnant water, but was stirred to life by his rocks. The current Grand Line has begun to become interesting, and it is worthy of him to come out again. Boom. Dragon King travels on the same road in wind and rain. I don't know if it was a coincidence or Rock's determination to go out of the mountain, which directly changed the celestial phenomenon at the top of the red line. The dark clouds covering the sky began to rain heavily. The release of the Buddha is to cater to the reappearance of the King of Rocks in the Grand Line, and the release of the Buddha is also in fear, afraid that the King of Rocks will come out again and cry. When this storm appeared, it swept across the entire red line at an alarming speed, and even spread to more and more distant trends. All this is only because the man who once ruled the world with his usse points is back again. Chapter 235. Boom. Holy Land rejoice. The headquarters of the world government. Located on the top of a tall building in the Holy Land, the 5 old men who looked old, but did not feel like the old men at all, turned around suddenly. For no reason, the 5 elders who were busy with their own affairs and were immersed in their own thinking made the same move at the same time. Unanimously, he looked at the continuous rainstorm outside the window. They are in this position, not only overlooking the entire holy place, but also overlooking the red line. In their sight, there was a terrifying will in this sudden storm to release the Buddha. The source of this terrifying will is a king of Gedi who can swallow the sea with anger and conquer everything. This rain is very disturbing. Wearing a white robe, wearing glasses, and holding first-generation ghostly, the old man looked straight at the rainstorm outside the window. Suddenly his body trembled slightly. As one of 5 elders, one of the highest rulers of the world government, he actually trembled. This is not the body trembling subconsciously, but because of fear and fear. Remember what Luo Wudi said. The old man Ziyuding, who was wearing a dark green suit with a figure 8-shaped beard and a Madara birthmark on his forehead, suddenly said, "The Dragon King travels, the wind and rain are on the same road." The blonde old man in a crimson suit sank and uttered 8 words with difficulty. When he said this, everyone in the room's complexion changed drastically. I don't know how long I have survived, I don't know how long I have controlled the Grand Line, and those who have been overlooking the Grand Line, all beings over the long years, have all changed their colors because of a word. Because they all know what this sentence means. This sentence comes from Luo Wudi's mouth, and it is also the evaluation of the god of the world on a man. This is a very high evaluation. Looking at the Grand Line, apart from that man, almost no one can get such an honor. At least 5 elders are not eligible. One Piece Gordirager is also not eligible. The Dragon King travels, the wind and rain are on the same road. Luo Wudi is talking about his eldest son Rox. This sentence is also recognized and awed by the Grand Line world several times ago. Because every time that man travels, every time he makes a big deal, Grand Line will change forever. After Luo Wudi's words spread out, when the Dragon King travels, the wind and rain have become synonymous with Rox. As long as that man appears, Grand Line will be changed because of him. In addition to Rox, the only person who can have this honor can get this level of evaluation, only the Celestial Dragon's leader Yim, who rides on their heads and surpasses them. That man, he's // After a long silence, the depressed and silent room was finally broken because the old man wearing a dark blue suit with long white straight hair and a beard opened his mouth. As soon as he said this, the old faces of the other 4 people were suddenly shrouded in haze. The Grand Line is going to change. The old man with a fluffy white beard, a flat hat and a scar on his left cheek said bitterly. Father first, then son. It's really a wave that hasn't stopped, and a wave has risen again. 5 elders looked at each other, and they all saw deep worry and horror in each other's eyes. Rox. They can still hold it. But this is not the case at all now. Invincible in the world came out of the mountain again, and they were already living in anxiety and fear every day like ants on a hot pot. Because they are not sure whether Luo Wudi will suddenly come to the Holy Land Marie-Joys again. Even if they didn't, they wouldn't dare to provoke Luo Wudi, but God knows what Luo Wudi thinks. Okay. Every day has passed like a year, now let's have another Rox. The ghost knows how strong this monster has become after several eras. Anyway, they 5 elders don't want to provoke them from the bottom of their hearts. What if Rox rekindle their ambitions and want to rule the world? It's not to stop it, it's not to treat it as not knowing. Feeling like this kind of aggrieved, powerless, and at a loss, since the 5 of them took control of the world government, they really haven't felt it much. Until several times ago, after Luo Fang appeared, they experienced this feeling time and time again. There used to be Luo Fang. Now I have a Rox. Just because of this heavy rain, 5 elders already has a very intuitive feeling. After a few eras, the king who has not, reappeared on the Grand Line is even more terrifying than it was in the past. In this eventful autumn, the invincible eldest son also followed out of the mountain, which would cause uncontrollable changes, they really couldn't imagine. By the way, they knew that Rox would be anxious when they came out of the mountain, and the era of rampage would become even worse, but they were helpless. Because the 5 of them didn't even dare to take any extra actions. Even sending people to investigate, track, and monitor Rox dare not submit. The horror of this king of the world has been experienced by the 5 of them several times before. If there is a choice, they really don't want to experience it again. Not to mention today, after several eras, Rox has become even more terrifying. Chapter 236. Whitebeard Pirates. Since the end of the war on the top, the world's largest pirate regiment returned to New World, and the large pirate regiments that came to support after hearing the news have basically dispersed. Except for very few captains who had special friendship with the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, the other pirate groups basically returned to their respective sites. For example, the descendants of the Demon Oz, Little Oz, and Jinbei were invited by Aces Shangyi Quan to stay temporarily and follow the Whitebeard pirates to Wanakuni. Grandpa, Wanakuni is coming soon. Looking at the outline of the island that appeared in the front, Izang's face became more and more complicated. The revisiting of the old country had made him very uneasy. He didn't expect that he would come back here so quickly. He originally thought he would return to Wanakuni again, at least 2 or 3 years later. After all, it is not the time to attack Kaido. But now, he came back early. And it was 340 with the grandpa who had caused Wanakuni to be unable to erase the damage in the past. This makes his heart more complicated. The excitement of revisiting for a while, sigh. There is also the unlucky ecstasy of seeing Kaido soon. But more is worrying about Wanakuni's future. Last time, when Grandpa came to Wanakuni, this country gave Grandpa very bad senses. Needless to say, the end is naturally. The slaughter, like the natural disaster of the Buddha, was directly written into the history of Wanakuni. If it were not for Wanakuni's general, the daimyo had tacitly concealed the name of the culprit that caused this incident. It is estimated that Zhang would have recognized the identity of the other party when he first met Luo Feng. But if I recognize it at that time, I guess I'm already dead. Don't count the ages, Wanakuni. Luo Feng heard Zhang's words, got up from the big chair, and walked to the bow of the ship step by step. He looked into the distance, ignoring the distance, and went straight to Wanakuni in front of him. Although he hasn't seen it for several times, he still recognizes it at a glance. This is Wanakuni. That country he had visited once several times before. Whether it is the scenery or the culture of this country, there is no change from the past. After many years of seclusion, even in the past few eras, this country still hasn't made the slightest progress. It is still so backward. As for whether he disgusts him like it did in the past, you have to read it to know. It's still the same as before, nothing has changed. Whitebeard also walked to Luo Feng's side, looking at Wanakuni as he was getting closer. Wanakuni, he has been here 3 times. The first time was when I was a child, and I came to Wanakuni with Luo Feng. The second time, he had just left Rock's Pirate and founded the Whitebeard Pirates. The third time, now. Wanakuni, still the Wanakuni in his memory. If there is any difference, it is that when he first went to Wanakuni, the country was intact. But for the second time, and now for the third time, Wanakuni in front of him, BFFE, let the Buddha be used by the gods with supreme power, and dropped a heavenly sword, dividing the great Wanakuni in 2 from the middle. Every time I see it, I still feel very shocked. Jaws looked at the huge crack that split Wanakuni in half. Legend has it that Wanakuni is a complete country, and this crack did not exist several times ago. Later, Wanakuni didn't know how to offend the gods in the sky, so he was punished by the gods and divided Wanakuni into 2 halves. If the legend is true, if there is a god in this world, then the god must be a swordsman. I really want to meet this god and see how he split Wanakuni in half. Foil Vista looked at the crack in front of him, showing a look of fascination. It's just that his sigh immediately drew Whitebeard and Zhang's attention. Especially Zhang, even more so as to kill Bista. What does this BD mean? Wanakuni paid a heavy price to quell Grandpa's anger, and later it took several eras of hard work to re-establish it in the ruins. UBD said that as soon as you came. Could it be that you still want Grandpa to give my hometown nothing more? Oh? Do you want to see how Wanakuni was split in half? When Luo Feng heard the words, he couldn't help turning his head, looking at Foil Vista with a playful expression on his face. Yes. Judging from the appearance of this crack, it is definitely caused by the swordsman's slash. As a swordsman, of course I would like to see the grace of the swordsman who is known as a god. If this god really exists, then I think his swordsmanship level should be very close to Grandpa, not even higher than Grandpa Yu. Foil Bista pondered for a moment, and then said about his development. Split a country in half with 1 sword. What a terrifying power this is. In his worldview, in his cognition, only the Grandpa standing in front of him can do it. Chapter 237. After all, Wanakuni is not a small island that can be seen everywhere, a small country. It is a very large country. Looking at the entire Grand Line, the land area can also be called a big country. Even compared to the superpower Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line, it is not much worse less. Although Shishibukai level powerhouses are hailed as having the power to destroy the country, they destroy only ordinary countries, not super-level powers. Moreover, the so-called destruction of the country is only to destroy the military power of that country, and they absolutely cannot destroy the entire country. As for Wanakuni in front of it, it is divided into 2 halves with a knife, let alone Shishibukai, even if it is 3 admiral packs together, it can't do it. Even if it is an old man holding shock fruit, it will take a period of time to continuously display shock fruit, and finally let the vibration force sweep the entire Wanakuni, and the vibration force reaches the point where Wanakuni disintegrates, in order to destroy Wanakuni. But this crack that divided Wanakuni in half was obviously caused by a single knife. This kind of destructive power, even the old shock fruit is far from it. This is also true. As a swordsman, Foil Vista is very longing for the swordsman who cut Wanakuni in half and is known as a god. In his opinion, this swordsman is the only one who might approach Grandpa in swordsmanship. Bista, stop talking. Yi Zhang wanted to say something, but after looking at Luo Feng's face, he didn't dare to speak. He only hoped that Zhang could skip this topic and stop mentioning it in front of Grandpa. The ghost knows if Grandpa will be on a whim, and he will give Wanakuni another cut. Why don't you say it? I just want to say. You are also a swordsman, don't you want to see the style of this swordsman? I know, this is your hometown, but... Before he finished speaking, Bista was pulled aside by Whitebeard. No way, as an old man. He can have his favorite son in his heart, but he must be impartial in education and his actions towards every son. The more excited Baista didn't notice Zhang's face that had become liver-colored, but Whitebeard noticed. Father, how do you pull me? Baista was dragged to his side by Whitebeard, still confused. That was done by the old man. Whitebeard was stunned by a word. I'll just say. How can Grand Line be a swordsman who can slay the country with one sword? Even if there is, that's Grandpa. After Baista recovered, he immediately looked at Zhang. At this glance, I immediately found that Zhang's face was as black as the bottom of the pot. Thinking of Grandpa Gang's joking expression again, he didn't even know that he had hidden the yoke from the pit. I want to see how the swordsman cut Wanakuni with a single sword. No wonder Zhang's face would be so ugly. After changing myself, I guess I have all the desire to die. Zhang, I don't have a new one. I don't want to say it now. Baista said awkwardly. Why don't you say? Don't you really want to see the grace of that swordsman slashing the country? At that time, you were basically not born yet, you haven't seen it. If you want to meet, I can understand. Since there are so many people today, my sons and grandsons are basically there, or I will actively wave a bit, and then stage a wave in front of you. How to smash the country with one sword. Before Yi Zhang spoke, Luo Feng said with interest. 4 flowers. As he spoke, his right hand was placed on the handle of the knife. Don't. Grandpa, stay in the country under the sword. We don't want to know any more. After fully understanding the cause and effect, and knowing that the crack that divided Wanakuni into 2 halves was caused by his grandfather, Baista and others came forward and said that they didn't want to see it. Especially Zhang and Baista. As a person of Wanakuni, he naturally doesn't want to see Wanakuni be slapped by Grandpa again. And Baista is the instigator. He doesn't want to hate himself forever with Zhang. After all, in the final analysis, this matter was caused by his own talk. If you can't dispel Grandpa's dangerous thoughts, it is estimated that Yi Zhang will not dare to hate Grandpa, but he will definitely hate him for his life. At that time, he will not only lose his brotherhood with Zhang, but will even become a retreat for everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. After all, the 2 beeps, let Wanakuni take the grandfather again for no reason. The ghost knows that the next time Grandpa goes to his hometown, Baista will also beep. Will Grandpa also give himself and the others' hometown a knife? Just forget Yi Zhang. He is from Wanakuni. Don't want to see that is normal. But what's wrong with you? Isn't Gang looking fascinated? Now Grandpa, I plan to do it myself to fulfill your wish. Why do you still have the expression of eating xiang? Shouldn't you be very happy now? Luo Feng looked at Baista with a joking expression. Grandpa, it was just now is now. I really don't want to know any more, and I don't want to see any more. Please forgive me. Baista said with a mournful expression on his face. Wide. Chapter 238. Although Baista has already seen that Grandpa was joking, the problem is that he dare not really treat Grandpa's joke as a joke. The ghost knew that Grandpa was joking, so he took it seriously, and drew his sword in front of him. Don't tell me. Although the time spent with Grandpa is short, he already has a full understanding of his character. With Grandpa's personality, this kind of thing can be done 100%. After all, Wanakuni once provoked Grandpa. Father, don't toss him. You see, the silly boy, Baista, is almost crying by you. Whitebeard glanced at Baista, who looked like an iron tower. At this moment, 3, 4, 7, looked like he was about to cry, and he couldn't help but laugh or cry. Don't tell me. I just said that I wanted to perform a wave of swordsmanship for my grandchildren. This is not a joke. Luo Feng's words not only changed the expressions of Baista and Zhang, but also Whitebeard. Grandpa, just assume that what I just said was farting. Baista said bitterly. If Grandpa really drew out Wanakuni because of his joke just now, then he really didn't know how to face Zhang. If you don't have what you just said, but if Grandpa wants to cut it himself, then cut it. Even Zhang has nothing to say. After all, no one knows about Grand Line, and no one can stop what Grandpa decides to do. But the problem is that he said something very bad just now. Minutes, Grandpa slays the country, he is here to carry the pot. If it's an ordinary pot, he can even afford it. But after slicing Wanakuni's pot, he really can't afford it. After all, he is not a confidant who harms the country and the people. It's a man like a tower. It has nothing to do with you. It's just that this country still dislikes me as always. Luo Feng shook his head gently. When he said this, everyone was silent. Even Izzo, who wants to say something nice to Wanakuni in front of his grandfather, doesn't know what to say. Sensual things are difficult to change one's set. If you really want to blame, you can only blame Wanakuni's ancestors a few times ago. If it weren't for them to upset Grandpa, they would let the people of Wanakuni after a few generations continue to give them back. Forget it. For the sake of Newgate and Zhang, this knife won't be cut. Just when everyone was silent, waiting quietly for Luo Feng's ruling, after he pondered for a while, he finally retracted the hand holding the hilt of the knife. He knows. The relationship between Whitebeard and Kojiki Oden is okay. Before Wanakuni's people took the initiative to provoke themselves, Whitebeard would not take action against Wanakuni's people. After all, you don't look at the face of the monk, but you also look at the face of the Buddha. Needless to say, Izo, like Kojiki Odin, is a person from Wanakuni himself. For the sake of Newgate and Izang, if Wanakuni's people didn't take the initiative to provoke themselves this time, then forget it. If it's still the same as it was several times ago, then no one's face will look good. He was sure of this cut. Thank you, Grandpa. When Izang heard it, he let out a sigh of relief. At this time, he discovered that the clothes behind his back had been completely wetted by cold sweat. The short 10 seconds just now gave him a feeling of living like a year. Luo Feng, since you don't like this Wanakuni, you don't need to be so troublesome. Give the concubine 3 days, and the concubine can make all the men in Wanakuni suicide in front of you. It was just this tone, not long after Yi Zhang had just been sent down, a voice that was tender and arrogant, but at the same time, suddenly sounded from the deck. My aunt, why are you here to join in the fun? Zhang looked up and found that the person who said this was Boya Hancock. His face that had just become a little better again became difficult to look at. If the person who said this is the other captain, that's okay. As long as he is willing to give up, even Margot will give him a 3-point face. It happened to be Boa Hancock who said this. Although only the captain of the 9 snakes and pirates, the queen of the Amazon Lily, she can't hold back that she is Luo Feng's iron fan. And also got Luo Feng's permission to board the Moby DK. The ghost knows what the relationship between this woman and Grandpa is. The ghost knows if this woman will become his grandmother in the end. As long as Luo Feng did not express his dislike for Boa Hancock, the pirate empress would not provoke anyone on the ship. Even Whitebeard would have to give Boa 5.4, Hancock, the pirate empress, had a 3-pointed face. Not to mention that he was hiding. Damn it! What stupid things the ancestors of Wanakuni did back then. It's so disgusting that Grandpa has caused it to this day. Izzo is as anxious as the ants on the hot pot. He didn't dare to blame Boya Hancock, and he could only count everything on those Wanakuni ancestors who provoke Luo Feng in several eras. This group of guys is great. After provoking Grandpa, it was just dead. They are dead, but they are suffering for themselves. For Wanakuni's safety, his Yizang really broke his heart. Chapter 239. 3 days? Too long. After Luo Feng heard Boya Hancock's words, instead of objecting, he said instead. This scared Zhang's heart almost to tears. The concubine moves faster, it should be okay. Boya Hancock said quickly. But she was interrupted by Luo Feng before she finished speaking. If I wanted the people of Wanakuni to die, the people of Wanakuni would have died several times ago. Do you think people in this country still have a chance to rebuild their country from the ruins? Luo Feng said lightly. To him, it really didn't make much difference between the one sword to slay the country and the one sword to destroy the country. If he wanted Wanakuni to completely subjugate the country and species, then Wanakuni's fate would not be the 15th ruins, and the country would be divided into 2, but it would have been completely destroyed. After all, Wanakuni is just similar to the country he dislikes. After all, it is not that country. It really makes him unhappy, just destroy it. But it didn't make him upset this time, so for the sake of Whitebeard and Zhang, it is not impossible for Wanakuni to continue to survive on the Grand Line. After all, a country that has been shut down and cut off from the outside world for a long time, coupled with the tossing of Kurozumai and Kaido, this country will be over sooner or later. Then Wanakuni, what are you going to do with it? Boya Hancock felt relieved immediately after hearing that Luo Feng was not really dissatisfied with his slow movements. Let's take a look first. This time I came to Wanakuni, not for this country, nor for the people here. But for him. Luo Feng said lightly. Kaido? Grandpa, if you want Kaido, then the grandson will go and catch him immediately. When Yizang heard this, he said indignantly. He doesn't care whether he can capture Kaido or not, anyway, because of the grievances between him and Kaido, it is the first fight. Moreover, the most important thing now is to divert Grandpa's attention from Wanakuni. It just so happens that Grandpa is interested in Kaido, so he will naturally take the lead. Father, has that little kid sinned against you? Whitebeard thought about it seriously, and found that Kaido probably hadn't met with Dad before. No offense. Luo Feng shook his head. Then you came to Wanakuni from long distances, really just to kill him? Whitebeard asked a little uncertainly. Based on his understanding of the father has done the thing about killing one person for 1,000 miles. A Kaido, a beast's pirates, is really not enough for Dad to do this. Moreover, with the overall strength of beast's pirates, it is impossible to please Dad. Even if the old man is bored and has nothing to do, he should not go to Kaido, but after entering the new world, he will crush all the forces along the way. It is impossible to run that far to relieve boredom. Of course not. Luo Feng glanced at his left side. Usually this is the location of Margiao Station. But now he ran to Alabasta with Dracula Mihawk to look for the marine remnants. That's it. Whitebeard noticed Luo Feng's line of sight, thought about Margiao, and then Kaido. After comparing the two, he quickly found the common ground between the two. Feeling that my father is in love with the dragon Kaido. No wonder Dad didn't clean up all the forces along the way, so he ran to Wanakuni directly. It turns out that the old man didn't plan to find beasts pirates to relieve his boredom. He came purely to stare at Kaido. This kid Kaido has some luck. He has been photographed by his father without even seeing his face. Become Daddy's mount? Whitebeard sighed secretly. That's right. In his opinion, Kaido is indeed good luck. It was dead. But because of the value of the face, he was attracted by the old man. Not only does it not need to die, but it can also become the old man's mount. This is what many people have dreamed of kneeling for. At least, Whitebeard thinks so. After all, there are so many grand lines, and there are countless kinds of rare and exotic animals. Just the variety of sea kings is extremely rich. 347. There may be very few who can get the daddy's eyes. In addition to the handsome but old brother Diao, Margao can only take part in the old man's mount. But with Kaido, it's okay. Strength. Identity. Status is there. Famous. Looks too. As the four emperors, he is still a dragon, and he is destined for his father, so he should be his mount. After all, the dragon itself is here to ride. After Margot went with Kitty Hawk, I found it very inconvenient. Although the Moby DK was good, it was still too slow. Just so, isn't Kaido a dragon? Can fly. Then let him share the burden for Margot. As soon as Luo Feng's words came out, all the people in the boat reacted. Take four emperors Kaido as the mount. Jinbei took a breath. Such a thing is only the grandfather dare to think, dare to do, and can do it. Little Oz gasped. Chapter 240. Who is Kaido? That is the strongest creature in the world. No one who can get the strongest name in the grand line is the easy generation. As long as you put the strongest word, no matter how weak it is at least Admiral's level. And Kaido, the strongest creature in sea, land, and air, surpassed Admiral. But the four emperors like Kaido, falling in Luo Feng's mouth, are actually just for the mount. If Little Oz and Jinbei were to know Whitebeard's thoughts, they would be shocked and speechless. Dignified four emperors, the world's strongest creatures, who have a relationship with the old man, have directly become Luo Feng's mounts. Good. Yi Zhang exclaimed in his heart. From the moment Luo Feng decided to go to Wanakuni, he has been in fear until now. But now, not only had he swept away the worry and tension in his heart, but he couldn't help laughing wildly in his heart. Originally, in his opinion, it was a great thing that Grandpa had cut Kaido. Unexpectedly, Grandpa's thoughts were much crueler than him. Actually want to catch Kaido as a mount. With his knowledge of Kaido, this is more painful than stripping the dragon alive. For the old man's decision, he naturally agreed with both hands and feet. Father, since you have this idea, then the grandson will naturally give you the best. Let's tie Kaido. Yi Zhang rolled up his sleeves and was going to do a big job. Can Nanguan himself have played Kaido? Anyway, this filial piety must go out on the first schedule. When Baista and others looked, they were all unwilling to show weakness, and they were gearing up. People who didn't know thought that the Kaido they were going to take was not four emperors, but a little thief. No need. If you can have this filial piety, I will be satisfied with Grandpa. With your strength, if you go to Kaido, even if you go to the shovel together, it will just feed him. This dragon, let Grandpa come by myself. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction. But he also knows the strength of Kaido. In front of him, needless to say, it's just a pleasure. But in front of his grandson, it's another matter. If Dracula Mihawk and Margao are there, that's okay. Uncles, nephews, and others are shoulder to shoulder, defeating Kaido is not a problem, and even paying a certain price, it is not impossible to capture Kaido alive. After all, the strength of Dracula has surpassed that of Admiral. Margao himself can fight Admiral, plus Ace, Jaws, and the Captain. If this can't hold Kaido, then Kaido is not the strongest creature in the world, but the strongest man in the world. Father, let me take a trip. Before, my health was not very good. Since you came out of the mountain, you have been keeping you busy for me. Although this body can only survive for another 2 years, its condition is much better than before. Kaido, let's see how Bai captures him. Whitebeard is not bragging. The residual blood is showing Akainu, and the blood can be teach in seconds. Don't look at Whitebeard now only has 2 years left, but his health is very good. Under the healing fruit of Mancheri, which can be called heaven-defying, Whitebeard has neither dark wounds nor disease except aging. The body is very good. The so-called 2-year lifespan is also approaching, and manpower cannot revolving heaven. But before the end of these 2 years, his physical fitness is still non-human. At this time, the state is only below him at his peak, and it is really not difficult for Whitebeard, who is infinitely close to full of blood, to win Kaido. I have a heart. It's not difficult for you to win Kaido. But Kaido is no longer the little dragon that did not grow up. Now even if you take him down, it will take a lot of effort. Don't forget, he is different from the red-haired boy. Not only is he strong enough, but he also has great recovery ability. Even if your shock fruit has the highest attack power of Paramecia Devil Fruit, it is not easy to win Kaido in a short time. Luo Feng shook his head. Whitebeard's strength, he knows better than anyone. If it's the peak period, then with Whitebeard's strength, if you drive Wushuan, you can beat Kaido in a short time. But now this body, even if it has no hidden injuries or pain, is old after all. It takes a lot of effort to win Kaido. The most important thing is that after a fight, Whitebeard's aging body will inevitably intensify. I could live for 2 years, but only 1 year per minute, good Lees. This is not what he wants to see. After all, although Trafalgar Law can perform ageless surgery on Whitebeard at any time, he wants not only Whitebeard to live as long as 5 elders, but also Whitebeard to live as old as he and Rocks. After all, I'm still holding you back for Dad. Whitebeard shook his head. 1 generation, 2 fathers and sons. What do you say about this? Luo Feng waved his hand, then his eyes suddenly changed. With the sudden change of his eyes, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, except for Whitebeard, whether they saw the change in his eyes or not, they all felt an irresistible chill from the solace of the feet to the sky spirit cover.